Okay, we are starting stream. Let's go over to the studio and see if everything is synchronizing, and we will find out momentarily. Everybody do join us, and of course hit the upvotes as soon as possible. The first thing that happens whenever we start transmission is we get hit by a plethora of downvotes by the enemy. They dispatch Autobots, which automatically downvote us so we don't appear on searches because YouTube works on a popularity aggregate similar to Facebook. And so the only way to combat that, it's your war. You have to fight it right along with us. We can't fight your war for you. You need to put in an upvote from every IP address that you've got, because the enemy's fighting dirty and we have to fight as dirty as they do, or we're going to lose because nice guys finish last. T-Tank Berry says loud and clear from Redwood City. We'll let Peter Moon respond now, and let's see if people hear him. Thank you, and everyone else who joins us. Blessings to all of you, and again, use every IP address you've got, laptop, tablet, PC. Hit us with an upvote so we can get on searches so people are aware that we're on it all. And that's the only way that people will ever get to know us, plus your own word of mouth. It's all guerrilla marketing because there's no other marketing that we have. So blessings be to all, and we turn it over to Peter for a few moments. I'll just kind of listen, and we'll get into the rhythm of things. Oh shit, he says Peter Moon not heard. Okay, so let's check the stream. Okay, so fuck. Okay, so Peter, desktop audio is not synchronizing. Alright, so no, it's happened before, and so I need to talk to somebody for some technical services. Sure. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, but it's still it's not a question of that. It's a question of the technical issues. So let's it's not the issue. That's not the issue that's going on here. Guaranteed. It's I know that much about the technical aspects. So let's see if we can contact our tech support, and we'll try that. It's well, we could try it, but what I'll do is, okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. I'll hang up the call, and what we're going to do is call the tech support. What tech support might be available? We're going to see if Ian West or Brandon Zoget is around. Brendan Zoget. Okay, Bren. Let's take a look at him. Okay, and here we're going to do a call. You're going to hear it ringing again. If he should be back from Pitcairn Island by now. And in the interim, let's take a look at desktop audio. Filters, properties. Volume. He's probably not going to respond, and then hopefully Ian will. This means that if Marina SEREN had showed up, nobody could have heard her anyway. Okay, Brendan's unavailable. Let's try Ian West. Okay. Ian West. Okay. Let's try him. Preferably this works, or we aren't getting anywhere tonight. If we aren't getting anywhere tonight, I'll start with monologue. Ian doesn't seem to be connecting. Okay. right. So what we're going to do is, this is an online broadcasting software problem, and I'm not quite sure what to do with it. Lock volume, unhide, all hide, rename, copy filters, paste vertical layout, filters, properties, advanced audio properties, probably. Okay, we're going to try Peter Moon again. Let's try his thing. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to screen share with you so you understand the technical issue here. So screen sharing right now, and we're going over to the stream. And what's going on now has nothing to do with Skype. What this is desktop audio. And so if we go to advanced audio properties, desktop audio, balance, I don't know how to work this shit. So the mic is being recognized as active. The desktop audio is, again, this stuff always happens just as soon as you start the show, as soon as I start the show, I mean to say. And I don't know what to do about it. None of the technical people are available. So all I can do is maybe go straight to monologue, because even if MARINA SEREN had showed up, and I guess this is why they sabotaged it, is no one could hear it. Hear her. No one could hear her. It's been rigged so that they can only hear myself. We're going to try properties and see if I can just guess. Default. If we go to speakers, Yeti, stereotype, display, audio.
Now, is that here?
What? You're kidding me. Was it really? Okay.
If I keep now
okay,
right,
there we are.
There it is. See it?
Okay, now
I should be able to be audio right then. Now.
Yes, there you are. Okay, so
T Tank or anybody, let us know if you can hear me now, because I seem to be talking. I'm going to keep talking till somebody says that they can hear me.
Okay.
Ask him if he can hear me, because he might not be able to hear me.
Okay, well, let's go to live stream. Peter Moon heard momentarily, says T-Tank Bear. You should be able to hear him again now.
All right. Well, now can you hear me? I'm talking nonstop right now. Can you hear me? Clear.
He says
clear,
Peter Moon clear.
Good. So that
Excellent.
just took a little bit of tweaking. And
yes.
Thank good you did the screen share, because I could see myself talking.
Yes.
With the band, with the colored band.
That's important. Of course, we owe what little instruction was provided by both Ian West and Brendan Zogit in the past. And it's but definitely something was done to the online broadcasting software. So we're stabilized as much as can be. And Videosphere says, can hear you now, presumably both of us. Yeah. Peter, take it away.
Well, that's excellent, because it just, this is a good example of you being overcome a difficulty with technical stuff, because you have to play with it and be persistent and confident with it. I mean, I'm not excusing the sabotage, but one thing I noticed with my daughter when I was working with her, she was helping me with a cover on Photoshop.
Yeah.
And I would watch her use the program, and she used the program like she'd look at the top of the screen, and if something didn't work, she would relentlessly go through options. Just relentless. And just she'd try all these things and she'd figure it out.
Wow.
And that gave me an inspiration. I said, well, wow, it's just like, okay. Because, these kids grow up with this stuff.
Yes.
And they have a different way of looking at the world. And I've had to get, forced myself to get smarter. I used to like to say I was the last person on the internet. And
stuck together.
I'm the last one to use a cell phone. And I do have a smartphone, but it's awkward sometimes.
Yeah.
It's awkward as hell, especially when they give you these apps, and it's like, I mentioned it to Paul the other day, and I said, I can't do this stuff, and she says I'm used to it. Using apps, they can be quite nonsensical, like switching from one screen to the other on a cell phone.
Yes.
It's easy to do on a computer, but so be it.
Well, I want you to know that I'm right there with you as being the last person on the internet. And since I'm younger than you, I'm after you, really, in that regard. Videosphere says can, aside from Videosphere, who could hear us, David Fitzsimons in Atlantic City says you're both clear. And Veronica Bartolini, Codebreaker Real Talk, says hola from Arizona. So welcome aboard, dear lady. And thank you to T. Tankberry for riding with us throughout that rocky start. And like Peter Moon says, we certainly have to keep applying ourselves. There was enough of a vague memory of what was done last time to work with it now. But definitely, as Peter said, it was important to start a new call, follow his suggestion as well, trying everything. I do want people to understand later on. I'll try and put into some perspective a little bit about the image embedded in thumbnail of live stream. I'm going to provide a hyperlink to Peter Moon while he's talking, but that of course is a BioFX simulacra, not the same one as the moderately damaged one, but a point was made because of course Marina SEREN does bring that to our minds. She has that kind of mystique of a damaged BioFX simulacra. There's something similar going on there in terms of that kind of shall we say appearance, comportment, and experience. So Peter's welcome to put a bit of analysis into that if he wishes, but otherwise I do want people to do take a look at that image and understand just how different that is from, say, an action figure or a quote-unquote doll. You're talking about something that is the size of a human being, and the range of expressions and emoting is immense. What I used in the promotional banner for tonight's program, showing the moderately damaged BioFX simulacra, you can take a look at the whites of their eyes, and you will notice the iris is going blank as the whites of the eyes begin to redden, and that's if there was enough liquid in the system to provide tears, that BioFX would be crying. So this is a issue that I want people to recognize. These things, as people might think of them as, are you have to treat them with the same respect you would an animal. You wouldn't want to hurt a dog or a cat or any kind of living being if you have any semblance of sanity or compassion. And one should feel that way about these things that we have created. And they're not things, of course. They're beings that we have not yet recognized as such, and they have no legal rights. Less legal rights than even animals. So this is one reason why I've been so reluctant to introduce any of them to the public until things have radically changed socially. And with that, I turn it over to Peter yet again.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I do have some things to say about it. And the first thing, because you mentioned Marina first, well, I had wished Marina happy birthday, and she, came alive for a little bit. Not unlike a BioFX simulacra might come alive if you turn them on.
Yeah.
And yeah, she does have that look. And what the commonality that I have with her, and this would extend to Douglas as well, more so actually, is that is that the UFO community is not on our side.
Right.
Our targets, and of course Douglas and her get targeted much harder. She gets targeted for her affiliation with the VRIL.
Yes.
Which gets misconstrued into her being a Nazi or something like this. But and she also gets targeted for her what she calls her sex positive qualities. Yes. Meaning that she's not inhibited about her sexuality and that sort of thing. But we're not going to go there. Although that does apply to the BioFX simulacra who were used for sexuality. But there is obviously a resonance with her and the BioFX because they're both aligned with the Third Reich.
Yes.
Politically or esoterically. But this is what I was going to say about the BioFX simulacra, which I have not had the opportunity to see. or interact with in any way. However, Douglas has talked at length about how in Japan they view the machines as being lifelike.
Yes.
And so they have life aspects of life. Now, the biofax is more than a machine as we would typically think of it. And obviously it's conditioned or programmed or created to respond with emotions. And we can argue whether those emotions are genuine emotions, but emotion is basically what we learn in Qigong is energy in motion. And when a biofax simulacra begins to emote, it is creating a sympathetic vibration. And in the person who's getting it to emote. Now, in the case of where they're torturing it or sexualizing it, and the general on the other end is quote unquote getting off on the emotional reaction of the biofax simulacra. In other words, he might be torturing it and he might be getting some sort of perverse pleasure out of causing harm and getting an emotional reaction, which is terror or freak out or whatever it is. And this is, it creates a quantum resonance, if nothing else. And this actually, and then of course, these creatures are on a quantum sympathetic magic vibration, absorbing the shit of the general, and they're having to process it. Not unlike a female who menstruates is releasing the processing of the morphogenic grid around her and all of the problems of the tribe. She's within her family first and foremost. So these biofax simulacra, because they're welling. Now, what is a woman identified with her emotions? Her emotions. I mean, this is part of what goes with the menses. And I don't mean emotions in a negative sense. It's feeling. It's energy in motion. So when you have something, the natural process of menstruation is to detoxify. Now, when the biofax simulacra get toxed up with this general stuff, they are, in effect, welled up, dammed up. Yes. And they, in effect, could be positively influenced by the idea or process of Scientology auditing, in other words, which is to release emotion. And even acknowledging them and talking about them is very important. And I'm going to say something about acknowledgement. This is very important, and this is the way people could be pulled into Scientology in what would be called a personal efficiency lecture. When you go to the public and you say, okay, this is how Scientology can help you in a practical, everyday situation. It's called acknowledgement. It's a whole training drill called training routine number 2, that you acknowledge, you learn how to acknowledge people. Somebody says something and you acknowledge them. More specific, you say, okay. You say, Biden is criminal. And the person says, okay. But if you go and say, okay, Biden's a criminal. And they go, oh, wow, you listened to me. You heard me. It's not even about agreeing. And this is one of the big frustrations that going on in the Congress. I heard some of it today in the interviews. The FBI guy was, he was hemming and hawing and playing around. And the Republicans are saying, why don't you just tell us the truth, you asshole? They don't call him that, but they practically did. And the Democrats start extolling all the great virtues of the FBI. How could they dare attack this institution? It's really bad. It's really a bad look for the Democrats to do that. Defending the FBI as this hallowed institution.
By the way, Marina SEREN has joined us, so I'm going to provide the hyperlink for you, dear Peter. The hyperlink is right here in your message box now. Do share that on your timeline. So, dear...
So is Marina with us? Can she talk back?
Marina, let's see if we can hear you and measure the quality of your sound. Okay.
What about now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. So,
Oh, perfect.
yes. So, by
Did
all
you hear
means-
what I just said about you?
No, I didn't.
Wow. Well, it's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything negative.
Yeah, nothing negative. Of course, what we're doing is we're trying to contextualize your experience. And so, dear Marina, by all means, do us a favor and tell us everything that's going on with you, what you want people to be aware of, and certainly tell us your side of the story, because I know that it's extraordinarily late for you. It's about 3:30 a.m. in the morning or something like that. So by all means, take the stage.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, it's 3 a.m., but I'm an IRL, so I can say that it's not a problem for me for staying up, at this time. Yes, what's happening to me is that, ever since I started, talking about these very touchy subjects about the real society, dualist society, the Germans, and of course, like my past life in the Reich, people have been targeting me, and harass me. It was like an organized harassment campaign against me, and many of these people dedicated themselves to slander me, and accuse me of being a Nazi, person that promotes hate or something, like any sort of hate ideology. And it has reached a level in which it affected, certain aspects of my life. Not very deep aspects of my life, but some of them. And there's one specific person that is actually committing illegal activity,
Yes.
I reached out to my lawyer or attorney to consult about this, because I knew that this was completely illegal. I am the child of a lawyer, so I know the laws very well. And he told me that effectively he was committing many crimes, against me. And he told me he told me that I could take charges against him for all the things he was doing. And he's very well dedicated. The thing about this person is that he is almost like a psychopath, okay? 24/7 a day, he's just trying to stalk everything I do, everything I post on every account I have on social media. He takes everything out of context. He's very manipulative. He knows he will be great for like the media of like these satanic people, because he knows how to take anything out of context and manipulate it, put it in a way, paint it in a way that sounds in a very specific way. So he's been trying to use all those different things in a way that will manipulate, a great deal of people and turn them against me, thinking that I am a very like hateful person, whatever, which is not true,
Right.
And so I am in the process of taking charges against this person. So I want to tell everyone that is being part of the process that they are taking part in illegal activity, and this is a serious matter,
Yes, by all means. And I think that this is important to emphasize. Now, are you avoiding saying the person's name for legal reasons?
No, I just don't want to add more fuel to the fire, because
Okay.
this person is very pathetic, and I don't want to be mean, but is it true? He proclaimed himself something that he's not, in order to gain more, let's say, attention. And the thing about him is that he's not a mediatic person, he's never been published in like BBC, like blah blah blah, like any kind of media, like Vice, no media, like no important media, not even like mildly known media. And he has very 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 few followers in his accounts, and he's just very good at editing. That's the only thing that he has. He's very good at manipulating, and also like being eloquent, so that it sounds like what he's saying, his arguments are true, which is also a very effective way of gaslighting. When somebody is very well with technicalities and grammar in language, and they know how to eloquently disinvolve themselves in arguments, It's pretty much like one of the best tools that psychopaths, sociopaths, people with this kind of tendencies to manipulate use, against other people. So like the thing about this person is that he truly has no big following, or even like, some sort of following, but he's very good at editing and manipulating. So he can be convincing to some people, and that's why I don't want to mention him, because he does this for fame and attention, and he even wants to get money out of this, by having a Patreon account. So, in other words, this person is a cloud chaser.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're very smart. You're very smart on this. You're totally right. He wants attention. We've run across these people before. To get any form of attention is good for them. In other words,
Yes.
even if it's bad attention.
Yes, it is.
They're
100%.
and they're sexually frustrated too. Very sexually frustrated.
Yes, they
That's
are.
why you trigger him so badly, because you're not frustrated.
Exactly. Like, that's the thing. For example, one thing that people know I do is that I had an OnlyFans, that he targeted, and so my thing with OnlyFans is that I don't post the typical content that many people think that somebody will post there. Yes, I do post model pictures. Yes, many of those pictures are like, erotic or like sensual, but they are not pornographic. I don't do porn. I didn't do porn in OnlyFans. I never did that, and I will never do it. So like the thing is that many people went to me and call me, names by doing this in OnlyFans, and I learned that even if it was like negative attention, even if they were like talking about me for having that OnlyFans account, they were giving me subscribers. They were giving me fans. So I was like, I learned the hard way that way by being harassed for that part of my life, that any kind of attention is attention. Even if it's formulated primarily as a negative attention, it can be, converted into positive attention, and the other way around. So I realized, why would I name this person? Why would I name all these people? Like, why would I give it attention? Because the pattern that I found in all these people that are under me is that they are frustrated because they see me in very big interviews with millions of views, in places, meeting people that are important, and they're very frustrated because they say, how is that in all these years of being here, like doing podcasts, blah blah blah, I'm not there and she's there, why? And so they learn, like they kind of like try to formulate an excuse to target me and project their own hatred. And one of those tools is exactly this, like the slandering thing. So I am like, fine, go for it, but again, to this person specifically, you're going to be persecuted by justice, and I'm just taking charges against you. So
Yes. Well, that's very important to do that the best that you can, to pursue this legally. And emotionally, of course, it takes its toll, and it's very harmful to someone to be under siege like this constantly, receiving the negative attentions of such demonic people who really, in the end, are quite destructive in their intent. They, of course, as you say, are feeding off of what attention they get in these attacks. But before I contextualize any of this, feel free to tell us more about anything you wish to share. Certainly, I think that you've given a good summarization of your situation, but anything else that comes up. You've been on some interviews recently, and that was good to see. Fairly recently, right? Maybe you could tell us about that. These were some positive interviews lately that have happened, or...
Oh yes, 100%. Something that I want people to know is that no, they haven't finished my career. Because many people were bragging like, oh, we contacted to this like conference or to this organization, and they were sending them threats. I'm just trying to portray the real colors, the true colors of these people to the public, so that they know what they're made of. These people that went crazy all over the internet, mostly in Twitter, because my people, they're mostly in Facebook, and it seems that Facebook is much a calmer platform for some reason. But anyways, in the UFO Twitter community, when I, started to get all this negative hate, whatever. I remember that there were many people that were like, we're gonna talk to all these like conferences and organizations and tell them you're a Nazi, blah blah blah. And I was like, fine, tell them, go tell them, by your own word. I am not afraid of anything. And they were threatening them. What the people of these organizations told me, that I collaborate with, is that they were being threatened, saying that, if you hire Marina, if you get Marina as a speaker, we're going to sabotage you, we're going to do this thing, like blah, 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 blah. They were very psychotic, and very, very, very sociopathic, and it speaks about who they are, it speaks tones about who they are. They are finger pointing at somebody for being, supposedly a hateful person, when in fact they are the fascists and the hateful people, and so they don't like free speech. They just don't like it. And so they were bragging like, oh, you see, what happened, you're no longer in these like talks, blah blah blah. And they were bragging and even like mocking at me. And I was like, you know what, I talked to these people and they talked to me and they said, you're still invited to be part of this. We just want you to know that it's going to be hard because these people are like making noise and all that, and you might get more hate, so you might want to wait a little bit until they shut up, and you can come over, whatever you prefer. And I said, yes, I'm gonna take my time, from not from ufology or from speaking, but from those specific organizations or talks, because of how people were reacting, and I didn't want that to land on them. So I decided to take my time until, they had nothing else. They had something else to talk about. But whether they shut up or not, I'm going to come back, and I am, I'm planning just like in very few months like to go again, and continue, So no, good news is no, I was not canceled, my friends did not cancel me. These people didn't cancel me. Why, people? Because they know me. They literally said, Marina, you don't need to explain yourself to us. You don't need to defend yourself, to us. We know who you are. We know you're not a hateful person. We know you're not any kind of fascist, hateful Nazi. And yes, we've seen all these videos and these videos, these things, and we understand why you were saying it and the context of it and blah, blah, blah. But we know who you are. So, like, wake up, people. You cannot, in most cases, you will not manipulate someone's perspective about another person, because if they truly know each other for a lot of time. So, like, give up on trying to sabotage me, because you're really not getting somewhere. In other words, you're even getting me to get more attention. So you're contributing to, I don't know this word, but like, yeah, contribution. Sorry for the limits of my vocabulary.
No words. Your English is excellent. But
thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, they are going against their own like wishes, let's say, because they're ultimately giving me more, attention.
Contrarily, or conversely, paradoxically, they are accomplishing the opposite of their intent. Is that what you're implying?
Yes, I'm implying that, and I don't even mean it in a way that I'm bragging about it, because of course I love that people listen to my messages and my information as much as the bigger the number, the best. But also, like, I'm not a clout chaser myself. I'm not doing what I'm doing for fame, attention, or whatever. I've been offered another, let's say, communities, or another, how you call this, field. In other fields, I've given the opportunity to get a lot of attention, a lot of fame, a lot of attention, followers, whatever, and I've rejected it because I had my other, my own interests, my own desires, my own, and to summarize it, it was a producer, companies from Spain, and they told me that they wanted me to participate in a very, international movie that was going to be great. It was a very great project, and they told me that if I will join them in this project, I will get probably very famous in like 3 up to 3 years or 4 years, from here. And they were like very serious with me, like, we really love you, and I mean your work and your potential, so blah blah blah. And I said no, and so I just want people to know that, to understand that I'm not where I am for attention because I rejected other fields in which I already have it much more easier to get attention, etc., just so that I could purchase my true dreams, which is being in this community, in this field, and not only just this field, but in my other, let's say, planned projects, like my career, and my career in physics, in science. So yes, I like to defend myself and all. I'm sorry if I'm coming across as oversharing, but like I wanted to respond to everything as much as I can, to all the hate, all the comments, all the accusations and allegations.
Yeah, yes, that's important. I want you to understand that you and I share quite a bit in terms of this kind of situation. And again, I'll try and do my best to contextualize it for you. But right now, we're trying to give you as much of an opportunity to speak as possible, simply because of the limits of your time. What I'd like you to understand is the next time that I have you on, I'll try my best to start the transmission an hour and a half early. I was trying to communicate to you about that in the past few days, but it's very hard to contact you. So I do want you to understand that now, while we have you online with us, that the next time we have you on this program, we'll start the transmission an hour and a half earlier for you. So it'll be about 12:30 a.m. in the morning your time, rather than 3 a.m., which right now it's about 3:38 or something in Spain, I believe. So, but by all means, you sound very awake, you sound very alert. Take advantage of this time to, by all means, tell us more about anything you want to share about some of the issues that you're suffering from, the kinds of threats or violence that's being threatened. Certainly when they were trying to quote unquote cancel you, which is of course the most ironic aspect of this. What I can guarantee about the people attacking her is that they are doing their best to suppress and censor. And so they're trying to essentially render Marina SEREN persona non grata within a community that is important to her at this moment in her life. And I understand the importance of this UFO community to you because you have this experience that is very much relevant to what they're talking about. So by depriving the UFO community of yourself, what they're really suppressing is information. And so you might tell us a bit about that. Now, certainly there's different kinds of UFO conferences that are going on in Europe than there are in America. And so I'm not quite sure how many of these you were necessarily even attending personally, but you might tell us about whatever conferences you do attend physically, those that you attend virtually using bandwidth like cameras and the Skype or Zoom or whatnot, and tell us a bit about your lifestyle, so to speak. Understandably, you've qualified that you had a fans only, which I think is important, and I think that that's art. It's your art. And these people do not understand. Basically, they attack art. This is one thing that I've noticed about the enemy, is that they attack art. They really hate art. They hate art. They hate self-expression or anything of beauty. So what they try to do is they try to uglify it and say it's something else that it's not. And tell us a bit about everything that I brought up first before I try to contextualize it further.
Yeah, so as you may know, like I started being a speaker when I was about 20 years old, was 2020. So about that time, we were already going through the last phase of the COVID pandemic, So of course there was still a lot of restrictions, limitations, whatever. Certain conferences couldn't just happen physically because of the restrictions, and some happened to again be limited because of COVID. But in terms of like people, like speakers, not being able to travel to Americas for this COVID pandemic restrictions, and so many of these people had to actually do it through Zoom platforms or other kind of like online camera platforms. And this is not because there was a confinement, because it was the last phase. We're talking to almost 2021, so this was the last phase of COVID. And at the beginning, of course, I'm not talking about early 2020. I'm talking about almost like 2021, because I was like 20 years old. And I remember that my personal restriction that, that stopped me from traveling to the US is that because I was invited to come over, but I couldn't because the US government was asking us for a vaccine passport.
Right.
We had to have about 3 vaccines in order to be able to travel to America.
Yes.
Now, I was not decided to take any vaccines for sure, so I said that I couldn't, that I could only do video, and that's how it happened. Nowadays I am able to travel, fortunately, because they're not asking anymore for that freaking passport. But at that time it was like that. So yes, I will mostly do it through video until last year, which was 2022, and I was invited to a conference very close to me. So it was not very limited. It was in Barcelona. There you follow your Congress, in that Congress, very great people, very, very great people of the ufology community came, which is Christopher Mellon, the ex-CIA agent that released the files to this magazine, New York Times, is it? I don't remember the name of the magazine. I think it was New York Times, but he released, documents, and he was not in prison, which is why he was so surprised and so grateful. But like, he used to work for the CIA, in America. And then we had Linda Moulton Howe, which is, one of the queens of ufology, one of the most followed and known, recognized, figures in ufology. Very, very good researcher, investigator, that's been years in the field, and many more people, many more people. So like my friend Ellen Stainfield, he presented me to Linda Moulton Howe because he appreciates my knowledge, and he thinks that I'm very knowledgeable about this if UFO information, metaphysical information. He thought that Linda will like my story and my information, and when he presented us, we talked, and she was very interested in interviewing me, and we proceeded for that. I was interviewed by Linda Moulton Howe, and she was very impressed with my information. And I remember that the whole time in the conference, she was asking me questions like all the time about many different subjects, like, and she was legitimately like fascinated about what I had to say, to the point that she even said that I had to be in congressional hearings, talking about this information. And even Christopher Mellon was interested in my story. He said, "Oh, you have a connection with the Vril Society." Well, I have a friend that knows a lot about like the Vril Society and the German technology, and I would love to hear more about your story, because I don't know much about it, but it seems interesting. And I told him about my story, in the hotel with my friends, we were all talking about it, our stories. He even shared his own story to us. So it was like a very fun, like, group chat, group conversation in which we all got to know more about each other. And I remember that, I happened to take a picture with him. And what happened is that when I posted that picture on Twitter, I have never really used a lot of Twitter, when it comes to this era of my life, I never really used Twitter, and I didn't know that there was like a common hashtag called UFO Twitter. So I decided I was just starting using it. I didn't have much following, but I said, whatever, I'm going to post it. And I posted under the, with the caption, with Christopher Mellon here in UFO Congress, Barcelona, and with the hashtag UFO Twitter. And so because many users that are into the field in Twitter follow that hashtag, people were so interested in all these like figures like Christopher Mellon, like Louis Sondo, all these Mick West, etc. they were like, wow, 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 like this is so amazing. You took a picture with Chris Mellon. It's so interesting. What did he talk about? Blah, blah, blah. And at the beginning, it was all positive comments, okay? It was all people saying, like, wow, this is so cool. How do you met him? You know, this is like a very cool experience, you know? And then people, of course, because they are very psychopathic, you know, and very psychotic, they will start researching me, like who I am, you know, everything about me, everything they could gather about me, and they went into my Twitter like profile, you know, and they researched everything, like even my favorite post, you know. So like they researched everything from like years to now to 2022, and so to that moment, and so they found certain stuff that they considered to be controversial, which I believe it was not controversial. It's just, you know, a very common, let's say, theory or hypothesis about the worst current situation right now. And of course, they learn about my tweets saying that I'm a reincarnated real maiden, you know, and I have 2 lifetimes in the Reich, and you know that not all of the Germans are like evil and all that, you know, that's a freaking, like, you know, story, you know. And so like they found all these things, and they thought that I was of a Nazi ideology, that I was some sort of like fascist or like neo-Nazi, whatever. They took things out of context, and they thought that I was truly a hateful person, when I never, ever, 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 ever promoted any hateful ideology. So I was very pissed off, because people started saying, "Oh wait, she's a Nazi. Look at this. You know, she's talking about this. Look, she's a Nazi." Blah 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 blah. And so this started getting like escalated. You know, this started escalating, and people were like, "Oh wow, she's a Nazi. Never mind." Blah blah blah. Some people are like, "No." People like, there's no reason. Like, why are you associating all these things with like Nazism and hate? You know, you have no idea. This might came across as controversial, of course, because we're talking about World War II, so it's a very controversial topic, very sensitive topic. But like this thing that she's saying is not hate speech. It's not the promotion of any hate ideology. So like, why are you taking it out of context? And you know, why are you trying to make her like be a Nazi? Like all these things, you know, like why? And so people were like, no, this is a Nazi. This is hateful. Blah 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 blah. And that's how everything started when it comes to like the whole slandering campaign, you know, against me. And there was so that's how it started, you know. And yeah.
Yes, and so I want people to understand that first off, when it comes to this kind of cultural miscommunications throughout much of the Allied world, they have none of the concept of European culture at all. They think of the West, quote unquote, as this homogenous
Yes.
blanket culture, and they have no knowledge of the historical background behind Spain and the struggle that it went through in the Second World War. One thing that might not be, I think that you're handling it the best way that you can right now. There is, for instance, when the term fascist comes up, that's simply name calling. Nobody is using it either on the left or the right by its proper definition. The one thing I would encourage is that you not use the term fascist when describing these people attacking. Rather, they are hateful and they're reactionary. These are usually reactionary, hateful people. They could be on the left or they could be on the right. Some of these might think of themselves as liberal progressive.
Most of them are. I'm telling you that 99% of the people who attack me and call me a Nazi, they were not right wing. They were full liberal, full progressive people.
Interesting. Interestingly enough, in my case, it's overwhelmingly on the reactionary right that the attacks come from. But it's because I'm obviously presenting fascism in a manner that they don't understand or comprehend. But then these people are claiming not to be fascists. You see, both the right wing calls the left fascist these days, and the left wing calls the right wing fascist, because fascism is essentially radicalized centrism. It's the center of the political spectrum. It's simply radicalized towards action. So best that you not use that term. Yeah, best that you not use that term when speaking about these people attacking you. Rather, instead, to call them. First off, I would say call them haters and call them that they're not attacking rationally and they don't understand your cultural context. And I think that this is probably.
I understand.
Yeah?
Like,
Okay.
it just comes across of like the word Nazi or white supremacies or whatever. Like, it's been like thrown around so freely, so frequently to like anyone for any reason that it is becoming less and less meaningful. If you know what I mean.
Yes, that's quite true. It's simply itself a hate term now. It's simply a name calling, and
Yes.
it's offensive in the sense that nobody knows what they're saying when they use that term. So it's offensive that they use it at all. It really is an advertisement of their ignorance. So, but just so people understand, I was of course born in Taiwan. And Taiwan is a situation somewhat parallel to that of Spain's, very different in its own way. But in Taiwan, of course, we still use the Hitler salute, is how the West would perceive it. That would be the adlocutio, or the Roman term for the raising of the arm, to swear an oath.
Yes.
Or to. And we use that because, of course, Chiang Kai-shek was very much inspired by the fascist ideology. And he was, of course, fighting against the communists on mainland China, the communists who ultimately took over mainland China. And his government reestablished itself on the island of Taiwan, which is now one of the most technologically advanced nations in the world. We produce all of the microchips that the world needs to survive. So when it comes to Spain, of course, they had a horrible civil war in which the communists were attempting to take over. And again, the fascists fought back and maintained Spain's traditional culture, which was Marina SEREN is not herself necessarily a traditionalist in the sense that she's going to church, but she certainly understands the fact that if the communists had taken over Spain, her life would be much the poorer, would be much the worst off. So
Exactly.
yeah, so she understands that what Francisco Franco did was necessary in order for Spain to survive and provide her the quality of life she has today. This is a background, without even going into much detail, that people have to understand that to the Spanish and Taiwanese peoples, fascism was vital to their survival, and it was something that without which their culture would have been wiped out. So they, in order to maintain their culture, fascism is integral to that culture. The rest of the world looks at it as some kind of evil to be wiped out, which shows that they're committed to a genocidal ideology. So these people who are expressing this virulent is the term I would use, this extreme anti-fascism, they are of a genocidal mentality in which there can be no coexistence. This is how they're extreme. They're extreme. And the best thing that you can do is to continue being yourself. But I do need to forewarn you that while it's important that you and I maintain a connection publicly, then people will attack you because of your connection to myself. But then again, everything they say about me is a lie. Everything they say about me is a projection. And but it's very important that this communication be maintained because ultimately it's of benefit to both of us as time moves on, as time moves forward. So when it comes to your own culture, however, and some of what you're trying to express to the community and these attacks that you're suffering as a result of simply trying to share information, trying to be yourself, dressing the way you want, presenting yourself, comporting yourself the way you want. And this is what I notice is that people hate that. I dress the way I want, comport myself the way I want, and people respond violently. So there's yes, people are incredibly reactive, and they are simply looking for someone to attack. And when they feel that someone veers into the Second World War, of course, because the indoctrination is still so strong in that conflict, because the Second World War is still very much continuing, what people don't understand is that much of the Reich reestablished itself, just as the nationalist government of China reestablished itself on Taiwan, the Reich reestablished itself in many of the colonies that they've been able to establish underground and in space. So this is kind of the world which Marina SEREN acts as an ambassadoress of. You act as kind of an emissary or ambassadoress of goodwill. I would say a goodwill ambassadoress, a goodwill emissary of an envoy of this culture that otherwise people would have no exposure to whatsoever. So if they try to silence you and suppress you, they are breaking off all potential for communications with that culture. That is important that they have you as that connection, or there will be no hope for peace. There will be only this ongoing continuity, the continuation of the Second World War. I could give all the historical technical details behind that. There's no need for you and I to go into that together right now. We could go into that together perhaps on other programs, or even privately if you wish, but probably best so we can educate other people on other programs together. But in the interim, I want you to share with people some specific things that you feel might be important. When you speak of past lives, and you speak of at least 2 lives involved with the Reich, a lot of people automatically attack this, and they'll say that you're making this up. And I do want people to understand that I've pointed out the metaphysics behind this, and there is nothing unreal about what you're saying. So if you want to tell us a little bit about that, or other star cultures that you feel are important to bring up, whatever you wish to express in that regard as well, such as what you discuss at these conferences when people are not assaulting you, when people are not attacking you. What exactly are some of these subjects that you're broaching? Please feel free to share a summary of all that.
Sure, but firstly, I would like to make a point about these things that you express, which I appreciate. I am very respectful of your points of view about who might I be, let's say, supporting, or what am I being, sorry for the grammar, but like, what kind of ideology my I've been supporting, or like, I don't know. But like, the thing is that I actually, something that I want to state, as a public statement, to the public, is that I never shared away my political ideologies, my true beliefs on politics. Currently, I do, of course, share away, hints of it, but I don't have a fixed, like, definition or let's say statement of what my ideology is about, or what do I support or believe in. So I don't want anyone in the public or whatever to say Marina SEREN is this, Marina SEREN is that, Marina SEREN supports this, that, because I never did, and I don't think I'll ever do until I feel that I'm in the right place, to share a little bit of my ideologies or my belief systems when it comes to politics. So, not because of anything. They're not. I don't support any hate speech. I don't support anything like hateful or controversial. It's just that I have never done that. I have never stated what I support, if I'm a right winger, if I'm a left. The only thing that I can assure as a public statement is what I'm not. I am not a left winger, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But like the specific ideology, I have never shared away or stated it. So I don't want anybody in the public to say that I am this and I'm that, because I never made any statement of what I support. So yeah, I will appreciate that that they will not do that.
Okay. So what we can view you as is an apolitical, that means non-political entity. You're a non-political individual in your own right. And what you're really representing then is yourself and your experiences. Is that a fair way to describe you?
Neither, I believe, because I do share political perspectives,
Okay.
But the thing is that I do, for example, that I don't affiliate myself with hateful ideologies, or that I am not a leftist. Those are statements. So I am, in some sort of way being political. I'm
Yes.
certain aspects of my political life, or ideologies. But the thing that I wanted to say or refer to is that I've never said I am specifically this, if you know what I mean. I am this, I am that, I am the, or I support this party. No, I've never done that. So for that matter, people can make their own conclusions. Like, maybe Marina is a right winger, maybe Marina is a conservative, maybe that's fine. Yes, I am a little bit conservative. I do love many of the ideas of conservative, ideologies. Yes, I am much more in the right wing spectrum, rather than the left. I will never be in the left, spectrum, because of how it's been taken over by Marxism, and communism,
Yes.
globalism, etc. So yeah, you will never find me in that spectrum in politics.
Right.
But I prefer myself to be seen, as a person that, of course, there's political ideologies and perspectives, but again, nobody can say you're this, you're that, because they never heard from me on a statement of which party I support, which specific ideology I support. So until I do so, they cannot say anything for me. They can just put, their own ideas and words on my mouth. So, which is what they've done. They say you're Nazi. No,
Right.
I never said that I'm Nazi. So stop it.
Well,
Stop it, people.
let's try and also contextualize this a little bit further. So, in terms of myself and yourself, Marina, in terms of what we have in common, I can think that both of us can certainly say that we're both anti-communist. So we're both
Yes.
anti-communist. That needs to be specified, and this is something that anyone should understand who's listened to myself long enough. When you use the term conservative, of course, and people are, say for instance, when people think of the right, they think of conservatives. When they think of Nazi, they also think this right-wing ideology that was typically, usually the way people thought about it in the West. Things have become very twisted lately, and you have people like Jair Bolsonaro, who was in charge of Brazil for a period of a term as a president, and he was visiting Israel and saying that Nazism is left-wing. This was actually an argument among many people who were claiming that it was really a form of national Bolshevism back in the early days of the 30s and 40s. But the reality is, what people couldn't understand on either side of the political spectrum was, as I said, it's radicalized centrism. But when it comes to conservatism, say for instance, if someone were a European conservative who was, say, my biological father, his background, Adolf Hitler's. If Adolf Hitler had been conservative, he would have been advocating the resurrection or the reestablishment of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, this kind of conservative monarchy. That would have been conservative. It would be a preservation of the traditionalist culture. Nazism was radicalized and very action-oriented and very new. It was geared towards a mass mobilization of the public. So it was definitely a popular movement as opposed to traditional and elite and conservative. So when you're speaking of a conservative, I believe that what you intend to mean is that a preservation of European identity, a preservation of cultural identity.
Exactly, there you go.
Yes, and that
I didn't mean, I didn't mean the other thing. I meant what you just explained. Preservation of identity in all its forms.
Thank you. And at the same time, however, I do want people to understand that I myself have no qualms of affiliating myself with Nazism, but my understanding of it is historical. It's much more in-depth than what people understand. So the first thing to explain to people when that subject comes up is that Nazism is not political. It's not political in any conventional sense. It is religious. It is basically a faith. It is very much a millenarian movement of faith. It is a new religion that erupted on the earth, and people have tried to persecute it out of existence. That would be one thing. You don't need to say this, but it's just something for you to bear in mind. But when it comes to some of these other elements that you're trying to share with people, as you said, you don't want to. You have made a statement now. You've taken a stance politically where you're in this at least conservative, cultural identity oriented, and that's important. And I very much share that with you. I share that with you because I do want to preserve the cultural identities of people planet-wide, all over the planet. Everyone should be interested in preserving their identity, their culture, and that we should honor the diversity of these different cultures and their different identities and respect that. And I think you would share that idea with me.
Yes.
When it comes to this, people need to learn to respect then the culture of Spain, and Spain's culture was only preserved through fascism. That was what saved it. So that needs to be expressed, is that when you therefore show a sympathy with this historical phenomenon, people need to understand your cultural background. Otherwise, they're denying you your identity, your culture, and they're really speaking out of a sense of hateful ignorance, where they're trying to eliminate and wipe out cultural identity, and that is the way to defend yourself in that regard. Also, it's important to say that you're here to speak about other things from your experience that you share, and you've had quite a bit. And so my kind of saying that, we turn it back to you, Peter, for a second. Peter, do you have something to ask her before I ask her to share more about, say, for instance, what she discusses in these conferences when she's left to her devices? Anything that comes to your mind that you'd like to bring up to share with her? Or
well, I would say that Linda Moulton Howell's interest in her was, in my opinion, to set her up.
Yes.
Was to set her up, because she didn't know who she was, what she was, and then it's kind of like embraces her, gets a beat on her, and then the attack starts.
Oh, interesting.
It's all because she's a very clever agent. I kind of alluded this to you a long time ago, but in other words, there's nothing. These people don't want you. They pretend like they do, because they are what they are.
Wow.
You're and of course, you're very sharp in spot outs and whatnot. It's great that you're able to see this.
You're glitching terribly. There's something happened on your end where either they're intercepting you. Oh my God, we can't hear anything you're saying. It was right after you said that about Linda Moulton Howe. Yeah.
Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So, oh my God, that is so sinister. But that alone adds credence to what he's saying. What he's saying is that he feels that the UFO community really doesn't deserve you, Marina. He feels that the UFO community really is full of agents. It's full of people who are essentially government informants, to the point where that's half of its population. Certainly, Linda Moulton Howe is this giantess in the field because she's been around forever. She was formerly Miss America, and she has, pursued this kind of scientific approach to journalism and reporting when it comes to some paranormal subjects. But the fact that she interviewed you, it's important to bear in mind that you really can't trust anyone in many of these environments. She may well have been setting you up for an attack. And it's something to bear in mind. So when it comes to where we're at, and you're not being respected for what you are, maybe you can share with us during this period of time that we have with you what it is that you're trying to communicate to people. What are some of the elements of your message, your experiences?
Well, my message obviously involves many things. My personal testimony or story as to, like, what I have experienced, like paranormal experiences, ET contact, my labs, programs like hybrid program, the MK Ultra program, the super solid training, the SSP, etc. My past lives, metaphysical knowledge, occult knowledge, my own channelings, information about what I know. So, like, my message is like a composed of many things, but basically it's like my information, like my general information about all those things. And there's no agenda with this. I have no agenda. Again, I rejected many other opportunities just so that I could dedicate myself to expressing all my gifts, knowledge, I don't know, potential anything on this field. And what I observe is that the youth community, in fact, it is very toxic. There's lots of people talking shit about other people. There's a lot of people setting other people off. There's a lot of, like, lies being spread around, people turning their backs on others. There's so much toxicity in the UFO community. I even been, like, shamed for dressing cute. And I'm not talking about OnlyFans. I'm not talking about, like, sensual pictures. I'm talking about pictures in which I was just dressing cute, And people are like, "Oh my God, you're like a puppet. You're working for the Satanists, all these things." And I was like, "What the hell?" There's so much bromine. There's so much hatred. There's so much projected bullshit that is just very, very hard to navigate it. But again, I think people like me that are all souls, people like you who have also, like, this also experience, I think we are made of a different kind of material, and we don't feel subjected to any form. I mean, we are aware that we are subjected to some forms of, like, many forms of targeting, harassment, etc. But we are stronger than that. We're built differently, and we don't feel we cannot be put down very easily. So we always stand up, and that's why I'm so chill, really. Even though I've been through horrible experiences of harassment, hate, all these different things, I am very, very in peace, in my mind, because I know that it's all projections from their own beingness, from their own soul. And it's their own business, not mine. If they want to be in, if they want to project their own hate, and not heal, and not go, and not inform themselves, if they're rejecting information coming their way, and they're targeting people just because they don't agree with, it's their problem. I'm not in kindergarten anymore. I'm not in a teenage drama movie. So whoever want to play that game, fine, but go play it alone, because I'm not going to follow you in that.
Yes. No, honey, that's great. I think that's important. And in terms of your your other experiences, what I'm going to try and do is just think about this for a second and understand that many people have been following what you've said, and very interested in all that you said. And like you said, we're not going to stand down and just be intimidated by these people not to express ourselves the way we want to express ourselves. But why don't you give us your channel? Tell us a bit about your channel that people can find you on. You have both a YouTube channel, and if you could provide us with that link, Peter Moon can share it on his Facebook timeline, and what I can try and do is put that link into my basically my own channel for tonight's program. I can enter that link to your YouTube channel, most certainly, and whatever else that you're on. I mean, I'm hoping you're still maintaining your fans-only channel, because I think you need a source of income, and I think that this is legitimate. It's a legitimate source of income for you to be working with. And so hopefully that's still the case, and you're welcome to share that with us. So please, whatever you're comfortable with sharing, please do so.
Yeah, sure. I have a YouTube channel, And yes, it's Marina SEREN. It's called like that. And then I of course have a web page, and I share. I offer services like um, spiritual coaching and also psychic readings. So yes, I do still of course have lots of followers. I have more people that follow my content and support me than people that hate me or have something against me. But like again, it's very true that the UFO community is full of plants, or let's say agents. Yes, 100%. And I got informed that some big one was even part of the satanic ones.
That's right.
So it's very, yeah, it shocks me because I've seen it from my own perspective in terms of like my life experience. And that is how I learned that I was using my discernment there, not just what other people told me. Because I've been, when I was younger and I was studying, I was growing a lot in numbers when it comes to like attention, followers, views. And the people up there, the elite, the global elite, or ETs, they know, they notice who's on the side and who's influencing, masses. And so in the field, they were observing that I was young, that I was new, that I was, a little bit much more vulnerable when it comes to like influence, influencing, rather than other people, who has much more experience. So it seems that they wanted to take advantage, and they wanted me to, they intervene a lot, in my own process when I was beginning. And I observed that, so many people came across, interested in collaborating with me, blah, 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 blah. And that was fine. I always love to collaborate with people that I believe that are great, that I believe that are doing a great job. But there's a very specific person, that reached out, or let's say organization that I was like, I felt very like, I don't know, like untrustable. Yeah, like I couldn't trust them, I felt very different, and I felt that there was like an agenda. They were taking advantage that I was young, that I wanted to project my story outside and to share with my message with more and more people. And I found out that it was indeed, a group or organization with many agents infiltrated, many, a very deceptive side. So I remember that I had an experience in the astral in which I was meeting up with the head, of that organization, which was very deeply involved in our government. And he said, I said to him that it's over, that I didn't want it to be part of his team, that I will not collaborate with them. And I told him to forgive me. I mean, forget me, sorry,
Right.
because I will not be working with them. And they said, okay, then we're firing you, and if you're not going to collaborate, whatever. And I said, yes, please. And so what happened is that I observed those that exact movement, let's say, above, in this world, in the real world, in Matrix. So in other terms, it was not just a dream, it was something else, that was happening. And I observed that the person that I was working with from this organization suddenly shifted out of nowhere and said, well, blah blah blah, I was like taken out of your case, I don't know why, blah 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 blah. And I was like, oh, there you go. And then when I started getting attention, it seems that they tried to like get into me again.
Yeah.
And collaborate with me. And I said something like, they were like messaging me and saying, wow, I'm so proud of you that you have reached all these views, and that you're getting a lot of attention, I would like to help you. And I did not respond that person, because I
Right.
knew that they were interested and they were trying to utilize me as some sort of chess mate, like some sort of piece of this chess game that we're playing. So I said no, thank you, and I did not reply. And yes, I am only collaborating with people that that just matches my frequency.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's important. Matches your frequency is an important statement to make. So, let's test Peter again with his quality of sound. Peter,
All
let's see
right,
if,
how do I sound now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
A little fuzzy, a little kind of like a hot mic, but you're coherent.
It's I'm coherent, but I'm crackly, or
Little better now. Little better now. So yes, by all means, continue with what you were originally going to say.
well, uh, I kind of said it very succinctly and very clearly, and and yeah, it's like these people are driven by hate,
Yeah.
and you can just listen to Marina without judgment. You don't even have to believe her, and it's like, what is this attack? Why attack? It's just obsessive compulsive insanity, and it would seem to me, yeah, they're just crazy. I mean, who has time to attack anybody?
Mhm.
It's ridiculous. I really can't say any more. I mean, I said it. It's simple, and you have a good psychological understanding of insanity. And they pull into you. They want to say, oh, let's see, what are you about? You're so interesting, and that's just to find out what you are. And also, this is what I wanted to say. Really, who cares? Not just you, but whether anybody's a liberal or a conservative. Why do we have to divide people into a conservative or liberal?
Mhm.
Why is this so important?
Thank you.
I know, right?
Yeah, we all have tendencies to float one way or the other, not all the way on each. And it's just it's like, okay, you're this or you're that, so we can divide you into two and we can fight you. We can have a fight, or you can have a fight with somebody. This is just nonsense. Who cares?
Mhm.
That's what I have to say.
100%, yes.
Yes, but
And so
go
this,
on, honey.
this tells a lot. Oh yeah.
No,
go.
no, go on. By all means, no. Please continue.
No, yeah, this says a lot about me really and people like me who's trying to say something. I believe that if somehow I have all this bunch of information and I'm giving, people are, interested in it and people are benefiting from it, if suddenly, just like without being like without saying anything or doing anything, like just like that, I get so much hate. I have so much targeting to the way that it is insanity. It is an insane, ever going like harassment campaign against me. If there's so much effort put against me to try to pull me down, try to get reported here, there, try to get banned from this, that, there, it is such a clear evidence that this organized movement, it's organized from agents because they don't want my message to get out. In other words, when you're somebody that is trying to disclassify information, to disclose information, and give away messages that are supposed to be, information that should be classified or is considered classified. If there's so much, effort put into like trying to silence you, that's like, that gives you an idea that person might be speaking truth, and that it is in fact, a way to know that you are in the right path.
Yes, absolutely. Certainly, my claims, as people would call them, I hate that term because it implies a lie. Claim implies that somebody is making something up. But simply what I say is would normally be dismissed on the face of it. But the attacks are so relentless and so systemic, and the effort that goes behind these attacks, which ultimately, in my case, they accelerate to the point of physical assaults or sabotage of equipment in my home, which of course is on record. I've had to have the company that provides me my internet service actually remove things that have been planted in basically my cable box that were
Wow.
interrupting signals. So this is not something that's simply an indulgence in imagination. This is we have physical evidence for these attacks. All of this is based on the fact that what I say is true, and obviously that's why the reasons to shut us both down are so intensive. So, with the amount of effort and energy that have been put into attacking you, certainly Peter brings up a point that people are always trying to divide the community into sides so that they can simply start a war and watch this for their entertainment. But we're already in a war that's been going on since World War II, and this is certainly what I've been trying to explain to people. Your experiences are in that context. Your experiences are in the context of the fact that the Second World War never ended and the Third Reich never died. So this is why I use the term envoy or emissary for a breakaway civilization is one way to present yourself. I understand your leeriness in being affiliated with Nazism, so we're going to let you approach this whichever way you feel is best for you. So that's the most important thing for you to do. Approach this in whichever way you're comfortable with, which is definitely more of an identity cultural spectrum approach, which I think is important. And I think that is not causing any divisions on your part. It's simply that you have to take a stand. You have to stand for what you believe in, what you identify with. Now, when it comes to your method of dress and comportment and the way that you present yourself, it's something that I want you to continue doing myself. I appreciate the way you dress. I appreciate the way you comport yourself. And again,
Thank you.
yeah, by all means, share with us whatever channels or whatnot that you wish. And Marina's gone mute for just a second here. But Peter, I have some people who have wanted to ask her some questions because they were interested in what she had to say. Would you mind if I brought Brooke Gibson onto the call? Okay, so so I'm going to try to bring Brooke Gibson onto the call right now because she wanted to ask some questions, was fascinated, and she of course believes in aliens, believes in alien cultures, and would like to ask Marina a bit about some of her experiences. And I'm so appreciative of all of you being open to this. So Marina Seren's now sharing her YouTube channel. Brooke, if you would answer the call now, I'd like to bring you on, and that way we can have a bit of a discussion with Marina, and let's see if this works out. Otherwise, of course, we'll continue with what we're doing as best as we can, because I want to take advantage of Marina being very energetic tonight. And so, as I said, in the future, when I have you on, I would like to try and start the transmission an hour and a half early for your benefit. So we would start it at 12:30 a.m. midnight your time, half an hour after midnight, or even midnight your time.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah, and so if that's possible in the near future, I'd like to do that as well. And that way we can make this a bit more regular, your appearances a bit more regular, and these would be special transmissions. So Marina Seren's YouTube channel, I have the link. I will put that into the chat room right now. Give me a second and I'll go over there. In the meantime, Marina, by all means, continue with some of whatever it is you're willing to share with us, whatever you feel is important to share. Some of that, Starseed, etc. I noticed that. That's the first thing I see. Now, you only have 5 videos. You have 10,000 subscribers in just 5 videos.
Yes.
Why not more?
The thing is that I had a video in which I was sharing my testimony of my secret space program memories, but I learned that as I am very targeted right now, I didn't want certain words to be triggered or to be the reason why would I remove my video. Because that in the secret space program, there is some facets, of it, in some how you call this? Yeah, some factions, not facets. Sorry, it's factions. In some of the factions of the SSP, there is that people there, and they are using mind control programs and projects, in order to create, let's say, soldiers that are going to be enslaved, and they create multiple personality disorders so that they can utilize them for various reasons. And one of them, it's a a sexual pyramid, which is a sex kitten. And I experienced pedophilia in that program. And so, why am I saying this? Because I mentioned the word, pedophilia. I mentioned that I was, part of this in the program. And a friend of mine just told me that that word's not supposed to be able to be said on Twitter. I mean, in YouTube. They said that they're very, strict when it comes to like things that are sensitive or words that are sensitive or mean sexual or anything. So I was revising my video so that it was, let's say, very, yeah, it didn't hit anything that could be used, against me to put it down or something. So.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that.
But definitely, I will create more videos about, talking about more things, talking about my experiences, my story, my knowledge, my channeling. So definitely, I've just been very busy these months.
Yeah, all these months, I can imagine. Do you want to share a little bit about your life, kind of like what your schedule is like, or how is it that you normally live, so to speak?
Well, I do have a job. Now I'm on vacations, but like I work in a hotel, as a receptionist, and it was just for making money, making some money. Even though I already made money with other platforms such as OnlyFans, YouTube, etc. But like I wanted to have like professional like experience when it comes to like being hired, by a company, because it's great to be independent and be a creator and have your own income, But in the meanwhile, I also like the idea of having some sort of experience, like lateral experience, so that at least I wouldn't go on, and base my whole life in this. I wanted that, as more than just for money. I did it for experience and projection forward in the future. And when it's not by vocation, of course. So I'm leaving it. I'm leaving this job, and in a few months I'm going to start. I'm going to get enrolled in my career of dreams, which is physics. And then when it comes to income, of course, I'm gonna still do my sessions and work in videos, etc. But like that's what I used to do. My daily life this month has been much busier because of my job. I had a job schedule, but usually I wake up at like 11 or 10 because I'm a night owl, so I go to bed very very late. So but well, depending on the day too. Sometimes I just wake up at night for no reason, and then I might go back to sleep. But I don't know. It depends on my own body. I don't know. And well, I do activities like hobbies. For example, I produce music. I have a single out in SoundCloud that I did, and I am creating more music. I produce it myself, and I compose it myself, and I also sing it myself. And then I also love to read books, that are interesting. Like, for example, Umberto Eco. I love to dedicate to other hobbies like, sports or whatever other artistic, hobby that I may have. And channeling, for sure. I love writing, and I'm writing a book, with all my channelings. So that's a little bit, my daily life. Then I can hang out here and there with some friends in Madrid, or have some calls with friends that live far away, or be invited to conferences online, or like interviews. Yeah, that's basically my daily life.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. So aside from that, when it comes to some of these videos, their content on your channel, your message, what is your general message in a cosmic sense, a philosophical sense?
Well, my message, I have many messages, when it comes to like the UFO community and the spiritual community. what I have taught so far, in my YouTube, my first video was about starseeds. Now, I understand that comes across as very new agey, because it's a very, very common term in the new age community, the starseeds, the indigo children, blah blah blah. And to be honest, I'm not either against it or like, going crazy over it, because um that term, has positive, uses, and also a lot of cons, but not because of what it means, but of how people have used it, or abused it, let's say, for the last decades, so far. And I believe that it just, made people very, I don't know, like, develop some sort of spiritual ego, and also develop certain, spiritual perspectives that not were completely accurate to, like, the basics of metaphysics. When people are defining that the star seed means a soul that originated in other star systems, that will apply to every single soul on Earth. Like, nobody originated on Earth when it comes to, like, or like, their soul, their consciousness, their bodies, like their 3D egos, their avatars. They originated in Earth, but soul, on a soul perspective, like consciousness, no consciousness started existing, in the Earth, in the period in which Earth started, as a planet, as a planetary consciousness. So every consciousness has experiences outside of the solar system, our planet, So to me, that's a very outdated perspective, And then they go like, well, yes, but what we mean to say is that we have more lifetime, more past lives in other star systems than on Earth. And then is when I'll go, and get much deeper and be like, yes, it's true, but we have to see this from a metaphysical point of view. Starseeds are those that, at the moment, they have a connection with much more, with higher percentage of lifetimes going on in other star systems than on Earth. But that doesn't mean that they haven't had many experiences on Earth. Like, starseeds, most starseeds, 90% or 98% of starseeds have been on Earth since, like, thousands, thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, since the times of Atlantis, Lemuria, Hyperborea, blah 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 blah, So we're talking about a lot of time, It's not that we're new here, Many people are like, no, this is my first incarnation on Earth. I'm telling you that in most cases that is not the case, No, because to be living in the circumstances and in the, confronting all these scenarios and spiritual, let's say, dramas that we are in right now, we need to have a lot of experience and training in Earth, previous to this. So, like, I'm telling you that only like 1% of the starseeds, are truly like new here in this planet, But most starseeds came here like thousands and thousands of years ago. So I'm trying to explain to them the metaphysics, the difference behind the generalized, like, new age term and the metaphysical true perspective of this term, starseed. Then I move on to talk about ascension, which I don't call ascension, but I was using that word, that buzzword, because it's how people, refer to it. Which, by the way, is just it's a shift, of a new cycle of energy when it comes to human evolution or human, like, progress in consciousness, expansion of consciousness. But, like, I talk about densities, dimensions, the differences between them, and also I share my perspective, my own testimony on the Great Hybrid Program agenda, how dysgenic it is, and my own personal stories, like how is that I was targeted, I was, forced into being on it when I didn't want to be part of that, how they became parasitic, to me, and I had to spend a lot of time and do, like, a lot of effort, to take them away from me. So I was basically exposing them for their true colors, because what I observe about the UFO community is that they put them in an altar, They truly were very prone to believe that the gray hybrids are the future of humanity,
Right.
when in fact they are just, let's say, a way for the Greys to get to impose their genetics in our evolution. And their genetics are dysgenic. I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's true. They are dysgenic. They come from a timeline in which they destroy everything. They manipulated their genetics to the point that they fucked up. And I'm sorry for this expression, but it is true. And they're just using this hybrid children, excuse to impose their genetics to get back what they lost, which is Earth. In other terms, they are the most selfish, self-oriented beings, most manipulative and deceitful beings I've ever seen in my entire existence. And I will never trust them by any chance. And so many people were truly believing that these great hybrids were going to come here and land, and they were our future. And there were many celebrities in the UFO field were calling it like the future of Earth, like our changes, the upgrades, what we have, our upgrades. And it's like, no, it's not an upgrade, it's a downgrade. These beings are transhuman. This is transhumanism in also its forms, and it's degenerate because it's dysgenic DNA, and it's taking over. It's taking over Earth because it's not us. It's not our natural evolution. It's a transgenic human, like transhuman, dysgenic agenda. So like I had to speak out because people were glorifying them, but not because they were only very convincing, because they're very deceitful and manipulative, but because many of the people that were supporting them, unfortunately, they support them because they have what is called Stockholm syndrome. Many of them are experiences of this abduction phenomena by the Greys, and they're raped. Their sexual abuse, their sexual energy is being, harvested, in the creation of these hybrid beings. And so these sexual abuse memories, they are so shocking to human consciousness, that they generate a lot of emotion. And when these memories are shut down and they are suppressed from the consciousness, they are remaining in the subconscious. So what it causes is that they become crazy obsessed about the Greys for no reason, from their perspective, when in fact there is a reason why they're crazy obsessed about them. And they feel like attachment, almost, not almost, it is attachment. It is because when these sexual abuse memories are suppressed, it naturally generates for that individual what is called Stockholm syndrome, attachment.
Yes.
And they will glorify them, want to connect with them, want to support them in all levels. And that is what I wanted to speak about.
Yes. No. Very, very important message. And of course, people understand I have my own perspective on this, and I view the Greys as a much more terrestrial threat, but definitely negative, extraordinarily negative. And
exactly, yes.
Yeah, and they've been popularized by the Americans as part of this basically satanic crusade, a satanic campaign.
Yes.
So, and it does have to do with dysgenics, downbreeding, literal downbreeding of human people. But you've been assaulted by both the Greys, and of course you've had contact with the Nordics, or what would be called the Nordics, that both essentially harvested eggs from you in a sense. Perhaps you could provide us a better understanding of this.
Oh yes, like in many of my SSP experiences, like recalls, I remember that I was making love to a Nordic, and I knew that I was in an SSP. It was part of like the German SSP factions, and they were collaborating with them. And I remember, having sex with these Nordics. And then I had a dream in which I was presented some kids that were not Grey hybrid, They were Pleiadian, hybrid, Pleiadian human hybrid. They presented themselves as my children. They were blonde hair, very fair skin, and they had purple eyes, Instead of blue, they were so blue that they were purple,
Yes.
And so they were very lovely. It was one girl and one boy. And I have no idea what kind of programs they are coming from and why they created them, but they exist. And I don't know, I feel different about them. I feel completely different about them. I feel that in this time I was not being subjected to that. I was not being forced. In any of these memories, I was feeling like I was forced. I felt collaborative. I feel excited. I feel connected to them, and I did want them. Those kids. So it's a different story from the Grey Hybrids. The Grey Hybrids were raping, and forcing me and trying to utilize me as a puppet, but these beings were different. They had a different energy to me, and I felt familiarity. I felt at home. I'm very protected.
Yes, thank you. A very important thing to emphasize. And so these experiences, of course, are impacted you physically and psychologically, and you're kind enough to share them with us. And physics, are you intending to go back to school?
Oh, it's not. Well, you call it school generally. It's college, but of course. But yeah, I do want to study physics. I was doing a higher grade, in 3D animation, which it was useful, and but it was not my vocation. I use it as a way to get enrolled into physics, and yes, I'm planning to study it. And if I feel that is way too, I don't know, like let's say too much charge, of work, of homework, and it's very complex, and I don't have time for other things like my hobbies, then I will have to do something about it. Maybe study it, but like on my own way, at my own pace. Maybe go little by little, if you know what I mean, like taking subjects, doing the exams, examining myself, but like no going with the full, no exams, no examining myself with from all of the subjects at the same time, going little by little, let's say.
Yes, thank you. And well, I'm just so proud of you, that you're willing to expand your horizons in this regard. And so aside from that, Peter, do mention whatever else comes to your mind at this point. I think there must be something.
Well, Marina is the young, as my generation fades out.
Yeah. And point out to her, of course, the whole UFO thing is geriatrics on life support. Exactly. Aren't these just people too old for you, Marina? The majority of them?
Yeah, well, many of them are,
Yeah, and so, yeah, go on, Peter. Take it from there.
Well, that's myself. Of course, there are a lot of people with starseed connections. They connect with beings or entities or consciousness that are not of this realm. This is what the whole star people, star seeds, the people relate to this. I can't equate it exactly to the Chichoa that we've talked about. It's their own thing. Marina is very specific, more or less, in the areas where she goes. It's unique. I would also add that I remember when I had met Stanton Friedman, he was at that time very interested in the Nazi flying saucers, like he just was beginning to realize that they existed. He was very keenly interested in them. Like if I would have engaged him on that, he would have really talked. I found that interesting because it was something I think he was probably one of the last to get on board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he's just slow. He's slow, and he had his own agenda to push. So, honestly, most of these people are government agents with agendas, Marina, and you must know that, of course.
Yes.
And so knowing that, and knowing that these people are old and dying off, I think that what you're doing with some of these other channels is the best way for you to communicate with people, really, and just the best way to even have an outreach. Would you not agree?
Yes, and I believe that not only some of them or most of them, many of them are like government agents. I just think that many of them do not believe firmly do not believe that they are like puppets of the government or the elite, and they are claiming themselves to be channels of Galactic Federation or whatever, when in fact they're channels that have been taken over, and they're channeling what they believe is like heroes, and it's not. It's an agenda. It's agenda-based ETs or agenda-based, beings. Even militaristic people. Government people.
Yes, thank you. And
Well, it's like, this reminds me of what Douglas talked about with Duncan Rhodes, about, that he had disappointed that Aquino didn't recognize him. In other words, they think they're going to get a badge of honor or something, that they're working for some group that's going to recognize them and adulate them, when they're really just fools.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Thank,
what I anyway.
thank you. And then with that, of course, okay then. What time is it where you're at? Do you still have energy to talk with us, Marina? Because what I can do is we can schedule another appointment in which you come here earlier, and that way we can get you where you can have at least an hour and a half to talk with us before Peter comes on. There will also be times, now that Peter's going to Romania, where I could bring you on at the same time, but it's almost no point in that because it's the same time. So what I'm saying is that the next time that we come on, I could bring you on at 12:30 or 12 midnight your time, but we would arrange for that long enough beforehand, and that way I can tell people that you'll be on specifically, that will be important, that we could at least... This time I didn't have any chance to really promote you because there's really... a lot of times you weren't able to show up in the past because the schedule is so late. In terms of that, what about anything else that you can think of? Whatever else you want to talk about, please.
Well, yes, I want to also talk about one person within the community that, again, I don't think I'm going to mention him because, what I observed, this is really personal, what we're talking about in the beginning. In the beginning of this conversation, we were saying that I did not mention the specific people behind me, because I will give them more fans, followers, promotion, whatever. And what I observed about this person within the community is that it exactly happened what I said, that may happen. This person, he was very involved like in the youth community since years, since a lot of years, even when I was like a child, even since when I was a child myself, So like I'm talking about a person that was like around youth conferences for a while, trying to promote his story testimony of supposedly going to the Antarctica. And I was not close-minded about his story, but what I observed about his story and his claims is that he says that he's been physically in the Antarctica of the restricted Antarctica. And what I said to him is, no, I personally, I didn't say anything to him specifically because what I'm going to say, I don't attack people. But this person, he had almost no followers when he contacted me, when he reached out to me. He had 1 follower on Facebook and then 300 something in YouTube, like very, very few people, And when he reached out to me in a call, he said, please call me. I have information about who is talking bullshit on you, on the East SP community, Super Soldier community. And I said, okay, sure. Like, I want to know who's saying whatever, about me. And then he started the conversation very angrily, saying, I don't believe your story. I feel that it's a lie, blah, 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 trying to, get into my skin, if you know what I mean. So I was like, and what about it? And he was like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And he was very aggressive. He was bullying me all the time. He was raising his voice. He was using insults. He was name-calling me. He was trying to get under my skin the whole time, so I will get triggered. And I said, so what that you don't believe me? I don't believe you neither because, you're talking about going to the Antarctica and I've seen your pictures. And trust me, I attended a scientific conference in Madrid of scientists, of international scientists that went to that same part of Antarctica that you've been. And these people are scientists, and they had permission to go there because they're scientists and they wanted to do scientific studies, about it. But like, they never get into the restricted Antarctica, and they even said it. They said it is not possible to get past this region, these limitations, because it's considered like limited, territory, like restricted, by the U.S. government and other governments. Like, you cannot get in there. Who is there? The Nazis, of course, the basis of the military basis of Antarctica of the Nazis. So of course it is restricted. So I said, you are not in that restricted Antarctica. So you're selling a story that is not accurate. Please stop misinforming people. But again, I was more of a defensive, person. I was not trying to attack him, It was the other way. He was attacking me, saying, I don't believe your story, I don't believe your story, I don't believe your story. And I was like, so what? I don't care. Like, this is what it is. This is my story. And I have if you want to pay for lie detector test, I will go for it. If you want to go pay for like a hypnotherapist session, hypnotherapist professional, I will go for it. But like, I have no physical evidence because all this happens, in shifts, and we really cannot prove these things. So my thing is that he started calling me a Nazi all the time, so bad that I said, say yes, I'm a Nazi, whatever, see hi, motherfucker, whatever. And I said all these things, but not because I was trying, not because I was real. I was not real when I said all those things, I was so angry about him, about what he was doing towards me, that I was saying all those things only to get into his skin to trigger him, to annoy him, so that he will let me alone, so that he will be so pissed off that I'm so shocked by that, those, claims, that he will leave me alone. Like, yes, I'm a Nazi, whatever you wanna say. Yes, I'm a Nazi. See, fuck you. And so people, the surprise factor here is that was he was recording the call, which is illegal internationally. I don't care if he's from Alaska. It is an international activity, therefore it is applied to international laws. So in my country, it's not illegal. In international, it's not legal to record private calls. So it is still a legal activity. Whatever. He posted a call in his YouTube channel, and immediately he got so much attention because I reacted to that, because I talk about it, blah blah blah. And he's a cloud chaser because he got all of his followers from that specific video. And he was like, he posted it on YouTube, and people, of course, reacted. Many people reacted in my favor, saying, what are you doing? You're a grown-up man, and you were trying to bully her. It's obvious that she's not this, you were just trying to get in under her skin, you should be ashamed, but many people were like, oh, you busted her. And the thing is that some of these haters that were slandering me saw that, and they took it out of context, and they were going around like, oh, look, it's her true colors. And what they don't understand is that, no, it's not my true colors. I didn't make any serious statement or any serious, like, anything there, like statements. It was all to trigger him because he was making me mad, because he was getting into, like, under my skin, and I wanted to piss him off too, So I said, yes, I'm whatever you want, a Nazi, see, hi, fuck off, I'm sorry for the bad words, but I was just like that. So yeah, people took it out of context and they utilized it against me. But again, it has no power over me. I don't feel any of threat. I don't feel threatened by that, because I know what I was doing, and it was taken completely out of context. So I want people to remind them that, so that they don't fall under these fallacies, because the context was that. And again, as you can expect, he took out a lot of our conversation. He manipulated the whole conversation. He edited it so that it will sound as if I was in certain context that I'm not. That was not. So he manipulated the call so that it will fit his agenda and his desire. And unfortunately, that's what happened. So it's a reminder for people to not fall under those fallacies, please.
Yeah, and just so people want to put this into perspective, I really have, shall we say, I'll just take it from my perspective. This person, of course, is Eric Hecker, and Eric Hecker
Yes.
is this individual who he was a plumber in Antarctica, which means he never left McMurdo, which is the central station.
Exactly.
So that's he was a plumber. That's all he did was just unplug shit from toilets. So this individual it was very angry at everyone in Antarctica because he felt that they all treated him with no respect because he was just a plumber, and all they wanted him to do was fix the toilets and get out of there. Nobody wanted to talk to him because he wasn't a scientist, he wasn't an engineer, he wasn't anybody other than a plumber. Nobody had any time for him, and nobody wanted to drink with him, and nobody liked him because he's effectively crazy. He claims that there's mind control antennae in Antarctica that control us all on planet Earth, control our every movement. It's all just his psychotic brain. So he's obviously glommed onto you as a stalker. You have other people attacking you beside him, of course, and they're affiliated with the attackers that attack me. So we're being attacked by the same people, in case you didn't know it. So they've produced videos, etc. So
What a surprise.
yeah, but he's definitely much more obsessed with you personally. So
He is, and people told me that they had encounters with him in many occasions in many of these UFO conferences or secret space program conferences, and he gave me very, very, very bad comments about him. He said that, they said to me privately on a private note that he was always very, very strange, very like trying like a cloud chaser, but also like trying to very confrontational, very, very, very disrespectful. He came across as very like something very, very bad, and that people didn't like him. So it really, I now understand why people didn't like him then and now,
all he does is unplug shit from clogged toilets. That's all he's ever done. No, quite seriously, that's what he did in Antarctica. And then when nobody would talk to him and he came back all disappointed, then he basically decided to claim that they're all controlling our brain waves from Antarctica and that they're incredibly evil down there. And then so then he glommed onto you in order to try and get himself some fame. He's also probably very sexually attracted by you and therefore frustrated knowing he can never have you. So this is his only means of this kind of repressed sexual assault is really what it is. And so, but as for, this is just another psychotic stalker. And I want you to know that I have no problems naming him out. There's nothing he can do about it. All he ever was a person who plugged toilets full of shit, and that's all he ever will be. And nobody liked him then when he was in Antarctica. Nobody likes him now. He's going to try and create this false life for himself or false persona online based on saying that he actually had the physics knowledge, because I had him on my show and he was going down that road of this kind of explosion where he felt what he said wasn't being respected, but there's nothing to respect. First off, the posit of his scenario is a hopeless one anyway. If there were truly mind control antenna that were controlling all of our thoughts in Antarctica, what is it that we can do about it? Obviously, there's nothing. And I was pointing out to him the fact that there were riots going on all over the world at the time and protests, and this shouldn't be happening if they have us all mind controlled. We should all be placid and passive and doing everything they say. There really shouldn't even really be any human friction. But he was insistent otherwise, and the only thing that stopped him from starting some kind of fight where I would have to have knocked him off air was basically Sean Bond was there, who talked him down by telling him it was all about him. Once he said it was all about him and appealed to his narcissism, then he was happy. So he's a person who is a narcissist. He thinks the world should revolve around him. But no, there's nothing to this individual. He's yeah, by all means, pursue what you can legally, and he's certainly someone who I can tell you here in America. He has no respect. Nobody really online. People don't know he was just a person who unplugged clogged toilets full of shit. That he was diving physically into septic tanks. That he was swimming through shit in septic tanks just to like reach the bottom and see if he could get the clog undone. I mean, this is all this guy did. And so, and then he wondered why nobody would drink with him and why nobody liked him and why nobody respected him. And then said they're all evil people who are trying to control our minds. It's a typical vicious scenario of someone who is unhappy with their lives and themselves. And the reason he's attacking you is because he's so miserable. I mean, he's just a miserable human being. But he's definitely.
I know, like the thing that I noticed is that when he confronted me, and he got attention because he's a cloud chaser. It's obvious. When he confronted me and got attention from some people because of who I was, of course, he attacked me purposefully because he was observing that I'm just a 23-year-old woman that is getting a lot of attention in the youth field, and he has been years and years and years and doesn't have as much attention as I have, not even half my attention. So I think it was some sort of frustration, within him, some sort of jealousy or competition, saying, how is this person talking about super soldiers, Antarctica? Is this piece getting this attention? And I am not, because he felt entitled. Like, I went to Antarctica. Yes, but again, you didn't went to the restricted Antarctica. And your work is nothing to do with, like, anything regarding, like, the military bases of Antarctica, like, UFOs from, like, the Germans, like, nothing. So, like, you have nothing in common to that we're talking about. So it's not in context with our information. So I think he was frustrated and very jealous and very competitive, and that's why he picked me and he went straight to attack me, And in fact, what he really got out of that is a lot of disrespect from people, because they said, you are so immature for being a grown-up and having has this girl, privately called, but like privately, filmed without her consent. She was recorded, filmed without consent, and you were attacking her. You were like, being abusive, name calling her. This is harassment. This has been so unprofessional, so terrible, so disappointing of you. So what he did at the end of the day is embarrassing himself. That's what he did.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, I certainly feel so. For those of you who don't know, you know now. For those of you who don't know what he was doing in Antarctica and why he has such an inferiority complex, and yet claims he understands higher level physics. Honestly, Marina Seren has experiences which she's trying to explain, and she's trying to deal with them while she's enjoying her life. And this is something that people hate. They hate art. They hate self-expression. They hate, in general, the majority of people are full of hate, and then they try to project that on people like you and I. So it's just endless, and it's nonstop. But understand that the attacks against you now will be far more intense due to your affiliation with myself. In that case, I think that if you do work with me, we can come out of this stronger than we were before. It's simply a case where we do have to present a united front. People like this who are lone psychotics will be attacking both of us, but there's also an organized attack going on. So you have to acknowledge that organized attack, and if we stay together, then we'll get out of it stronger. But you do have to stay together in that sense. Just have to stick with it. These are hard times, and the world is changing very drastically. So people will be seeking answers soon enough. They're looking for answers, and you feel you have something to share, and I think that that's important. So with that, yes, by all means. Also, Peter, some other things must come to mind. since I was talking about the plumber and that idiot. I'll happily give his name out again because he's just really is just someone who needs to be outed. It's when you're terrorizing people, and it doesn't even matter if what he's doing is legal or illegal. It's simply it's simply repulsive. It's simply something to be condemned, and ultimately people need to expose these people. They're the ones that need to be exposed. And so he does need to be exposed, and he does need to be out. Eric Hecker, right? I mean, I got the name right, did I not? Because I tried.
Look, let me ask Marina a question. Was this the person you said was very good with his grammar and writing?
No, not at all. No, God, no.
No, let me ask Marina.
Oh.
He's referring to the other one, correct? Like the one that was making like posts and pretending to be something he's not. Yeah, he's very good with like grammar. He's very eloquent, but I don't want to name him because everybody has some following. But like the other one, yes,
that's a different person. Okay.
Yes, it's a different person.
Okay. Well, the unfortunate thing is, there's a way to turn people off, and there's a way to turn people on or interest them, and what he's doing is not going to appeal to anybody. And ultimately, it's not even going to appeal to fellow gang stalkers because he's going to be a failure. So what I would recommend to him is to learn how to appeal to people. And it means you probably have to reverse your entire way you're thinking, but then you might actually start making friends, and you might find it's okay. Change is okay. It's okay to change. And this guy changes, he improve his life. And that's because it's like, wow, he's just going to alienate.
Oh gosh, they glitched you. Say it again.
I said he'll be the one that ends up suffering from that. This would apply to all gang stalkers. It's like it doesn't make you. It makes when you change, then you become a part of life because he's not a part of life, but he is living. So he is a part of life, but he's like rejecting the life force, and that's it's a tragic place to be. That's what I have to say. It's
yes, true.
Sad situation. And I'm just trying to give him some idea of how he might, change. It's okay to change. Because if you stay the same, all of us have to change. Even if we're not, in the crosshairs. We all need to change to keep up with life. Especially as we age. We need to change our perspective, change our goals, change everything. So it's okay for this guy to change.
It is. And like he's like way of like approaching people, attacking people, terrorizing people in the community is not getting him anywhere. Like in a good sense, He gets attention, yes, but it's not the kind of attention that he really wanted to. So like or that anybody will want to, It's people that is thirsty for like that kind of like youthful drama bullshit. So like I truly believe that if he wants to get if he wants to participate or whatever, like there are other ways to go forward with it. There are other ways to like get along with it and dedicate to this field. So like getting like abusing people, terrorizing them, slandering, calling them names is not the way. You're gonna be hated, And I tell you, there's a lot of people that reach out to me saying how disgusting he was and how what a terrible perspective of him they have now, So it's not benefiting him ultimately. So he needs to meditate about his way of functioning literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just so people understand. Say, for instance, I was talking to someone the other day, which I think is generous of me because I don't have much time, and I try to contact people, of course, and try to ask for them to volunteer in different ways where they can help or otherwise contribute, not even financially, but every once in a while just with some time or with some energy or effort. Those people that have been following me for a long time and seem genuinely interested and supportive. And even some of those individuals have no concept of what they're talking about. They have no idea what it's like to be in a public position. That when you're in a public position and you're under just relentless siege, it just never ends. Nobody cares about the stress or the tension and the problems that they cause. They just want to generate more. They honestly think that there's no efforts involved with hosting or presenting yourself publicly, yet it's something they could never do. They don't have the talent or anything to share that's worth sharing. And so when they say, oh, you shouldn't talk about these people who are stalking you or harassing you, I mean, that does nothing but alienate me. It shows truly just how ignorant these people are. These people are part of the problem. You have to let people know you're being stalked. You have to let people know that who is bothering you. You have to let people know that these people are bothering you, because in the event, which is almost inevitable, that they follow up on their threats and they ultimately wind up killing you or harming you, physically assaulting you, which is ultimately where stalkers go. This is what stalkers ultimately do. If they're frustrated with being unable to try and bother you emotionally or physically, or do what they can to get you quote unquote canceled, knocked off of any streams or venues of communication, all they do is, in the end, they will try and kill you. And if that happens, if you haven't told anybody who these people are, they'll get away with it. They'll literally get away with murder. So a record needs to be put out there. A record as to what you're contending with, what you're dealing with. So yes.
Yes, I agree so much with you, Douglas, because this person that I was referring to, not Eric Hecker, but the other person that I'm taking charges against, the thing is that, well, what he committed is a civil crime, okay, which is, a crime of slander against my honor, perjuring my image, my work, etc. But I reported that to the police too, because he was inciting people to hate me, to harass me, and even become violent towards my persona, And what I observed of his Twitter account, not the one he has now, but the previous one, is that he was posting all this, information about me, slander me. And he was being liked and retweeted and commented by people that when I clicked their profiles, it said things like, oh my God, I hate Nazis. I want to beat them up. If I found them, I will kill them, So that's the people that are around him, his sphere, his circle of connections. So I put that into the knowledge of the police, this person is of course doing a crime of slander, but I want to put this in record so that if anything happens to me, who is the responsible of this and who could be involved in this potential, crime, Nevertheless, I don't feel terrorized myself about anybody harming me physically. I have connections. I have people that have been that are in the army. I have been people in the police, corps. I have lots of connections that they're very, very careful with protecting me, but not only protecting me when it comes to physically, but people that are very involved in IP connection, technology, and they know they get infiltrated, and they know who desires to cause me any harm. So for now, there's nobody that is planning to cause me any kind of physical inflictment, of course, but if somebody wanted to, I'm telling you that I will know beforehand, because these people have worked for or try to apply for national intelligence, my country, and they know how to like see who's trying to attack another person, and all this. So like I'm telling this publicly so that people know that they're losing their time if they're planning to inflict any harm towards me. They're losing their time completely.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Along with that, dear Marina, with other messages away from this kind of terrestrial bound politics, when you're at these various conferences and the kinds of people that you deal with, I take it that generally you have a feeling of safety. You generally have a feeling of comfort. Is there anything you'd like to share in terms of that, or whether or not I mean, Spain, for instance, and you're traveling, like you said, one time they had offered to bring you to the United States, but it was the vaccine shots that were ongoing. Yeah, how do you feel about the potential for diseases? I mean, your health is standing up pretty good. I mean, I can't remember what your stance is on vaccines, so if you could share that.
Oh, I'm totally against vaccine. I have 0 vaccines from COVID. I do have the ones that they give you at birth, like the how is it called?
Okay.
The papilloma, or I don't know the
Yeah.
translation of it, but you know which one, like
Yeah,
hepatitis,
what do we call it? Peter, help me out here. Papilloma?
papilloma.
I
Papilloma?
don't know.
Uh, I mean, yeah, well, the regular vaccines, but you,
Exactly, the regular ones. I'm not against those, so I have them. But like when it comes to COVID, I don't, and I don't never get the flu vaccine either. Like I don't like vaccines, so I have 0 vaccines, like 0 COVID vaccinations. Only the ones that give you at birth.
yeah, yeah. Well, you didn't have a choice then.
Yeah, I
And
know.
so when so that being said, the COVID vaccines, you're against them because they're mRNA, because they're dealing with,
Exactly.
okay, yeah, genetic alteration to a degree.
Yeah, because of the toxic, components of it.
It, it is something new. I mean, these are something generally new. The only one that was more like along the lines of the traditional vaccine was the original one that I got was the Johnson and Johnson vaccine, was manufactured the way they manufactured the old vaccines. The rest were mRNA variants.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so what was you described a little bit about COVID, that period of time that everybody was in lockdown in Europe, and you kind of just were emerging publicly. But when these experiences began, when you were very young, you certainly grew up with your father being a historian, and therefore giving you a greater degree of appreciation of history. He worked with military miniatures and the like, and it's your exposure to history was through your father in general. But your mother's still alive. We're very fortunate to have her. How much of her family background can you share, just to give us some background concerning your mother? I mean, I hope she's doing well, and I mean, do you like live with her or separately?
Yeah, well, when it comes to like my father, he was not a historian, he was a lawyer. But he was very, very knowledgeable in history. He will have hundreds of books of history, and it was one of his strongest hobbies, to the point that he was a very great. He could have dedicated himself to that, because he said if I didn't study law, I wouldn't have studied history. But there's not many choices. When it comes to like job, or any jobs or opportunities. So he decided to go after law. Study it.
Wow. And again with the I'd like to ask you something. I think that this would help you a lot in what you're trying to express or communicate. I have a friend of mine named George Knight who has I exposed quite a bit about the Third Reich, the fact that it never died and is a breakaway civilization. George Knight has followed up immensely with his own researches on that and can really provide a lot of details about the propulsion and the technology of that the Third Reich is using in terms of its transportation, its interstellar travel, or at least space travel. I'd like to give you his Skype contact. I would share that with you in Skype. Is that okay for me to do that with you? I believe he has a lot of information that would be helpful to what you try to present. Does that make sense?
Sounds like you lost her.
Let's take a look. Her face was still there.
Yeah, she's there.
Yeah, she's there. Let's take a look. Well, I'll share it with her anyway.
She can't. Yeah. I mean, we can't hear her. She's on mute or something.
Yeah. She's not on mute.
Or
she's
she's been
interdicted, perhaps. Yeah.
Exactly.
She's not on mute. That's not what we're seeing. Oh my goodness. So such being said, let me look up George Knight's contact and share that with her. But while she's, shall we say, indisposed, Peter, by all means, take over for a little bit. Catch us up on what's been going on with you. What's your thoughts before you retreat into the gentle night? We've got about...
It's quite a redirect from there.
Mm-hmm.
But I was on a train of thought when she came, and I was talking about personal efficiency and acknowledgement.
Yes.
Acknowledgement. I don't remember the specific context I was mentioning, but this is the thing. When you acknowledge somebody for who and what they are, it goes a million miles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just say, take Marina. You listen to her, you accept her. You don't have to believe her, because how can you believe her? It's not your experience. You might have had a similar experience, or you might be able to relate to it. It doesn't require believing, but it requires acceptance of the person and their experience, and the acknowledgement, particularly in the realm where somebody has wronged you or wronged another person. And in the case of an injustice, and I was mentioning these hearings today where the Democrats won't even acknowledge that the FBI has been protecting Biden, and they turn it on to Trump, which has nothing to do with Trump. I mean, they're interconnected, but it's all about opposing parties. It's political. It's not about truth, justice, or the American way. This requires Superman, who was here to deliver truth, justice, and the American way. The American way is not truth and justice. It's truth and justice with a twist, or maybe a twist that's made to look like truth and justice. And so, but when you acknowledge somebody, and this is a big important thing with the Roswell deception, acknowledging Douglas for who and what he is and what he's been through. And if, as I say, if 1/4 of it were true, and I don't mean to imply 1/4 of it is true, but if only 1/4 of it true, it's earth-shattering compared to for how people think. And the people are, they're just. What did I hear today? Somebody was saying that, telling somebody that was either I think the post office might be conspiring against her, for lack of a better word. You use conspiracy,
but the person she was talking to just was not willing to accept that the post office could, would, or should be an enabler of something like that. Like, we got to protect the image of the post office. We can't let people think bad about the post office. I mean, this is how ridiculous it is. People will just not give you the credence that you could be right. It's very important to accept people for who and what they are. And it's a great facilitator of entry into their realm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to be doing a dream workshop. If I start telling people that their dreams are wrong, stupid, or this is completely nullifies their very dream. What is a dream? A dream is fiction.
Mm-hmm.
It's fiction, it's idealization. It may become reality. Somebody has a dream to become a concert pianist. It's fiction until they actually become a concert pianist, and then and the whole action of making the dream a reality is the magic. So this is all of what's important. When I move into the realm of a David Anderson and understand and accept his genius, which is he's not too able to share it with people because people get weird. Or in the case of Joe Matheny, who had invented a synchronicity generator, a meta machine, and people would become possessive of it, want to get at it. And it's like, wow, how can they do that? They don't even know what it is. It's a very powerful machine. And some say, well, you didn't invent that machine. It's like, okay. Like, he has a genius story to back it up. Somebody can't have that good of a story without having done the machine, unless they knew somebody who did the machine and they learned it from that person and they knew it so well that they might as well have created it. This is people just in abject denial of not only the other person, but of reality itself. So multiple realities. So this is so important. As I say, you don't have to invest belief in the story of Hunter Biden, for example. You just accept it at face value. Even his lawyer says he's done very many bad things. And he's not hiding that fact, but then he'll go on and say, well, the forensics, we're looking into the ones and zeros of the computer, and blah, 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 blah. And he'll start talking about the computer, and he's completely distracting you from the subject, saying we're looking at the forensics of the computer, because nobody has examined the forensics of the computer that they took from him, or that was his, admittedly was his. But they start talking distraction, and it's an art form. And then by the end of it, you have the commentator on, the liberal network kind of, okay, good argument. It's not a good argument. It's a distraction. And you have him in the crosshairs, and somehow he survives the crosshairs. And what it is America's telling you, hey, politics aren't about justice. It's not about fairness. It's about power. Surprise, surprise. It's not really new. Now, what I did do yesterday, it seems like a week ago, my Hungarian shaman friend called me out of the blue, which was quite pleasant and needed. And I went over and saw her entertained to some pretty interesting stories, which I won't call delightful because there's a lot of drama involved. it really gets deep into occult stuff that I really can't talk about. It's just about what's going on in her life.
Mm-hmm.
But and of course, I had, wonderful advice for her. She thought it was wonderful. But she was doing a rune reading for me. That's what we did. And I asked her about my trip to Romania, coming up with a biorhythm. And boy, it was positive all over the place. Positive, positive, positive. Boom, 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 boom.
Wow.
And she was like saying, and then she says, well, she says, when you go over there, you're going to find some totems. And, she told me about the totems, how to deal with the totems, and kind of parlayed some secrets about dealing with totems. I said, I've never heard that before. She says, oh, no, that's only between shamans, she says. I don't tell that to my clients. And she says, no. And the reason she doesn't share it is because people will misuse it. Generally, to misuse it for sex, to get, information out of the person you might be interested in. It's like, she says, no. I don't share that with my clients. But she says, just wow. So it was very positive. In fact, what she said surprised me. But of course, I'm already know that things will surprise me because there's no expectations. But I did have a big expectation going to her. I thought it would be life-changing, riveting, and it was. It really was. But of course, yet to experience. Most of my preparation for the trip is a little bit in the realm of anxiety because I'm having to coordinate all these logistics and make sure that people appear at the right time and do this and do that, and that's not, requires attention, and they all show up at the right time in the right place, and it's really interesting because this is not how you. This is why my friend Vonda had such a hard time doing a professional tour, because Romanians don't act like, a tourist's bureau.
Right.
It's kind of just personal connection.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it can be official. We're going to be paying my driver, but it's more like between friends. So it's like it's all about the connection, and it's like I don't know. I'm generally used to dealing in a much more professional reference frame, but that's why I'm not doing this as a professional tour or anything. I'm just saying, okay, we're just a bunch of people sharing expenses, myself included. I don't want to do it as a professional tour because it puts me in the realm. And I think she shocked me by saying, this will be very remunerative to you. Well, I'm not doing it to be remunerative in terms of financial. I don't even know how it could be. Except, I'll write my newsletter, and if it's interesting, maybe I'll, sell a few more copies, and it's not critical money. Or maybe I'll have a super book to write. But that would take a year. No, it's just about the energy. I also had a remarkable dream where I was in a car, or looking into the car next to me. It was in Mount Shasta, and I mean Jonathan Shalimar was there, who did the event. But the car was Jonathan Shin, and Jonathan Shin was this chemical engineer, but he's really good with crystals, with sound. And he had given a scientific diagram about the biorhythm of the Earth.
Mm.
You know, he mentioned, he says, yeah, and this is just what Peter was talking about. This is, and he went into the whole science of why the biorhythm occurs, when it occurs. I was shocked. I wish I had it, because you know, Jonathan said he'd give me the video, but he never did. I mean, when I asked for it, you know, I'd have to do too much work. It's not worth it to me. The point of it is, this guy scientifically broke it down. So therefore, when I'm going where I'm going, as Anthony Fauci would say, I'm going with science. If you're fighting me, you're fighting science. Well, I'm being sarcastic. Anthony Fauci. But you know, according to the way Jonathan Shin described it very scientifically, it was astounding, because it involved chaotic factors of the weather and sort of the motions of the planet and stuff. He had it figured out. That just told me, okay, I'll leave the science to the scientists. I'm experiencing it, and I really respect the science of it. I wish I had access to it. But that's only to show others. I'm doing my own experience based upon over 30 years of dealing with this stuff. So very, very positive prognosis, with just enough clues to look at nature. And you know, I had told her that what I relate to when I've gone there in the past are cows.
Mm-hmm.
Cows, because they appear. First off, I'm drinking the cow's milk. I run into the cow. I'm drinking the cow's milk. I'm dreaming of the cow at night, and then I have a dream of other cows, which I then encounter on my sacred journey the next day, and on another sacred journey when we go to this mountaintop, Vertwapi, and they all when we get there, all these cows just start looking at us like, who the hell are you? And as I told her, I was recounting the experience, and she says, that's not like cows. No.
Yeah.
And then when we got past the cows, crossed the fence into where we were going, then we were confronted by 3 Mustangs. And they look at us too, and they're confronting us, you know. Who the hell do you think you are? This is the intensity of nature. And of course, last year as we were going up the mountain to get to the scout camp, the cows were stopping us. They were on the road. We couldn't move them. So we were very impeded, but we're dealing with nature. Nature, wow. Eventually they passed, got to where they were going. The shepherd came out and told us. And we got to where we were going. We did not encounter cows again, but nature presents itself right in your face when you're in this region. And this is paying subtle attention. It was the 1 year I was doing Qigong, you know, this road, waiting for the big bus to come and get us. And, you know, this water buffalo came up and right in front of my face, watching me do Qigong. And I didn't stop. I was in a still position, because if I stopped, it might upset him. And these are very fierce creatures. So I just sat there doing my Qigong. Well, everybody watched me. Talk about getting attention. I wasn't trying to get attention. I didn't want attention like this, especially from the water buffalo. So finally, the shepherd comes and starts whistling and, you know, like directs that buffalo to go down to the pasture. I mean, he had control of that animal. I don't know how, but he did.
Years of work growing up with them. Yeah, it's some kind of bond.
Yeah, I mean, there were 3 other ones. Just one of them stopped to check me out.
Yeah.
And So those have been experiences that I've been, taught to, particularly instructed to pay attention to and to deal with in terms of bringing that energy back with me and honoring whatever it is I'm supposed to do, because there's quite a scenario around whatever Radu Sinamar has written about. He's written a story it's very Neptunian in terms of spiritual. Neptunian is dreamlike, Shambhala. And it was Dennis Marshall that once said to me, he expressed it, and he expressed it better than I'm going to say it right now. The real, I guess, ultimate task in terms of evolution of your spirit, I'm paraphrasing him, is to be able to walk out of this universe and be able to walk back into it, and be that ascended or that developed. And I said that's an incredible attitude, to be able to do that. I don't know if I could ever reasonably achieve such an exalted reference frame. Radu sort of alludes to that in a very general way when he goes into these inner earth experiences, and he comes back and he says, it wasn't as much as long as I thought it was, and then it's a matter of processing it, like he went into a dream world and then comes back and writes about it. It had a very deep, profound effect on him. Now, the interesting thing about that is and what Dennis said to me is like, okay, but somehow, as long as you're living in a physical body, you've got to have a harmony. You want the harmony of life. You want to be able to eat your food. You want to be able to pleasantly experience life, reasonably experience pleasant of life. Go out to dinner with your wife. Just whatever gives you joy. The simple things of life. Go to the beach. Enjoy your time. This is really the Zen of life, as opposed to, achieving the dream. You hear Jim Carrey talk about how success is not all cracked up. It's cracked up to be with all the money. But going into, if you're able to actually leave this universe and just kind of exit, why do you want to come back? You don't. The only reason, there's two reasons you want to come back. If you're at all, unless you want to show off to people or show people up, well, that's not a really valid reason. You're not going to be able to leave it and come back anyway in such a mindset. But unless you want to come back and serve some loved one, whether it be your wife, your best friend, your family, and sometimes that can be a mistake for reasons that are karmic or too complicated to go into, or that you're acting out of the passion of the Kuan Yin, which is compassion, is to have compassion for every soul so that they can find their way out of this veil of mystery, or horrors, if you like. Depends on how you look at it. But even then, the best solution might be to leave the person to figure it out. Leave the person to figure it out. The one pillar of the tree of life that would justify her presence is mercy, and have a merciful, compassionate exit. But then, who the hell are you to be the exalted, merciful conveyor of mercy? That's a development, and you know, so how, if you're coming back to be Mr. Merciful, you know, you're not in anything like your current state of evolution. Then you're serving some other function. I would also like to share something I saw today on television. I saw about 10 minutes of a movie that I've never seen the full movie. It's Westworld with Yul Brynner. And the story, now Westworld was turned into an HBO miniseries, and Paul and I watched a good part of it. Maybe we watched the first season, but we had to cut it off. It just got too negative, like Gotham did. They just got too negative. The writers just go psychotic, much like Marina was talking about. But Westworld is a story where, you know, instead of going to Disneyland, you go to Westworld and you have a fantasy experience as a cowboy in the West. And so you're going to have...
This was for adults only, though. Not the film, but the idea. The idea was that it was Disneyland for adults.
And, of course, the main character gets involved. I think he shoots Yul Brynner, and then the sheriff arrests him, and then his buddy breaks him out. And then his buddy kills the sheriff, and now they're desperados. And that's about all I saw of it. I know Yul Brynner later comes back and becomes the robot you can't kill, and all the characters and the robots lose control. The humans lose control of the robots, and they start taking over. But that's not the part I'm talking about. What was interesting is it showed. Now this cost, I think, the ticket was like, I think, $250,000. Movie was made in 1973. If you wanted to buy a ticket to this amusement park in the movie, now that was a lot of money then. It would buy you a few houses.
Yeah.
So, you know, that might be worth. Ticket might be $2 or $3 million now, but you'd have this experience. Now you're in experience where you've got all these robots that are very human-like. More human-like than a biofacsimilograph, because it's actual human beings playing the parts of the robots.
Yes.
But now, what's interesting is when behind the scenes they go back to headquarters where they show all these human beings in their lab coats or whatever they're, and computer monitors, and they're monitoring what's going on for the experience so that they can control the robots, control the environment. And then at night, when the guy goes to bed, these big, you know, cranes and stuff come out and remove all the dead bodies off the street, or the dead robots. So it's like this whole scene behind the scenes. Now, when I'm watching all of these technicians that are sitting there, you know, monitoring the experience and contouring it, and they're basically trying to entertain the individual, but they're having to monitor a lot of stuff, so that ostensibly the customer has a great experience. And, you know, I mean, this could turn the most obtuse man into a great womanizer, you know, something like that, to where all of his pleasures are indulged or whatever, or a great outlaw, whatever it is. So, but what struck me about all of these technicians being so hyper vigilant and involved in this guy's experience, not only his experience, but the entire environment, reminded me of the hierarchy of angels, and how angels have to monitor this world. You don't have to call them angels, but angels basically comes from the word angle, and the angles that they have to keep things running.
and we can redefine the concept with different functionaries of creation. But it was very interesting to just see these guys that, you know, it reminded me of the TV show The Time Tunnel, and they had the people in the
Yes.
in the base. But it's like all these people, like when you have with the astronauts, and you have all these people in the doing the monitors in Houston. I always wonder what are all those guys doing? I don't know what they're all. You know, they probably have one guy monitoring for each little function in that capsule. I should ask that question. I have no idea. The guy from JPL is supposed to come to Atlanticron next year, so maybe he won't be there very long. His family will get a tour of Romania, but if I have a chance to ask him, maybe I could ask him over the loudspeaker. What do all those guys do? You know, they're all working overtime when Apollo 11 is ready to go down.
Well, they don't need those guys anymore. Everything's digitized and automated, but you need humans to watch over the automation, so you always need them, just in a different sense.
Well, yeah, you need people cheer when they do something right, you know, when
Yes.
they scoop a first piece of dirt out of Mars, they all cheer, you know.
Yes.
They all clap.
Yeah.
Or to be horrified if somebody goes down in flames, you know, all that human reaction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all the people. Yeah, it's interesting to think of that those functionaries exist. They exist. They might not be professional lab-coated people. They might be angels. They might be beings. They might be grays for all that matter. Whatever you visualize, I don't mean to suggest that they're grays, but there could be gray-like beings that are lower-level functionaries that are monitoring you because you're in the wrong neighborhood, or that they sometimes come in and fool around with you. But yeah, it was very interesting to see that, just to get that perspective of who's in your, what bus are you getting on, so to speak? What bus? And of course, my dream with John Shin and talking to him, seeing, oh yeah, he's in that car. God, I was just had a nice communication. Really nice guy. You know, we really, kind of hit it off when I first met him. He was talking about crystals and music with his buddy, and then I introduced myself, and when he told me he was a chemist, I immediately asked him about the noble gases, because I know the noble gases to be, or one of them to be, what David Anderson uses in the time reactor. And he told me they're not his specialty, but he knew enough about them to say that they're very harmonious and they maintain their harmony. That makes a lot of sense. If you're putting a gas reagent into a electrical field, the nature of that gas agent is going to retain its field. And then if it retains its field, creating a plasma or plasma-like field, then you can manipulate the field by moving it, changing it. And that's the key to the time reactor. One of the keys to the time reactor. It's a field that can be manipulated. I suppose I could ask David all sorts of interesting questions. The problem with asking him interesting questions like that is I think he has to hem and haw and avoid being too direct in his answer so as not to have his technology quote unquote stolen. I think that's a problem.
Yes.
And good luck trying to recreate that. But when think of all these functionaries, it's interesting because these functionaries exist in one way, shape, or form. But to get back to where I started before I pass off into the night, is this whole idea of acknowledgement.
Yes.
Acknowledgement of another person, acknowledgement of yourself. What's the key to overcoming an addiction? The first step is acknowledging a higher power. And that higher power is tacitly thought of as God, but it's just a higher power than whatever lower energy you're serving as an addict to an emotion, an addict to a drug. And we think of people being addicts to a substance, but people are often addicted to emotions. The emotion of hate. This is what gang stalkers do. They get I guess what would amount to a biochemical rush when they nail somebody to the wall. Marina's a whore. Whatever. Which, would if they're calling her that or thinking of her like that, it's like, Jack the Ripper type stuff,
Right.
So, the acknowledgement is not only something you can use to win friends and influence your relations with people, it's also something you can use on yourself to just what about yourself? What don't you like about yourself? And when you acknowledge that, you have the beginning to dealing with it. You're not good with girls. So, I'm not good with girls. So you think, well, how could I be good with girls? What do girls like? And I think being a man, it's interesting. What do girls like? Typically speaking, there are some exceptions. They don't think like men, and they don't necessarily like what men like. But would you give a guy flowers? Girls love flowers. They love certain gestures that a man might do them because he knows a girl likes them, but he might not really feel it. He just knows that it's like pressing a button and it works, rather than to really feel what it's like to get flowers. And it might be my personality, or it's not necessarily that I'm not a woman. I don't think anybody's ever brought me flowers that I recall. Possible. But when somebody gives me a gift, my first reaction is suspicion. I'm suspicious. Like, what do they want? There are exceptions to that. My daughter gives me a gift. Christmas present, no, that's different, or a birthday present. Or sometimes it's just a friendly gift. I've had gifts that I was not suspicious of, because I know where they're coming from. But, it's just like suspicious. So if I think of myself as a woman, and a man were to give me flowers, I go, what the hell is this? That would be my reaction. It would not be in my experiences, when women get flowers, for whatever reason, whatever man gets them, they're just overjoyed. I don't know if you've experienced the same, Douglas, it's like so. But
Yeah,
if I put myself in a woman's, what does this guy want? And even if I liked him, I still might wonder what he wanted. That's just me.
Yes.
Comment?
No comment to be had. I mean, I think you're coming along just fine. You're saying what needs to be said.
That's fine. Your point. I don't know if you would. I know you could be very. Well, you accept gifts. You're a Libra.
Yeah.
You're very grateful for them because you need them, and
Yes.
your gifts are actually in the context of how you're living right now.
Yes.
So you're not in the same thing. People. People will sometimes donate to Sky Books just out of the pureness of their heart.
Wonderful.
I'm talking about an extra $10 or $20 or something like that. Sometimes even more. And I understand that. I'm talking about more like on a personal level. And not necessarily to Peter Moon. In other words, because I'm an author. That I can understand that. They might be a fan, or obviously are. And what is the and if it's the pure innocence of giving, that's usually recognizable too.
Yeah, and by the way, I want you to know that Marina said her battery died, so she was going to sleep anyway. So she was heading to bed when the battery ran out, but she did want everyone to know she does say goodbye.
It took her a long time. She must have woke up.
Oh no! She said that at 8:30 p.m. I didn't share that with you till now.
Just didn't lay it.
I do. She said that at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, which meant that half an hour ago she said that. I didn't. I wanted Peter to talk, so I felt that it was once he got started, there was no point in my interrupting him with that. I do want everyone.
That's fine. No, that's fine, and it's good to hear what happened. Yeah, the one thing I could leave people with before I encourage you to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
Is acknowledgement of other people for who and what they say they are.
Yes.
And I feel tempted to say one more thing.
Take your time.
Subject, but acknowledgement of other people. Just accept who they are. You don't have to change them. You don't have to like them, or you don't have to like the way they are. But you can accept them. And more importantly is yourself. Accept your flaws. Doesn't mean you need to invest in the flaws. It doesn't mean you need to keep those flaws. But acknowledge them for purposes of change, and just acknowledging, making an assessment of yourself. Just like, what is it, the corporate auditor will come in and audit the corporation and make an assessment of where the profits and the losses are. It's very valuable to do that with yourself and to be honest with yourself. Even if you're lying and cheating other people, be honest with yourself so you can change that condition, because it will help you. What I want to comment on is I'm actually becoming quite knowledgeable about astrology in ways that I wasn't before. I've been watching so many astrology videos. And then they start repeating things, and then you start to get the hang of it in a better way. Is that all you can really, like, planets are just dynamic components of existence or inertia. And they're all reduced to, like, whether it be Mars, which is action, aggression, sexuality even. Venus is appreciation, experience of the finer things in life, including money, nice surroundings. There's Juno, which is an asteroid, which is the family, the hearth. There's Jupiter, which is rulership, higher education, learning. Pluto, other people's money, lowering the boom, which you can't control, like that whole pandemic. You just, you couldn't go outside without a mask. There's all of these different archetypes have been thought out for thousands of years, and they're playing themselves out. And of course, just like a play, what makes a play or a movie interesting? You have nothing but archetypes interacting with each other in different ways. And of course, the game in a movie is the suspense, to either try and figure out or just experience what happens because you don't know. It's the mystery unveiled and the archetype playing itself out, where, you know, Venus wins, Jupiter wins, Pluto wins, whatever it is. It's a different archetype manifesting itself. And it's really, and I guess that was the first thing I picked up on, subtle energies, and it wasn't always so subtle, is when I did the class, the novel, in high school, and it was very clear that by reading novels that we were read and sort of picked apart, that the whole key to writing the novel was the reference to the mythological archetype. I remember particularly reading the book The Centaur by John Updike. Mm-hmm. And it was like, and of course the teachers bringing it out also applied to other books I was reading, but if you were to position your writing or your analysis of the novel with archetypes, which I basically knew as Greek mythology or Roman mythology at that point, it was like you were playing the game. You would get a grade A. You would be admired by the teacher because you were getting the game. Somehow I said that literature is all about referencing archetypes. I didn't even know the word archetype, but I understood the concept. And it's like, somehow that's what I got out of that class more than anything, is it's all about extolling these gods and goddesses in the writing. Mm-hmm. It made you a literary, what's the word?
I don't know. What would a critic of?
A functionary. Okay. You know, and you know, it's like, yeah, because you're playing the game. This is the game they're playing. And I really didn't, you know, think much about it beyond that. Even though I wanted to be a writer, it's just kind of like, oh, this is the game you have to play. Now, I fast forward to many years later, and I think of that. I see the context as this is what we're doing in life. We're living out a theater. When you begin to study the planets, the subtle movement of the planets, there's so many archetypes out there that you begin to see and experience them. So, like, I think we had the moon in Uranus today. The moon in Uranus today, or was transiting Uranus. Uranus is surprise. Oh, you're going to have a surprise, and it's going to be very emotional, and you better keep control of your emotions. Mm-hmm. So what did we have today? We had delivery of books that was totally unannounced and unsuspected. And I didn't say F you to the driver, but I practically did. I said, what the hell are you doing here? I'm going to the doctor. I have a doctor appointment, chiropractor appointment. I needed to go. Mm-hmm. And I said, you know, I'll be back in a half hour. And it turned out that, you know, so I went to the doctor and I was telling him about these books being delivered, and Uranus and the moon. And I said, you know, for me to have this experience means that the printer had to be in on it, and the delivery company had to be in on it. Mm-hmm. The two different people that had to be in on it. Now, the printer is supposed to give me a pro number, which I asked for when they didn't give it to me. And the delivery is supposed to give a call ahead of time to schedule the delivery. I complained to the printer, and they sent me an email showing that they did answer the email, but they didn't answer the second one. the delivery people had no excuse. But in other words, the point of it is, for this thing to happen when Moon transits Uranus, is there had to be preconditions to make it happen. And those preconditions would be reflected in either the Moon or the planet Uranus and the juxtapositions to the other planets. But this gets too detailed for me to want to go and trace that back. But there are astrologers that will trace those things back. Well, yeah, when the email they sent didn't get delivered, that's because Mercury was aspected this way. And Mercury was also aspected this way when the delivery company didn't call you. So you can break it down into, and this is how astrology actually works, because it goes into very, I guess what you'd say, specific nooks and crannies, which certain astrologers will go into. It could drive you crazy, but I understand the basic principle is that it does work this way. And if I wanted to apply myself, and maybe if I keep down this path in a year or two time, I will understand the more subtle aspects of how, and they'll probably already have a name for it in astrology. It's such a deep subject. See, oh, that's the path of Uranus, or that's the path of the Moon. What I would also tell people who are interested in astrology, if you want to predict the day or whatever, is you follow the path of the Moon, because the Moon is the fastest moving of those luminaries that the bodies, and it's moving throughout the chart. It'll move through a sign in like 2.5 days or something. Mm-hmm. So each time it passes or aspects a particular planet, it will trigger that planet. So if it's going to go by Mercury, transit Mercury, it's going to be, wow, your emotions are going to be communicating. If it's opposite Mercury, it's going to be, the communication's going to be, emotionally, there might be a test, like, oh, you said this, I said that, like that. It might not be a big deal, but that's just my 2 cents. My 2 cents for astrology for today. But it's like, yeah, if you can get in, and really that's all you can do. And I was talking about earlier about, thinking of Shambhala going out of this universe. When you're in this universe, in this physical world, and you can live, I guess what you call in harmony, in synchronization with the planetary cycles, it doesn't mean you need to be paying attention to all of them. As long as you're in the zen of the moment, you don't need to be thinking about any of that stuff. But the whole purpose of it is to get you into that moment. And many of you, here comes the pitch for your donation. Many of you are, of course, in the zone with Douglas, where we're exploring these deeper archetypes of the underworld. The underworld. And of course, the underworld is ruled by Pluto, and all of these aspects that we're talking about are very Plutonian. They're very hidden. And of course, all of us are interested in it, in recognizing it, or we wouldn't be there. And Pluto is the ruler of other people's money. And Pluto is about coercion or cooperation. And so, all we can do is ask for cooperation in donating to Douglas.
Thank you.
But it's sort of like, wow, DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Pluto is the house of other people's money. It's the house of death. Morticians make a lot of money because they deal with death, and death has to be accounted for. It's also accounting. It's interesting. Scorpio, Pluto is accounting. So when you have a dead body, it has to be accounted for. So you've got to take it to the undertaker. The undertaker has to say, well, I'm going to embalm it or do whatever I do with it. They've got to build a coffin in the old days, or buy a coffin and, you know, burn the body or bury it. And we've got to get some money to do this service. So the family has to generally pay the money, which is, you know, it's sort of a built-in business. There's no real argument about if you're going to pay. It's really, can you pay and how you're going to pay. It's expected that you'll pay. But that's, you know, and the body has to be accounted for. So right there you have accounting, and you have the underworld right there.
Yes.
So anyway, do donate to Douglas. I was planning to go, and, you know, I apologize for those of you who tuned in to hear me, but Marina came on, and it was, you know, necessary,
yes,
that we indulge her. She was supposed to come on earlier, or we wanted her to come on earlier. It just didn't work out. It's okay. We're happy to hear from her. She's been away for a while with us. So definitely that we could go into so many aspects. And by the way, I looked up Linda Moulton Howe while you were talking. She was never Miss America. She was Miss Idaho.
Okay,
First
thank
she was
you.
Miss Boise.
Okay.
Then she was Miss Idaho. And then she participated in Miss America, but she didn't win.
I see. Thank you. Thank you.
Was beautiful when she was younger. She's had real face jobs in later years. And
of course.
It's not, you know, I can't comment on that. It's, but it is what it is. Face jobs can sometimes do wonders.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they're abominations, and sometimes they're somewhere in between. But you know, it's the challenge of getting old, and the acceptance of getting old, and, you know, beautiful person today, not so beautiful, you know, now, whatever it is, it's something we all, you know, you might never thought you were good looking, but when you get older, you think you're a hell of a lot better looking when you're younger.
Right.
I'll tell you that, you know, that's for sure. And, you know, I one time saw a video of all of these contemporaries of mine in Scientology, the ones that left. They had a video of them, and I saw these people that I knew. I said, God, it's amazing how good looking everybody is. And they were good looking because they were young.
Yeah.
You know, I never, you know, thought of them that way. But just because they look so damn young. And when I say young, in their, you know, 20s or 30s. Youth, I guess, has its beauty.
Yes.
But yes, I didn't. Now, this is what I wanted to say. I went off on tangent.
Quite all right.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I've never really listened to him. He came up on a video, and I watched him talking first about, I guess, the assassination of his father.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, he said he read the autopsy report. One of his father's best friends had him read it years later. His friend's father was shot by Sirhan.
Mm-hmm.
Literally shot by Sirhan. But he basically showed him the autopsy report, said, the autopsy report clearly said none of the shots that killed him were from the back. They were from the back.
Yeah.
Sirhan shot him from the front. It was inarguable.
Yeah.
If you accept Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at face value in the autopsy. So he just said very clearly it wasn't Sirhan who killed him. And he said exactly who was. It was the security guard who killed him. guy had a gun, and they just, washed it away.
Yeah.
But then it went into him talking about vaccines. And I just knew that he was opposed to, well, he actually says, like, it was interesting to listen to the commentator tell you what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is, rather than listening to what he says. He says, I'm not anti-vax. Definitely not anti-vax. He says, what I'm opposing is that the FDA has never properly tested any of these vaccines. And the woman argues, on their website it says they did, and she's arguing with him. He says, well, that's what their website says. I can show you evidence. And, he's even sued the FDA and gotten statements that they haven't done these tests. So it was very interesting to listen to his positions. They were very well thought out, at least on vaccines. I heard him say some things about Elon Musk that I did not think were, and also about Ukraine that I did not think were so well informed.
Thank you.
And that, he had far too much in trusting a negotiation with Putin.
Oh my God. That alone shows a level of insanity. That's not even naivete, especially since the Russians have proven they can't be trusted over and over again.
Well, I think the main difference there is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is a lawyer, has studied vaccines. He's litigated vaccines. I think his information stream on Russia doesn't rank with his information stream on vaccine because he doesn't study it. He just hears what he hears.
Got it.
I don't think he probably has some inside information, but it's probably tainted by the political connections he has. Mm-hmm. I would imagine. But he's very well informed on vaccines, particularly because he's litigated. Mm-hmm. He's never litigated Putin. Mm-hmm. Like when I was going through my divorce, I became a, sort of a lay expert on divorce law. Mm-hmm. And, by reason of the fact that I had the best attorney in the county. Mm-hmm. And he made me smarter than I might have been otherwise. But I'm saying is, so he's litigated vaccines. He hasn't, I don't even know what his experience in politics are. And, outside of that, but I'm saying he's in his wheelhouse when he's talking about the FDA and vaccines. And it was very interesting to hear his position because I never really paid attention to it. You just hear that he's anti-vax, which is not technically his position. And, because that generalizes. And he had a great deal of specifics. And then they get somebody who come up there and say, well, we don't have smallpox anymore, And, he says, and they just like, they're not well thought out. The attacks on him are not good attacks. They're just, we know what the attacks are like. It's just like they're trolling him rather than discussing with him. So I don't know whether he's a good candidate or not. He's certainly a better alternative than Biden. What's so fascinating about RFK Jr. is that the Republicans love him.
Yeah, of course
they love him.
Of course they would.
And that's weird. I mean, if you think about how twisted and convoluted politics has become. And I think, I don't know what you're going to do on political monologue tonight, but what seems to me, and this is something that seems to be happening, I've noticed it in the last month, is the money inflation is really beginning to get to people. Mm-hmm. It's really beginning to get to people. And it's like they're even reporting, well, people are now cutting back on toothpaste. Or cutting back on dental floss because, money is becoming, I guess what you'd say, scarce. Mm-hmm. Which technically, if that were true, would lead to deflation. And I don't know that that's going to happen. But so in other words, all of a sudden that, that changes the politics right away when people really can't afford things. It changes their sentiment even to the point where people who hate Trump would say, well, if he's going to save us from inflation, we'll vote for him.
Right.
When they feel it in their pocket, no matter how much they hate him. They'll change. I'm not saying that will happen.
Oh, it could.
It could. A lot of things could happen. And as they say, Biden could discombobulate physically and Kamala Harris could be president. And I, a part of me would, get some entertainment value out of that just to see her laugh, her hyena laugh when she, accepts the, does the presidential oath, do her hyena laugh. But it might not be funny. I also read something. I was looking for something about the laughing Buddha, because you'll see Buddhas doing laughter.
Yes.
And I saw some quote where they were saying Buddha was very displeased with the laughter of his time because it was cruel.
Yeah.
Like you mustn't laugh. Now, look at all laughter is rejection. And when you reject insanity or illogic, that's funny. And laughter is an absurdity. But, it's kind of like this deeply moralistic, you mustn't laugh. Buddha didn't laugh. He didn't approve of your laughter. That's the implication. Just like you don't have Jesus laughing in the Bible. It's like, okay. It's like, what's going on here? It's just, it's not funny. It's not funny. I would encourage everybody to go out and have a good laugh.
Yes.
And not worry if somebody may be upset somewhere because you're just laughing to yourself.
Yes.
Anyway, so be it. I will say good night. Remember to donate to Douglas Dietrich, and I'll be back for a few more things before I go on my trip. And when we come back, we'll start going from the blood transfusion on the path to the Ardellite.
Yes. Yes. And let people know you will try at least once to contact us from Romania if possible.
Oh, yeah, of course. I hope to do it more than once, but I hope to do that more than once. I certainly hope to do that.
Yes.
But I will talk about that. Today is the 12th. I'm leaving on the 28th. 16 days. There'll be at least 4 shows before I go.
Yes.
I'm counting right.
Yes.
Okay, so good night. Remember to donate, even if it's a small amount, to Douglas. DouglasDietrich.com. Good night, Douglas.
Good night. We love you dearly, and blessed be thy dream, sweet be thy slumber, and everyone, skybooks.usa.com. Thank you so much, dear Peter. Speak soon. Okay. And so we'll try and establish a call now. Let's see who responds, and that way I can refresh myself and prepare ultimately for a monologue, of course. Let's see who's willing. See if I can do this without blowing my eardrums out. Oh, thank you. So, honey, let's see who else I can bring on. Let's try and get a roundtable going and see what we could do with that. And then I can go into monologue as I did the other night eventually, but I certainly want to refresh myself a bit first. I hope everything is as well as can be with yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So let's hit those other individuals, and doubtless only a few of them will respond, but we'll hope enough to maintain a conversation. And I do pray that if there's anything you're willing to share about anything that's been going on with you, or any observations about tonight, within, of course, shall we say, civil standards, or some level of self-restraint. We'll appreciate that. And let's see who looks active here.
Not sure what you mean by self-restraint. I don't have any problem with tonight, other than unless you talked about me on air. Did you?
Only to say I was trying to bring you on, asking permission to bring you on, of course, from Peter, of course, because I'm trying to avoid any train wrecks. That was my intention, apparently, which was miscommunicated to you, was that I was hoping that first that Our Lady in Spain would respond and perhaps volunteer to rendezvous earlier, an hour and a half before normal transmission, in which case there would have been less of a problem of Peter and yourself appearing simultaneously. When that didn't happen, I really didn't expect her to come on at all. When I brought Peter on and she did come on, then I'm left with a totally different situation. So that was where the miscommunication comes in. That being said, what happened. I think it worked out as best as it could have, considering. So we'll see what happens about whether or not she comes back in the future. I did try to schedule another appointment with her, but she agreed to it and then checked out before setting a specific date. So I'm not really confident about anything. There's never any plans when it comes to her that would make any sense anyway.
You did say you wanted to bring me on, and I wasn't sure I would come on. I told you I probably wouldn't answer, and then I didn't know she was on because I wasn't listening. And you're the one that messaged me and said, "I can bring you on quietly right now and bring you on." I didn't know she was on, so I don't know where the miscommunication was for me there, because you're the one that messaged me to bring me on.
Also, at any rate, it's probably best not to even discuss it. And notice Andrei Nemurjizhitsky has put up a do not disturb on his particular contact. And let's see where this leads us. So we've got plenty of other people coming on the call potentially. In the interim, the situation otherwise, let's take a look at this. Scrolling up here for a minute, and let's take a look at this. Okay. At any rate, my concern was that you would complain if once she showed up that I didn't try to bring you on, based on your hostility towards her up to this point. So that's something that was the concern there.
Hey, you can clear that air right now. There's never been hostility toward Marina. I told you, I've messaged that Marina's great. I've told you I think Marina's great. I told you I believe in more stuff with Marina than you do. My only hostility, to be clear, and you need to quit flipping the script here, because when we're private talking, you say you know what I'm talking about exactly, and you reverb it better than me what I'm talking about. So why don't you reflip that as to the verbiage that is correct, and it is not a problem with Marina at all, nor is it jealousy.
You still don't believe that Sammy Romero butt dialed?
I didn't say I didn't believe. I just said once you replied with that, I never said anything. You just said Sammy just came on the call.
Yeah, you said he can't unless he was at it.
I was on the phone with someone else and I read it, and I was messaging you while I was reading that. It wasn't on there, and I had no idea what Sammy said. I'd never heard Sammy. I just said, well, you can't just come on the call unless you're invited, because I know you have to join a call that you're invited to. And so I said, well, he can just come on the call. You had to invite it.
Well, you do realize I'm stuck between basically the choice between apocalypse and Armageddon when it comes to these situations. There's no winning.
There's no, there was, you understand, you're making such a huge deal of nothing. My words
This is not a huge deal out of nothing. When we brought up the fact that she was even coming on, then you definitely, shall we say, exhibited a real hostility to the idea. Or you weren't positive about it.
I laughed at you. I told you that I thought you just want to fuck her. I thought it was funny that you talk about aliens and stuff that you don't believe in, but then said you believed in it with her. And you
That's
laughed
not what I
about
said.
getting all serious, and I don't think that's fair to me. I think you're throwing it back on me. That's
Yeah, I
gaslighting.
think it's serious that I have to spend the entire part that I'm with her exchanging texts with you.
You have to text me. Oh my god, there was no first of all, I was, you know what, I have proof that you weren't texting me the whole time, because I was on the phone with another person from this broadcast and had no idea. Number one, you were on here, even when
We've got a whole scroll load of texts in front of us a mile long.
Yes, and those were within first of all, those were within a 10-minute period.
They're not in a 10-minute period. They're the crux of the show. At any rate, fortunately, I think it was important just to let her...
I'll be more than glad to publicly display them, but you're not going to throw me under the bus. That is
I mean, you
fair.
can publish them if you wish.
That's fine, but the timestamps, because here's what you did. You messaged me. I was on the phone with someone else. I didn't message you back, and the only time I did message you back while I was on the phone with this person was to say, how can Sammy come on if you join the call? That's all I said. Or like, he had to be invited. Like, that's what I said. Like, question mark. I was wondering why you just didn't invite me, because you had said you're going to. But I didn't care.
Yeah, because at that point, Peter was on. This should be self-evident. Let's just put it this way. There is a toxicity between Peter and yourself, where bringing you on is like throwing a hand grenade into a bowl of gasoline. It's something that just should not be done. So by the time that she showed up, all of a sudden I'm left in a no-win situation where you're going to damn me if I don't try to bring you on, and he's going to damn me the moment you show up.
Let's put it this way.
So there's no point in making a stressful situation even more stressful by continuing with this.
You're playing the victim now.
Texting.
You're saying that you had no option.
This isn't. Look, there is no option. There's no option.
Right,
I'm caught between two people who hate each other.
I joked with you about her. I never said I wanted to come on there. Have me on there with her.
That's antithetical to what was discussed on our last transmission.
Douglas, if you know what, I know you.
Understand this: if she had communicated with me before then, it would have been just a bit smoother. Then I could have brought you on in the hour and a half before Peter comes on.
I didn't care to come on I wasn't even listening.
That's not what it says in text. That's not what it says in text.
I didn't argue with you about it.
Yeah. At any rate, it's over now. So we have Ian with us. Thank the gods of my ancestors. And
what are y'all arguing about? I missed it.
It's
what happened now?
It's the whole Marina SEREN episode where the question that Brooke has is she feels I'm intellectually dishonest with this young lady. Now I have stated before that I have a totally different perspective of her experiences.
You throw me under the bus saying I'm jealous.
He said you were jealous? Of who? Of who?
Oh, Marina SEREN. And was I not on the phone? I was on the phone with Ian. As a matter of fact, I talked to Ian, and you're saying Marina's on there. I didn't it was an hour. I came upstairs, and I cut it on. I was getting in the fucking shower, and I heard y'all talking about that woman that I had told you about yesterday. And so that's when I said, hey, bring me on. Because you messaged me, which Ian knows, the copies are there, to bring me on. And before that all is on record too. I never asked to come on, and you said, I'll bring you on. And then you said, but you can't argue with Peter.
At any rate, once you asked to come on, then I said, look, be patient. And then I presented it to Peter Moon. Can I bring Brooke on?
Yeah,
and he said yes.
Patient.
And then you said
yes?
No.
No.
Yeah, Pete said yes. Yeah, no kidding.
But that was after I got in the shower. And why did I get in the shower? Because you said, I said, okay, when you said be patient. And then you put, I don't feel comfortable doing that right now. Yeah. Oh, is Peter here? And I was like, question mark? You're the one that was your idea, and you're the one inviting me over. And you're like, and you said,
What did I just say? If I don't invite you on and she's on, you're gonna bitch about my not inviting you on once she showed up.
That's victim. You're victimizing.
We already concluded that in the last transmission before tonight.
You're gaslighting me and saying, well, I didn't do this, I assume you're. I didn't ask you to ever invite me
Yeah,
on. I'm not
anyhow, it's yeah.
Look.
We'll let Ian handle this, and
Look.
yeah.
Look. I got some bitching too.
Yeah.
Did you read the comment?
I have no idea what comment.
Oh, let me send it to you. Oh, it's so good. You got to read it on air though, Doug. You got to read it on air. It's classic.
Oh, must I?
Oh yeah. Oh, classic. Oh shit.
At any rate, so why don't you two talk while I refresh myself?
Yeah, go take a break. Go take a break.
And but I'll wait till you're finished chewing. It's best that you don't speak while you're chewing.
Yeah, I got some gummy sharks today from the store. They're really good.
No, I mean,
Gummy shark.
CBD or normal,
No,
just a sugar high.
Fat boy candy. Yeah, sugar high, fat boy candy. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
yeah.
They're very good.
Good. Just.
So what you been up to, Doug? How are you doing?
Just the usual, shall we say, stresses and strains. You can't win in these situations of communication.
Oh my God. Go to the bathroom and go cry your eyes out. Or I can get off if you want me to. But you're being a victim. Oh my God. And you damn well know that you'll
What's he saying? What's he fucking saying?
He keeps acting like, okay, I never asked. I'm talking about in this past week. The last time he said Marina was coming up. I gave him hell. He's like, well, wait, I had to have you in your just. And he and I have talked privately and on air.
Okay.
And privately, he's gone into even further detail, saying he knows exactly why. The only thing I say about Marina is I was like, you want to fuck her. And that's when he gets that high voice and he kids around. Oh, how dare you? We can all listen to the last part. Well, how dare you think? Because I'm like, the only problem I had is how if I come on and said something about aliens, he would go into, well, we need to educate Brooke on the fact that aliens aren't real. But then she on and she's saying she's from Pleiadians and Atlantis, wherever. I'm not sure.
So he plays along with it because he's trying to get that pussy. That's why.
Right, and that's all I was saying. That's the only thing that I kept him.
Well, there you go. Well, he said it.
But then he says,
I mean, is she hot? Do you blame him? I mean, what's up?
I go and I told him, I was like, what he said. So then he says, I'll have you on air with her. He was kidding about with this.
He was trying to go for a three-way. That's what he was trying to do.
And I go, okay, fine. I was like, because I'm the one probably with the more chance of getting laid than you anyway. But I said, but I talked to him privately yesterday and said, I probably won't answer anyway, because if you call early, I'm going to be busy. And he then said, I'm probably not going to have her anyway. And I said, she probably don't show up either. I agree.
Well, you know, all those kids from the other side of the ice wall are down to fuck, like all of them. You know, that's just the way they're brought up.
It doesn't fucking matter. I just don't. I know. I don't need him being a victim. I mean, then he messaged me while I'm talking to you. Hey, Marina, don't. Remember I told you, I said, what is he talking about?
Doug, is she hot? Oh, he's on break. I forgot. He went on break. Never mind. Sorry.
You can look at her. She's got an OnlyFans account.
I don't want to look at her. I don't give a shit about her. I don't know her. I mean, Jesus.
But I mean, she's like 22 years old.
Oh. When did she come to the Earth? Or when did she get to Earth? If she's from outside the ice wall.
She was born here.
Oh, I thought she was born outside the ice wall.
No.
Well, what the fuck are they talking about Pleiadians and shit about then?
But that she has memories of being from somewhere. I don't even have to listen to her. And she also has memories of past lives as one of the Nazi, what was that? The female group, the
Vril?
Yeah, she's part of the Marine. I think, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't know.
Well, she's on some good shit then, because I mean, you know, I thought she's born outside the ice wall.
No, she's from the. She says she's from the one thing. The reason I was interested in her, she was when I heard her interview with, and the only reason I was even calling in is because they had said I had no desire, but she's cool. Like, but I was not trying to like talk to Peter or talk to Douglas. But they were talking about one of the women that interviewed her, and they were kind of putting the woman down. That's the interview I saw. She's an alien interviewer, and a lot of those alien people are bullshit, and it's a bad community that turns on each other and is full of lies, and you don't know who to believe. But this particular woman, I don't believe was that way. I don't believe that was that way. But either way, she interviewed Marina because they were telling her, Marina, that she was bad. And she was like, oh, really? And I was just calling in to be like, well, that's their opinion, but I don't think you should necessarily feel that way about that particular woman. And either way, Doug didn't know what I was going to say, so he wasn't like, that wouldn't really let me on. Or maybe he thought, either way, he's the one that messaged me tonight. He's the one that asked me, do you want to come on? He knows I didn't give a shit. I was like,
I mean, I said, I hope you do get laid. I've been fucked 20 times with her. I'd be happy. Like,
Yeah.
I care fucking less. It's not like, oh, like, I'm in South Carolina. Like, I could care less. But I just give Doug hell for fucking when he's like, oh, like playing it up, like, oh,
yeah, like playing victim, like you said.
yes. And so then, well, first he plays it up with her, like, oh, I believe in the aliens. Oh, don't tell me.
Well, did he get that pussy?
Well, no, he has.
Well, then he's a victim. Then he's a victim.
Now he's playing the victim of, well, I had to invite you on. Or I'm just right in a hard place. I'm like, you didn't have to invite me on. I told you clearly, I do not care about you talking to her. I just like to give him shit, like I give him shit or you shit on anything.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Just
and then he's going to turn into the victim tonight because the only reason I even got a little upset, and this was my reply. I was like, really? Was my reply when he said, no, he couldn't bring me on. Now he says later, he did try to call me once I was in the shower.
Well, he did try to call you, so,
But he had said, no, I can't because Peter's here. And I was like, well, wait a minute, that's what you told me to call. And you said it was fine with Peter. And we already agreed to the fact, I would be fine with Peter. And he said.
That's absurd with Peter. That's absurd.
And then he goes, well, I've changed my mind. I just don't feel comfortable. And I'm like, okay, well, that's great. I said, well, thanks for going back on your word, whatever. I was like, I don't, and then he messaged me on the shower. He got mad because I didn't answer when he was in the shower. I guess he finally got Peter's okay to call me. I'm like, dude, I'm in the shower blaring music. I was like, try not to go have a drink right now because the only thing that did piss me off was the fact that he suddenly changed his mind.
It sounds like you need a drink, bro.
I do need a drink, but I'm trying not to.
Okay.
But anyway, the point of I was fine again until he called and played victim. In
his defense, he did try to call you, but when he's trying to get tanked,
after he told me he was not going to call me.
But then he called you, so there you go.
Oh,
but anyway, what I'm saying is, when you're trying to get some tank from some 20-year-old, calling you would be like throwing a spoke at the wrench, you're a wrench in the spoke.
Whatever.
You know what I'm saying?
Whatever.
Well,
I don't care. That's my point. He never should have been like, hey, I'll have you on to begin with. Or, hey, she's on. That's what's making me mad. He's sitting here to the audience being like, Brooke would have been mad if I didn't have her on. No, Brooke wouldn't. The only thing Brooke got mad about is that I finally get interested in the subject. I listen to her. After I get off the phone with you, I tune in for a little bit. And I'm like, oh, right before I already had the shower on and cut it off and said, hey, call me.
Yeah.
And that's when he's like, let me think about it. I'm like, okay, question mark.
And this is after you missed the call, right? Or is this before you missed the call?
No, this is before I missed the call.
So you did ask him to call you?
Yes. And
okay.
And let me think about it. And I said, okay, question mark. Then he says, I don't feel comfortable having you on tonight with Peter. And I said, question mark? You're the one that asked me the other day to come on. And you said, be with Peter. And he's like, well, I am going with.
Oh, I gotta look for that shit for Doug. Fuck.
I'm going with.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just looking. Go ahead.
He's going with his intuition now, is what he said, and I'm like, whatever the fuck that meant.
I think he's going with his gut on this. Like he didn't want to, And
I don't have any problem, and that's what I told him. I was very calm because, to be honest, other than this, like I've been very calm about stuff more than normal because my. Mars moved into Virgo, thank God, and I've been calm, and I literally was chill. Like I messaged him back, and I was just like told him, I'm like, dude, it's fine. I was like, I'm not that upset about it because he was going like, and he's the one that like he kept messaging me over and over, and that's when I said, dude, I am not that upset. I am in the shower. Like you call already in the shower, blaring music. If you want to call back and y'all want that, you're welcome to, but I'm not avoiding your call. I told you when I was available. You said no. What was I supposed to hang out and just think he might change his mind? So I go and put on music, and then he's going to be a bitch for the next hour about it, and then says I'm texting him, and the only texts I was sending were replies to his shit. So that's where I say when you're going to victim blame, like be the come on, be the victim. Let's get the full facts out because all I was doing at that point was replying to you. I never once. And I tried to calm him down and say, Doug, it's fine. We can talk about this privately, but like, there's no big deal. I said, I said, and then I said, there's no big deal. I said, well, actually, it's a big deal. Your word is a big deal to me. But we can talk about that privately. Meaning his word on like, hey, yeah, like when he goes, I'll have you on. I didn't ask to come on. I never said, can I come on with Marina? Not tonight. And I didn't ask. I mean, well, tonight I did once he had not only asked me the other day. Fuck you.
So,
damn it.
Doug got you worked up.
Fucking goddamn dog has me worked up now.
Okay. What, you want to call us back, or are you good? Or do you need a minute?
If you got Doug, I can go. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with Doug all fucking night.
I wouldn't argue with him either. I mean, there's no point. He's just gonna gaslight.
Be the victim. I'm gonna be the fucking bad person. Never.
Yeah, you know, with the gaslighting, you know, you don't need all that.
It is gaslighting, and you know that is.
Bro, I know. You might as well be living in the deep state. I mean, seriously.
Whatever. That was
I'm
my
dead
point.
serious.
My message said, Doug, no big deal. Like, seriously. But then I come on even tonight, and I have the nerve to answer his call and was going to be fine, and he's all like...
It's silly. It's silly.
That's
all I'm saying.
I think it's ridiculously silly.
Yeah. Well, I found that comment for Doug to read about the goddamn biolabs in Ukraine. Tell him how full of shit he is.
I bought it. Yeah, I have to. I'll have to hear that. I'm actually trying to hook up. I wasn't on a fucking speaker. I was trying to hook up.
Matter of fact, let me just get the receipt and just send it to him first, so he knows I have the goddamn receipt for the biolabs. I thought that was so funny last week when they were like, "Oh, I mean, you were guilty too. You were in that party to it." But it was you guys were so goddamn funny, man.
Which part was it? Oh yeah, you said you had the receipt. I still want to see what the fuck.
Yeah. Well, no, I still thought that was funny the way you were like, "Oh, you go, see, you go." The stuff you say, Ian West, you can't look up in a book and fucking read or something like it, about facts. It was so good. I died laughing. It was so good.
Thank you. Well, sometimes.
It was so funny.
But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I need to send this to Doug so you can see the comment. So I talk shit about him too in the comment too. It's good.
Yeah, did the comment finally show up? Because I never saw. I did that test and I saw my test.
No. I went to another iPhone. It doesn't show up on iPhones. It's weird. I don't know why, but yeah, on iPhones it's not showing up, but on the Androids it is. Where the fuck is this comment at? Fuck. Where'd I put it? I know it's got a U.
The live chat tonight, when I came back on tonight, like right before I guess Peter got off, and then there was no live chat that I saw. So I don't know.
What?
Yeah, like I don't know. I guess it's iPhone or something.
I wonder if they turned that off. I mean, they shouldn't have, but I wonder if they did. You know.
When I came on earlier, like when I first came on, and Marina was on, and that's when I heard her for a few minutes. But in that time, right before, like 3 minutes before, when I messaged Doug and said, "Hey, I'll come on," I had seen in the live chat that our Aussie guy, no one or whatever, Nemo said, he said all the messages are gone, and he's like. And he says, like, that's all I saw. Like, all the messages are gone, like 2 of those. And I just put, well, it wasn't me because I just came on. Because last week or week before, his messages deleted. And I think he was scared because we argued that I deleted his one message. But there were no messages but his. So I said, and you could see my message and I could see his. And then, of course, dealt with Doug and we got in the shower, got in the shower. And then later, just a while ago, there was no, like Peter and him were talking and there were no live messages. So I don't know if I just can't see them or.
That's weird.
They're not there.
That's fucking weird. Yeah, it's fucking weird. But I swear to God, hold on. You know what? I might have just, let me see if I screenshotted it. I could just, no, I didn't fucking screenshot it. Okay, let me pull up this goddamn message again. So I can screenshot it and just send it to him. Oh shit, but it's not the full one. Fuck, that's not the full one. Hold on. God damn it. Alright, where's the fucking full one? Where's the full one at? Okay, I did that one. Oh no. Here, I gotta redo it. I gotta do a re-screenshot of it. Fuck. Alright, so that means I gotta do this. Well, I'm glad Doug's still taking his fucking break. I was not prepared. I was not prepared at all tonight.
Yeah, he's taking a long break, and you're doing your normal Ian. Oh shit, fuck, screw. This doesn't.
Yeah. I gotta go to the goddamn website and pull it up. But yeah, I can't wait to chew his ass out about the goddamn biolabs. That's just too classic. But it's just too classic. And I got the receipt.
Yes,
I figured it'd be good if we read the receipt over the air. That way it sinks in that there are biolabs that we are building in Ukraine. You know, I think that'd be really good.
But
you know?
that's where I want to know I want to see your receipt. Like, who wrote that? Was it like just a guy?
Oh, it even says for fucking what's it called? Air. What's that scientific word for air transmission? It even says it. It's like biolab approved for like whatever. Well, I forgot what it's called. But yeah, I got it even says it right on the goddamn receipt. They're like, yeah, we approve this. You know?
What receipt? You didn't buy it. I love how you say receipt, like you bought the lab.
It's so good. It's so fucking good. See, I had like the maps, the locations, all of them. But then I figured y'all'd say, well, that could be fake. That could just be fucking made up. So that's why I pulled the receipts from the United States, what's it called? The U.S. The United States website. I got it from a United States website, like an official government website. That way they can't argue with it and go, well, that's fake. You know, because all they're really saying is I'm a fucking dork and it's ruining my narrative. Shut the fuck up. That's what they're really saying.
True, but then also you say half the time anything recorded on a government website is a lie anyway, don't you?
Yeah, but they're not going to lie about this.
It's questionable why they would release it.
That is so good, though. Yeah, they're not going to lie about this. They're not going to lie to incriminate themselves. All right, let me pull it up. I got it right here.
You guys, don't move. You already pissed me the fuck off.
I know.
No, not you. The fucking dog knocked over like.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Doug.
No. Well, I mean, he pissed me off too with his little licks and stuff, but whatever. You do it for him.
Okay,
I love dogs, but I'm not.
I'm gonna post the receipt first. So here's the receipt for the biolabs from the U.S. Embassy website. Okay, here you guys are. All right, here's the first one. Here's the first link. So you guys can have the receipts for the biolabs that you say don't exist out in Ukraine. Here's the receipt for them. And now here's the smart-ass comment I wrote to all of y'all for being so fucking stupid. Let me find it. Here it is. Okay. All right, let me do the full thing because it does that click more to see the whole reply. All right, here we go. Now I can screenshot it. There we go. Got it. All right, there's the screenshot of it. And yeah, if you guys in the audience want to see pictures of this, let me know. I can send them to you in the YouTube. Just let us know if you want to see these.
Okay.
That way they can, see how full of shit everyone is here.
Oh, you're talking about everybody listening.
Yeah, to everybody listening. Yeah. That way.
I need to ask for them. See how many people want to see yours.
Let's see how many people ask to see it. But here it is. I got it. Let's save this as desktop. We're gonna go to smart ass remark. I'm gonna save it as smart ass. There we go. All right, now I can fucking send it. All right.
Oh.
Is Doug okay? Is he dead?
I just got back. Right. What happened? What happened?
Well, we didn't know where you were.
Well, what happened to her?
Her dog's doing something.
No. It's a long story. My dog fucked the whole room up.
What? I'm so sorry. What? Oh my God! You sound upset about the dog. I mean, the dog what?
Yes, my dog spilled the food because he was trying to get the little bit of food that I had not eaten because I didn't have anything. I had a couple of French fries from Wendy's. My son got me a small fry, and I had already given them the cheeseburger because it was a Happy Meal. And then I had the fries up there, and then he dumped that over with my makeup bag. And do you know what he did after he did it? And I said, "Don't do that." He was like, "Well, What did you expect me to do? If I didn't try to get the food, then you'd think I was too thin and I'm not a dog. It's your fault. I mean, I'm a dog. You should have known I'm a dog. I just wanted the food. Why don't you just clean it up? Why don't you just quit bitching at me? You're stressing me out. There's makeup everywhere. Why don't you just go clean that shit up? Quit stressing me out.
Is this a subtle satire about myself?
I wouldn't do that.
So like how long was the show unattended?
What are you talking about?
I wasn't attended at all. I just walked away for a second because
it sounds like Ian's eating your food.
Is he eating? I don't hear him eating.
Oh, I'm done eating.
Yeah, he's been chewing.
My dog is now over there drinking water. That's probably what you fucking hear.
I need some goddamn water, actually. Here, let me get some water so we can go over these receipts, Doug. You know, so you get caught up on the time.
Receipts. Oh my god. Okay, so thank you for holding as long as you could. I appreciate that. I owe you. There's a balance to everything. Yes. So the world looks much better now after a short break there and doing some lines.
Perhaps you do to calm yourself this goodly.
Yeah, it's a bit better than that cut shit you inhale. Yeah, that's right. Her neighbors give her this cut shit. Yeah, it sucks, and she gives her headaches. You know, then she takes it out on me.
Wasn't a neighbor.
But hey, listeners, it wasn't a neighbor. Who was it? What was he? Your uncle or something?
Off that I adopted that dog out to.
What is that noise?
Well,
is that your fans? This is your fans, right, Ian?
Oh, you hear the here? Let me go turn them off. I apologize.
Yeah, please. Oh my God.
Let me go turn them off. Good.
Why didn't
Sorry.
you bring that?
My bad, y'all.
Yes, thank you. Why didn't you bring that to his attention, Brooke? Oh, all the while that you were.
I've been trying to get this stupid new microphone set up the whole fucking time because I didn't expect to have to deal with the other bullshit I've had to deal with tonight.
Does that sound better?
Yes, infinitely better. Oh my God!
I'm so sorry, guys.
You scare everybody away with that because nobody can hear what.
Yeah, I thought I had the compressor on. I apologize.
Oh my God! Well, thank you for taking care of that.
Okay, so anyway, did you get the links to for the receipts?
Okay, these are in the text box here, right?
Yeah, in Skype. Yeah. I told the audience if anybody in the YouTube, if you guys want me to send you the links to these, just let me know. But these are from the U.S. Embassy. Can you open up the first link there, Doug?
Technical difficulties?
Yeah, click that one. Yeah.
And what's going to happen? I click that. And
that's the receipt for the biolabs in the Ukraine.
Oh, or maybe it's a whole host of viruses get downloaded into my computer.
No. I opened it up already. I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Just click it. It's a PDF.
He wants me to get the same STDs he gets.
Shut the fuck up and just click the goddamn link and then read this with me.
Oh my God! This is anyhow.
It's in a foreign language.
Download it. It fucking download it.
It's good. Yeah, you need to open it up.
Oh my God! I don't even want to download it into my computer. It's one of these things that. Are you sure?
Okay, I'll share screen. Let me share
yes,
screen.
There we are.
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't think about that. Let me share the screen. Hold on. Let me share screen. That's a good idea.
Yes, thank you so much.
I apologize. Yeah. I should have thought about that. I apologize. Here you go. Okay, now let's look at this document.
Oh, by the way, I do want to welcome George Knight aboard. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, George, you're just in time, too. Oh, this is great.
See, now I get threats found, virus and threat protection, threats found.
No, it is not. Hush. He's lying. He's lying.
It's what it says. It says threats found just after I downloaded it. And now what? It says current threats, start the recommendation, start actions. So I'll press start actions button.
No, just press cancel. Hit cancel it, whatever. Just hit cancel.
It's going to quit scan and stuff.
Cancel. Cancel.
No, I'm not going to click cancel. Why would I click cancel?
Because it's malware. It's not spyware. It's malware that's on your computer.
And so now you've just sent me malware?
No, I did not send you goddamn malware. That's a link to the U.S. government website.
It wouldn't be in a foreign language if it were a link to the U.S. government.
No, the document's in a foreign language.
Oh my God.
Do you see the screen?
We'll take a look at the screen. I said, holy shit.
Look at the goddamn screen.
This scared the hell out of me.
I said cancel. Hit cancel on everything. You got malware. Your computer's not fixed.
What does that mean? What are you telling me? All this started with you sending me something. So
yeah, that would have done that. I'll send you another PDF file to do the same fucking thing.
How is that? How is that?
You got malware on your computer.
Are you saying it was there before?
Yes.
My
computer would have done the same thing when I clicked the link. My computer would have done the same thing if that was the case.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You got malware on your computer. Jesus. All right. Do you see this document?
Did Brooke leave us? Brooke left us.
Oh, did she? I don't know. I'm on the share screen. Let me check.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, she did leave.
Oh my God. So.
What were y'all fighting about? What was she bitching about?
So what is this? This is all pink and it's all you.
Oh, my bad. I was checking her. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, do you see this document?
Yeah. Okay. What about it?
See how it says technical assistance plan for relevant recipients of Ministry of Health Ukraine.
Uh-huh.
The donor is the Department of Defense of the United States of America, and the beneficiary is the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. So this is where the laboratory, the biolab was, but I mean, it's gone now. This was the contractor team that built it. And if you notice the Dnipro, whatever, the Ukrainian subcontractors things, Hunter Biden was a partner on a few of these firms.
Dnipropetrovsk.
I think it was the
Dnipropetrovsk.
I think that was the one he was definitely he sat on a board of. And I actually look at this same company over the oversight of it. But check it out right down here. It says the permit for working with pathogens. That's what you got to see. The permit for working with pathogens.
Mm-hmm.
This is the part that you need to understand. This was the dead giveaway that it was a biolab.
No. These are like working with just. That's if this is even real. This doesn't even look like an official document to me.
This was on the United States Embassy.gov website.
Let me take a look at this.
That's why I went through the hell. That's why I went through the hell of getting this thing.
Because
I knew if I just gave you the map of where all the 18 biolabs were in the Ukraine, you would just go, "Oh, that's Photoshop. That's AI. That's fake." So here I got from the United States Embassy.gov website.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, just to put this into perspective for you. Any nation has biolabs that deal with preparing for viruses, which are preparing for health threats. That's
correct, sir. You are correct.
Yes, yeah. So it's I'm not quite sure why this is.
They're not only in Ukraine; they're all throughout the world. There's a lot of them in Saudi Arabia. There's a lot over there. There are a lot of them. Trust me. I got the whole world map of where all these biolabs are. They're not just concentrated in the Ukraine. But a major, like I said, there were about 16 to 18 biolabs that were U.S. funded over there.
So now, what's the next thing you want me to see?
No, that was okay.
There's something else here. The screenshot.
Yeah, that's the smart ass comment I left all of y'all for last week for being so stupid.
Oh my God! You use a different term. You don't want to insult everybody. It's
well, everybody insulted me, so it's kind of
you took it as an insult.
You get what you get. That's what I say.
What everyone
like Peter Moon said.
What everyone was saying.
Just missing what
everyone's saying is that you insist you're not looking at QAnon, but you source dark web sites.
No, I sourced United States government embassy. Look over here. I know we're doing the screen share. I apologize. We're doing the screen share.
At any rate, I understand what you're saying right now, but much of what you show us is from dark websites that.
I know, but see right here,
QAnon.
Yeah.
USembassy.gov. US Embassy. So let's check if that's an official website. Okay. So in the meantime,
USembassy.gov.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Well, thank you.
And there's more of these. This is just one that I could get access to.
Thank you for UA.USembassy.gov, right?
Yeah. Ass with 2 S's.
Yes. Fuck, let me take a look at that again. And then go back to the, and then we'll, at any rate, do say hello to everyone, George. Tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself. And
yes, hello, Douglas.
Yeah,
thank you for having me on. And I completely agree with you, Douglas.
Thank you.
I
mean, not that we're insulting or ganging up on Ian. It's just that,
No.
I mean, what he's showing us now, so let's take a look at this. So it says here that when I asked, is ua.usembassy.gov legit? It does say U.S. Embassy in Ukraine. Okay, so it says the mission of the United States Embassy in the Ukraine is in the interest of the United States to serve and protect U.S. citizens in Ukraine. So, okay, this looks legit. The site looks legit. So
I don't know how they get away with the UA though. I don't know how that is supposed to represent Ukraine though. I don't get that.
UA. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's one thing I couldn't fucking put my finger on. You know.
Okay. So that site looks legit. If this comes off that site, I suppose it's legit. But it's just labs to deal with viruses that might break out in any country.
And yeah, this was 22 years ago. They started this development. It was 12 years ago. 12 years ago they started these developments.
Yeah, 2012. It feels like 22
so I could
years
see,
ago.
Yeah, I could see him getting the ball rolling on one of these places, and then shit goes haywire down the road, like with anything. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have no evidence that anything went haywire. It's but other than Russian aggression. But such being said, are you? Tell us what's your ultimate stance on this. Are you siding with the Russians? Certainly not, right? I mean, you certainly don't present yourself as a Russian sympathizer in that. I
don't think it has to do with like being a Russian sympathizer, but from what I heard was the first race-specific bioweapon that they were knocking out in these underground labs targeted Russians.
Well,
that's the story I got.
Well,
so that's why I'm thinking. Go ahead.
That wouldn't make sense because Ukrainians and Russians are genetically pretty close. So close that it's.
I'm not a scientist.
Yeah,
this is just what I hear.
Their differences are cultural, so that wouldn't make sense. It would be like if somebody were wiping out the Russians, they'd be taking too many Ukrainians with them to make the weapon viable. It would be like that would be like it's like design a weapon to wipe out Asians. And you're doing this with the help.
They're doing that too. They're doing that too.
Look, these things have been going on for years, but it's very difficult to try and do something that is specific when you come down to maybe something that could wipe out Negroes or Caucasoids.
No, they're doing that too.
Or Mongoloids in a very generic sense. But you can't disambiguate with nationalities. There's too much of a genetic. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but what if there was some genetic fingerprint for a race and they fucking figured it out?
Yeah, but that's different from. I just explained it.
You know what I'm saying though.
But it can't disambiguate across borders when you've got people of the same ethnos. Ukrainians and Russians are culturally.
I'm not a scientist. I'm just going by what I hear.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Yeah, okay, but I hope what I put into perspective puts that into perspective.
I know, I get you. But like I said, what if there's some one fingerprint for an entire race and they figured it out? So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and so your efforts are appreciated. And have you ever doubted? Have I not complimented you plenty of times in the past?
Back on this. If I was Putin and I heard some shit like that, I'd have some motherfuckers down there cleaning it up.
That does not.
You know what I'm saying? If I knew somebody was making some shit that killed me specifically,
Ian,
I would go send my army down there to clean it up.
Ian, the Ukrainians in a mass witness document, complete with the Greater British Empire and the United States of America present, signed a document with the Russians that if they turned over all of their nuclear weapons, their Black Sea Fleet, one of the largest nuclear fleets in the world, their bomber, their nuclear bombardment wing, they turned this all over to the Russians under the promise, signed in front of co-signatories, that the Russians would not invade. So they surrendered all of their lethal weapons offense.
Are you talking about Ukraine did
That's
this?
right.
Ukraine?
Yes, to the Russians. And then the Russians invaded anyway. So
what did the Russians say their reason for was?
They didn't give a reason at that time. They just invaded. Yes, in 2012, 2011, then 2014.
Okay.
Yeah, then 2014 they invaded outright and took the Crimea. And, and then they finally this year went all the way. Now, what happened was a world that just kept tolerating it. The world just kept tolerating it. And, and then Putin thought he could get away with it, literally with mass murder. But look, I appreciate what you're saying, but I could only say that I would only hope the Ukrainians, having been so stupid, so self-destructive, so incredibly naive as to do what they did, finally developed enough brains to develop the balls, drop the balls, and develop the testosterone to start establishing a number of bioweapons labs in order to have a strategic weapon of deterrence against the Russians. It would be the only sensible thing for a poor nation to do at that point. But there's still no real evidence for it. What you're presenting us is evidence for what are essentially like health labs.
And that's just one. That's just one of them. But anyway. Point taken and everything, but that's just what I meant last week when I have the receipt.
Yeah, but you don't take did I not say that you dig up plenty of valid information? Have I not?
And why is America dumping $2 million into some shit over there? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? What are we dumping $2 million into Ukraine for?
Well, at that time, that was nothing. At that time, that's
I know, but that's my point, though, Doug. It's just like, why are we doing this? We're not getting a valid,
Well,
that's all.
The valid reason was, first off, the Russians had unleashed the Africanized swine fever, and they probably were investigating that, and that makes perfect sense because that wound up impacting us all. When China had all of the deaths of so many pigs, then look at what was the ultimate product of that: COVID. Is that fans again? I'm hearing fans again.
Yeah, I hear that now. Yeah, that's not me this time. I hear that now.
It's Brooke. She turned her fans on.
Oh, is she back?
Yeah, because she couldn't stand your shit.
Does she got clothes?
I'm kidding.
Is she clothes?
Yeah, she's got clothes on. Yes, but she's got the fan on. She's got so many clothes on. She's got the fan on. Yes. Oh my God. So Brooke, why are we hearing a fan from your end? Why is the screen keep glitching? Why it's because he's sharing screen. He scares the hell out of me with his screen share.
Oh yeah, look, I'm sorry. Look, my bad.
No worries. No. You don't need to be apologetic. That was who disappeared? Oh, when he stopped the screen share, I disappeared. Holy shit! So where's that noise coming from? So Brookie too.
Yeah, what is that?
Wait, what's going on in the background?
I mean, her mic is unblocked.
She's blow drying. She's blow drying.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it, or something.
She must have just gotten out that shower.
She went to the shower again. She got so heated from talking to me. You know how excited she gets. Yeah. Yeah. She hung up on that.
Yeah. Oh, she hung up. Yeah, I can see myself doing porn with her in a shower. Like, it's totally so hot.
I can't fucking win. You can't win. It's
all women. It's all women are like it.
Oh my God. And so thank you, Ian. And again, understand, I've given you compliments in the past for information that you've provided that I find relevant. And look, you don't need to feel insulted when we're not coming down on you in some way that's trying to insult you when we tell you that sometimes the stuff you come up with sounds like it's hauntingly familiar.
Okay, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Let's just drop it. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Great. So, George.
All good.
Hello,
you.
Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
How
and
long,
I cannot.
Since Brooke's not with us, I can ask this question without pissing her off. So, how long do we have with you tonight?
Got about a good hour, Douglas.
Oh, good. So, let's take advantage of that. And so, you might be aware that MARINA SEREN joined us earlier.
Oh God, did she actually attend the show, Douglas? Did she arrive and appear on the show?
Yeah, she actually did. Yeah, what was going on was that
wow.
I had to tell her, don't worry, Brooke's not going to be there. She won't hurt you. I'm kidding. I'm just trying to taunt Brooke so she comes back on. But I shouldn't even do that. That's like playing with fire, right? I mean, I'll only pay the price for it later.
Yeah.
So Brooke, I didn't say that. Literally, I didn't think she was going to come on at all. I was preparing, but anyhow, there was some miscommunication between Brooke and I, and I feel better now. So I was just really irritated at the time. But it went as well as it could. I mean, I think it was most important just to allow Marina to vent about her stalker. She basically, it's gang stalkers because she has several. Two of them that are apparently outstanding in the most negative sense. One of them who was on this show, and that was.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes, this fucker named Eric Hecker, I believe, is the faggot's name. And so this guy was on this show at one point. He was a plumber in Antarctica. And so apparently he is stalking her now relentlessly. And,
for goodness sake.
And we have some other people, of course, who are attacking her. And I warned her by coming on my show she would be attacked even more, that this is going to start the cycle again. But if she remained strong through it and tried to maintain a united front, we could get through this. The world's changing quite rapidly. So, so all such being said, do share with us. Obviously, you and I need to have a private talk about any new developments on your side. We'll try and arrange for that as soon as we can. In the interim, what I did was I gave you her contact card on Skype, and I gave her yours. So she said it was great. She's looking forward to hearing from you, and that way you could provide her some historical that's what basically technological history perspective on the Third Reich in exile, and I think that's important for her to know about, considering what she feels affiliated to. I tried to get her to take a stance on the Third Reich, but she's more taking a stance on cultural identity issues and. But I think that she's, we'll see what happens in the future with any developments in that regard. Otherwise, though, by all means, cut loose with whatever you feel is most relevant and immediately relevant, and, we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes, very much appreciated and remarkable, and I can't wait to, engage in a dialogue with her, and that'll be great. I think, and I think she needs to really... seem to reach out to you a bit more and confide in you a bit more, and it might help her. It might help her so-called recollect on certain aspects of her reality. Definitely, she'll benefit from that. Several things to this I'd like to bring back. To respond to what you were saying earlier about taking events. I'm actually at the moment, me and my wife are going through.
God, you're glitching. You're glitching. Is it where are you at right now? The glitching, the audio, the technical difficulties are pretty harsh.
Yes, Douglas. Sorry, it's my connection. I do apologise.
It sounds a little better now. Sounds a little better now. Start over again, please. Yes.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to say to Ian, one of the things that I've learned about myself through these counselling sessions is I've been taking my whole life I've been quite sensitive to offences from people, and I was informed that it's more likely that people actually care about yourself and they want to engage with you more, but the only way to engage with you is through a form of banter or sarcasm, and so that's just their way of trying to communicate with you. So that's one thing that please don't take offence to anything any of us say to you. We're only saying it because we actually care, and not to take things the wrong way. And so that's one thing I've got to learn to be more assertive with myself about, is just not to take things to the wrong way, or take things, don't take things to a heart.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I appreciate you.
That's all right.
So much. I do.
No, that's right. And it wasn't, I'm not saying that facetiously or anything like that. But it's one of the things that that's one of my downfalls, is I'm a quite sensitive person. So
I know, just serious. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's all right. Yeah, because I feel like I do need a bit more, what's the word, Douglas? More humane or humanous, or what's the word? To be more presentative on the show, as to present myself or personify myself as more of a human being.
Oh, right. That's it. You've humanized yourself immensely over the past.
Humility.
No, not humility.
All right. That's something different. Yeah.
That's something different. Actually,
yes.
we're all given a sense of humility when we're dealing with Brooke anyway, because then we basically just are humiliated by just the effect she has on the conversation. I'm kidding, Brooke. Just if you're listening. At any rate,
but seriously, thank you, George. I appreciate it.
There we are.
That's right, Ian. Yeah, no, and I think it will help definitely.
Yeah,
it'll make you so. Yeah.
Yeah, really. No, I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt. So go on. I mean, the both of you, I think it's good to see both of you talk. It really is.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And the thing is, the other things I wanted just to talk about, Douglas, whilst I've got some airtime with yourselves, I was hoping Brooke would be on. I wanted to ask her a personal question, something I wanted to ask her. What I actually wanted to find out what she wants. Actually, I wanted to ask her a personal question, just from the engagement from the last transmission. I just wanted to ask her a personal question whilst we're live on air.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask her something. So when she comes back, I would like to have an opportunity, please, just to ask her just a question.
Sure. Let me see if I can call her. Let me see if I can.
She'll be back.
I mean, we can count on that, but let me see if I can push the river, so to speak, and call her. Then if not, we can ask that question eventually. I mean, she'll probably be back, just before you leave. Obviously, of course, she's way ahead of us in terms of time, so it's quite late for her, and we do have to take that into consideration. So it's always very the schedules just get very difficult to work with when it comes to people in foreign countries. And after all, the Confederacy was once a foreign country, still is in so many ways. And so, such being said, George, saving that for later. You said your wife and yourself have been in counseling. I'm so excited. So good. Whatever you're willing to share about that, go ahead, or just go ahead and talk about other things. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, no, it's been going well, thank you. And I managed to review the entirety of the Christine Joanna Hart interview with yourself, Douglas. Okay. So that was remarkable. It's entitled, about extraterrestrials and Stephen Greer, going off on those topics, and regards. But and at the end, I really appreciate, because you went, you start to turn towards the 1,000-year Reich in exile, towards Christine Joanna Hart, and she was asking I believe she referred to them as, I'm not familiar with the term, the Palians, or from the Billy Meyer case. And I really appreciate that. You're absolutely spot on. I can vouch for everything that you said, and that is everything I've been presented as well with the Billy Meyer case as well, because the government themselves took him very, very seriously because of what he was encountering, and he was able to take remarkable footage and trying to demonstrate to the government, and that is why they took him very seriously. It was the same case, it was a similar thing with the George Adamski cases in the 1950s. They were both basically gullible fools that fell for everything they were telling them. Of course, they were deliberately deceiving him, telling them that they were from other star systems, but of course they wouldn't present who they really were, for obvious reasons, which you articulated. And so and I recently reviewed the old interview with yourself with Dr. Rita Louise, and that she asked a question right at the end about why did the United States government were concerned or worried about a so-called Soviet threat? And then, as you projected to her, you just elaborated the fact that there was never a Soviet threat. The Cold War was never a threat from two nuclear exchanges, because of course there have been several incidents throughout history where there had been on the brink of a nuclear exchange between the two superpowers, so quote-unquote superpowers. But of course the real threat was projected by the 1,000-year Reich in exile. So these are all very relevant points, and I love the fact that when you bring up Title 38 of the United States Code and Code of Federal Regulations, all cite and recognise December 31st, 1946 as legal ceasefire of World War II. So it was, everything that I can vouch and verify, and things that I can articulate, of course. And I'm sharing this day in, day out with people.
Wonderful.
And so that's just what I wanted to share. Douglas, with yourself and the listenership. And I know a lot of the listenerships that are listening want to listen to more of these situations about they ask questions about what are they doing right now, and that's what I think the major concern is. People want to know is what is their stance, or what they want to what's their agenda. Of course, there are some people, I think they've appeared on the show. I don't know the individual's name. I can't remember. I can't recall. But he was asking about, I think it might have been Nemo, actually. I don't know if it was Nemo, but asking about, is there going to be an invasion of the surface world?
Right, that was Nemo.
And of course, no, I think that was Nemo. And who was the other individual who was asking about it? There was somebody else. I think it was 2 transmissions ago, if I recall, when I came on very late on the second part. Yeah, I came on the second time. I can't remember. Sorry, Douglas.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember, to tell you the truth. But yeah, go on. So you'd like to posit at least some context for them in that regard, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I know that's, it's a very, that people are intrigued and they want to know more about it. And, with mine and your knowledge, we can certainly help fulfill that. That intrigueness, or that what's the word, that what people have, they want to fulfill that for them. No, Douglas, it's oh god, it's just like, at the moment it's all very much I'm sorry, it's because it's so early in the morning. I'm not very acquainted. I'm not very articulate. And that's my problem in the mornings. But later on throughout the day, I become more recollected. I can become more all collected with my words. But it's just to they've got a form of interest, and they want to have that. They seek information, and I think that we can fulfill that, certainly. And I always recommend people to review your old transmissions or review your old interviews, and they will get all the information they need, because of course, people ask so many questions, but of course, they have to invest all that time in reviewing all those old content on your YouTube channel in order to get the answer. But of course, it's all mixed, and it's not all to jumble together in one segment. They have to review several of them to get the answers, or to get the understanding about the historical reality. But sorry, I'm not sounding very coherent.
That's
but
okay.
I hope it makes sense to some people out there what I'm trying to emphasize or articulate. The importance of what information you seek out there. It is out there. You just need to know. You just need to look in the right places. And I think that's the problem with you, Ian, as well. I think going off on these looking at all these. I don't know where. I know it referenced the deep dark web. All these sources of information that you acquire, or whichever sources material you collect. That's the trouble with this. Is because it is all jumbled up. The information out there doesn't make any sense. There is no narrative to make anything sound sense. So then people are just more discombobulated with everything that is presented. And I think that's the intent of it as well. The majority of the time, the information on the internet is to confuse the consumer, the information consumer, and you are the information consumer because you're seeking information, and that's the whole intent of it. So and so when you come on the show, or if anyone comes on and they start spewing whatever they have found on the internet, it doesn't make any coherent sense. Well,
in terms of go on. What were you going to say?
No, sorry, Douglas. I'm going to stop right there. Because I'm going to just refresh myself.
So go ahead and oxygenate early in the morning, and that's great. Well, Ian, what I would say is that Ian has a narrative, and Ian's narrative is that you want to basically expose evil in the world, basically, particularly those that are human trafficking in children, in particular. Or exploiting them. That would be correct to say, right, Ian? I think that's a lot of your information deals with that, and you were investigating a lot of things independently that were right, Ian.
Yeah. That's the impression I get, Douglas, certainly. And it's a good cause. It's certainly a great thing to, be like, what's the word? Act like to, definitely to oppose, but he's like a form of activist against it. But, he's trying to expose evil in this world. And like you said, he is exposing it. He's trying to seek it out where there is evil and trying to expose it. And I understand, it's one of those, it's definitely one of those things. It was certainly like, I can remember in my earlier days of pursuing 9/11, it was certainly trying to pinpoint the crime itself, who were the perpetrators of that crime. And it was the same sort of thing. You were seeking who they were, trying to pinpoint the individuals themselves. And so, I think that's what Ian is actually doing. He is doing, he is trying to serve justice. He is serving, what is the word that he is portraying himself as? It's a,
he's an investigative journalist is what he's training himself to be, kind of like a private detective. I mean, he's got some pretty astonishing footage that has been collected, but a lot of it, of course, is more, shall we say, a little more obtuse. But I mean, we don't need to overdwell on that. I think we made our point with that, and I don't know if he's even there right now. But when it comes to, shall we say, before I get into monologue tonight, let's have you, when you kind of wake up, so to speak. I don't know how you're feeling right now, but let's take a look if someone else has joined us, because some people are leaving comments. Mark H says Vigilante. I'll just put a thumbs up to that and ask him why he hasn't joined us on the call. So let's see if we can bring him in on the call and press for Mark H. Get a little bit of a roundtable going, and then when I get my head out of my ass, I can just begin monologuing at a fairly early hour and just take into account so much that's been going on. Hoping to get to France tonight. Want to finish what I was saying, of course, about China and some of these things I was bringing up. So, Mark, oh my God! So it's been as you can imagine, been kind of a rough and tumble evening as we have progressed through the night. Has its ups and downs. Just one of these things that was going on. Tell me your impression of the night so far.
So can you hear me, Doug?
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me on. Good to talk to everybody. What's up, Doug? What's up, Ian? And what's up, George?
Yeah. Good evening.
So I thought it was cool. I thought she was going to be on longer. Did she get cut off?
I didn't cut her off. She just decided to, I guess, or maybe she's having technical difficulties. She seemed to come back on for a few minutes, and we heard something in the background that sounded like Ian's fans. And then she just kind of just vanished after that. And I tried to call her again, but she hasn't responded. I think she's all right. I mean, certainly she seemed all right. So who knows? Maybe she kind of butt dialed us with that second call. Ian West had butt dialed us earlier, and that was one of the things that, it's just whenever you have something that's already stressful going on, everything possible will go wrong to make it orders of magnitude more stressful. It just cascades and cascades. That's how these things work. So there you go with that. It was just it was just irritating all the way around. I was trying to contact Marina to see her earlier, to have her come on earlier, but that just wasn't going to happen because she's very unresponsive. So Ian's raising his hand. So sure, Ian.
I was going to say her nagging can be just so blood curdling. It just makes the hairs on your back stand up. I couldn't do it, Doug. I just couldn't do it.
Thank you. Yes, I do have quite the thick skin. Yes.
And I'll be honest with you. A woman could have a pussy tighter, that wouldn't stretch past the time, but it just still wouldn't be worth it with all that nagging.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God! That thank you for the poetry. There was just Brooke hit me with something that was equally graphic just the other day that just left me reeling. Such being said, okay. So all right. That was.
I hope that wasn't too graphic.
It was graphic enough where my mind went blank, but it's okay. Oh my God.
Speaking of the devil.
It's so, dear Brooke. I'm feeling much better after some.
I'm glad you're feeling better. I want to tell Ian West, don't fucking ever call me again, bitch. You called me tonight. Quit calling me. You fucking go there.
What are you talking about? Are you drinking again?
No, you were putting me down. Saying that the nagging. That I was the nagging one. You couldn't take it.
Listen to you.
Right. It's not. That's not nagging. That is called truthfulness.
I almost felt bad for Doug walking in on that. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, they're crying about me, Brooke. They're crying about me.
You were 90 miles a minute on them. I didn't know you could blend syllables like that.
I'm rolling back and forth. It's like the Rodney King beating. It's like the Rodney King beating. It's just, I just roll. She left.
Is she okay?
I get. She left.
Oh, kind of missed her.
It's. Brooke, come on, don't be like that. Jesus Christ. I mean, we're just kidding. Jesus. Fucking can't win. Oh.
Well, I'm glad I'm the one that said something to bring her back for a second. That's kind of flattering,
It's who's recording the call? Why are you recording the call?
What are you talking about?
It says.
Yeah, it says recorded.
It says that we're recording the call.
Oh shit! Sorry, hold on.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
See, there we are. So Brooke, see, he butt dialed the recording. What did I tell you? People do this.
Yeah, but I'm using my Android.
Yes.
So, I got sausage fingers,
Yes. So there we go. So let me try.
I haven't used that joke in a while. That was pretty good.
Call her again. I know what'll bring her back. Mark, say something about her marinating. Yeah, man, I could tell she's being marinated, Doug. Yeah. And that'll bring her back.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, she was all about that. I made a good friend in her by saying that yesterday or the other day. Absolutely.
Oh, my nose.
So I take.
What's left of this horrible liquid Coke went up my nose. I tell you, the powder's the only good Coke. Now she says she's unavailable. Can't win. So at any rate, Mark, give us a little update on what's been going on with you in gambling land.
Actually, recently, Mr. Realtech gave me a little, advice for like stocks and things like that.
Don't call me anymore.
Who? Which one of us?
Whoever just.
Where is she coming from?
I have no idea.
Brooke, you're there. Oh, Brooke. Hey, look. Why does everything feel like it's silent all of a sudden? I feel like everybody.
I know. It's all quiet and shit. Okay, Brooke's back.
No, we don't know.
I said, don't call me anymore.
Wait, Brooke. Look in the text box. See that? Do you see that recording? Ian, tell her you butt dialed and was recording us. See, you can butt dial a recording. He just proved it. Right, Ian? Tell her.
Yeah, I just
go with Ian's fucking bullshit plan. Like, this is stupid because fuck you, both of you fucking turned on me tonight, and especially you.
I was just joking. I was just joking. I don't. Well, look, Ian. He always.
You know that Doug was being a goddamn baby bitch earlier. Say that I ruined his night when he said
I walked in on it.
He's honey. He's not the person to turn to for that. Look, there was a miscommunication, okay? I can put that into perspective in time. Just let me go rinse the taste.
I don't want the perspective. I don't want anybody's perspective. I'm out.
No, hey, don't be that way. Don't be that way.
All right, peace, Brooke. Bye.
No. Anyhow, don't be that way. And look, he's just, look, Brooke, it's not like that. Look, there was a miscommunication. All I was trying, anyhow, okay, it's fine. Everything worked out fine.
There was no miscommunication. It was a complete communication that you completely continue to want to harbor that you did correctly. and that I ruined it.
I'm not. Don't think of it like that. Don't think of it as a zero-sum game.
I'm sorry.
It's not a zero-sum game where I'm right, you're wrong. It's a.
It's just you came on being so upset about it, and I didn't. All I did was respond to your messages, and you're like, you accused me of ruining.
You're feeding into his masochism. You know that, right? Seriously, Brooke. Let's be honest.
That is funny. See, you anyhow, Brooke. It's not. Don't take this the way Ian took what we were saying about his regurgitating QAnon stuff through other sources. Okay, he took that and he that festered in him.
Make me want to join QAnon.
Yes.
It would be much easier. And I'd probably get more truth out than the truth that I have to get when you came on tonight and I tried to talk over you. You wouldn't let me speak, and
you mean me or me?
It's exhausting, Brooke. I know it's exhausting.
Me or him or both of us?
You, not me. I had no problem with Ian until he wanted to do what he said earlier.
Brooke.
What did he say?
Brooke, you were chewing him out brutally. Brooke, you were brutal with them. I'm sorry. Don't take offense to it. Oh, my God.
Anyhow.
Trust me, I've said much worse things about you than that. That's the last thing you want to,
I don't know. He said something that was really graphic earlier that had nothing to do with your...
I heard exactly what the fuck it was. It was when I was calling in.
Oh, okay.
It's a matter of how tight my pussy fucking was.
Yeah. Like I said, you knocked me for a loop with what you said the other time.
I love you so much.
What you love is the fact I might have the tightest pussy in the fucking world. The problem is you'd still fall out of it with that fucking little pencil you got.
Thank you. That is funny.
That was so good.
Yes. Yes. You should have heard what she said the other day when she saw some chick's aquarium. And it just oh my God, she had me seeing double. So darling, look, look, I'm going to rinse the taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth and return here. But, hey, we got Mark H with us, Mr. Marinade. And, he's, a bit different tonight, on a different vibe. George Knight and his wife have been going to counseling. I mean, the world's doing okay. And, let's all be okay. I did my coke and it wasn't...
This weekend, obviously it did nothing for you. You totally lost your shit tonight on me messaging me. So maybe you should go to counseling, get a new one.
I'm going to counseling.
It's not working. That's what I'm saying.
I've only been to one session. It was the intake session. And he said, "What's going on? You look like hell, man. What's going on?" I said, "Oh, I got this bitch riding my back. Oh man, it's just she's killing me. Oh man, I can't win." And he said, "Oh, you poor son of a bitch." Yeah, and I'm kidding. Okay. Anyhow, it was an intake session. There was nothing to be done yet. Okay, we don't start the work until next Wednesday. Brooke?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Both your books. He'll be seeing you every day.
Yeah. Look, Brooke. Let me put some things into perspective, when it comes to all of this and what happened. But let me leave you with all these gentlemen first for a few minutes. You've got great guys. George Knight, Mark H., Ian West, when he's not chewing gummy sharks. You can actually hear what he says. Not that that's always coherent anyway. But, hey, George Knight has been talking, he's still caffeinating, oxygenating, still getting started. You want to make sure he has a good day ahead.
I need a fucking cigarette.
Yeah. Hey, Mark's with us, our gambling man, our fixer. He says Realtech gave him financial advice, and I can't believe he's following it. But, hey...
Mark, I heard you getting that financial advice last week. I don't want to say anything. I hope Realtech's not listening, but I was like, you were like, does it work for you? Did it work for you using his psychic stuff? And I was like, what do you think? Does it work for him? Why don't you go visit him? I was asking what kind of car he's driving. His Ferrari this week. His Mercedes. Downtown New York, Manhattan skyrise. Out in the 30 acres, 12 horses.
Yeah, and if you think Brooke Gibson's coke is cut, man, you should see the shit he's using. It's talcum powder. Oh god. Ian, George, Mark, why don't you gentlemen say something while I'll be back in just a few. I'll just go mute for a little while and burn that bandwidth. When I come back, I'll be engaging people a bit more. Mark, don't be shy. Come on, Mark. You got a rejoinder. Come on.
That's what you need to do. And then as soon as you ask him to talk, say, well, I didn't mean you to talk. I can't have you talk right now. Do that. Do that. See, I didn't realize Brooke was going to be here. You can't. I didn't realize it. I know I said just now talk, and I saw Brooke was here, but I changed my mind now. But in a minute when I come back from my break, I'm going to let you know how I'm the victim of all this, Mark, because really you shouldn't have ever implied you wanted to talk to begin with, where I had to ask you to talk. And I felt like you were implying it just by you being here as a person.
Oh, it kills me. It kills me. It's so good. I'm sorry. How you doing, Brooke?
Good. Like, I know I get like a little tits, but oh my god, I was having a good day too.
Yeah.
And anyway, I don't care.
I know.
Fucking show, and I'm gonna talk over people. That's why I was trying to get that microphone going. Like, you're gonna have to help me. I cannot get it to fucking work.
What kind of microphone is it?
I had a first one that was working before on this computer. It's a JLab. Then I just went and bought a Yeti, and it
blue? Is it blue?
Yeah, and it basically plugs in, and no, this is the Yeti Nano. I think the blue.
Okay.
But either way, it works on the computer. Like, I can see it testing.
Mm-hmm.
And see it, the sound go up. And then when I go over to Skype and I'm access to Skype, and then I go into Skype and I can see it talking Skype, but I plug in the microphone, and when I test the microphone to do like the ring, it'll ring me. But as soon as I try to make a call, like a test call, you can't hear shit in that microphone. I think that's why y'all could hear me earlier, and because I had the volume, but I couldn't hear shit.
Oh.
But I can hear the test. Like, I can't hear the test call. I can hear.
Well, do you know how to get to your audio properties in Skype?
Yeah, I'm in there. I mean, I've been to both. That's what I was doing all this time. I was in System Sounds, fucking Skype shit. I'm giving up tonight. I'm so pissed at it, but like it didn't have everything else. But yeah, I mean, I'm in both. Like, so.
Well, yeah, I got this new History of Satanism book, Volume 6. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I just got it today. But this dude's got like 5 other books out. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. And but anyway, I mean, it's badass. Like, it's straight. Man, it goes into some crazy shit, like crazy, like pre-fucking Aleister Crowley shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like pre-Aleister Crowley. It's crazy. I got it for free. Like, I'm on this academia website, so hopefully that's some pussy. Hold on. Damn, it's not. Anyway,
I know.
No, it's not. It's not. But anyway, I'm on the site and they send me all this shit. So it's pretty cool though. But now that I got his 6th book, I kind of want to get the first 5 and check them out.
Yeah. How much was the first? How much was it?
Oh, it's free. It's free. You just gotta like put what you like in, and they'll email you.
What website is it?
Academia.
Sorry, I was too busy listening to you saying, but you're trying to see if that was pussy phone call for you or something.
Yeah, that was great, right?
Oh my god.
No, it wasn't. But yeah, the website's Academia, and they send you free shit whenever it pops up in your likes.
So they don't do a search to see, like, because I feel like Academia, like, like you would be the last person they would mail something academic to.
Well, this is the site that
By the way, I heard that. Last sentence.
That went way over his head. Way over his
no,
head.
I got it. I'm just,
He was letting it go because he knows I'm having a hard night, I'm sure.
Why are you having a hard night? Okay, that's a stupid question. But
Did you want me to speak, or did you want to ask me the question and then tell me, oh, never mind, I don't want you to speak. I didn't mean to ask you a question.
Is that what you think I'm essentially trying to say?
No, I just think that's a great example of exactly how tonight went.
You mean like earlier, like you mean like after Marina was gone? After what? Okay. All right, if you wish. So, Brooke. Mark, George, Ian. What was Ian trying to show us? Ian was trying to show us something, quote unquote, academic, right, Ian? What was this?
No, I was telling her that I got this volume 6 of the History of Satan, and it's like got some pre-Aleister Crowley shit.
Isn't that Peter Levinda? Or who is that? Who wrote that?
Let me pull it up. I just got it today. Yeah, I just got it today.
So you're telling me they actually wrote a history book about fucking Peter?
Yeah, there's 6. Yeah, this is the 6th one. Oh, here it is. So I got it right here.
Funny.
I got it right here.
Yeah, go on.
It's loading up. It's called Energy Enhancement Satanic History 2. Oh, I thought this was 6.
No. There is a 6-volume history of Satan, but I can't remember who the author is. So
okay, this author is
for this energy thing, or are you talking about the history of Satan?
Yeah. Hey, no, there's more to it. I was just reading half the cover. It's called Energy Enhancement Satanic History 2 Against Satanism, Volume 6.
That's different.
Blah, blah, blah.
That's different from what I was thinking.
Swami Satchidanand.
Oh, that's definitely that's some weird shit. That's
Swami Satchidanand.
Yeah.
Swami Satchidanand. What I don't know how to say that.
Don't worry.
Anyway.
Nobody could pronounce that. Yeah. History of Satan, multiple volumes. Let me look up and see who wrote that. And I was trying to remember. Okay, but at any rate, not coming up directly. I'll have to, look for something specifically. There is like a history of Satan that's like about half a dozen volumes at least, and I don't remember who the author was. But that being said, obviously you're dealing with something else.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
And you said fucking somebody was recording me tonight with a butt dial?
Yes, it was Ian. It's there in the text box. You can take a look at it. He recorded us twice.
Did it say recording?
Honey, open the text box right here in the call.
I'm just asking, did it say recording at the top of the screen or not?
It did, yeah. The second time I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, when you record with that, guess what? It comes up recording. I'm pretty sure there were 6 people on the call. If it was being recorded on there, then it would have said
everyone was looking at you!
I was looking at the fucking thing because I was looking at me. I mean, like, where else was I looking? I was looking right at the fucking computer.
You were half asleep.
Recording. It was a big red fucking flag. I wasn't even on my phone that night, so I definitely seen it.
You just trust me. It was a butt dial because Ian did it. He did it, and it was a butt dial. And until I looked up,
Ian, did you actually butt dial tonight?
The recording. Let her know.
Yeah. I did. And like it said recording on the top right of the screen when they started to tell me.
Yeah.
And that was not purposeful, Ian?
No. Tell her. Tell her what you're using, and you're all thumbs. Tell her what you're using.
No, right, Bridget, it's true. He's got those sausage fingers over there, and he actually did do it by accident.
Honestly, it hurts his penis when he masturbates. Those thumbs are bigger than his prick, and it just like it's kind of like using those claws on the ends of those diving suits.
Are you talking about Ian?
Yeah.
Hold on, Brooke. What didn't Mark say there was a clip and then of you?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't you have seen record on the screen if there really was a clip?
That's what I'm saying. It would have said record.
But that's my point. When people are all distracted staring at her, nobody noticed it.
I wasn't.
First of all,
No, but I'll tell you, it was up there for so
Yes.
fleeting. It was so fleeting. Mark can attest to this. It was only a few seconds because
Mark wasn't on the
It-
call, so he would not have
No,
seen
no,
He was.
I wasn't on the call, but I saw the. I jumped and looked at the text box
Yeah.
inside the Skype call.
Yes,
That's how I saw it. Brooke.
which I told you, Brooke. Whenever I call everybody, when I bring everybody onto the roundtable, I call everybody, and any one of them for the next 12 years theoretically can jump on that particular call, can enter it, and take a look at the text box. Anyone who was brought on that call, whether they joined the call or not, so long as they were called, they can visit that call and look at the text box. That's the way it works.
But then the recording just automatically pops up. That's like Ian did one tonight, automatically available. For 30 days.
But that's right. And it disappears.
No, the only person, if you're saying if Sausage Fingers did it, he only did it for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Mark hates me to let the cat out of the bag to me. You know, the biggest problem is you said you saw it and had deleted, but you talked to me twice before you called me the night that Mark Hayes told me, and you talked to me about some bullshit stuff. But you don't think you might should have called me or at least told me on one of those calls?
I didn't know about it. I didn't even know about it.
You knew about it before you got on the call. Down. You knew about it. Yes.
No, I did not. No, I did not. Troy
You didn't
Bellamy.
know about it before Mark Hayes said it because you're the one that said you had it deleted.
No, only after Mark Heach contacted me about it and told me about it, then I deleted it. I told you that. My story's consistent. Troy Bellamy only did it by accident. Yeah. What?
When did Mark contact you?
Mark contacted me, I don't know, it was the day I told you about it.
You didn't tell me. You told me on air. You didn't tell me on air. Mark told me on air.
Yeah, and then I told you, I mean, right? And then it's all on the. It doesn't change my narrative any. What are you seeking? What are you trying to say? It's not like honestly, I've done. Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just giving you a little bit of a hard time. So chill out. Take a deep breath. But I do have to give you a hard time on this because I'm not mad, but I am giving you a hard time on it because Mark did tell me on air. You say Mark contacted you personally and you told him to delete it before we were on air, which would have probably been the day before or the day after the broadcasting. My point is, why didn't you let me know? Why did Mark have to say?
Oh, that! Yeah, that, yeah.
Yeah, that.
I didn't want to face your wrath. Yeah, so Troy Bellamy has joined us. Troy Bellamy, we just had a demonstration right there in the text box of Skype where our man, real Ian West, recorded our conversation for a few minutes, totally by accident, on his Android. He's using an Android, right, Ian?
Yes.
Thank you. And he's all thumbs, and when he's grabbing for his penis at the same time, then he winds up butt dialing, and he wound up, recording us for a minute and then stopped it.
Yeah.
And so, Troy, the same thing happened to you the other day, right? When you recorded Brooke for a few seconds by accident, right? It was like that, right?
It was totally accident. I didn't even know what I'm doing. I have no idea, and I don't have a recording of it.
Yeah.
I didn't keep it.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I was wondering why y'all mentioned that the other day. But I totally, that's not even, I wasn't an intent at all.
That's right. See, honey? There you go, darling.
Fine. It's totally fine. And I can come on the video right now. But let me go put my turtleneck on.
Yes. Of course. Yes.
Please forgive me. Like I said,
Quite all right, Troy. Believe me. Any mistake was mine in not telling her about it once I was informed about it.
Every mistake is his. That's why he gets off nervous. That's why I was trying to tell you though tonight. I know you got upset. Like you were texting me. That's kind of what got me upset. I know you were thinking I was mad. Like, no problem. And Doug knows I don't really no problem when he was like, "Oh, never mind, you can't come on." And I was like,
It wasn't. Let me try and contextualize this, honey.
Well, let me finish my part because it's your show, and you got at the beginning. You were so mad that you did not let me hardly speak. So, or not mad, but nervous. I just want to say this. All I want to say is, he said, we already know the story. Blah blah blah. I didn't ask him on. Yeah, invited me the other day with Peter. Blah blah blah. That was his own stupid fault. I agree with you. What did I say? I was in the shower and I texted you.
I understand that when you said it just makes me later on, you're like, it makes me nervous with you with Peter, and I'm like, I understand that.
That's not the word I used.
Whatever you said, you didn't say nervous. You can read it, but my point is.
Let me just apologize again, because I don't want to preclude you from partaking in that activity in the future. But I was not.
He wants more footage, Brooke. He wants more footage.
I'm realizing that we're talking about something different. He's back to the video and turtleneck. He's like, I don't want the turtleneck.
I would wear 2 turtlenecks.
Yeah, he's hoping you don't put that turtleneck on, honey. He's
putting the turtleneck on with a big fat sweater on it, fucking sweatpants.
Yes, that's yeah. But Troy, believe me, it's not held against you. Trust me, and she'll relax again at some point.
No, I'm not. I will usually take Doug's vouchers, and he vouched for you earlier, and I believed him on that it was accident, so it's fine.
And you believe me when I say it was an accident with Ian, right?
Well, Ian's parents
had the big accident. I know. Yes.
But because also everything is. But then I always say we'll go back to everything's Doug's fault, and I kid Doug. But tonight I was truly chill. I'm ruled by Mars. My Mars moved into Virgo. I was so fucking chill today. I wasn't even that mad. Like I was like, the only thing I said to you, I was literally I already put the shower on and cut it off when I heard Marina say something about y'all were talking about that lady, and that's when I said, "Oh, come on," because you had invited me on. Not only once, but now twice.
This like I said, this isn't a zero-sum game where one wins and the other loses. But go on with your narrative.
My point, because it's your show, and when you take over, you suck the oxygen out of the ring. So let me finish. Yes. So I said I was invited twice. I then said, okay, I'll come on. An hour after tonight, I was invited, and 2 or 3 days later, I was invited. So I've invited twice. I say, oh, I'll come on, and then he says, hold on a minute, I'll need to think about it. Suddenly, when an hour before, he was like, hey, I'll bring you on quietly right now. And I was like, I'll bring you on quietly.
Not what I said, but it was something similar.
Something.
Yeah.
Something like he would bring me on, and I was like, okay. But I didn't say okay because I was busy. I said, I don't know what you mean, because I didn't know Marina was on. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, I didn't reply and want to jump on. I had no desire to jump on with Marina and ruin a call or like anything that you've tried to imply before, like, oh, like jealousy or something stupid like that. And that's where, when I heard you discussing the woman that I told you about yesterday, because I remember I told you, you were like, I don't think she's come home. And I said, oh, well, I watched this video on, what was her name? The interviewed her?
Linda Moulton Howe.
Linda Moulton Howe, and y'all started talking about Linda Moulton Howe. And then both of you were jumping on Linda Moulton Howe and how she's just such a bad person too, and she's also out to keep you. And
what does she do?
She do shit, okay? And that's what I need to tell Marina. That yes, there's a lot of people, like Marina agrees, and the UFO community that are they stab each other back. They're liars. There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, all that. I do not believe that Linda Moulton Howe is part of a disinformation act. I don't believe that she is being paid. She has put too much time, effort, and work. If you watch her, this woman's been doing her whole life, and she truly gets in tears. I mean, this woman, she's been. Dog, I told you the other night, okay? You said you'd believe me and trust me on stuff. What did I tell you the other night when you had those messages from somebody in the live chat? And you were like, no, it's not that person. And then what'd you do? Call me last night and like, guess what? It was that person.
Yeah.
So don't, when I tell you on certain things that I don't know a lot, but like.
Are you talking about somebody's ex?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
So Linda, just certain things, just like we've talked about. Yeah. I can psychologically judge somebody, not the best, but psychologically, I think you and Peter Moon were really downplaying Linda Moulton Howe. Not that you have to believe everything.
Wait, why are you including me on this? I mean, it was Peter Moon.
I also say, oh, she did it, and you put her down too to her.
No. I just said, yeah. That's now that I think about it, yeah, it sounds likely. Sounds likely enough. Yeah.
He never said anything bad about Linda Moulton Howe. It was you.
No, that wasn't me. What? No, that's on record. You're transposing. I mean, people can listen to it. They can hear.
She never said anything. She wasn't going Linda Moulton Howe stabbing me.
Of course not. No, she was just. She's just impressed by the
You agreed with it. You totally played it up like you do. Oh, you're right. There's so many backstabbers.
Yeah. I said, the UFO community. Are you? Come on now. You don't think that about the UFO community? Half of them are feds.
Yes, I totally agree, and that's what I wanted to come on and tell her is that I do agree. And she said that, like, we know the UFO community's like fucked and has so much wrong with it, right? But what I was wanting to tell her is I wanted her to know, woman to woman, that she needed to make her own judgment and not feel pushed by Peter or by you, even though you say you didn't say anything. By you agreeing with Peter, it was basically like, it's like if Ian comes on is like, I know Douglas has a little dick, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right. Yep. I mean, I didn't say it, but if he says it and then I go agree, like, that's not a cool thing because it sounds like I'm agreeing that you have a little dick. And therefore...
Why would I not agree that the UFO community is full of feds?
Yeah, that was not what was said that you agreed with. You agreed when Peter ended his conversation about Linda Bolton Howe, which is when I just messaged and I said, hey, I'd like to come on. And you then went...
Yeah, but wouldn't that have been like a collision course with Peter Moon? Like I told you I was trying to avoid?
Well, that is why my little calm butt that is calmer than I ever normally, well, at least I was in July and obviously, before, but I literally really was calm about it. I mean, I think you got freaked because I swear to God, y'all, he freaked out when I was like, first I was just like, okay, or whatever. I was like, no problem. It's fine. Like, I think he was taking it as I was like, no problem. It's fine. And, I'm going to kill you later or something. And I truly wasn't feeling that. And then you started messaging, doing that stupid, whatever you call it. What is the word? What is the word when you make somebody feel like it's all their fault?
You call it gaslighting.
Gaslighting.
You were using, which I think is a misapplication of the term. It's not that you're misapplying it in the definitive sense. You're misapplying it in this case.
Okay, well, when I just said it's fine, it's okay, and then you continued to put me back on like I'm wrong, and then I said,
it's not a question of right or wrong. There's a miscommunication going on here. So yeah. So here's the miscommunication. The miscommunication is that basically what I had pretty much many of you who are on tonight were on or listened to the other day, which was the latest transmission before tonight's when I was on with Brooke, and we were talking about potentially Marina SEREN might come on. And so, of course, Brooke goes through her thing about my intellectual dishonesty and says George had a hand raise. What George? By all means, since you raised your hand.
Hello, Douglas. No, please carry on. I just wanted to have the opportunity to ask Brooke a question.
Oh, that's right. You were going to ask her that question. Yeah, why don't you ask her that now? When I come back, I'll be gone for just a few minutes while you ask her that question. I think that's important because you only have a less than an hour with us, so you don't even have that much time with us. So better ask it now. And then, I'll take a few minute break here just to take care of something that I see needs to be taken care of, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. So ask away.
Remember the term intellectual dishonesty. That sounds so much better.
Yes, pocket that. Yes. And George.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Brooke, I was just wondering, could I ask you a personal question? I just want to ask someone about yourself, and I'm curious just to know about your feelings towards myself. Is that all right if I ask you a personal question?
Well, you know me, I'm very secretive, and I don't tell how it is, but you can go ahead and try now.
Yeah, no, thank you. I was wanted to ask for a little while now to you. Would it make, and I don't want to use the term happier, or would it make you feel better if I didn't come on the show anymore? I was just, how do you feel with?
No, that I like you on the show. I want you on the show. Like, from the beginning, I completely used to ask you questions, and the way you explained a lot of things. I think you're very good at explaining things in a different way. So sometimes I get it one way from Douglas and another way from you. Obviously we had some tension build up, and that was, I respect everything you've done as far as dedicated to your show, dedicated to this show, and been here and know so much more than I ever have or probably ever will about the history that you've studied with Douglas and those things. So I do respect it. I mean, but let me admit my own weaknesses and flaws here. Obviously, if you ask me what the answer question would be, like, come on and talk. Tell me you can come on with a redneck Southern voice, okay, and say everything not so professionally, and I'd be like, yeah, I would love that. But it's not. That's not fair to you because that's how you speak, right? But it does. It comes across perfect, and it comes across in a way sometimes that feels, and that's my own personal. That's something I feel. That's not on you. It literally is on me to say, hey, just because George speaks this way, why are you taking it personal as far as that I can't speak that way, or that I don't come across so just eloquently. You come across very eloquently, just like Douglas comes across. Also has a very fine speech and a fine broad as far as the way he approaches people, especially with his able to ride the lines of finessing between two different sides and doing that. So, but no, that's on me to, I want you to understand that. And so, we've had some issues, but I've had issues with everyone on here, I'm sure, that, at some point, I speak more than I should at sometimes. And, but I don't, I recognize it. It's kind of like recognizing your flaws, but at the same time, also, I don't hate myself for being who I am and speaking out when I feel like I should. But, I just feel like, there were times where I've spoken out and I regret sometimes speaking out maybe a little more than I should have. But, I hope that do you not want me on the show?
No, of course, you're very valued. And I really appreciate you saying that, Brooke. And it's reflective, everything that you've just said. I really appreciate that. So thank you. Yes. And so I do apologize. And you're absolutely right. How I unfortunately how I speak is I try to portray myself as like some form of a professional on the show because I regard it as something that is it's valuable. When I come on the show and share information, it's valued information. So I do apologize, and I hope I have humanized myself in some degree, hopefully towards yourself. But you've certainly done that. You've certainly done that, and I really appreciate that, Brooke. It's very highly regarded, and thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's just wonderful what you've said.
Thank you. I appreciate
and please don't have any regrets because you are who you are, and nobody can change you. And please don't change for anyone, as well.
Well, I think
you're a very valuable person.
I heard Peter Moon say something tonight, and people think I hate Peter, and I don't either. But I respect it when he says something that's and he was talking about people need to recognize their flaws, but also people don't need to hate themselves, as far as who they are. And those are all these things that I've been working through in my life, just as, you have to learn to love yourself. No, you're not perfect, not beat yourself up daily for not being perfect, but at the same time, recognize your flaws, right? And so that's where you recognize them so that you can try to change them, but knowing that you'll never attain perfection, right? You're going to have struggles in one area or another your whole life. So hopefully you can recognize and change the biggest ones first, and you just continue to do that. But so I thought that was very, when Peter said that tonight, I found that appropriate. But yeah, I recognize mine, and I just think that I think everyone on here has something to contribute, but definitely you've so much. So like I said, when I came on here, I could listen to you tell stories forever. But there were times where my own just jealousy and just like, oh, I don't know that it was even maybe a tinge of jealousy, but it was just you sound perfect. I don't even know if I could get you drunk as shit at a party 3 days high on whatever Ian does, and you would ever sound any less than, oh, can I have another line of that whatever straw you put up your nose in? I mean, you'd still say that. We'd be like, oh, give the perfect
No,
girl.
Brooke, he wouldn't say anything because it's reflective. When you put a straw in front of somebody, they just sniff it.
Yeah. Reflexive, yeah. That's right.
Yes, you wouldn't have to speak. But anyway, I'm making a joke out of it. But what I really just mean is that I feel like while you do come on here professionally, and more professionally, obviously, than I could ever be anyway. I don't even know if I was that professional in my sales jobs, although much more professional than here, obviously. But your broad and your speech and reflection, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe I could hear you out at some party and you would, but I just, and it's also because it is an accent that is British, and you have and I've heard, and don't get me wrong, because Douglas said this the other week, well, that's not all British. And I know, trust me, I have like a guy that I watch that's from Britain, and trust me, his British accent is not like yours. He's very raw.
Yeah, like what I was telling her was that George is the exception to the rule in England, because George has mannerisms that make him stand out even to the English. The majority of English these days are like soccer hooligans. I mean, they're just thugs. And they would be coming at you with like, "Core, look at the udders on this one," when speaking about Brooke, something along those lines, except sounding a bit more worse. Cockney even. Or, of course, some of those English dialects, they may as well be speaking Chickasaw. They're really, really regional. I have the screen share on, and take us for a moment here down to, let's take a look at Knife Fight. Knife Fight 420 says, "Brooke sounds exactly like my mom when she's angry." Yeah, and the beauty of it, Knife Fight 420, is she's always angry. Like I said, her son Noah, she ought to take him to see that Evil Dead mom film, and he'll just be crying. It's just like my mom. Yeah. Oh my God, the demon mom after the kids and shit. Yeah.
But he's a screen. He's the one that'll take me down until I finally. I have to step up to him finally, just when I do get the mom voice. But
no.
I'm not angry. Y'all hear me angry on here? Well, number one, this is my outlet. It has been, since I came on here in October, and I was drinking a good bit, and it wasn't. Well, I was drinking a good bit, but I was drinking a good bit, especially on here, because God, I mean, you got to remember, I'm on the East Coast, and he's calling me at midnight, and so then I'm like opening a bottle of wine, and by the time it was 3 or 4 a.m., I had probably 2 bottles for the whole day, So there were times where the anger came out there, but I do have a tendency to, I'm Mars ruled. I can go into astrology. Oh my God! As a matter of fact, I took an astrology course. It was so funny. I took notes from it this week that I was like, Douglas will find this hilariously funny, and be like, astrology must be fucking real. Because the guy did not know anything about me or anything, and he didn't know my name or anything, because you just sent an email, and he was going through people, and you told him what like moon sign you were or whatever, and when he was like went through mine, I was like, yeah, that's probably what they would say. So it was, it had to do with some anger and just different things, but those are struggles that I can find in astrology. It's just like, kind of like Peter Moonigan said tonight, like each planet has its, it pushes you in different areas. And then you have certain ones that rule your chart more than others. So those are your hits or misses depending on what you've got and how it's ruled. So, anyway, I just think that I'm not that, whatever she said, I'm her angry mom. I'm sorry. I know, but if she needs me to call and yell at her to get her to do something.
Oh, well, Knife Fight is just saying you sound like their mom when you're angry. That's all.
Or it was a he or she.
I think it's a he. I think. Knife Fight, you can correct us on that. By the way, we got 3 people typing in text right now within our text box. So what I am trying to say is that what had happened was
the descendants of King Charles III.
It's like I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes Ian will say something, and it just.
I just didn't get to read it because it just popped up and it went away. So
It's there. Open up the text. Open up the text, and you see it. It's like, I think Brooke is trying to say that since the descendants of King Charles III has occupied the U.S., they have project the stereotype that English people are prim and proper, and through the eyes of a simple country girl, they feel inadequate. Thank you.
I
Ian.
mean, in some ways, that may be very well true. As far as it sounds very prim and proper, and obviously, like just like you told me, like don't call yourself redneck, but like it's I know I have that voice. I hate hearing my own voice, and having that, it sounds it's the stereotypical what was stereotypically.
Your voice is fine. Don't worry about it. It's so what I was trying to say was that the other day when many of us who are here tonight were on the last transmission before tonight's, what had happened was I brought up that Marina SEREN might be coming on. I said I didn't hold much confidence in that because she has a history of no-shows. But Brooke Gibson was bringing up what she feels is my intellectual dishonesty with Marina SEREN, in that I have been very adamant about my stance concerning aliens, quote-unquote, and why I am, it is my conviction. And to try and look at it this way, when we brought up this subject before, and it's an important point whenever anyone is making an argument, understand that someone can get arrested, but arrest without a conviction doesn't mean shit. So if you get arrested and there's no conviction, there's no real impact on your record. Mark, is there something you... So he went mute after that. Yeah, so...
Was he whistling?
Sorry, Doug. I thought I was off mute.
Oh, okay.
Mark, were you whistling?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and...
I'm surprised you heard that.
Yeah, and so, look, George left an answer for you. George left an answer for you in the text, honey.
I'm not going to text in there. I just want to say thank you, George, and I mean it. Like, I have so much respect for you, and again, just, it is what it is. Like, I have my weaknesses, and I apologize for any time that they've reflected badly towards you, but I do have the utmost respect for you, and obviously there was one or two things in there where obviously a couple things got in the way, but you explain that, and things happen, but I just have that most respect for you, and I apologize for anything that came across the wrong way.
Great. He says, thank you for your very respectful and gracious answer to my question, Brooke. Your feelings have reflected with myself, and he gave a heart. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. Good night, everyone. Wonderful being here with you all. Looking forward to joining you all this coming Sunday. Heart. And a wonderful comment from Troy Bellamy. I don't know if I can read that out, but you're welcome to look at it in the text box, Brooke. He says Brooke has... Well, I might as well read it. Brooke has grown a lot since she came on. I've listened to as her gratuitous cursing has decreased. Yes, I'm no prude, but she contributes so much.
Hey, I didn't give that up.
Says I'm no prude. Yes, but she contributes so much without that. I love the contributions of everyone, even my man Ian. Peter and George and everyone make my nights. There we are. And Troy Bellamy says, love you, Brooke. Yes.
Thank you, boy, and I do appreciate that. I mean, I got on this show accidentally and honestly did not expect to grow in it. I really thought everything Douglas was saying in the beginning was bullshit. I think I was on here, like Ian said, just to talk and hear my own voice and have something to do because had left the job. But then I've grown and learned so much and learned so much from Douglas.
Thank you.
But I want to say just as much as learning from Douglas, it's the experience of, Douglas and I relating to each other and learning Douglas and learning again so much from him, but then everybody else on here. Like, yes. You have to learn to relate to people differently, and I didn't realize this was going to be a whole experience for me, and going through my own health problems through it, and realizing also like I cannot drink just because I was miserable. All that has grown. Now I don't know that I cuss much less, and my mother would love it if I quit saying the F word, and so would Peter Moon, but I try to. I mean, that's more of a habit that I picked up at some point earlier in life. I don't know where. You'd think I was raised with a sailor, but I don't even realize sometimes I'm saying it. It's just like the to me. It's like every word is, fucking, the, it's like, or it's an adjective. And I don't even realize I've said it many times. So I think but I know a lot of people it offends, or they just see it as a very strong word and either think I'm angry or being too. And maybe that's why. And as a teenager, I tried to use it because I was the little white girl, little blonde white girl, and I wanted to come across stronger because I had that little fire in me. So I probably picked it up there, and then it just became a habit, But again, I don't judge myself as hard for that. I think people have to take their own interpretation of words, and they have to get to know you and realize, I can try to not say it, but at the same time, my life isn't depending on what everyone thinks of me. So if they don't like the word fuck and I say it, then they don't have to be around me, But again, I also believe, like Peter Moon said tonight, you need to work on yourself and realize your own flaws. And so, especially anger, the quitting drinking, anger, taking things personally, like Douglas says, sometimes I immediately think it's a personal attack, recognizing those things and just slowly. I say slowly, we could all want to change overnight, but to truly change is a process. And this show has given me that. So I thank you for saying that, Troy.
Yes, thank you. And then he asked me a question that I can also take time to answer because it's important. It has to do with, quote unquote, my intellectual dishonesty when it comes to Marina SEREN, indirectly, because he's asking about what I think about the Dogon tribe of Africa. So he says, Doug, what does the...
I can tell you what he thinks, because I've already asked that question, and he does not believe shit they fucking say.
That's not true. Honey, again, you have to phrase that correctly. Don't be like Nemo and say something that sounds awful.
I'm awful. Okay, I asked you about the Dogon tribe.
Wait a second. We got two men with hands up. Mark H., what's your hand up for? Mark? Yeah.
Doug, I just wanted to kind of piggyback what Brooke was saying and what George Knight was saying. Uh-huh. And I just wanted to throw you into that mix as well, because I think it's important. And I don't want it to sound cheesy, but I think it's a very powerful thing that Brooke is not afraid to express her feelings and express what she says. And I think it's a powerful thing that she acknowledges things that are not always perfect or things that aren't the best or whatever. And I think it was really amazing that George is also not afraid to ask her a personal question. And both of them they're not afraid to engage in each other. And I think that's a really important thing, especially in nowadays when people are afraid to do that. So I just want to commend both of them for that. And also yourself, Douglas, because you had mentioned you just started your own journey as well into, therapy or whatever that is. So it's a really important thing you gain power in understanding your weaknesses. So I just want to commend you all on that.
Thank you. Brooke, by all means, respond to that.
Everything he just said was, I just appreciate it and thankful for what he said. And it is truly, I think you go one of two ways as you get older. You either start recognizing more and more your weaknesses and to fix them, or you deny them, right? And, then you become in your ego and then you blame and you become the victim. And and to me, the more you recognize your own flaws, then you take less of being, I'm not the victim, I'm responsible. Tonight, even though I was angry, when I came on Doug, I wasn't angry when I came on, but then when I thought you were acting like the victim, again, my reaction to that was to go back to, a default of, well, let me go over you until we were going over each other. And so again, it's your learning to, it's how I react is my choice. How I feel about it is my choice, and it's my responsibility. I mean, yes, somebody can hurt my feelings. Yes, they may tell a lie on me, or I don't agree with what they say, but how I react to it is I have to own that. And I think it's recognizing your flaws, which I'm so in the process of it, it's not, I don't know that you're ever 100% done with it, but yeah, I just appreciate that, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. You're not afraid of it, and that's amazing. And it doesn't seem like anybody on the show is afraid of, really kind of confronting themselves. And if they are, they're at this point that they're on their journey to do that. So, yep, amazing.
Well, you do understand, Mark, that I've been in and out of counseling essentially all my life. You do know that, right? You are aware of that. I've been pretty open.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I do know that, Douglas. But for some reason, I feel like maybe I don't know what it is about this one that's a little different. I feel like something's a little different, but I could be wrong, Doug.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate.
It's because I've been riding his ass.
What? Say that again. There was a glitch.
I said it's not his counseling. I said it's because I've been riding your ass.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
And can you say how many women were there?
What?
How many women were at the thing? Can you tell me how many women?
It wasn't group counseling. No, it's just me and the counselor himself.
Okay, we'll pretend like there were 4 women. Tell me there were 4 women there.
Why?
Well, Douglas.
Yes, Mark.
Well, I was going to say, isn't there something different? Aren't they? Are you going to be confronting something a little bit different? Wasn't this time something involved with like substances or anything like that? Isn't it a little different than what you've been doing?
Kaiser was actually very aggressively pushing the substance abuse.
He needs it, but that's when you first said Douglas on his own journey, I was like, did you mean the journey to the bathroom to do some lines of coke?
Yeah, I do that in the kitchen, but the bathroom, certainly the pit stop along the way. No, they were trying to aggressively push the substance abuse counseling, which is actually puzzling to me because comparatively speaking, what I shared with them, which is of course is not necessarily what I share with my audience. There's a different narrative almost that you present to certain people in a professional context, which is what you're developing in a psychological relationship. But what I told Kaiser should not have alarmed them in any particular way. It was mostly I was telling them about an increase in drinking beers over the last few years. And then they were saying it's just basically they got a lot of departments they want to keep busy. When they had the first telephonic appointment with the substance abuse counseling, I slept right through that. No, the important thing to me is the personal counseling with the counselor one-on-one. But by the way, all of my counselors in general mostly have been female. The exception to that is the most outstanding would be Dr. Harry Corin, who's retired now and may no longer even be alive. But he was a Jewish counselor, actual psychiatrist, who still was operating along the old Freudian lines, one of the last psychiatrists to actually do that. And but I mentioned my relationship with him in the past. It was professional, and it was, of course, he was actually a good friend in a very real sense. A friendship did develop there. He actually visited me when my lungs started collapsing in the hospital. So that was exceptional. It was kind of an awkward ending because at that point I had to become a care provider for my parents and was trying to get him on signing off on something for my mother because I was having so many problems with trying to get other psychiatrists to do that at the time of her catastrophic brain injury. So it wasn't necessarily a positive ending to the relationship in that sense, but it's not something that I hold any acrimony about concerning him. It's just when you're a care provider for your parents, it's just awful. And you wind up alienating everyone because you need help from professionals to sign off on things, and nobody wants to take responsibility for all kinds of things that happen. But when it came to the majority of counselors, they've been female, and I usually get along much better with that. And they usually develop into personal friendships, but some of them don't. This time I really am going there for much more pragmatic reasons. It's just pragmatic in the sense that I need to go on to counseling again in order to basically kind of prove that I'm working out certain issues because of, let's just put it this way, I have to maintain my viability with Medicare and Medi-Cal. So it's kind of like there's a certain give and take with showing that you're maintaining appointments with different kinds of issues. And since I'm post-traumatically stress disordered, and most of my counseling has been, since COVID, almost unofficial, been almost like informal. So to get it back on the formal link again, it helps to justify the fact that I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal. So it's important to maintain this kind of, you got to let them know you're working with yourself. So it's pragmatic, but the guy seems nice enough, and yeah.
Something, Douglas.
What?
I would just like to say that I get that it's pragmatic, and I already knew that, obviously. But it was something that you said earlier. As you said it, you said, as I develop these relationships that are like, basically, what do you use the word business, professional? And I thought at first you meant professional with us because this is your job, but then you said professional in the sense you meant referring to the psychologist or psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And so what I would say with that is, if you are truly looking or believe you have any growth that they could help with, then like, why be, instead of being professional, how about you do this? Like, why don't you just let each one of us pick a random, like, just go on and click, or you click 3 freaking shows. Don't go in and talk. Just let them hear you talking normal, like you really do. And then they'll be able to diagnose you.
Whatever. Is that a serious suggestion?
It is. You know what it is? And I know that sounds horrible, but I'm not saying they diagnose you with something horrible bad. I think you have PTSD. We know that. But what I'm saying is, when you're so good, just like when you come on here, that's your strength, is being able to, I mean, you can manipulate, you have a strength of manipulation and throwing people, like, that's why you can also, though, manipulate the situation to be like, we're two people that are arguing, you make it smooth or whatever. When I've been on here and I've been in my worst, or somebody else and we're fighting, like, you're just like, oh, you smooth over, and you can do those things and other things, but what I would say is, for someone to hear you in that context talking to others, I don't know. I mean, you've got the best, like, thing you could possibly give somebody, and then if they didn't give you anything you wanted to hear, that's fine. But I don't know.
Let's just put it this way: you've got to be real careful in these situations. When I was with Dr. Margaret Schnorr-Havorian, say for instance, when I did the intake test or intake procedure with, I don't remember her name even. I would, to tell you the truth, and that's probably lost at this point because it's something I didn't bother to write down. But it was an Asian woman, probably middle age. Her voice sounded middle age. I didn't see her physically. She took the intake for me. And so she had to ask if I was ever hospitalized, and then if I was ever in intensive outpatient treatment. So I brought up the fact that I was hospitalized psychiatrically with a bleeding duodenal ulcer. Now, she seemed old enough where she understood that. I actually had to explain that at length to this younger psychologist, who's Asian Indian, by the way. He's an Asian Indian guy. And I had to explain to him at length, because he didn't get it at all. Why would you be psychiatrically hospitalized for a bleeding duodenal ulcer? So I had to explain to him, in those days that was considered a psychiatric symptom until they isolated the H. pylori virus due to basically a medical hoax that they've suddenly cleaved to ever since. When they did a 180-degree turn, medical history turned on a dime at that point, and because this stupid...
By the way,
yeah.
I heard you do your little intellectual thing with Marina again tonight on the vaccine. That's just, I want to throw that out there.
Oh yeah, but that's not intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah. When me and Ian West say it, you're like, I don't know why you're, or even what's his name in Germany, you're like, I don't know, like, you're just all crazy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know why you would think the vaccine. And then with her, it was, this is what he did. She's like, so I understand you don't believe in the vaccine, if y'all didn't hear it. And it's like because of the mRNA, and she's like, yes, I like. And then she went into why she did it, and he's like, well, yeah, well, luckily the one I had was the only one that didn't have mRNA, and it was the Johnson & Johnson. So I understand that, but I didn't have that. I didn't like. Fucking when Ian West comes on here and he's like, mRNA is gonna fuck you, like, he says anything about mRNA. You aren't being like, you know what, Ian? I'm glad you said that, but I didn't have the mRNA. I had the Johnson & Johnson.
Wait, you don't think I'm lying, do you?
No, I just think that you're totally, like, not, like, if Ian says it or I say it or anybody else, it's like, I guess I'm not the 22-year-old you want to fuck. And you're just like, I just had, like, Ian West came on there and said the same thing. You'd be like, well, why do you think that was the mRNA, Ian? Well, where's your proof, Ian?
But the boost. Yeah, well, I had 2 mRNA boosters. I didn't bother to bring that up with her. There was no point. Didn't she say? I couldn't really. She's got a bit of an accent. I don't know whether she had all 3 shots since then or something. She said something about they wanted the 3-shot vaccine card to come to the United States, and I didn't get them, or that I eventually did get them. But she certainly said she got.
I was fast forwarding because you had mentioned in the message, I had said, you don't like, I don't know why you think I'm so mad. And I said, we will discuss it later. I was like, privately, I was like, unless you already brought it up on the show, because I'm in the shower. And his message back was, of course I already brought it up on the fucking show.
No, I didn't say fucking.
Okay, what? I'm gonna add fucking to anything, whatever. I'm never quoting directly. I'm not a direct quoter unless I am reading, and I say I'm reading.
Right, the term to use is, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like a dick. Just use the term paraphrase.
Go ahead and be a little dick. It won't finish the night.
By the way, just out of curiosity, Ian, is that hand up for a reason, or is that left over from before?
I think he just kept it up, but what I was saying was I was fast forwarding to see what you said about me because I wanted to see.
Right. Oh, what I said was totally innocuous. I asked Peter permission directly. Was it okay to bring you on? And he said yes.
You said that out loud on air?
I had to. Look, this is what I'm trying to tell you: is that the tensions that I'm working with. So when it comes to back to what I was saying about
what did he say? What did he say on air?
Yes, he said yes. Bring her on. Then after that, you didn't want to come on.
I wasn't. I had the shower running. Okay, I had the shower running while I was listening to Marina talk.
I get it. I get it. Anyway, it's just we will come back to that because there's a point I'm trying to make. But at any rate, not about your shower specifically, but about the whole thing. So when it comes to when I was talking about the intensive outpatient care, that was with an Armenian doctor named Dr. Margaret Schnoravorian. And so basically she got back at me for making a pass at her because I was all over her, and she diagnosed me with some extremely exotic intensive psychosis / schizo, just something outrageous. It was something that actually made Dr. Harry Corrin, when he looked at it, laugh out loud. He thought that was so funny. He thought that she said basically, she basically said I was Hannibal Lecter. So he thought that was funny as hell. But that was, she was getting back at me for that. Otherwise, most of the time I have luck with my female counselors, and that is something no one should ever be doing. By the way, no one else. This is Douglas Dietrich does this shit. Anyone else out there, don't do that. You don't ever make passes at your doctor. It's simply unprofessional, and it's simply you will regret it. You can be made to regret it, especially if they're psychiatrists or psychologists. So understand that they can really fuck you up and have you institutionalized if they really want to go all out theoretically. It's I've gotten away with murder. Let's just put it that way. Luckily, no one followed up on what she said. It was probably so extreme that everybody probably concluded somebody else had already pursued it. But at any rate, so point being made there, H. pylori virus, just so people understand, is a total hoax. An Australian asshole doctor pumped himself full of H. pylori virus, injecting himself with supermassive doses until he developed a bleeding duodenal ulcer. Then, quote unquote, that isolated the virus as the cause of all bleeding duodenal ulcers. That's kind of like if he drank bottle after bottle of bleach and his stomach broke open with bleeding duodenal ulcers. That would be like saying, oh, well, everybody who has a bleeding duodenal ulcer must be a serial bleach drinker. It's that level of insanity. But the medical world went with it, and the reality was that they had the original conclusion that it was a psychiatric symptom, which is what it truly is. And that's why when I was young and had at the age of 16, they said this is something that corporate executive officers get, presidents get, generals in combat get. Why does a 16-year-old have this? And so the reason for institutionalizing me for observation was actually legitimate. So they're trying to isolate me from if this were a normal hospital, if these were honest doctors, they're trying to isolate me from the stress factors that caused it while putting me under observation, seeking a potential solution or resolution. Unfortunately, this was a military hospital and I was simply used for experimentation. So that being said, these are like brought up by some of Mark H's questions on the psychological journey. Other than that, most of what I've seen has been outpatient. But what I have, I remember when I was talking with Harry Z. Corin, again, this is an old conservative Jewish psychiatrist. And he was of the background where nobody admitted to counseling or it would destroy their lives. And this was how they tried to discredit the original public informant, Daniel Ellsberg. Kind of like the father of all public informants, was they were breaking out the fact. Nixon broke into a psychiatrist's office and broke out his records of being treated for complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which in those days they were just developing a diagnosis for. And so that was supposed to discredit him completely, but it's what saved his ass. He was facing like multiple life sentences in prison, and what saved his ass from federal prison was the fact that they had compromised the evidence by breaking into the psychiatrist's office, and that's why the judge had to throw his case out the window. So I was telling Dr. Harry Z. Corin, things have changed radically, and I hope to be part of that change in terms of destigmatizing psychological and psychiatric care, that it should not be held to condemn somebody. If anything, if people are not seeking counseling and they're dealing with issues that are obviously controversial or stressful, then you know that they're actors and frauds and liars. So the reason I'm very public about seeing counseling is that obviously with all of the stress and tension I deal with, the gang stalking and everything else, if I weren't seeking counseling, then really what I'm saying would be in its own sense proven false. I mean, obviously people in my position should be seeking counseling because of all the horrors that we're dealing with. So it's just this ongoing, that it is part of a journey, yes. But as for what Brooke suggested, go ahead.
Still awake? Is anybody still awake?
Okay. So when you say things like that, I mean, is that, do you feel that that's constructive or?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's just me just trying to make a joke, and you know me. Yeah. What I meant was, I just want to interrupt really quick because it's hard to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask where you were going to go there. Is you said that again, back to what I said, I agree that like the destigmatizing of mental health, but then you have to be honest with the counselors. And when you say two things, number one, I seek to do this professional thing. Obviously, we already know why you're going this time. And then, like you said in your own words just now, the reasoning was more for paperwork. And then on top of it,
well I mean, that doesn't negate. That doesn't negate the.
It doesn't negate it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so hopefully, yeah, it's going to be good. I'm hoping, just for you, I don't care. I'm not saying you need to change I don't think any of us need to tell somebody else they need to change anything, about themselves. Everything, we're all on our own journey, right? And we all don't know what each other have dealt with or how we came in this world either.
Well, certainly I would encourage anyone out there, if you have any ideation that's homicidal or suicidal, which I do not, make certain that you talk to somebody.
I just want to kill a lot of people.
Yeah, but what you suggested is, why don't you have them listen to parts of your show? It really wouldn't help. It's not. It would distract. It would.
It may. You're right. I mean, it may bring up too many subjects.
It's first of all, it's they would consider what I'm doing here to be a persona. That's the point. That's how they would interpret that.
What I want them to see is how you play your personas, because I don't know. I guess maybe I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that's fair, because now I've been on the show enough. I could go into a counselor and bring some recordings of me and be like, this is what I sound like when I'm invited. They say I'm, and then I recognize this about myself on this. And,
I think the funniest part was that you said when I was talking about professional relationships, you thought I was talking about this show. That's funny. I mean, oh my God.
Most people consider their job, which this is technically your career, like you made a point earlier, and when you were talking to Marina, which we were talking about, you know, so many of these people think they can just come on and do their nothing. And I was like, is he talking about me? I think because I knew
yeah, you can read a little into that. Like I read into you talking about your dog.
I also read into a few other things later, but whatever. Okay.
Yeah. So, all that being said, hopefully that answers Mark's question to an extent. With Troy, he asked a question about the Dogon tribe, so I will turn towards that now and answer it. And so, when it comes to that subject, Troy Bellamy, to address the Dogon tribe, basically what had happened was that after Chariots of the Gods was written by Eric von Daniken, and
I was so right. I knew it.
What?
Because I knew that you. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I knew that, you know, where I knew where I got the Dogon thing from. Well, you had discussed it because when you sent me the copies of the books and you were going off about Chariots of the Gods. Remember?
Well, I sent you. Yeah, my columns I had written on the topic. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that was partly for the book, and then I said you need to not sound so. You agreed also that you were a little angry in it. Kind of like I sound when I'm talking. You were very negative. Like you were so negative about Chariots of the Gods and Eric von Daniken and some other people that I said as a writer, like you don't want to come off angry because then it takes away from you, or just like it takes away from me when I'm on air and I'm angry without being able to be more neutral. And that's when I said, and you like you need to do. It.
Right. Yes, of course, honey. So, such being said, basically, you had different people writing on the back of the success of Chariots of the Gods, which created this craze that aliens came to Earth and we were all worshipping them because humanity is nothing but primitive monkeys, and these wonderful space aliens have come to gift us all everything we have. It was in 1976 that Professor Robert K.G. Temple published The Sirius Mystery. And Zecharia Sitchin published The 12th Planet. So these began what was essentially an anti-normative worldview. So when it comes to The Sirius Mystery, it is the more important of those two works in its own way, because it attained the status of a semi-scientific work. For those of you who don't know, outside of the general public, nobody takes Zecharia Sitchin seriously. Any archaeologist thinks he's anathema. The horror of Robert K.G. Temple.
You know what? I will say something on that. Zecharia Sitchin, I believe, did get a bad rap. I would disagree with you on that. But I do agree with you on the fact that there is huge controversy on Zecharia Sitchin. And so I think you would have to go a lot deeper into that controversy instead of just saying that. I think that's just a flat out, it's an opinion and/or
it's not an opinion. It's any archaeologist who's conventional.
At that point, what you would have to then go is all these other these tablets that Zecharia Sitchin supposedly, those were not done by Zecharia Sitchin. Those tablets, all those ancient tablets that refer to aliens, were already decoded well before Zecharia Sitchin. He didn't do the decoding, and that's where people like yourself, or I'm not saying you've done this yourself because I don't know word for word you have, but others have said that, Zecharia Sitchin came up with those decoding. Well, no, Zecharia Sitchin didn't. That had been decoded well before Zecharia.
Who told you this?
All those ancient tablets.
Who told you this?
It's a million places. The last one I can think about.
Yeah, they're all sourced from Zecharia Sitchin. Yeah. At any rate, Troy, are you still there? I'll go back to the Dogon tribe. We don't want to go into Zecharia Sitchin. I brought him up as just published in the same year. I'm not going to go in that direction, so I do want to confirm that Troy Bellamy is with us while I answer his question. If he's not, I will answer it for the record. Okay, good, he's there.
I'm still here.
Excellent. So I'll answer the question about the Dogon tribe, and just want to make sure we go there. Now, and we'll leave Zecharia Sitchin alone for now, because he's someone I could beat to death with a hammer at some later point if I invest the time and the energy into it.
Tablets that were thousands and thousands of years old.
Honey, there's tablets that are thousands and thousands of years old. No one interprets them the way Zechariah Sitchin interprets them.
That's untrue, and that is actually untrue.
Okay, we'll leave that for another time. So understand that certainly at the time it was published, the one thing I can tell you is the book that was taken far more seriously was the book by Robert Temple. So Temple's book had attained the status of a semi-scientific work. And in it, Temple claimed that the Dogon tribe of Western Africa obtained esoteric knowledge of the binary nature of the dog star Sirius, which literally translates as sunburn, through contact with ancient Egyptos, the ancient Egyptian culture. So, Doc Bob Temple, he went on to claim that Egyptos, ancient Egypt, had received its wisdom about this twine-one star, this double binary star, Sirius, via amphibious aliens from that star system who came to Earth and founded civilization in the guise of the Sumerian creator god, Wanus. Which we have seen Lovecraft identify as cotaneous to the Edomite anti-god Cthulhu via his Wanus alias Dagon.
I'm sorry, Douglas. Like, I know you hate me keeping me off the show, but I have to say, when you do that voice, and it's so like that's your other voice. That's not that that's not the I'm bullshitting. I know I am. That voice right there is that I'm talking down and to them because I believe everything that this is bullshit. Like it's the hypocritical,
No, it's arrogant.
Yeah, thank you for at least acknowledging what I meant. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You always give me the right word.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Voice, and thank you for that.
So we got it out. We got it out there. It's arrogance. Yes, and it's arrogance. Yeah.
My point that is how is that any? And that's all I'm going to say is what you're saying in that arrogant voice. Can you believe they thought amphibious? Really? Can you believe that this creator being came and made nothing from nothing, and in the Bible, and then man from dust, and then he took a rib out of this woman and put it into that, and then he said, "Kill everybody, because I'm your loving God." But then later on, he's like,
"You do know that oftentimes when I speak of theology, my voice gets quite serious as opposed to condescending." But anyhow. Troy Bellamy says, so I should watch the Lovecraft series in HBO. No, God, no. So Lovecraft affiliated Wanus with Dagon.
Yes, he wants you to watch Lovecraft. Just don't take it. He loves Lovecraft.
So that we do need to understand, of course, Dagon is affiliated with Wanus, or Oannes, the fish god. I hate to use that term, it sounds awful. But half man, half fish god that came and taught man everything is actually in the those tablets and those cylinders that Zechariah Sitchin so misinterprets. But that being said, Doc Temple
said the angel Michael came down with his wings.
At any rate, honey. So, by the way, who's this?
Me off as a stupid female.
Yeah. Honey, I'm not passing you off as a stupid female. Oh my God. I mean, that's silly.
Anyway, honey, I asked you, how does it sound any less believable that Angel Michael came down with wings, and you're like, but there's no, like...
honey, don't distract. Okay, let me talk. What's now? Real Tech has joined us, by the way, in the chat. So he's telling our man Troy not to watch the show because there's a bunch of gay scenes in it. Regardless. So Temple built on the then current science, and he related his findings to the scientific dissertation Hamlet's Mill, which was published in 1969. By the German old-maid anthropologist Hertha von Deshund and the Italian-American philosophical historian Giorgio Santayana. And that book evidenced that the ancients had a very sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, which they encoded in their myths and religions, and Temple took it all off the chain. And he attributed that knowledge to Sirius-dwelling amphibians. So basically, there's this book that I would never recommend It's completely unreliable otherwise. But within this book, titled The Stargate Conspiracy, published in 2002, the Englishwoman Lynn Picknett and her partner Clive Prince proved that Doc Temple received heavy influence from Arthur Middleton Young, his mentor. And Young was a believer in the Nine, which was a group of entities, psychics of the 1950s, claimed represented the 9 creator gods of ancient Egyptus. By the way, some of the people who channeled the 9, some of the original channelers of the 9, were the, shall we say, older relations of Brandon Young. The Brandon Young from Boston, who has been on the show a number of times. Now, significantly, these 9 stated through their channelers, through their mediums, that they were extraterrestrials from the Sirius star system. So what happened was that Arthur Young, he attended the 1952 First Contact Conference with the 9, kind of like those UFO conferences held with Linda Moulton Howe, and initiated the Croatian American. Couldn't resist that, honey. Couldn't resist that, honey. Just for you.
Oh,
just
God,
for you.
That was so good.
Yeah.
You did it so smoothly.
Did it?
Oh.
Yeah. Just for you. Just for you. And so Young, he attended this 1952 First Contact with the 9, which was initiated by this Croatian American named Andrija Puharic, who was born Henry Karol Puharic, and he later became infamous as the man who brought the psychic spoonbender Uri Geller to America in the 1970s from Israel. Now, the 9 themselves are heavily influenced by the quasi-mystical Satanism, cum Egyptology of Aleister Crowley, who himself influenced L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology.
Who influenced Peter Moon?
Yes! Yes! So the 9 added the extra dimension of UFOs, which were all the rage after the Roswell atrocity was extraterrestrialized, as you can read in my book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. So what happened was that Temple's Serious Mystery Book, Dr. Temple's Serious Mystery Book, represented a young man's attempt to please his mentor, and they discovered that the Dogon tribe's esoteric knowledge of Sirius was provided by the French anthropologists studying that tribe. So what happened was Monsieur Marcel Graillol and Le Grand Madame Germaine d'Italien. The Dutch Mormon anthropologist Walter van Beek, he talked to the Dogon tribe in 1991, and they all agreed they learned about the double star from the anthropologist Monsieur Graillol. Yet Temple provided another unique addition to this growing mythology about cosmic ancestors. So understand that the Dogon tribe learned about the double star from a French anthropologist. They said as much to the Dutch Mormon anthropologist Walter van Beek, who visited them, and yet this man tried to claim that it was an ancient knowledge they held from ancient Egypt. What I can tell you, the Dogon tribe are very special as a Western African tribe because they were one of the last outposts of the remains of ancient Egypt, which did fall, and ultimately its many components dispersing. One of those final components was the Dogon tribe, but it wasn't that they carried some astronomical knowledge from them to them from the Egyptians. It was more that they have this background, which Temple was simply taking advantage of to claim something that's simply not true. So this is retroactive continuity. It's retconning is what it's called, meaning that you go back in time and then you retroactively create a continuity that did not exist. And that's what Temple is guilty of. Troy Bellamy says, thanks for the clarification. So it's not that the Dogon tribe are not special, but what's special about them was exploited. And it was exploited to create a modern myth that is, and believe me, Brooke, you're not alone. All kinds of people read this stuff and they just eat it up. And then someone like me comes along and I spoil all the fun, and you pin me as the villain. And back to the intellectual dishonesty about Marina SEREN and myself, which is much more immediately relevant to you and I. By the way, Amor Fadi says, hello, just started listening. Psychologists and psychiatrists, very interesting. Could you talk about identified patients, scapegoats, wrongfully and voluntarily committed? So Bike Tweet says, yeah, it was already translated. It's all about dealing with your inner demons, solve your inner problems so that you can rely on your own inner strength so outer influences are not able to steer you. Okay. But at any rate, when it comes to all of that, I mean, Brooke, you can strike back now for a bit if you wish. Give my voice a break.
Like, what do you believe, David? Like, here's the thing. Here's what we know you believe. Like, this is only I know. And again, someone like that's been here longer may know more deeper of your beliefs. But just from the time I've been here. So I do know you have a great knowledge of, first of all, you're, great at speaking and great with memory as far as details, or I don't know, maybe you're just messed up on meth like Ian. And
yeah, by the way, Mark H raised his hand. So Mark, just spit it out before Brooke and I get too deep into this.
Oh, no, I was going to let Brooke finish what you were saying.
Okay, go on.
I was just going to say, I guess I just was going to say, so at the end of the day, though, your belief system seems to be, so if you think about it, obviously World War II, we know how we feel on that. We know about Roswell and the Japanese and the way that war ended, and then the Nazis, and them being in, fucking Wonderland, because I almost fucking say whatever the fuck they are.
Wonderland.
Right? Wonderland. Okay. And that, all basically the UFOs that we see are basically them, right? And that they're going to come back. They're like all the bullshit with that. And I asked you the other night if you prayed, and you said yeah. So then
like I said, my psychologist asked me that. That was one of the first things he asked me.
Day that I asked you.
Yeah, go on.
But my point is, who do you pray to? Because we've discussed the Bible, and you said, well, Brooke, but I don't believe everything the Bible says. I do know, you do know the doctrine of the Bible and how much it was doctored, or you seem to claim that you do know that. But yet, what do you, where's your belief system at here? Because when we go with so what I thought was interesting tonight, and I guess, again, Peter Moon ended up coming out with the whole, thankfully I didn't, I'm sure if I'd listened the whole time, I probably would have been arguing Peter, I think Peter's very smart, but his ego gets me where he's like, we all have to judge our own stuff. And I guess there's things about me I still haven't figured out. But anyway, my point to that is he says really smart things. And he said that, well, you know what he kind of did though? He kind of did what you did. I noticed how he did backtracking. You admitted with Marina, he does this too. And he was saying, oh, well, you can call them angels, or you can call them this, or kind of who are the people you always talk about, the Jojo, fucking the Nestle Crunch people. Chocolate.
Chocho!
The Chochoa, yeah.
Thank you.
And, it's like, what you call it? He's like, well, that's not really it. He's like, angels and their different meanings. I mean, I wasn't, again, I was kind of fast forward, but he was saying that, you can call them different names, which, again, that's what, a lot of people like Billy Carson and other people have said, that when you look at the Bible, you can look at it from a different interpretation when you actually look at it. And then also, if you go back to the way it was actually interpreted and those actual interpretations, and not just Lloyd Carson, Paul Wallace is another, who was a priest in South Africa. I believe he lives in Australia at this point. But these are people that he dedicated his life to the Bible and came back when he started realizing some of the stuff. He does believe in the Dogon tribe, but differently than you do. He does believe in the fact that these angels that came down, when you reread the Bible in a different way, you can actually see that again, and this is where Peter alluded to it, whether he was doing it just for Marina's or was opening his mind to it, but he said, the words we use, whether we say angel or alien, we have defined that as two completely different things, extraterrestrial or angel. And the fact of the matter is, they're probably the same thing. This is what I believe, and so I question then what you believe on that, because if you believe in praying to God and you believe some of the Bible, and then you can believe in an angel like Michael coming down.
Hold on for a second. Ian says he's fallen asleep. So Ian, was your hand raised for? Is that left over from before, or is this relevant to? You want to ask something right now? Come off mute. Go ahead.
No, yeah, sorry. No, yeah, it was raised from earlier. I don't know how to get it down. My bad.
Oh, well, you've never had that problem before.
Yeah, that's right. He can't get it down, honey. He can't get it down around you. That's you.
But look, I was going to say, I'm going to crash out, keep up the disinformation campaign on the biolabs and everything.
Ian!
Conspiracy.
Did he prove his point with his receipts? Because I got off because I was trying to get my thing to work.
We can misread that term too. She got off, Ian. Yes, you can't get it down.
It was good. The receipt thing was really good. It was good. But yeah, thanks, guys.
We love you, Ian. Will you please tell Ian, Brooke, tell Ian that just because sometimes we're not accepting what he finds on the dark web, and that it echoes, even if he's not going to QAnon, it does tend to echo that thematic. I mean, that doesn't mean that we're condemning him or.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, but all right. Well, have fun gaslighting the audience and everything, and
Jesus Christ, Ian! Come on, Ian.
I love it. Totally. We're all.
But yeah, I gotta go to bed. Seriously, though. All right,
okay.
guys.
No.
All right.
His neighbor came over.
Yes. His neighbor came.
He wants to believe that anyway.
Oh my God.
But yeah. So
honey, let's just.
How do you distinguish between angel and extraterrestrial? The Bible.
Anyhow, honey. So what you were talking about in terms of.
How dismissive that was. Anyhow,
I'm sorry. What? Yeah, how dismissive that is. Well, for one thing, you're asking me where I come from in terms of my theology, and that would take.
Well, I ask a specific question. Everybody else got an answer to a specific question. So why be dismissive to me? I said, how do you distinguish between an angel in the Bible and calling them an extraterrestrial? Like, how are those? Like, it's terminology that was all people in ancient days describing what they.
I think it's a question that borders on how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. You're asking a question that becomes abstractly conceptual. It's an abstract concept for the majority of people out there. So in
angel, then that's what they described in the Bible. What were they describing when they saw an angel?
Well, first off, the descriptions of angels in the Bible are nothing like what we picture. Biblically accurate angels are extremely frightening. They are basically something that the eye cannot really interpret. Rather, the human brain cannot interpret what it's seeing. So the human brain projects a kind of series of rotating discs or giant eyes that are blazing with wings. There's different descriptions we get from the Bible.
Like extraterrestrials.
No, they're not like extraterrestrials.
Yes, even Peter.
No, they're not like extraterrestrials. First off, you're talking about an extraterrestrial. I presume you're talking about some physical entity that has evolved on a different planet, adapted to a different ecosystem, right?
So when I say extraterrestrial, I mean out of they are not from Earth. That is all I mean. And so at that point, when we physically see these beings, obviously...
But let's put it this way. If you have a biological entity that has evolved in a different ecosystem, our mind would still be able to interpret its form. Form follows function. Any engineer will tell you that. So form following function, it has to eat an intake of energy. It has to shit. It has to have... I'm sorry, honey?
There are plenty of accounts where people have described, they don't just describe disc or fires or wings, just...
Are you talking about people seeing UFOs?
No, I'm talking about people out of the Bible and out of Hebrew texts that think they saw angels and physical beings.
You're talking about when angels are ordered to wander among humanity, then they take on a human form.
Saying both. I'm saying yes, that can happen. But what I'm also saying is in the fact that when they appear to them, they don't just appear as disc. I mean, that's so is wing. Again, it's you have decided, and
it's not what I've decided. A biblically accurate angel has a multifaceted number of shapes because there's different angels with different functions as well. But when you're talking about biological organism, an alien entity, you're going to see something that the mind will interpret.
So you're describing the exact.
No. Hold on for a second. If Troy and Mark and you saw the same alien evolved to live in a different biosystem, you would see something that you could all generally agree on.
But that's what I'm trying to
Whereas
tell you.
with angels, the people who are seeing them, first off,
you're biased here. No, that's what you're not letting me think.
No, the brain shuts down. It says that in the Bible. Basically, the person's brain shuts down, and they
look. I'm gonna make my goddamn.
And they see like 3-headed beings. They say one's the head of a lion, the other is the head of a sheep.
Revelations, yes, and you can go back to the books like Enoch that were pulled out. But at the end of the day, all different things are just seen. Ezekiel saw different things, like different beings. Ezekiel basically described alien concepts, right? I mean, the way he described it. But what I would
that's the way Zachariah Sitkin and the rest of the guys tell you he described it. They'll say, he's really describing aliens.
I've even read Zachariah Sitchin. I have no desire.
No, but it's kind of like our man Ian never really necessarily visits QAnon, but he still goes on the dark web and sees everybody regurgitating QAnon, and he comes back telling us the same shit. You may not have read Zachariah Sitkin, but you've read a bunch of people who build on his quote-unquote thematic.
I read a bunch of people that tell me that Zachariah Sitchin was not the original interpreter of exactly what you're going with. And until you can prove...
Wait a second. Whoa, wait a second. When it comes to Zachariah Sitkin or any of these other guys like Eric Von Daniken...
way before Zachariah Sitchin that interpreted those tablets.
No, nobody said that was fucking aliens that caused us to be genetically cloned to mine gold. Nobody said that until Zachariah Sitkin.
Okay.
You can't argue with that.
I can argue with the fact that those tablets were interpreted the way they are interpreted, and they was well before Zachariah Sitchin. Now, he may have brought up DNA itself, but what was interpreted, if you actually read the interpretations that were well before him, where it was interpreted, it leads you to a place that you can almost go pretty much know. I mean, you can see where it led, why it would have led Zachariah Sitchin there. And that is my point, and that's what you're leaving out.
Zachariah Sitchin, he does shit like he says, see this picture of two people, and they're looking at this thing that looks like a giant pencil, but it's really a rocket ship. I mean, first off, it's like him and Eric Von Daniken, they're old men, and they're operating with the concept of space technology as rocket propulsion. So this is why Chariots of Fire with Von Daniken. He said that the aliens were coming down on chariots of fire, man. It's the rockets landing, see? I mean, we know now.
This is how Douglas was speaking. What he's doing right now. This is what he was.
It's condescension. It's called condescension.
He was like, you could hear him yelling, and I was reading it. I could hear. That's when I said, I wasn't even arguing anything about what I'm doing now. He said, because I knew it's his book, like whatever. So he's gonna write what he believes. So there was no telling him I don't believe that. I just said, I can hear you screaming through your words. Like that's
right. Okay. Yeah, like that. Like I'm doing now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you were doing that. Like
yeah, that's because you know me. So yeah, it's because you know me. That's now I'm not saying other people wouldn't interpret that, but like you said, you don't want to sound hostile. You don't want to sound unnecessarily hostile when you're writing. You're trying to prove a point without necessarily emotionally investing yourself in terms of what you're writing. This is one of the reasons why it's important to have a co-author. That's one of the reasons why a co-author is important. But, you know, other than that, when it comes to conviction, this is a point I was trying to make earlier, and George had to leave. But one of the points I was trying to make about arrest without a conviction doesn't mean shit. This is why you don't want to be careful with the term belief. So when you use the term belief, for instance, somebody could say, I believe in Santa Claus. Somebody could say, I believe in the Tooth Fairy. These are things that kids... Well, hold on for a second. Let me finish. These are what kids say, and they believe it. But a belief system is something that's dispensable. So when you're trying to you're taken before the court and you're a conscientious objector, and you can say something like, I don't believe in war. And then the court can basically say, well, you're basically a coward who's trying to avoid the draft, and you're going to go to jail. But if you say, if your
name's Donald Trump, you get off for a broken toe.
Well, aside from, you know, taking us down the realm of corruption and politics, which, you know, I'm happy to go down. I'm not disagreeing with you.
But according to Ian West,
by the way, it was heel spurs. What he got off on was heel spurs.
Whatever it was. No,
but,
I don't know that Ian West has actually said this out loud. I do know that our old Australian guy, Christopher
Andrich, yes.
Yeah, he told me, oh no, he was in the war. I think Ian may have said this for sure, but I don't know for Ian for sure. But so I don't want to throw that. But I definitely know it was some Q stuff. No, he fought in the war. You don't understand. Like he was in the war.
Okay. At that point, you do agree with me. That's doesn't even bear discussion. It's so ridiculous. It's beneath our dignity to discuss that. That at that point, that's just beyond fabrication. It's downright offensive. So when it comes to the point that I'm trying to make,
that you completely downplay what I am saying, but whatever.
At any rate, you can keep dwelling on that. But when it comes to the conviction, if somebody is brought into a court and you say it is my conviction that I cannot do violence to another human being except in self-defense or something like that, the term conviction is taken seriously. And that means, say, for instance, you can avoid a jail sentence and they force you to volunteer as a medic or something. So there are, the conviction is important. So it's an important term. And so I want you to understand that it's not my beliefs. It's not my beliefs. Oh, I'm sorry.
Killed someone because they disagreed with me. Like I was arguing with this guy on this podcast, and it convicted me to kill him. Like it was my conviction. You think I could get off?
The term would be convinced. No, you wouldn't get off. No. But the point that I'm making is the disambiguation is it's not my belief that there are no extraterrestrials as people misunderstand them, evolving on other planets, on other star systems. It is my conviction. In other words, it's based on my understanding of facts. In other words, it is my reality. It is something so solid for me, it's along the lines of gravity. It's along the lines of if you do this, that will follow. It's axiomatic.
Conviction is still just as personal as belief.
No, it's not. Not really. It implies that you're part of an organized thought system that goes beyond yourself. Belief is like a child.
When I tell you like certain things, like I tell you I know, like there are certain things I don't know in my heart, and like there are certain things you just know. That's a conviction, mm-hmm. and whether I can factually prove it through, like let's put Linda Moulton Howe on board. I can sit here. I can give you one of the things that I can give all the facts, the scientific facts, like you break down, you love to break down, or I'll break down dates, I'll break down times, I'll break down exactly what she said, I'll break down what she did, what she's given up, every freaking thing. You want me to break it down
I know you hang up.
What I will also say it is my conviction, because I've looked at this scientific data.
But without getting too hung up on the point I was making to disambiguate.
Convicted.
You're hung up on a lot of people's.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
You're hung up on a lot of personalities. You're hung up on a lot of celebrity personalities. These are essentially
my God! You think I think Linda Moulton Howe is a celebrity? That fucking bitch lives in a fucking house smaller than mine. So I don't think she fucking like.
I mean, you sound like you know her personally. Why does she matter so much to you?
She doesn't matter to me. She didn't matter to me until like I've seen her and I only mentioned her.
Yeah, you do know that what I said about her was basically nothing.
Right, but my point was
Peter Moon said that he really feels that she's sinister. And I don't think he's too hung up on it, but he just feels that she's pretty much a shill.
Kind of like, do you remember?
But you're jumping on me about it.
I'm just saying it's a conviction of mine that I guess you would say that it's kind of like when that woman said,
no, it's not a conviction of yours. You don't know this bitch. You don't know her. So it's not a conviction of yours. You don't know her. And I didn't say anything about her. I just said nothing.
I could say I don't know that fucking your man came into my fucking house.
But wait a second. Let's get back instead, because
I do know what happened, and you know why my dog was mad.
Yeah. I mean, you've been under siege.
No, you're conflating that. That's not fair. You can't say, there are things that can happen outside that you can know are true, but at the same time, no, you're just wanting to bring 2 + 2 is 4, and if you can't write it down or prove it on a fucking video, which, by the way, you know who proves shit on videos? Ian West. So your video shit sucks. The point of the matter is, what are you saying? Because you're saying then that Michael Aquino never visited me. Yeah, tell me that again. You tell me you wasn't my dog.
Whoa, wait a second. Wait, I have never said that. I've been nothing but supportive over the fact that you're under siege.
Yeah, but so if you're supportive, I'm under siege, and you know everything that's happening, things that haven't been mentioned on the show, then you know for a fact that things happen outside of things you can see. But yet suddenly you're like, but you haven't met Linda Moulton Howe.
No, wait a second. You've had physical dead animals planted in your home.
I also said dog.
That's evidence.
Hey, I had a dog magically appear in a cage. There was no way he could have got in because he couldn't get out.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
I mean, we've when you relate these experiences, and they're not stories, they're experiences, that's a totally different subject. We know you've been under assault.
But it's the same realm. That's what you're not getting.
So it's not the same realm as my saying nothing about Linda Moulton Howe, and you're dwelling on that.
I'm not getting on you on that. I'm just saying. You said I'm like pro star people. Like I don't even know what the fuck you think pro star. I don't know who pro star people are. I don't know. Like I don't like. Actually, I'm anti star. Like I keep up. My ex-husband kept up with star. Like I'm anti star people. And it took me fucking 6 months to get Peter Moon's name down.
Wait a second. Star people. You mean like Starseed?
No.
You mean celebrities? Celebrities. Right. Okay, so let's drop the celebrities. Let's drop that because
I do not consider her a celebrity, nor do I actually consider.
I would argue with that and say Linda Moulton Howe is very much a celebrity. She's a celebrity in that world.
She's well known in the UFO circuit. I would not say like most people that I know. If I was to go to my neighbor or all of my neighbors, I could go to 3 neighbors right now.
Actually, I think because of Coast to Coast AM and the kind of hype she's gotten, Linda Moulton Howe's been pushed pretty heavily. She's up there with Richard Hoagland. Maybe not everybody would know who Richard Hoagland is or Linda Moulton Howe is.
I will literally do a video and just go to my neighbor's house and just be like, "This is."
Okay. It's like. If they don't know about it, so what? The point is you do. You know who she is. And you're investigating paranormal, and you're interested in the paranormal, to the point where you know about her, so she's a celebrity in that field.
There's tons of people in that field that are full of shit. That's my point. what I took offense to was what Peter Moon said, which was a complete, like, he downplayed her.
Yeah, well, he feels that she's a shill. Yeah, he feels that she's a shill.
He had no factual reason. He had nothing factual.
Well, I don't think that's when I said, oh yeah, so many in the UFO community are, and you've got to be cautious. But other than that, she's a non-issue to me.
I agree with that statement, but she was the one I told you 30 days ago was on air talking about, because you were like, oh no, that's old, because she's mentioned Antarctica before.
Right, and then what you told me was it's new, and what's bizarre is that all these people are beginning to reiterate my narrative. My narrative. First it was Annie Jacobson, as you pointed out. Annie Jacobson is starting to use my narrative. And then what you pointed about what Linda Moulton Howe was saying 30 days ago with all these other people at this conference on Antarctica, they're using my narrative. All these people are using my narrative without crediting myself.
This is what you need to record. This is what you need to play for the therapist right here. Just play this.
Did you not say what they were saying?
Play this for the therapist.
There's nothing psychiatric in what I'm saying.
I'm not saying
it's
that.
It's simply a fact. Annie Jacobson, in her original narrative, said nothing about a mothership and a parasite craft. That was my narrative. When Annie Jacobson was interviewed by Joe Rogan, was it? You said?
Yeah, it was Joe Rogan, yeah.
Yeah, then she started saying that just now, basically. She's starting to readapt her narrative to my narrative. And when you said these people were talking about Antarctica, you said they were saying, why would a psychologist need to hear that? How are you trying to imply that what I'm saying is something psychotic?
No, first of all,
that people are starting to use my narrative?
Clarify something. First of all, just in case anybody ever comes back on this, I don't want anybody to think Linda Moulton Howe or whoever, that was 30 days ago around.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. What did they say? What did they say?
That was 4 years ago. They were talking about Nazis and basically what you would call Wonderland. They were also talking. Now they said some things that you would probably disagree with. That Hitler ended up he did not go to Ireland. That he went to, what was it? Is it Argentina? Where's their base now?
I said the same thing. I said he preferred to stay on the surface world for a long period of time because it really was arduous for him in Unterland to a great degree. That changed later. Yeah, that changed with time. But it was something that at least he had time to adapt. This is because he had ultimately entered the vampire state through what was called the Bulgarian treatment, where basically Dr. Theo Morel had given him supermassive blood transfusions in 1945. He was basically staying on the surface world where access to blood was easier until they could find enough blood to sustain him in Unterland that was not incestuous. In other words, that he wasn't taking the same blood from the same people over and over again. They had to build up a large enough supply to sustain him. Once he had entered the vampire state, he's somewhat similar to my state in terms of conditions. He's basically like someone who was born a quarter vampire. By the way, anyone can look up what I'm saying about Theo Morel and the supermassive blood transfusions. All of this is historically undeniable. None of this is fantasy.
He was a quarter vampire at his age. He would be, 120 years old? So
something like that, yeah.
He's most likely not alive.
Actually, that's not the case. He could probably, with the genetic technology that they've developed, basically live to potentially maybe 200. That may not be a problem at all.
Fuck you, Hitler. I hope you're listening. I wrote you a good report, man. Done nothing for my life, and all you did was put me in touch with a son you didn't raise that argues with me, okay?
Yes, and you need to be argued with. You do need to be argued with so that you don't buy into something that, so that you don't emotionally invest energy into things that...
emotionally invest like you. When you get all emotionally invested, and I have to say, oh, you're being a little too emotional in this. I can hear you
to explain something to you is condescendingly as possible. Let me just add that for the humor. Just for the humor.
You can scream in writing, but I'm the only one emotionally invested.
Okay. It's in terms of there's a difference between my emotion and your emotion in the sense that my emotional investment Well, it is what it is, but but yours is pretty.
The voice almost went to bullshit because you knew you were I could hear it in there. You had to stop yourself because you knew it was going higher to bullshit.
It's and I want to get back to Marina and the intellectual dishonesty issue too. But important, a little thing to explain to you here, just as a side note, the Raelian cult. Have you heard of them? Do you know about them? Honey?
If I said yes or no, it would not matter. So just
Why? Go. Why? Why would it not matter?
I just want you to go ahead.
Okay, so the Raelian cult is basically been around for a while, and they are a front organization for the Third Reich in Unterland. And what they do as a religion is they get away with what a conventional business could not. So with a religious front, they take advantage of religious, persecution laws against religious persecution in various countries. And they set up basically offshore laboratories where they will contract with the wealthy so that they can extend their lives using Third Reich genetic technology developed initially by Dr. Joseph Mengele.
Guys, Adolf Hitler in the German, they were literally involved. That's where I was going with Linda Moulton. Like, they were involved.
Yeah.
Where do you, like, I know that you want to believe. Like, that's my thing. Like, I don't know if fucking, Kino, fuck you if you did this to him. But, like, if you want to believe that just Germans, were so much smarter than the entire rest of the population, well, then hell, Hitler had it right. He should have blown the entire planet up and nuked them right then because, like, Germans were the best. Like, they were the only ones with brains. Or you might could think maybe that they were, as we do know, Hitler was very much involved. That's why he went back and got the Nazi symbol, which originally is an ancient symbol that had powers that he knew. That is why he took that symbol and used that symbol, as well as everything else that he was looking up, occultish and what you can call it.
Well, honey, finish with what? You're okay. Go on.
You want to always tell me where I believe with extraterrestrial. When I say extraterrestrial, what I mean by that is you just want to go, they're Martians from Mars, like they're little aliens that came down, and that's what I fucking believe. I'm not saying that when I say extraterrestrial. What I am saying by that, or UFO, unidentified flying object, or UFP, what I mean is they say, most of those right now are man-made, and I believe most of them actually are not Nazi. They're American, and governments that have copied this technology and very well probably got it from a lot of it from Germany. But though German scientists, and you could go back, and again, this is where I need to make notes because I hate that you have this memory and I don't have the memory of the names of the different scientists.
Does that not also reinforce the fact that I have nanoplasma transfusion that has enabled me?
I've never actually I did in the beginning, but then I started thinking like he either is just sitting around in this house studying this all day, and then I know you're not because you're literally
doping and drinking and fucking and sleeping. Pretty much.
I give you that, but what I'm saying is, or I wouldn't speak with you, but what I am saying is that there's no one on this planet that was born 100% right or that will be 100% right, and you somehow think that you are, which I say.
Whoa, wait a second. I've always qualified that I'm not 100% right, and I always point out mistakes, etc., etc. So you can't be coming from that direction. The point that I was trying to make about the Raelians was that basically, have you never wondered why so many of your rich businessmen and politicians never age? They pay a lot for the technology that keeps them looking young, and it's beyond plastic surgery. The Nazis, especially under the leadership of Dr. Joseph Mengele, developed genetics. And it's not even in an elitist sense. We're not even talking about Aryan Superman here and in terms of this case. We're talking about genetic modifications that can improve any individual because DNA components can be inserted into the genome via a virus. And they can cure a variety of diseases and even some deformities.
And also a variety of viruses and be inserted into you via a fucking shot.
Yes, but honey, you're not getting the point here. The Raelian cult is a front so that business can be conducted with the surface world in this regard.
I am no doubt if Marina was on right now and she was talking mRNA, and I just said, yeah, and you don't think things can be inserted into you via shot, your answer would have just been a little different.
But now you get back to our intellectual dishonesty. So it brings us back to that point that I'll confront. Basically, in the case of Marina SEREN, I want people to understand my stance on aliens. I've already said that in the basic sense. I want people to understand that I've spoken of relic populations, and these are survivors from the mass extinctions of the past. These are completely different creatures from humanity. These other intelligences, these sapients, meaning they're self-aware, sentient races, that they evolved on Venus and Mars, in particular when they were closer or further away from the sun in the habitable zone, the so-called...
You're correct. That's extraterrestrial, right? That it would be...
No, they're extraterrestrial in this... They're extra...
Galaxy, but you want to go intergalaxy extraterrestrial, you're
no, but they're all from our solar system. They're all from our solar system. I talked about this in the Christina Joanna Hart interview. So they're either evolved on Earth before us or from our solar system.
Mars was most likely nuked themselves.
That could well have happened. Have I ever denied that? We've the dinosaurs and past the intelligent dinosaurs, past or civilizations that existed on what are now sunken continents, did tremendous catastrophic things to themselves in massive warfare that they engaged in. This is what Brendan Zogid would emphasize is recorded in the Vimanas, the Vedic chronicles. So, but you see, that's different from somebody who's saying the universe is...
Chronicles also chronicles if you want to go into Vedic Chronicles, you're going to bring those up, which I would not have had you not. But if you want to bring Vedic Chronicles up, they specifically talk about flying around.
Of course, all this technology existed with past civilizations. This is not necessarily extraterrestrial the way people keep interpreting it. The people who say they're coming from other star systems. On rockets, no less, according to Sitkin and Danikin.
These star systems. So I think what happens is, this is where I think you and I differ. You never
just remember, those are old men who think on old terms.
Let me finish. This is what I mean. You never let me finish this goddamn sentence. You've never, ever.
Yeah, now that's a bit unfair, but go on.
So what I'm seeing is you're believing people may have lived on Mars, may have lived on Venus when it wasn't hotter, in Mars and good stuff, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever, we can get there. So we can agree on that may have happened. That's an agreement. So then what I would say is when you go outside our galaxy, when you're talking going outside our galaxy, what I would call that is going
outside our solar system. Outside our solar system.
Galaxies, whatever. When you say going outside of that, to me, it is going extra dimensional, meaning that there are beings, I believe, and you may not, I believe we have one creator, one source, one God is interpreted as and that we're all a piece of that technically, and that when that being expanded, which would be called like the Big Bang to me, it was an expansion to want to become more conscious and aware of itself and experience everything. That wasn't like an immediate, like, okay, we go down and the humans are just suddenly made, right, on Earth. Like it was an expansion throughout dimensions, and that's why you have different dimensions, different densities. And so when you came out, so then you ended up having angels, and then you ended up having duality, which I guess what I would actually call non-duality, because it's so funny when I look at the way people say duality and non-duality. I guess I kind of go in non-duality in the sense that I believe the creator created both.
Right. By the way, the term is ex nihilo, out of nothing. The fashioning of life ex nihilo by God, the fashioning of the universe, the Big Bang. Ex nihilo. Right. Just so you got the theological term.
I throw in words just to make yourself seem smart. Okay, whatever. So
you do know that was a subversive. Yeah, I just had to get that in there. So yeah,
it's becoming obvious now. So at this point, like my point is, at the end of the day, it's the same basic concept of saying, okay, there's different dimensions, densities, some people will call them, but those, because we don't know, right? Because we're not allowed to remember. I mean, to me, the best thing you can describe being an earth soul, a soul that we are in right now, whether vampire or non-vampire or fucking southern redneck bitch that people don't like or whatever, at the end of the day, you're a soul, and then you decide to come into this, and it's kind of like, I'm gonna go play that video game, you know, and it's kind of like, I'm gonna go through in that video, I'm gonna play that, and I'm gonna win it, and this is what I want to learn through it. Or you could say go to college. You could do either one. The thing is, you go in because in Earth we made this duality, non-duality, depending on how you want to interpret duality, non-duality, because there's so many different ways people try. Like I look at duality as saying, yes, there's dual forces, but then non-duality, because at the end of the day, they came from the same force, and it's there for a purpose. And the whole purpose is you get thrown in here, and like I think you and I agreed on this the other day. You come back because you get bored.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's an element of that. So, but honey. So that being said, back to my intellectual dishonesty with Marina, Seren. So, just so people get the general consensus that I'm operating from. So basically, the only real...
He wants to fuck a 23-year-old, okay? That's what he's operating from.
I'm going to breathe. I'm going to breathe, and I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue with that because that's beneath my dignity. And really, I want everyone to understand that that's simply a potential bonus that I hope ultimately might manifest along the side. But it's collateral.
You know what I hope? I hope Marina's listening. And Marina, I just want you to know, I truly respect everything you have to say. And I mean everything. I'm not just on the Nazi side while completely downplaying you because I want to fuck you. I would totally fuck you and you would love it. But at the end of the day, I totally believe things she says and don't have to fucking bullshit her to fucking do it.
That's wonderful. So what I'm saying is that, Mark's about to leave us. Mark, before you go, I do want you to say hello to everyone, and
I've got to go totally on here for Mark.
Do participate a little bit more. There must be something you can say before you leave. Any observations? Anything you want to share? Please feel free.
You both have been bringing up some great topics. So like I usually do when Brooke brings up something or you bring up something, I just wrote some stuff down. So I don't want to get into too much, but some of it has to do with, you mentioned Uri Geller and the 9. I just want to elaborate on a little more stuff later. I'll do that probably next show.
Great.
But other than that, it's been awesome to talk to both of you, and God bless you both, and I'll talk to you soon.
Well, we love you dearly, and blessed be thy dreams.
As well. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Have a good night.
Take care. Stay safe and be well. Yes.
You as well.
Yes, there we are. And so, honey, it's more a case of where, so people know my stance, I do believe that there is a kind of interstellar life in the hard vacuum. These are generally amoeboid creatures that are sometimes...
Not use words like amoeboid. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm not just a southern idiot. Like, most people are not. Like, I mean, we know amoebas. What do you mean?
The interesting thing about amoebas is they literally are immortal. The first amoeba is still alive. I remember when I... that sounds...
Your amoeba?
I'm sorry, honey. Say it again.
But when you met I remember when I met my first amoeba.
I hesitated right after I said that because I knew you were going to go there. I said, just watch, you'll jump on this. You're such a... Oh, that's funny. It is funny. That's funny. I remember when I was working in the Acorn Projects, and I which of course is an all-black ghetto. For those who don't know, one of the most dangerous areas in the world at the time that I was working there. This is before they were gating it in slowly through several contracts that I served in, the highest paid uniform security contract in the United States, really. And but I remember two black guys talking, and one of them was saying, "Amoebas don't die. The first amoeba is still alive." And he was right. He's absolutely right.
So
It's
an amoeba in your system. Like, how do you kill it?
You can't. You die. It's awful. This is what happens with these kids who jump inside these warm lakes.
No, I know the legs think it's to their brain, but I thought amoebas can get into your intestines and you can kill them because they're intestinal amoeba.
I don't know about that. It could be possibly. Let's put it this way: you can kill an amoeba, quote unquote, but they don't die naturally. Does that make more sense? You understand what I'm saying? But I do know for a fact that when they overtake, say, for instance, I saw a medical textbook where an amoeba had overtaken the penis head of some poor bastard, and it just enveloped his penis head, and all they could do was cut the penis off. Was basically all they could do. When it gets into the brain and shit, they can't do anything. It's horrible. It's so sad. I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's one of the worst ones. When they get, like, in the war, like, if you jump in, like, Florida...
Or through the snorting the water up the nose through the nettle. What do they call that? The little nettle pot?
Jump in the water, and what happens is if you, like, jump in and you get a little water up your nose, when it goes straight to your brain, like, there's nothing they can do.
That's right. And also the neti pots, that where you snort water up your nose through the neti pot to clear your nose in the morning. Sometimes they come in through.
That's why you have to believe in Ian West, because remember he said the guy saved his life because he put the straw up his nose.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with amoebas.
But no, he didn't. If you listen to that, what he actually said though, what he introduced me was telling the story was he said he saved my life because that Coke is what kept it from crossing the blood-brain barrier.
Coke is what kept what? The amoeba? He had an amoeba? Is he claiming he had an amoeba?
I don't know. He didn't say amoeba. Whenever he was saying was coming out
he was something else, though. He's talking about something else. Yeah, believe me.
What he saw coming out of his skin.
Yeah. It was not amoebas, though. I mean, a lot of this... Yeah, Brooke and I are both convinced a lot of this is meth-induced hallucinations on the part of Ian. But when it comes to amoebas, no, he wouldn't be here. Oh my God. It's just awful.
I mean, all I want to know, I just want somebody to tell me that, like, some drug like cocaine, which I have literally done, what I tell you?
Yeah.
One in 20 years, and it was cut. That's why he's making fun of me, because the guy gave it to me. Yeah. My daughter's boss, like, I had given him a dog, and I went to see the dog, and it was his birthday, so we went out for a minute, and he gave me a bump of Coke to take in the bathroom, and then I came out, I was like, I had a sinus headache to the point that my entire right eye shut down. I was like,
Jesus, that's awful.
I was like, I haven't done shit in 20 years. That shit is cut too. But he's like, no, it's not. And I was like, dying. And I was like, maybe it's something wrong with me. I was like, give me another bump, stupid thing. I tried another one. I just came home and was crying.
Oh my God.
I have no pills. I'm taking, like, Tylenol, fucking ibuprofen. It was horrible. But, I was like, yeah, that's cut. Like, it almost seems like it was cut, and then you cut it again, and we're going to sell it, and then you decide to do it. I don't know. Like, it's bad.
I'm so sorry you had that experience. I'm so sorry. That's awful.
I'm very mad because, like, when I'm finally brave enough at 40-something to do another bump of Coke, and then I get that again.
Yeah, then it's shit. Yeah, I know. Well, it's probably for the best. You don't want to get addicted to that shit.
Yeah, you're probably right. That probably would have been good. I would have been, hey, give me some more of that.
Yeah, and you would have kept coming back to visit the dog. Yeah.
I need to see that. I need to see my little chihuahua again.
Yeah. It's funny, but that would be bad. So, honey, about Marina SEREN, for the sake of our audience, I want people to understand. Yes, so the kind of life that's in the hard vacuum, just so people know my perspective on life, would be these amoeba type of life forms that are essentially grazing on particulate matter, even to a certain extent, solar radiation that they would pass by, that they're absorbing from bypassing stars that they bypass. We know this for a fact because they've been photographed by astronomers. They even participate in like mass migrations where they were seen by astronomers passing by in front of the sun in waves. These creatures are out there. They are interstellar life, but they exist in space itself.
On other planets, single cell life forms, right? But I mean, I think I'm not sure we're going to amoebas because I do.
Well, I'm just talking about the different type of life that I do believe might be extrasolar. Is my point, outside of the solar system, that I understand exists. But
what I'm saying is, you haven't been out. Have you been outside the solar system?
No, honey. Obviously,
that's my first question. No. Just answer these. Have you been outside the solar system? That was a no. So, second thing, if you were to go outside the solar system, well, you wouldn't know what to expect because you haven't been there. You would guess.
Honey. Okay, let me give you an analogy, a parable. If,
what I'm
say, for instance,
say is that you're putting terminology as far as time and space.
Yeah, I get it. And that, like I said, so just so people understand my general belief on this sort of thing.
Look at it as a different dimension.
Before we go to the dimensions, just so people know. If there were a intelligent form of cephalopod, squid, octopus, that's what a cephalopod is. If there were some kind of intelligent cephalopod, because their intelligence has proven to be very high.
Very smart.
Yes, they're incredibly smart. If they evolved in the water and they were preparing to explore the surface world, the land, and they prepared with everything they knew of from their coastal visits, and plenty of octopi and other cephalopods have had heavy interaction with the coastline. If they were trying to go deeper inland in exploration expeditions, they could think of a lot of things to prepare for, but almost certainly they would never have thought of fire. So there's all kinds of things I can't conceive.
Oh my
but
God.
That being...
That's my point.
That being qualified, what I'm saying is, what I understand is that many of the sentient and sapient life forms are relict populations from past mass extinctions or those that evolved on our...
We don't disagree with that.
Different planets in the solar system, but extrasolar is the term.
When we go extrasolar, it's just kind of like we couldn't imagine the fire.
Yeah. But what I think of. Okay, let me finish. Extrasolar, there's the amoeboid type of entities in the hard vacuum, but when it comes to what
dimensions are not at extrasolar. We're only
we're talking about strict physical right now.
Vacuum. You keep using the word vacuum.
Yeah, so hard vacuum. Yeah, but we're not talking about space and time yet. So when it comes to space and time, this is what is happening. So we have crop circles. Like I said before, crop circles are bookmarks used by time travelers. The time travelers, honey?
Do you believe in that guy? What's his name? You must believe in that guy.
What guy?
That guy that wrote that book. What was it called? Like something about chariots of the gods. He believes in circles like that.
Crop circles exist.
So does the chariot of the gods guy believe that.
Whatever. That's not anything to do with Eric Von Daniken.
You just said whatever like a City Valley girl.
Yeah, well, I'm a Californian, after all, California acculturated. So, look, Eric Von Daniken has never been into crop circles, okay? So, I don't know where you're coming from with that. But when it comes to crop circles, these are bookmarkers for time travelers.
Where were you in them? You didn't tell me about when you were there. When were you there?
Where?
In the crop circles.
Whatever. In terms of going on with crop circles, there are those that are fake. They can easily be ascertained as fake. There are those that are not. Those that are not actually are impossible to fake because they're simply the wheat, the chaff, the crop has essentially been bent without snapping.
To be honest, but I'm agreeing. I know you don't want to know he's agreeing.
These crop circles, the crops are bent without being snapped. So those are the real crop circles. Those are bookmarkers used by time travelers so they know which time they are in. That's how they mark the time that they're in. The time travelers are essentially our distant ancestors that have gone on to populate the galaxy. and they have adapted to many different environmental systems to the point where they, having adapted to those ecosystems, are much different from you and I.
We're totally off.
They would appear to be alien, but they come back to Earth because they need access to the genetic baseline. They need access to our genes. Okay?
I know. That's what we call the Greys, which I said that.
No. The Greys are the Chochoa. You know, you call them the Nestle chocolate people.
All different Greys, but no, the Greys are, and I do get. Fuck, I shouldn't say this, and this is one thing I've never said in public. I don't even think I can say it out loud. What I can tell you is that I can't say I know. I can just say, you know, people get downloads. Like, I had this a while back. This is before you. Or it might have been when I knew you, but maybe first met you. But anyway, regardless, it doesn't matter. The Greys, the small Greys, because there's different types of Greys. Obviously, we have the tall Greys. But again, we've also got humans interacting here too, that are pretending, which are our American brothers and sisters, or maybe British, or what the fuck ever. But you have to remember, those Greys that I believe, instead of Chochoa, what you would call Chochoa, and you just chalked it up to that. What I have been shown was that those Greys, at least some Greys, I would say the small, which you're calling Chochoa, are time travelers. They're definitely from what I would call the fourth dimension, which to me is the time dimension, because that's where time is, right? And so they travel through there, but at the end of the day, they're forward. But I don't want to say this, but like, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but if we don't get fucking AI together, like, that's what you're basically looking at. Like, you're looking at, like, we know that those are not human in the sense of that's why they need the DNA.
Well, our human ancestors definitely need our DNA because they...
Our human predecessors, not ancestors.
No, our
not ancestors or predecessors.
There are our descendants. Descendants. Thank you.
There we both have the right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so our descendants need the DNA. So is what I mean to say. So thank you. Yes. There. See, I used the wrong vocabulary word. And so our descendants need the DNA. What? Yeah. Sure. So that so they are going through space and time. Understand, if you have a interstellar empire, you have to have a chronotic empire, meaning an empire of time as well as space, because if you're traveling through space, you're traveling through time. And the problem is the stars are so far away that by the time physically you reach another star, a lot of time has passed. So in order...
Hitler, your father, figured out, to be honest, if you want to go with the belief system of what, you know, I'm starting to believe from talking to you, obviously I'm learning so much from you, and then things I had learned before past, like, I believe that Hitler did learn that, but I don't believe that he learned it from scientists. And if he did learn it from a scientist, it was paid scientists that were learning it from these descendants or extra dimensional, not Martians and not aliens from Sirius. But if there's a Sirius, then Sirius would be like a planet where we would call them from demons, or we call them angels. Like, it's dimensional, right? Where something was able to travel through time to come back and give knowledge, right? Through time. And I believe that Hitler was able to tap into that. And the Nazis were able to tap into that. I believe that's where what Marina talks about. What is it? What are the blondes' name again?
Vril?
The VRIL. Yeah. I mean, the VRIL were able to tap into, and what's her name, disappear, like, completely. And Marina talks about that as well. And as a matter of fact, the woman that,
so that brings us...
Linda Moulton Howe even mentioned the VRIL, and she said she believed, and what I thought was interesting is when she was talking to Marina, She did not actually, she just wanted answers from Marina, and she did not actually believe about the Vril. And she was talking to Marina, and that's what I wondered Marina as well. But like, she didn't act like she was really like sure on it. She was just asking questions. Marina was explaining about the Vril and explaining about what is that one woman's name? One of the main women of the Vril.
Oh gosh, I forget, but I believe I know who you're talking about.
And she just, so Marina talks about her in that interview, and so then Lyndon Moulton Howe brings her fucking up in the fucking last interview I just saw Lyndon Moulton Howe, that I just told you about, and says, it mentions her name and says she says it's for real, and she says I believe that she mentions the woman's name, that she actually was tapped, that the Nazis had tapped in through what she called
Maria Orsic.
Marie Orsic, there you go. And that she actually, when she disappeared, because Marina says that she's had contact. Marina tells her that she's had contact with Orsic.
Okay, yeah.
In this life.
Yeah, so you understand this goes back to my quote-unquote intellectual dishonesty. You see, I understand what Marina is saying through my filter, where Marina, when she's speaking about being from a different star system or a star seed, I interpret that as cascaded memories that are implanted into her by our ancestors, the Nordics from the Third Reich in exile, who are coming back from a different time, or simply in this time from Unterland, and they're harvesting her eggs, which has left...
Well, first of all, if they were from this time when they were from Unterland, then to get to Unterland and to know about it and to know how to get there, which we've now proven Unterland, originally we had Pangea, the Earth divided. We were one complete Earth. That's been pretty much proven. Like
one supercontinent.
Yes, well, I didn't mean Earth. That's what I was about to go. One continent. You interrupted me with that. That was one word I did have. But you got it first. So yes, Pangea obviously divided, and Antarctica was at some point tropical, at least parts of it. And as it broke off, and so for Hitler and the Nazi and the Third Reich to know about this place, and to be setting off and doing all the other things they were doing as well, with the time traveling with the bell and so much that wasn't just, I'm sorry, dude, that's not like just a bunch of smart white dudes, because if that was it, you know what, there's still a bunch of Germans fucking left in America and fucking in Germany, and they'd have fucking figured some shit out too. It's not like a blood thing where it's just like, oh, suddenly the people that were Nazis were suddenly
I've put this into context before, darling. As I said before, Subramanian Chandrasekhar was an Asian Indian scientist who mathematically proved I talked about this on Christine Joanna Hart's interview, which you've never watched the latest one yet, not the whole thing, but I speak of how he proved the existence of black holes, which were denied by the British astronomical community, particularly Sir Arthur Eddington, and who effectively ran the British astronomical community. And so when he was essentially suppressed, Subramanian Chandrasekhar's science was taken seriously by the Germans, who perceived him as a member of the Aryan caste of India, which is what he was, and therefore perceived his science as Aryan science. And by taking what he said seriously, they developed that as basically a scientific analysis of the ancient Teutonic concept of the Die Schwarzen Sonne, the Black Sun. Taking it further, they realized that our galaxies, which are in the swastika shape, the spiral swastika shape, all galaxies are naturally emulative of that. Generally, they are held together by a massive Schwarzen Sonne, a supermassive black hole at the center of every galaxy, the Black Sun. And this is what helped to put Nazi physics 500 years ahead of everyone else's physics.
Why did God make black? Okay, so let's cut the chase here, because I already agree with everything you're saying as far as I know
And just so you know that if you put the Olympic medals of the East and West Germans together for all of the Olympics ever held throughout the modern age after World War II, the Germans win every Olympiad. They total up together the East and West Germans as winning every Olympiad is all won by the Germans. So the Germans are essentially, yes, in a very real sense, a master race of a sort.
Oh my God. Fuck my life.
You find that to be racist?
Yes. Horrible.
Why?
Racist. Horrible.
Why?
That was horrible.
That's simply a fact. So in terms of their science, it's not really why is it impossible to perceive. You seem to have, many people have this need, you're not alone, where they had to be getting help from the aliens, or perhaps from visitors from the future.
Honey baby, before you fucking goddamn say I have a need, let me tell you, I have needs. And if you think that what are you saying I have a need of? A need of, like so many people have a need to what? Prove myself? Prove I'm right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I said a lot of people have a need to see that there's some kind of external help for the Reich. Maybe there is. But as you said, you were going along the lines yourself. It may be people from the future.
More than not proven, and you refuse to go there because there's something. That's what I'm saying. Everybody said tonight. Okay, like I can admit all my flaws, and I admit I can't even be 100% right on this. But it's like I know. Okay, I know what you read. Okay, I know like what you got when you were reading the document. You didn't get all this. What you're saying now, that was not read when you were reading through Aquino stuff. Okay, so at the end of the day, then you're coming back to things you've researched. And my point is, you are highly intelligent and but at the same time, you've also come to a point where because you were given this gift of, would you guys a gift and curse that you were given, because it was both from dealing with Aquino and dealing with what you had to deal with. But at the same time, you have now almost, just like I get mad at Peter Mean when we joke about that, like, but I'm like, I can respect so much Peter Mean says, but I'm like, but he has this ego and it comes back to it, like, but like doesn't see that. And we can all do it. Like we all have the ego, and we have to have some ego to keep us alive. That's what, in our 3D world, if we had no ego, we'd just shut down because we'd be so watery and like emotional that we'd be crying over everything, right? And we just, but at the same time, so we have to have this ego to say I'm right, or like I have this belief, or I have this, as you said, like I know this, I've scientifically proven it to myself. Whatever the need is in that ego, like I can, like, you know, some scientists, you know, there are people that are true scientists that are going to be like, if I can't add it together with my chart and I only believe in this, you know, these, they, like, for instance, the charts you study in chemistry, what is it called? The
chart of the elements?
The elemental chart. Thank you. The elemental chart. And so a lot of people, you know, there are scientists that believe that those were the only elementals and have yet to be like, maybe there could be more. Just like I said, outside the galaxy, like, I heard a scientist say it the other day, true scientist, and was like, it kills me that so many of my peers think that there's not another element we haven't discovered yet. Like, but yet it's kind of like when they said smoking was good for you back in the 50s, like smoke, it'll make you feel younger and you'll feel healthier, right? Like, or 40s, whatever it was. Like,
yeah, they were pushing that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But my point is, that's just a stupid comparison that people would remember. But
my point is that basically, in terms of what Marina SEREN is saying, I am simply saying that this is beyond simply some desire to become physically intimate with her, that I intellectually can prove that I'm honest with her by simply saying that what she says is not something I attack because I filter it through my paradigm, which is really not that different from hers. What she might say is alien is simply she's simply told that they're from another star system. And they may well be, because this may be our descendants visiting her who are descendants of the Nordics, or it could be people from Unterland who are simply saying that to her.
you keep going human. So that's my point, and I don't believe she would agree with that, and I don't believe. And I hope
well, as I said before, at this point, the Unterlanders are not human.
No, but human, I guess it's a relevant term, right? So what your descendant was human, so they would be descended from humans. Okay, what we would call
but no longer what we would consider human by our definition.
Right. So, I mean, you can look at, the hominid. I mean, you could go back in scientific terms, the hominid, and to each degree that the genomes changed, right? And our genes changed. I mean, like, how many genes away are we from a chimp? I believe it's like, what, one?
We're remarkably similar, and yet we're incredibly different, and chimps are most certainly not human. So,
So here's what I would say with that. So I agree and don't. I agree and don't. So when you say they're definitely not, like, we're remarkably, like, similar, yes.
But you get what I'm saying about Marina SEREN, right? Because this was an important point. I'm not being intellectually dishonest.
No, I completely disagree. So sorry.
Wait a second. I mean, look, I'm not angry and I'm not defensive. But I mean, so you're not accepting what I'm saying in terms of that she's first off, when she's talked about being assaulted by the Greys, and I said, well, that's the Chochoa, and so that's how I interpret what she's saying. So I'm not denying what she's saying. So therefore, I'm not being disingenuous. So I'm not intellectually dishonest in that regard. So, but where am I being intellectually dishonest? I mean, aside from the fact that I've already copped to it.
When I tell you that you can look biblically, that number one, that you can look at the angels and the same thing, I'm trying to be on your side and be like, hey, you can believe in the Bible, but at the same time, you can look at the Bible with the angels, same thing. And like, I'm saying angels, the same way you're going Chochoa, like extraterrestrial could be angel could be extraterrestrial, angel could be alien, angel could be Grays, right? Like different.
Well, as you see it, as you see it, and I don't see that as something.
Chochoa, because you've chosen Chochoa is something you and Peter Moon. I swear Peter Moon sucked your dick on this one, or you sucked his. I don't know, but the Chochoa thing, y'all got
no need to be so vulgar about it, but it's.
Oh, really? What's the name say? Oh, if her pussy was tighter, it still wouldn't fuck her.
Yeah, look at the source. But when I say about
laugh like a cackle.
Well, when it comes to
I'm sorry, you cackled like a hyena. Let me rephrase.
Well, when it comes to the I did, but because it was hideously funny, it was like, but honey, you and I should be above that when we're holding this kind of discussion. We should behave I mean, you get what I'm saying. A little bit above like what Ian was doing. Not that at any rate. So the point is, honey, when it comes to theology now, that's a whole different topic. And I see where you're coming from and what you're saying about angels and aliens, but that's not how I see it. And so I view angels.
Do you hear what you just said? You don't see it how Marina said it, but I'm not going to tell her it's not intellectual dishonesty because I'm just kind of saying it this. But then with me, you're like, no, you're wrong. Not that at all. Can't be that. You just read this stupid shit.
No. That's the way you take it. That's the way you take it.
You throw it off to Zachariah Sitchin. Like, you throw it off to, you're just like, yeah, he was a complete idiot, and you are an idiot for believing that.
Well, I mean, you got to admit, here's the difference between your presentation and her presentation. Her presentation, she doesn't cite sources.
Oh, you're right. I'll just start giving you my dreams and where I was abducted from. Okay, there. Then you can't deny it. Thank you. I know what to say next. What was the next podcast? Was it tonight's Wednesday? So Sunday. I know what to have.
Yeah. At any rate, so that being said, so darling,
think about it. Think about what you just said. So me trying to scientifically just like talk to you on it, like you didn't want to go there, right? But like it's like basically when we
What
have.
do you mean I didn't want to go there? That's
You went there hard on me. Like, you're wrong.
It's not like that. I'm not saying you're wrong. No. Hey, wait a second. No. No.
And I was like, I felt it. I can see your colors are blue, and I can feel.
You gotta admit, he was pretty shocking there.
They abducted me.
He was pretty shocking. That was pretty shocking, yeah. Though your points are well taken, of course, about he's.
And by the way, real tech, my parents, I swear to God, if anybody asks for 2030, I'm coming to kill you.
But darling,
somebody's gonna kill you and real tech. They're gonna frame me. Whoever hates me, I'm gonna get framed for murder.
Yeah, but darling, it's not you that I'm attacking. It's people like Zachariah Sitkin I'm attacking.
Like people you have a deep hatred for somewhere in your blood.
Wait a second. This is not a deep hatred for these people personally. I don't hate Zachariah Sitkin personally.
Like have you ever seen a rattlesnake and like how they stick out their tongue like they like
yeah.
And they rattle, like the rattle, and they get the tongue and bite.
Yeah.
Like that's what you do when you're talking about those people. So you can say it's not hate. Like you're just like, oh my God, and the chariot of the gods guy. It's like a rattle, and then you say his name, and then it's just out.
It's honestly, you suck the voice right out of me. And I have to do monologue, but in not trying to chase you off, I do want you to. I think we've gone a long way. But honestly, what I do hate is how people use these people as sources. And they're not really worthy of sourcing.
You know what I hate? That you send me shit to listen to all the time, and I listened to let's be honest, I listened to like a quarter of it. But
Wait a second. What do I send you all the time to listen to? What do I send you? You mean like my episodes?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
after I get off, like on the ones that you've either, what it'll be is either
I used to send you the episodes that I was time stamping for a while. Then I pretty much got too lazy.
Hours of like fucking before you, and then like even this last week, I was like, okay, that's like 4. Like I even listened to you for.
So did you hear what I said about Putin and the Kovalchuk brothers?
Yes. Okay. So I got on that, and I ended up getting a phone call from the insurance company. But yes, I heard most of it. I hope. I don't know if I heard most of it.
Well, hopefully you go through the rest of it, and I might even start talking about them again.
But here's I want everybody to know this. I asked him because. I was like, hey, I listened to you when I went to bed, and I fell asleep listening. So I had heard part of the Putin and the LGBTQ part, and apparently I fell asleep. So I was like, hey. So like, he'd already sent me basically was going to be 5 hours from the time I got off. And I was like, no, like I was like, so can you give me an idea? And he's like, just listen to the rest of it. So like, I know that you earlier tonight made a little smart ass comment, like, people don't know what it's like. They just think it's easy to be like this. You didn't say celebrity, but you were like, we're on a broadcast and these people don't even know what I go through and how to talk to people and blah, blah, blah. And they don't even have anything interesting to say. They don't know what it's like. And I want to be like, hey, bitch, do you know what it's like to raise 2 kids by yourself the majority of your life, even when there was a person there occasionally by yourself, and fucking, you have this heart for animals, so then you fucking end up with 12 of them in your house. But you're the good person that does not fucking give them up, and not to claim sainthood, I guess. But what I would say is, like, I worked because that was my mission. That was my passion. Your passion is doing this, so that's on you, right? My passion was my animals. I had children I needed to raise. I had to work. You make it work, right? But then when you're like, where are you right now? And I'm like, I shut the fucking shower, bitch. Also, I have 4 dogs downstairs. I can only get in the shower. You know how I got in the shower? Because if I don't get in the shower while they're in the cage when I come in, then I'm down to 4 now. And I'm like, oh my God, they're fucking running around the house shooting and kissing.
We'll try and look at it from my perspective. From my perspective, what had happened, the miscommunication was in that when you were on with myself on the transmission preceding tonight's, Real Tech had said, it would be a good idea to start the transmission an hour and a half early. Now, probably what I said wrong. Okay, I'll take responsibility for it. What I said wrong was implied that you're jealous of Marina or something like that, which I really, which I think you are anyway. But but that being,
I'm so honest.
Not in terms of that she has. I mean, you've got what you've got, which is great. But what I mean is, I feel you might be jealous of the fact that I give her any attention at all. But
I can be jealous of anyone. But like again, I admit my flaws. Like the ones I can see, I'm sure there are some ones I can't. But like so, like when you call me out, I'm bad about. Actually, my ex made me really bad about this because I started really judging myself, which is probably a good thing. But then almost to the point of I judged myself harshly. And so I immediately
don't do that at all.
Like judge myself, and immediately when somebody says something like, could that be true? Is that true? So when you say that, I look at that and I go, is there anything about me jealous of Marina? And so I look at it and I think, okay, at her age, there's nothing jealous other than the fact that, if anything, I mean, like the only thing I could think of, which is not jealousy, but I don't know anybody that wouldn't be like, I'll go back to 22 again.
Right. But so I said we're trying to have her on, and my thought was that I could bring you on in the hour and a half preceding Peter coming on. Then she wasn't responding to my proposition to come an hour and a half early, or to arrive an hour and a half early. And so I took the conclusion she probably won't be showing up at all based on history. And then, of course, I called Peter at the regular time. And then when I called him, and then she did show up. Then that's when I asked you, okay, I'll see if I can bring you on quietly. And then...
Stop. You just... You asked. This is where you should freaking give this to your psychologist. I swear to God. Give me your name.
Wait a second. What did I say wrong?
You know what you said? Was just like, okay, so first of all, you said... You said, well, the reason I had her on you just stated this out of your own mouth that people already want. You stated this out of your own mouth on this broadcast, but they can also listen to the you said out of your own mouth just now. Well, the reason I probably had her on is because what RealTech said, because he was like,
I said I tried to follow his advisement to start the show early.
Let me finish. This is my turn. Okay,
and that's when I pictured you might come on so that Peter and yourself wouldn't clash because the history.
No, you didn't say that then. But regardless, you didn't say that then at all. But here's why. Let me finish. I promise it'll be worth it.
Let's not drag it on too long. I do have to start monologue, but go on. Yeah.
I know you don't ever like to ever say I'm sorry and I was wrong. You never want to do that. But let me just say this. You said specifically this. You said, hey, I was giving you a hard time about her and not about her. Let's be honest. Like, Marina, love her. It was about the intellectual dishonesty, right? That's what I was kidding you about, right? And then we were going back and forth. And then I can't remember if you actually said it on the broadcast, but you did say it personally. Definitely again. And it was, and when we spoke personally, I was like, I don't need to be on there with her. Like, I mean, like, there was never hey, I want to be on the broadcast. Like, I never, as a matter of fact, I said the opposite when I finally talked to you. You said, I don't even know if she's going to be on. I'm going to start early. And I'm like, I'm probably not going to be able to come on either way. And you were like, I'll call you either way. And that way, if you want to jump on later. And I was like, well, you can let me know if you need me to jump on. Like, that was it. But here was the thing. You had said, and this is why this is the lie right here. You said just now, I never expected you and Peter to be on at the same time, but your words to me, verbatim, and I won't say verbatim because...
No, what I said was that I would call Peter and you at the same time. I don't expect him to come on until his regular time slot, which would be 9 p.m. my time, 9 p.m. his time, and 6 p.m. my time.
I have you and Peter on. No. And then you said, I'm going to call you both at the same time. So I just need to know. So I'll be on, like, y'all be on together.
Look, don't use the term lie. That's a really strong term, and the enemy loves that term. Okay. It's not a question of lie anywhere involved here. I'm talking to you about a miscommunication. What I perceive might have happened and what I was trying to work toward became increasingly impossible. Then when she did show up and Peter was already on, what I'm afraid of was that if I didn't say to you, would you like to come on? I'll try and bring you on quietly.
I think
is because I didn't want to be faced. I didn't want to be faced with you challenging me afterwards with not calling you, not attempting to reach out to you.
Did I ever ask to be called? Did I ever imply I
We already had concluded that on the transmission before. Okay, so it was implied. It was implied you wanted to be on when she was on.
Who implied that? Who asked that and implied that? And I was like, I don't want no. And then I was like, okay, whatever.
Well, anyone can listen to the transmission proceeding tonight, and they could draw their own conclusions. So when it came to tonight, then what happened was, then Sammy Romero butt dialed, and then that was aggravating. And then you said it didn't happen, which was even more aggravating, saying it was impossible.
No,
that's pretty irritating.
No,
yeah, that's pretty irritating.
That set me the fuck off tonight.
Yeah,
that set me off when I called you. That's what Ian West was saying. You were on a roll when he came in, and when you said that I said that you were like, oh, and the reason you were going off because I said Sammy didn't butt dial. Okay, go back and read the text. Let's read them.
You said it can't happen. You said it can't happen.
Let me read everyone exactly.
No. Let's not do that now. I mean, I got to go into monologue. It's that's like no, it's not that. I mean, it's like I think that's it's absurd. It's absurd.
It's absurd that I didn't say that. These are the text. These are the exact text.
Well, the exact text is, that can't happen.
No, let's say it. I will quietly add you to the call if you wish.
Yeah. That's because I was afraid to be confronted with your wrath later on. Because I wanted to evade your wrath later on. Okay, so yeah, that's it.
This is what I mean. You're evading now. Let me finish. Question mark.
I'm not evading.
What call? And I put the at midnight call because I already told him I might be in bed at midnight. And he put this part, and I'm on the phone. I'm not talking like, so I'm not paying attention. This part of the transmission soon because Marina SEREN and
let's not read this. This is private. At this point, it's like I think it's disrespectful of your communications and my communications together if we just start reading this out loud because there's one of the things that I'm saying. I think
Andy
that
Romero
it could be
just butt out us on my bandwidth.
Yeah, and then you said he can't. He can't unless he was added to.
He can't unless he was added to. I put cap, and then
call. You notice I didn't say that. I didn't. Yeah. So and then.
No, but then I corrected call because it was an autocorrect.
Yeah.
And then you said, "Honey,
anybody can call at any time."
Call at any time.
Which is what you did later. Later, you tried to call in.
You said, however, it drops the call that I am on. He called via Facebook.
If I answer it, yes. If I answer it, drops the call that I'm on. And he called by Facebook Messenger anyway.
What did I say after that? Did I ever? Well, my point is, he called via Facebook Messenger anyway, and it's still quite audible on demand.
Yeah.
Did I say anything after that said, I don't believe Sammy called? Like, all I said
No, it's what you said at first. That's all. I take that as kind of disbelief.
Yeah. Us, and I knew if I butt dialed you.
Wait a second. Why does that matter? Why does this matter? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And anyhow,
then I said, up. Who brought it up? You.
Then I said, "Do you want to come on?" And you said, "I would like that." And I said, "Okay, give me a few minutes to think about it, please, because your relations with Peter are not the best." So then what happened was. Then I from what you said and people what we said earlier was that if I had brought you on, it might have led to a bit of a collision anyway. So it's probably best it didn't happen.
That's not what I say to set you off. You said, "Okay, give me a few minutes to think about it," even though I've been asked on twice. Okay, give me a few minutes to think about it.
I told you I asked you on because I can't win either way. If I don't ask you, you'll jump on me for not asking you.
First of all, that's not true. I would have
never... you know it's true. You know it's true.
I would only jump on you for fucking telling me that I never. God damn it! I don't know why you want everybody to think like I'm like so in love with you that I'm like so jealous.
It's not like that. It's not like that. I just think you're a person who gets angry.
I do get angry. Everyone knows that. But I'm honest about what I get angry about. And everybody should also see that.
So if I was going to be mad about something, like
So in order to avoid dealing with your rage later, I just wanted to, to ask you so that I wouldn't have to deal with your rage later.
So you thought, so you thought I would be rageful if you didn't ask me to
Yeah, that's right.
So, because you were going to bullshit her. And
wait a second, what kind of a statement is that?
because you already know it's not jealousy. So what are you saying? Why would I be rageful?
Because you're angry a lot. It's just the way you are. So it's wait a second. You brought up the term "cause you're gonna bullshit her." Where does that come in? Now that's called
intellectual dishonesty.
We already addressed that.
Honesty bullshit. We have another word for it. Bullshit.
You do. That's just wrong.
A crude word for intellectual.
No, it's wrong because like I said,
intellectual dishonesty. I swear to God, if you look up bullshitting, it should probably be i.e. one of them will be.
Yeah, I understand they're synonymous, but that's not. This is why I said I'm trying to prove that it's not the case that I'm intellectually dishonest or bullshitting.
Really? Because the other night you were laughing that you were.
At any rate, so we're going to let this go for now. Obviously, we have a.
Hey.
I think I've explained myself well enough.
No, you have, and you said, and I said, but I will say this. The only thing I said is when you said you weren't going to have me on, I said I was wanting to support her, and you know that, and you keep me out, because of Peter. And then I won't see what you said, but basically you were saying that was basically it.
Yeah, there's a toxicity between the two of you, yes.
And I said, well, you agreed to call whether he was on or not. And I agreed to your terms. I'm just reading mine, and I put, I'm not reading yours. And
let's not read too much. I mean, honestly, I don't think the public should know too much about.
What did I say? You said I have to operate by instinct. I will put that. Yeah. And then I put, it's your show. It's all good. Right.
And then when I finally asked Peter, and then he said, "Yeah, bring her on." Then at that point, just so people understand, there's just exchange after exchange after exchange going on here. I mean, this thread goes on for quite a while. So it's like one of these things where, then when I took the trouble to ask Peter and he said, "Okay, bring her on," then she was like, "I now I don't want to come on." It seemed very spiteful to me. Seemed very spiteful to me. I mean, I appreciate your context.
Okay, no, I've read enough. Read me one thing I said spiteful. No, that's not fair. You cannot.
I said it seemed spiteful to me. I just said that. It seemed. That's how I took it.
Yeah. Read one that seems spiteful.
I'm not going to read. I'm not going to read these private correspondence between us.
Fair. That's not fair. I'm giving you permission to only read mine. Read me one thing that seems spiteful.
No. I think this is going on far enough. I think we both made our case, and you explained the context of your dogs and your shower and the like, and I think we've brought this out and aired it out, and that we can move on. I think that's I'm willing to do that. Are you? I mean, we should. I mean,
let me what I said. We can discuss privately unless...
Yeah, we'll do that. Yes, let's do that.
I said unless you made a mistake of already mentioning it on air. I have no intention to argue about it.
And I told you I already mentioned it on air, which then made it awkward. So then when I asked Peter and he said, "Yeah, bring her on."
This is when you talk over because you don't hear. This was my text. We can discuss privately, ...
Yeah.
Unless you made the mistake of mentioning it.
Yeah, and then I said I did. That's what makes it awkward.
Whoa, let me finish my statement, and then you can say whatever you want to say. You said, or unless you misquoted. I have no intention to argue about it. I understand your hesitation to have Peter on with me, but that was not on me because it was your offer. Either way,
because I'm trying to avoid the rage of you otherwise.
This is what I said. I understand your hesitation. That was me understanding to have Peter.
Okay, so anything else?
But that was not on me, which is what you're trying to throw it on, because it was your offer, never something I asked for. But I put, this is me, the argumentative bitch you hear. This is what I say. But either way, it's over. And then instead, I get.
Yeah, and how does that sound? That sounds pretty fucking spiteful.
How does that How does that sound spiteful?
At any rate, either way, it's over. How am I supposed to interpret that?
And then you generate the toxicity with Moon Rock. That makes it so risky to have you own together simultaneously. And I put
like you're starting to read our private communications. We don't need this. By the way, so KP sent 20 United States dollars. I want to thank him for his contribution. Brooke Gibson sent a single penny. I mean, that's pretty spiteful. Yeah,
that was last week, and to be honest, that was bullshit because it cost me 2 pennies. It cost me another.
Yeah, that's how spiteful you are. Yeah, you'll spend 2 pennies to send me 1 penny. Yeah.
That was last week. That was just like weird. Like, I have no problem being like admitting who I am. That's what you're not getting. So when I argue about that, the points of me, like, I'm sure there are things I don't do, but those points when I know, like, that's not my intention and that's not what I meant, and like you keep reiterating and then arguing with me, like, it's not good.
Well, I think we've wrung it dry. I think we've bled it dry and we've milked it. Okay, so we've I think that we're okay, right? We're copacetic, you know, and that's right. We can move on, right?
I just need one thing from you, and that's it. Like, honestly,
I mean, when you said it's over, that's pretty kind of shocking thing to say. I never know where you're coming from with that. You make it sound pretty final, like,
it's over. Like, this discussion about this, like, it's over. Like, there's no need to keep going on. I was in the shower trying to rock out to some AC/DC, and I'm like trying to grab the phone every time it dings with my wet hands, and I'm like, it's over. Like, it's done. Like, we don't need to keep going on about this. We can talk about it privately.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't have said at the beginning of the same text we could talk about this privately if it's over meant I'm not speaking to you again. Like, I can see how you'd be like, it's over. But, like,
because that's usually how you frame it. Yeah,
but at the same time, I said in the very first text, we'll talk about this privately. Like, it's fine. I understand why you would think that about me and Peter. Like, but whatever. It's not my fault. Like, I didn't say it. What I was saying, like, I didn't ask to be brought on, so I just don't want you to push it on me. That's all I was saying. Like, you were trying to push it on, like, it's your fault. And I'm like, I didn't ask to be brought on. Also, didn't ask to be called tonight and be brought on. And when I did be brought on,
like, well, our last transmission, you kind of, shall we say, it was kind of implied that, you know, you wanted to be on.
It was implied that I was making fun of your intellectual dishonesty, i.e. bullshit, that you fucking give her because you want to fuck a 23-year-old. And you laugh and got your little happy voice. You fucking know. And I'm not saying you don't respect her if she's listening. Like, he does. He has because you have a lot of same beliefs, but there are certain things he doesn't believe, and he shuts down because he's a man, and he shuts down. Like, 23, like, no, okay, I'm just gonna go with that.
So I mean, I think we put that into perspective as best as we can. I think that, you know, people can make their judgments on that, and they can either damn me for whatever conclusion they draw, or just understand that what I've said also holds, that it's you know, I'm basically
exactly what's happened. You win either way, because every man.
Wait a second. How does it come to no win? This is not, like I said, this is not a win or lose.
But I want to let you know how this is how the world works. This is the world in general, not just you. Yeah. So here's what will happen. This is what would happen if you were just to take a poll. So men would be like, yeah, Douglas, you're the fuck 23-year-old would do it. Yeah, okay, I'd totally bullshit too, or intellectually honest. I'm with you with that one, dude.
Yeah,
like, they're gonna be like, and then the females, here's the female thing. They're like, oh well, like, who's the bigger threat? Like, I don't know, but he's letting Brooke bitch. So, like, she's the bitch, and she's on there all the time. Like, we're jealous of her because women have this emotional thing where we get this jealousy more than even men. Like, it's like this, you know, like you hear me. Like, women are more warriors than men as far as that goes. Like, you hear the warrior me, but many women are usually quiet with it, and they're much more subtle.
They're catty, and
they just like, oh, well, I don't know, but, Brooke shouldn't have done that. You're right, Douglas. Like, I'm not been jealous at all. I would have totally, if you invited me on, I would have said, no, that's your private conversation, Marina. Why are you even inviting me? Like, I don't know. Like, that's what women will do. Like, where they're like, oh, like, I just need to be the opposite of whatever that she was. Like, we do that to each other, and women stab each other in the back all the time. So, it is catty, and so therefore you win either way, because you're going to have the cattiness, and I'm not saying I haven't been catty in the past. I'm trying to, again, like everything else, you try to work.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. But yeah, okay. That being the reality that we're in. Okay, I acknowledge that. So that.
Oh, like we get that. That's nice to at least be.
I mean, yeah, and I'll acknowledge that I already said it. Yeah, getting in good with Marina SEREN. It'll be a collateral benefit if that would ever happen.
I hope you do. I just feel like I had more of the power to do than you did. You should have let me on, but whatever.
Yeah,
but you get there first, bitch. I'm on my way. I got.
Yeah, no comment. Honestly, honey, well, I adore you, and look,
I do want, if Marina never hears this, say for real, I do have ultimate respect. Like, I think she's been through that, and I have respect for her. Oh,
she is under attack. You're under attack. We're all under attack. So we need to preserve a united front together against the enemy. So we all have the same enemy, okay? The enemy is out to do everything they can against us. She said tonight, essentially what I got out of her, or my impression of what she was saying, and I may have miscommunicated, but my impression about what she was saying was she doesn't feel physically threatened by these people. I think that's very naive. And
I heard her, and that's what I wasn't going to bring up that you said. But that was when you were personally attacking me. I knew what you were fucking saying. And that fucking statement. And then she goes on to hers where she was like, yeah, I agree. Like, you do need to report stuff. And, like, it needs to be reported so people know. Because you were like, well, what if you're attacked, And then, you're attacked in this way or this way. And then when eventually you're going to end up, you eventually might end up dead. So you need to have it reported. And I was hearing what you're saying. Yeah. And I could go further with it if you wanted to. I don't think you do right now. But at the end of the day, I loved what Marina said. And that's why I'm like, God, this bitch, every time I listen to her, I love her more and more. Because, like, all she did was defend every fucking thing that I've ever said to you. Which is, I won't go there. But, I mean, I can. It's nothing bad. But it was just like, you were trying to make it this, and she was like, yeah, so like this was illegal, so I was able to personally like report it. And then also the only other thing, like, she was like, and this was an attack on my character, so I reported it. Well, anyway, we know where we're going with that. Like, what do you mean report? I'm not gonna go there.
Right. Okay, honey. Love you dearly. We'll speak again soon. And I'll go into monologue. And thank you for being with us tonight. Troy, come on with both of us if you're still there and conscious and awake. By all means, I invite you both to kind of hang out and interject. Certainly Troy. He may have fallen asleep. If he did, that's fine. I always prefer somebody on the call, even if they're not interactive. Real Tech Geek, you're more than welcome to come onto the call. Let me see if I can bring him onto the call so I can have someone here on the call, because it always helps me better monitor the audio quality. And that way we can... Oh, honey, you're looking great. That way while I'm monologuing. Looking great, darling. Yes, that's wonderful. Wonderful. You're yes, luscious, honey. You're great. Loving you dearly, of course. And yeah, Real Tech. If you don't jump on, you're missing out. Fabulous, darling, fabulous. And if Troy Bellamy's asleep, he's missing out. There you are. I mean, you got to start a real fans only, like our dear Marina. Yeah, I mean, honestly, she should have given out the link for that. And of course, we can give out yours. There you are. Glad you weren't wearing that turtleneck after all.
Did you see that? I raised my arm. I had to put it back up because I'm like, what the fuck was that? This is some black background.
Yeah. So you're holding the cell phone or what? So
no, the back. That's my table. See it?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're definitely your table. Yes. I'm looking more at you than the table, but yeah. So looking good, honey. And okay, I'm gonna start monologuing best as I can. You know, when I do that, I enter a zone, so I won't be able to necessarily acknowledge you as much. But so Realtech is with us. He's joined us. Troy and Realtech can interject whenever they feel they have something to say. Well, what's up is on camera.
Yeah, not bad. You have OnlyFans.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Yeah, of course. And so at any rate, Realtech, she is bewitching. Of course, darling. Of course you're bewitching. You have no reason to be concerned about anyone else.
Yeah, we gotta, like I keep saying, we have to get together and make some content.
Yes.
OnlyFans.
Yes, do you hear that? Realtech's willing to work with you. I mean, I trust his ability to do that over his financial advisement.
Over my financial advisement.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And
well, I am a creative artist first, so.
Yeah. And so darling.
You're coming here with like zero. This is zero makeup. Like this is no mascara, nothing.
Yes.
I'm wrinkled, man.
Yes. You have no wrinkles. Yes, you're fine.
No, if I didn't have wrinkles, I would do that.
No, honey, you're fine. You have no wrinkles. I don't know what you're on about, honestly.
No, I don't really. I look pretty good for my goddamn age. I inherited from my dad.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is the fact that, you know what, you're like all these. Am I then one of those rich people? Maybe I'm one of those rich Jews that are drinking the blood.
Honestly, honey, sometimes. Yeah.
You've aged gracefully, Brooke.
Yes.
Yeah. Not perfectly, but gracefully. Kind of like Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Douglas is a vampire, so you know.
Yeah, it's a little different, but not by much. Brooke's a vampire of a different sort. Yeah.
I asked Douglas to let me prove that, but he won't let me.
Yes. Well, honey, we'll be getting together eventually. I mean, certainly. Yeah. Thank you, honey. I mean, you're great. You know, you're distracting me from doing what I need to do to try and make myself feel like I'm providing a service.
Well, you know, you need some mental stimulation, so.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if this is so much mental as primal, but yeah. So darling, and she has her wonderful dog she takes care of, and so, which then
I thought it was a corgi for a minute.
Yeah, and of course they were all distracting her coincidentally during that time period.
Fucking coincidentally, I came in the house after fucking talking to Ian, and the dogs were in their crate. It was like, fuck, I'm going upstairs to shower before. If I let them out of their crate, they follow me upstairs immediately, and then they just decide I'm not going to go back downstairs to piss or shit. But then I get out of the shower, and there's piss or shit in my fucking bedroom or upstairs.
Oh my God, that's awful. Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that. But you're looking great.
Oh, you're fucking not. I was still mopping up fucking piss. At the same time, I didn't even bother to tell you. I was like, I'm feeding the dogs. By the way, I also had to mop up piss because I let one out, and they were so excited about their food, they pissed right in the kitchen while I'm getting it out.
Yes. Oh my God. Poor things.
While my son's coming downstairs, can I take the car to Wendy's, and can you give me some money? And you're texting me, can you just come on now? You ruined my night. And I'm like, fuck my life!
Yeah, that's... Would I... That's not what I said, but But it's along those lines. It's along those lines.
Like all I hear, that's what I'm saying. I hear barking. It was barking.
Yes, honey. Yes. So you're looking much better now. I mean, looks like you're feeling much better now. It shows. And looking good, feeling good. Yes, we're all entering a much better headspace. So, yeah, definitely appreciate it tonight, darling. We got a lot covered. I think we covered quite a bit. Like our man, Mark H., he was taking notes. So, darling, yeah, you know.
Taking notes on what?
Well, I hope he took notes not to say, marinating.
Yeah.
I believe he said Marie Geller in like the 9. I believe that's what he said he was taking notes on.
Yeah, he said he wanted to bring up Uri Geller in the 9 in the near future, maybe Sunday, talking about that. And, like I said, those are the relatives of Brandon Young. And we see what happened to that.
Brandon, it's Brandon.
In disambiguation from Brendan Zoget. Brendan Zoget's the militant vegan who's supposed to be back from Pitcairn Island.
So that's what I was thinking. I just want to be so good. So when is he going to come back? Is he alive? Do we know he didn't get eaten by like some tribe?
He was supposed to be back by now. I can tell you which. What's that?
Has he called at all?
He's not responsive to my attempts to contact him. But
happenings by some militant tribe.
But he opened some of my messages, so it's either him or whoever stole the cell phone after they killed him. He was supposed to be back. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I should be looking at the calendar here. He was supposed to be back on the 10th, on Monday. He was supposed to be back on Monday. Oh my God, tomorrow I see my dentist at 3 p.m. Our dear Brooke didn't understand that the other day when she called me. How was your appointment with the psychologist? And I'm like, honey, we're 3 hours behind you. It's like...
It was fucking 1 p.m. my time. And he's like, I got to get to bed. I got an appointment early tomorrow. I'm like, it's 1 p.m. I figure he's had the appointment. He said early, like 9 or 10.
It was high noon. The appointment was at high noon.
Because it's so early.
Yeah, I actually walked down. It's within walking distance for me. And that's still a lot further than it is for most Americans. Most Americans, that would not be walking distance. But it's when I decided I was going to walk it back to go. I went down through the Tenderloin because it's right on the outskirts of the Tenderloin. I went down through the Tenderloin, and I haven't been through there. I mean, I've been through there in a car most recently, but really walking through it, it is a horror story. It is a horror story. It is. There's no describing how horrific it is. It's just, I grew up in that shithole.
Oh, like there was another, like not exaggerating, like don't look it up for you, although maybe they record our conversations and they send me that shit. But it's like I told you that one San Francisco police thing I got, and then I got another documentary on just like San Francisco in general. Yeah. Like it was just like going to hell in a handbasket. Like California, obviously they're talking about going to hell in a handbasket right now, like how to get the homeless population. Like there's such a homeless population in California, and just but then at the same time, like they were talking about San Francisco, although I think both are, they try to play it off as to politics, like, well, California is too liberal, right? And I think it's a mixed bag, because California also is the richest people in the world, and they like skyrocket their prices, therefore, with your Hollywood, I won't say whoever controls Hollywood, have skyrocketed these prices of these homes to make money. They priced out pretty much everyone into either homelessness. That was not like there's no, and again, this is going out throughout the country. It's just in the South and other places that we are able to hold on.
California is the fifth largest economy.
The what?
Yeah.
What did he call it?
California is the fifth largest world's economy.
Yeah. Okay, go on. Yes. Fourth, bordering on the fourth now. Yeah, but go on.
Holy moly.
But, I mean, yeah, so who runs it? I mean, it's kind of like Kanye West said.
Well, what's ironic is one of the stars wanted all these people to come through the border, and then when they come next to his house, he started building a wall.
Right. Was that, who was that? Who was that did that? Was it Kanye or someone else?
No, it wasn't Kanye. It was somebody else.
Okay, yeah.
It was like a football player. basketball player.
Yeah. Brendan Zogit was talking about that.
It's very funny about that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, honey.
Yeah, I remember he was talking about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on, Brooke. Yeah.
I just said Dave Chappelle made a big joke about that.
Oh, he did? Okay. Yeah, that's funny. And so darling, yeah, so glad to see you so much more comfortable adjusting your straps there. Yes, darling. Yeah. And
I'm getting off camera. You can go to bed.
Yeah,
our monologue. I'm going to bed.
Well, I'll see you in your dreams, darling. I love you.
Good night.
Good night, darling. Yeah. She didn't turn the camera off. Now we get to see her ceiling. Kind of like Joe Ty does that. Except then we get to see his little fat antenna go erect because it falls on his belly, and then then the camera catches that like a submarine periscope surfacing. So, honey, you just gonna leave the camera on all night, pointed at the ceiling, or what?
What did you say I was again?
I said Joe Ty falls asleep like that with the camera pointed at the ceiling, except in his case.
What's the sadist or sadistic?
Yeah, sadist, like the redhead who put you in the.
Sadist. Their camera off.
The vest.
Left it on.
Yes, she's a sadist. She leaves.
Waiting for a movement, like and just does something.
Oh,
God.
Now we're seeing you. There we are. Yes. Now that would be a nice view from this angle. Get a little closer. Yeah. Come on, darling.
I want my elbow and the tip of a head. Like he's like, okay, closer. It's an elbow.
Yeah. So get a little closer. Yes. There we go.
Go ahead and start your monologue. Right, baby? I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay. Take us with you.
Come hither.
Yes.
Okay. Really want to see it? Here you go.
Yeah. We'll do there. Oh, that's cute. No, we don't want that. No, we don't want that. No.
That's really cute.
Yes, it is cute though. Yes. Dog's tail. And thank God we didn't see its nutsack. Yes.
No. Anybody with me nuts have been already chopped off again.
Yes. And so I guess I'll start monologuing, but I'll go into a zone where I won't necessarily be acknowledging her when she gets on camera, but then I'll feel guilty kind of because I always hate to not acknowledge her when she's putting on a show. So
don't you mean
my fault?
Marinating?
Yeah.
My fault. It'll be my fault. No matter what he does, he will say he's the victim. That is all I'm going to tell him.
Honey, that's not the case. I mean, you're creating this shibboleth. It's a shibboleth. It's an incorrect.
I'm just being as much a victim as you were.
It's look, I think we covered that pretty well, and we understand now where our experience, our mutual.
Flaws, I like to win. That's one of my flaws. I do like to win. There's a win-lose. That's an old. I could go into it later. Or wish I never will. But old past life, like where I come from. So one of my things to overcome is to want to win or lose, right?
Yes.
So I do look at things that win or lose, whereas you don't. And so I don't. It's kind of like the concept of somebody being able to see black and white and then somebody else being able to see black and white and gray, right?
Yes.
And so with something like that, like I don't really see it as like a win or lose, like I just want to beat you because I don't love you or like you, right? Mm-hmm. But I look at everything as like basically like a debate team, right? Mm-hmm. So like it's I'm gonna win, I'm gonna lose. Mm-hmm. But there's middle ground there. Like it's like I'm right or and so slowly I've developed, a gray ground in politics, like you and I know, a gray ground in a lot of areas. But when I get personal on something, when it's very personal, I do go to, or I know what I said and I know what you said. And then it's like, even though that could still be gray because we're interpreting it different. But I do have a tendency to still go, oh, but no, what I heard was this, and it's going to lose, right? So, again, I admit my own flaws in that. But, hey, you should admit yours. I'm going to piss, go monologue. I love you. Good night.
I love you. And okay, I think I've done a pretty good job of admitting mine. I mean, oh my God. So there we have that. And adore you, honey. Take the camera with you. We can follow you there easily. And yes, instead of dogs wandering over the phone, so she did go take a leak. All right, she left us with a dog wandering over her cell phone. So, all right, let me see if I can get started. Get my head on my ass, start monologuing, and let's take a look at people watching, number of people, and very glad we're maintaining numbers. That's incredible, the numbers we've maintained throughout the night. And of course, our dear Real Tech Geek did predict Marina SEREN would come on. So all credit to him that his prediction was accurate. We have the same amount.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We have the same amount of time left as last time, essentially. So I'll go into it pretty intensively. I want people to understand. By the way, how is my Jesus? I need people in the audience, not on the call, but in the audience, to tell me how my quality of technical sound is. I presume it's okay. So I just want people to give me a reassurance that it is, and we'll see if I can maintain that quality of sound throughout the night. Okay. I know people on the call, it probably sounds fine, but it's hard to tell unless people who are not on the call, the people in the chat room, respond. So I want everyone to know the French cities are still ablaze. The youth revolt against police violence is spreading like wildfire. Basically yesterday, it was a very hot Parisian Saturday, and an estimated 2,000 individuals defied a government ban to take a stand against rampant police violence. Elsewhere, dissidents across French cities voiced their fury over a young man's death during a routine traffic stop, an event that lit the fuse for nationwide riots persisting overnight until, of course, what is now again yesterday, because Saturday is now the day before yesterday at this point. So I want people to understand the, shall we say, the situation in France is dire enough where I'll spend a lot of time on it tonight, and I want people to understand as to why the French are still seeking answers, taking to the streets. The damage count that has come up is pretty painful. I don't think there's any point in really relating it to because, there's still a lot more damage that's going to have to be tabulated. So it would be an incomplete damage count. I do know that the police, of course, let me see. There were 13 people killed after being stopped for traffic violations last year. I'm sorry, was that Brooke returning, or her dog? That was
Roof, roof. Oh, are you still talking? Roof, roof. My dog was seem to still be talking.
That's so cute. You're so cute, honey. We love you. Yeah. So it's there's a lot of what's perceived as police brutality and discrimination, and of course there's been a lot of arrests in response to these protests. So it's a bad situation overall. But you've got this defiant gathering at Republic Square in the heart of Paris. Peaceful protesters gathered in Republic Square, which is one of the city's largest public spaces, to commemorate the life of Adam Traoré and Traoré's tragic demise in July of 2016 was following a police arrest, and it's a harrowing reminder of the issues that spurred this crowd's solidarity. And yet, despite the rally's peaceful nature, it was met with prohibition from law enforcement. So they were citing what they claimed were concerns about disturbing public order and a shortfall in personnel, strained thin due to the ongoing unrest in France. Among the rally's participants was Asa Traore, Adam's sister, who became a prominent figure in the fight against police violence following her brother's death, understandably. And the crowd also consisted of representatives from the opposition party that's called Unconquered France. LFI is the acronym. It's radical left. They were flanked by substantial police presence. The catalyst for the recent wave of violence was the death of 17-year-old Nahel M. This young man was fatally shot by a police officer during a traffic stop on June 27th in Nanterre. That's a western suburb of Paris. The incident sparked 5 consecutive nights of urban violence, not only in the Paris region, but across several other French cities. And the extent of this unrest, the likes of which France has not seen since 2005, it underscores deep-seated societal woes. It shed light on struggles of working-class neighborhoods and the increasingly fraught relations between the youth and the police force. They
weren't allowed to fucking protest either.
Well, they were trying to stop it. They were definitely trying to discourage it, but people kept protesting. So definitely appreciate your asking. I don't think there's anything they can really do to stop it. Like I said, about maybe close to 4,000 people have been arrested by now, and
you can't stop Pluto and Capricorn. I love that Peter brought it up. Like Pluto, but he's right. He's so learned about astrology, and I love that. And I assumed because it's aged me more than me until later. But at the end of the day, astrology is something you can never complete. I mean, it's kind of like learning yourself. It's so complex. But yeah, he was saying like it's about death. That was the one thing he had right, and he had it all right. I mean, I guess it is about other people's money. There's other people's money actually in 2 houses. So yeah, which he means the 8th house, the house ruled by Scorpio. But Scorpio rules death, but that's ruled by Pluto is what he means. And so Pluto rules death and destruction mainly. I mean, that's what Pluto rules, and it's destruction. And we've been there since 2008, and it's destruction of the entire systems because it's in Capricorn. So where is it destroying? Well, look where it is. It's destroying systems and governments. And so you've seen that slowly. Again, I keep repeating this because it's so important for people to understand. Mm-hmm. Like that it's not astrology. Whether you believe in the Bible, then we have the Book of Enoch pulled out. The Book of Enoch was pulled out for multiple reasons. Number one, because it had astrology in it. Number two, because it named demons. They didn't want the names of these demons or angels or whatever you would see them as to be called upon. So there was multiple reasons for the Book of Enoch to be pulled out, but that's just to go biblical, on that perspective. But you can just put the science of it. So it's all there. I mean, we're water. We're ruled by the moon. The moon rules the tides. You don't think the moon has an effect on us? So all our other planets do as well. And Pluto, being an outer planet, has the most effect, again, on the sign it's in, will heavily affect it. But and whoever has a heavy planet in that sign, maybe. But at the same time, it's because it's an outer planet. And in the outermost planet, it is ruled by death and destruction. It is. We already knew it's death and destruction, but it rules the entire consciousness of the planet. Probably the most, you have several. I mean, it's all consciousness, but it rules such consciousness that you're seeing death and destruction in government, which this comes around, hundreds of years. This happens. Pluto does this. I can't remember the last time Pluto was in Capricorn. I'll look it up, but when it's killing death. When death is coming to government or any power system, Pluto doesn't give a shit what you fucking rebuild. That's up to you. He's only death and destruction. Meaning these systems have to die. Whatever way you've been doing something, you're gonna go. It's not right. Whatever way that's been going, it's not right, gonna go. And so you're seeing it in France
but you've seen it in what we had with Trump. You've seen it in
Israel too, like you and I mentioned privately. Go on.
Exactly, and you know, all the things with cops and Black Lives Matter. Think of since 2008, Black Lives Matter. You know, we have the housing market, and we have Black Lives Matter, and then just really, even as a white person, I can really say I stepped up to the plate, seeing so many things from LGBTQ and to the fact that cops, man, really are like, there are good cops out there, but there are a lot of, like, the power system's fucked. Like, it's shoot to kill, and they're killing people like left and right. I mean, even black cops are killing black. Like so much in the United States and then in the world. France, Russia, like what we're seeing in Ukraine and Russia is a power system deployment in multiple elements of complete dismantling. And so sometimes it takes getting worse before you get better, because basically it's kind of like that person that you can say is an addict that has to hit rock bottom sometimes before they come up. Mm-hmm. Like, you're seeing the world kind of hit rock bottom is what, as far as government and power structures, like that's what's going to happen. Now, people may not recognize that it's hit rock bottom, but that's what's happening, is that the power structures already know they're being broken and broken down, and continually people are standing up. So by the time you get to February of next year, you're going to be looking at a probably a lot more of a breakdown by then, structurally, in many. And then it's a complete up to rebuild. The only thing with that, and the key to that is we're in Aquarius then, and Pluto is, and we're going into then Aquarius. And Aquarius is the king of what? It's the king of people and people coming together in groups. It's also the king of everything science. So when you see a breakdown of science, because we're headed to AI, right? So like, are you going to see a breakdown of that? Like, those are the questions, because you don't know. You couldn't have guessed. People, like astrologers were guessing what may happen since 2008, and you had some that were right. But it's a guess of just knowing what the rules and what's going to break down. And so we knew some kind of power structures were going to break down. What were they? Did we know we were going to lose? You know, like he said, like death. Also, Pluto does rule death. So we had deaths, right? And death's game. But I just think it's interesting to look at that. And again, I just reiterate it for anyone, the one person out there that may be interested to go look at it more, because it amazes me that it's our God-given, soul-given, like, knowledge that we can just learn more about ourselves more than anything. To me, it's about learning about yourself, not about learning about anybody else or the world. Like, I've learned so much about myself through it, and just like that part of me that's able to say, this is what's wrong with me, like, or this is what, like, I'm able to be like, oh my God, that makes sense, and that is so, like, what's wrong, like, that's me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So, I don't know. Anyway, I'll let you talk.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that interjection. Everyone is willing to interject. Welcome to interject anytime you feel you have something constructive to say. And of course, it allowed me to stare at you again. So glad that you've come back on camera and returned to us.
Attention to that. I was so talking. I forgot where I was.
Yes. And love to look at you, in that half asleep mode.
I'm like just talking and not looking.
Yes. So let me go back to talking if I can, and but feel free to participate. You're
off. I love you. Have a good night, baby.
Well, if you do go off, I love you. All right. Good night, honey. Okay. But feel free to stay on. Oh, she left us. Okay. Brooke Gibson left. So these two gentlemen are welcome to interject anytime they feel they have something constructive to say. I feel that was constructive. I do want people to understand that, like in the United States, there seems to be a racial disproportion to the number of people who suffer from police violence. They seem to be pretty much colored when it comes to France as well. So all of this has shed light on the struggles of these working class neighborhoods, and from the Marseille to Nantes, from Strasbourg to Bordeaux, Hundreds of individuals echoed the Parisian call for justice and an end to police violence, even as thousands of Israeli protesters descended on their main airport in anger over the Netanyahu plan. Israelis have taken to the streets en masse to protect their government's attempt to weaken the power of judges. Police arrested more than 70 people that I am aware of after they blocked major roads and then released 45 of those detained. All the protests started on Monday night when lawmakers moved forward with a key element of the judicial overhaul. Opponents of these plans, which have divided the country and unnerved foreign investors, gathered in their thousands at the main international airport of Ben Gurion, lining up on sidewalks and waving Israeli flags. Flights continued as normal, and after several hours, the demonstrators moved back to Tel Aviv-Yafo. 9 protesters and 1 police officer were treated for minor injuries related to the demonstrations, and they said ambulances had been prevented from reaching local hospitals, delaying urgent medical care for at least half a dozen patients. Israel's shekel strengthened 0.3% to 3.69 against the dollar as of 5:45 p.m. Yesterday, local time. It's weakened almost 5% since the start of the year, in large part because of the protest movement and tech investors' concerns that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will succeed in pushing through his proposals. One of the main protest groups said, "Last night, Israel became a country on the brink of dictatorship. This is a complete and total destruction of the state of Israel." The heritage minister, Amichai Eliyahu, said the coalition Netanyahu leads would not be swayed and reiterated it wanted to change the judicial system little by little. He urged police to respond to the demonstrators forcefully. Education Minister Yoav Kish called them terrorists, which is a very strong term in Israel. The government, the most right-wing in Israel's history, argues that the judiciary has grown too powerful and is captured by the left. Opponents of the changes encompass a broad swath of Israelis, from tech entrepreneurs to military veterans. They say the overhaul would give politicians unchecked powers. Lawmakers gave initial approval to a bill that would stop judges from blocking government decisions they deem unreasonable. It needs to go through 12 more rounds of voting before it becomes law. A group of reserve pilots met with the Israeli Air Force commander on Tuesday. Israeli media confirming that they stated, "We will not serve a dictatorship. We have sworn to serve the kingdom, not the king." Since legislation on the judicial overhaul resumed at the end of June, hundreds of military reservists, medics, intelligence officers, combat soldiers, and pilots have signed letters asserting that they won't feel obliged to show up for service if the judicial changes becomest law. The Israeli Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, said calls to stop serving or volunteering are a prize to our enemies and undermined the country's security. Dan Iluth, a lawmaker from Netanyahu's Likud party, said protesters didn't understand that the judicial change would make Israel's democracy stronger. He added that the government, with a majority in parliament, had the democratic right to pass legislation. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid, who was prime minister until late last year, accused the coalition of acting like thieves in the night. And in a tweet, he said the government has revoked the reasonableness clause, and proven that nothing interests them other than corrupt anti-democracy laws. So, under Xi Jinping, business and government are together weaving a web of surveillance that no Chinese citizen can escape. But even in the West, the arc of the digital revolution is bending toward tyranny. We see that, of course, in Israel, which was once considered a foundation stone of the West, and we see that China's surveillance state will be the West's future as well. In 1787, Jeremy Bentham wrote a series of letters outlining his idea for a new kind of prison, a panopticon, or inspection house, that would, in his words, grind rogues honest by keeping them under constant inspection. The prison would be built in a circle around a central watchtower. The inmates would be isolated in their cells. Guards in the watchtower would keep an unceasing watch on their charges. The inspection system was not to be confined to prisons. Bentham thought it could be used in all sorts of institutions: schools, hospitals, mental asylums, workhouses, and factories. This was because its virtues didn't lie in physical coercion, though Bentham was certainly an enthusiast for coercion, advocating gags for noisy prisoners and masks to prevent them from interacting with each other when they ate together. It lay in the influence of mind upon mind. Now, Bentham's vision was driven by his utilitarian philosophy. He believed that the ultimate aim of governance was to promote the greatest happiness of the greatest number, and that the way to promote happiness was to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. Inspection held the key to creating a good society because it increased the opportunity for applying rewards and punishments. In their comparatively new book titled Surveillance State, subtitled Inside China's Quest to Launch a New Era of Social Control, which, as with so many books, I found in my son's husband's library on the estates, this one published but yesteryear. The authors, Josh Chin and Lisa Lin, twa Wall Street Journal reporters, demonstrate that the People's Republic of China is rapidly enacting Bentham's monstrous vision, abusing the awesome power of data harvesting and artificial intelligence, which is really expert systems, which I disambiguate from true artificial intelligence, but everybody uses that term. It's used in the book, so I need to qualify it every time I use it, to compile more information on its citizens than any society has ever managed before. This book is essential reading, not only because of what it tells us about Red China, and Chin and Lin have gathered spine-chilling material at great personal risk, effectively acting as spies, but also because of what it tells us about the rest of the world. You see, the surveillance nation, or empire, can be seen at its most terrifying in Xinjiang, Uigeria province of northwest China, historically and more properly referenced as East Turkestan, where the state is abusing inspection to grind the Uyghurs and other Caucasoid, meaning white, Turkic minorities into model citizens. The region is festooned with electronic eyes and ears, long rifle-style surveillance cameras that can zoom in on details, spherical rotating cameras that follow people as they walk down the street, infrared cameras that work at night, Wi-Fi sniffers that detect the unique ID numbers of smartphones, barcodes at the entrance to every home and business that the police can scan to bring up a list of registered residents and employees, anti-terrorism swords that, according to Chin and Lin, can search smartphones for more than 53,000 identifiers of Islamic or political activity, and drones equipped with facial recognition technology that fly over isolated areas, tracking down runaways in the desert. Security gates make it impossible to move around without having your ID cards and faces scanned incessantly. Some 5,000 small local police stations, dubbed convenience police stations, because they supposedly offer all sorts of services such as smartphone charging and blood pressure monitoring, put officers in the heart of every community. CCP, the Chinese Communist Party activists, also visit every house and collect detailed material on people's religious beliefs and social habits. Since 2014, the Communist Chinese government has carried out a methodical and targeted campaign of imprisonment, cultural vandalism, and forced sterilization against the Muslim Uyghurs of the eastern Xinjiang province, amounting to ethnic persecution and eradication on an industrial scale. Despite the campaign, under the guise of de-radicalization, being characterized as genocide by these United States, the Greater British Empire, France, and Canada, Xinjiang province continues to see enormous drops in annual birth rates. All this electronic and human intel is fed into a vast data store and used not only to categorize the Uyghurs according to how safe for society they are, but also to predict the outbreak of crime. Think Minority Report, the movie with that idiot Scientologist Tom Cruise. The local police boast that they can respond to a reported crime within 12 minutes, which means that they are dispatching police before the crime even actually happens. Uyghurs who fall on the wrong side of the safe categorization are sent to re-education centers, concentration camps in normal parlance, where they are subjected to gratitude education. Reporters who visited one such camp were greeted by students singing, "If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands." The CCP is so pleased with this farcical inspection regime that it is extending it to heavily Tibetan areas and other minority-dominated regions, all while American businesses are enabling Red China's genocide. On the 16th day of Yestermenses, June, Xi Jinping met Bill Gates in Beijing. To the Microsoft co-founder, whom he called an old friend of ours, Red China's ruler said, "I am very happy to see you." The seating arrangements for Gates confirmed Xi's sentiments and showed the businessman turned philanthropist was held in high regard by the totalitarian Chinese regime. Gates and Xi sat in chairs next to each other. This was not the case when it came to United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken. When Blinken met Xi in a meeting granted at the last minute, the communist Chinese dictator sat by himself in a horseshoe arrangement, with Blinken located far away. The message was clear. America's top diplomat came as a supplicant. The distinction speaketh volumes to the difference in how the communist Chinese empire views these United States, and how it views our most financially successful corporations. In recent months, Red China's regime has laid out the welcome mat for Tim Cook of Apple, Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX, Laxman Narasimhan of Starbucks, and JP Morgan Chase's Jamie Dimon, perhaps the most influential figure in the global business community. In August of 2021, Dimon told Fox News' Maria Bartiromo, "We do business in 100 countries, and we do it under the laws of those lands and under the law of America as they apply." Then he delivered the punchline. Foreign policy is set by the American government. It's not set by JP Morgan. Dimon has a point. The Constitution confers the power to make foreign policy upon one individual, who at the moment is not Jamie Dimon. And yet, it is also true that business leaders such as Dimon are using the law as cover while making billions in a country engaged in the worst atrocities since the Greater Soviet Union. Lend-Lease to the Greater Soviet Union during World War II was a supermassive historical mistake that led directly to the Third World War in effect that we call the Cold War and all the issues associated with it. It allowed the USSR to conquer and subjugate Eastern Europe and Manchuria, and allowed them to prop up communist dictatorships in Eastern Europe, Red China, and North Korea. The USSR would not even have necessarily inevitably collapsed if Lend-Lease never occurred. In 1941, the USSR had very little aid given to it, but Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Moscow were all not yet taken. And even if they were taken sometime during 1942 or 1943, the Germans would have still had to expend massive resources doing it, and it still would not have ended the war. The Soviets would have just retreated further back into Russia, extending German supply lines even more and waging even more guerrilla warfare. The supply of vital materials like trucks, rubber, high-octane oil, boots, ammunitions, planes, etc. were essential for the success of an offensive. A defensive war could still have been waged without them, but an offensive war? Impossible. Without the 400,000 trucks given to them by these United States, there's absolutely no way the Soviets advanced to Berlin before the Americans did. If the USSR was still bogged down in Russia in 1944 or even 1945, that gave us the United States time to either advance up through the Balkans and liberate Eastern Europe, or go right for Berlin and end the war but secure the independence of Eastern Europe in the peace settlement. There were other uses of this aid. The United States could have used this aid to build even larger American armies or better equip the British or Free French. The massive British colonial empire could have been equipped and put into the field against the Germans to an even larger degree than it was. Foodstuffs could have been given to alleviate the Bengali famine that Winston Churchill was instigating to assert his own massive ethnic genocide a la Stalin's Holodomor in Ukraine, which murdered over twice as many Ukrainians as Jews were murdered by the Reich. Nationalist China could have also been given much more equipment, which would have made their position against the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, much stronger, and we wouldn't be facing Xi Jinping sitting side by side with Bill Gates deciding the fate of the world instead of elected officials. Without Lend-Lease to the USSR, we might have seen a free and independent Eastern Europe, a non-communist China on the mainland, and a free and united Korea on the peninsula of Asia. The USSR would have been significantly weakened without all the supplies from Lend-Lease and the industrially equipped, all the industrial equipment looted from East Germany post-war, and they would have been completely unable to compete with the West economically or militarily, ushering in an era of peace. Therefore, the Third World War, in effect, the so-called Cold War, was a direct result of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the abuse of Lend-Lease, which we are only now beginning to historically counterbalance by a Lend-Lease program to Ukraine. Today, the state run by the Communist Party of Red China is committing genocide in what it calls the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, the home of the white, Caucasoid, ethnically Turkic, Uyghur Muslims, Kazakhs, and other Turkic minorities. That determination was made in 2021 by both the Pompeo and Blinken State Departments of our American empire. The Communist Chinese regime is also committing crimes against humanity by detaining millions in vocational education and training centers, which are in reality concentration camps. It is torturing and killing detainees. Beijing built a crematorium between two of these camps in Xinjiang's Aksu City late last decade. The regime is forcibly aborting and sterilizing minority women, imprisoning children, and institutionalizing rape. Uyghurs and other minorities have been forced to provide labor to American multinationals, such as Nike, in conditions akin to slavery. Foreign companies have also participated in Red China's determined efforts to surveil and control the Turkic minorities. So-called artificial intelligence researchers from Microsoft, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and Michigan State University delivered keynote speeches at the Communist Chinese Conference, the CCC, on biometric recognition in Xinjiang in August 2018 on facial recognition. Cisco, Microsoft, IBM, and others have been accused of deep and continuing involvement in that region. U.S. companies insist they have a responsibility to act on social issues in America. Does it not follow that they have the responsibility to act morally when a far graver crimes against humanity are being perpetrated, as they are in communist China on the Asian mainland? Apparently not. Instead, you get Jimmy Dimon and Elon Musk bending the knee to the Chinese Communist Party. There is only... I better drink some water here. There's only one way to end this. The President of these United States must cut off the flow of cash to the Communist Chinese Empire with the sweeping authority contained in the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977 and the Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917. Moreover, President Biden must enforce the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act of 2021, which puts teeth in the forced and slave labor provisions of the Trade Act of 1930. The Communist Chinese Empire is not only committing genocide and other crimes against humanity, it is also threatening the security of America and our allies and partners. All communist Chinese companies, whether state or private or military or civilian, should be considered connected because of Xi Jinping's own military-civil fusion policy, which allows the People's Liberation Army to have access to any technology civilian companies possess. Moreover, in the Communist Party's top-down system, no company can refuse Xi's orders. The corporate distinctions that mean something in our society have no relevance in Communist China's. Business relations with any Communist Chinese company, even a private one in the civilian sector, enables the ambitions and the crimes of the single-party state. America at this crucial time needs its business on its own side, not on the side of the Communist Chinese Empire. Hangzhou, a wealthy coastal city that boasts an Internet of Things street, an IoT avenue, demonstrates the more benign side of the surveillance nation. The city has forged alliances with two of its most important corporate citizens, Alibaba Group Holding Limited and Hangzhou Hikvision Digital Technology Company, the world's #1 producer of surveillance cameras, to solve its most basic social problems. In 2016, Alibaba built an AI-powered platform, City Brain. Yeah, you heard me right, City Brain, to help officials optimize everything from traffic to water management. Today, the city claims that the combination of the City Brain and all-pervasive cameras puts it on the forefront of dealing with every imaginable social problem, from bribery to child abduction, which is an enormous issue in a country with a desperate dearth of children. Roughly 300 smart cities across Red China are building the equivalents of this City Brain, not only to deal with logistical issues, but also to solve planning problems that, in the West, can paralyze progress for decades. The Communist Chinese authorities would like to go even further with their inspection regime and create a fully fledged system of social credit. By gathering information on everything that a citizen does throughout their lives, from the grades they get at school to their propensity to jaywalk, to their eating, drinking, and smoking habits, the government will be able to construct a vast system of rewards and punishments. China's infant social credit system already covers some 1.1 billion individuals and 60 million businesses, and is spawning a cottage industry of social credit advisors who offer advice on how to get off blacklists. The aforecited Qin and Lin demonstrate that Red China leads the world in creating a super surveillance state, or rather a surveillance superstate, because of the combined excellence of the public and the private sectors. The CCP has always regarded information as a vital tool of social control. Mao Zedong recruited an enormous network of spies charged with rooting out subversion. The party initially worried that the arrival of the internet might destroy this system of control by letting in a cacophony of information, and went on the defensive by building a great red Chinese firewall and creating a parallel internet populated with Chinese versions of Google, Baidu, Amazon, Alibaba, and Facebook and Twitter, Weibo. Then it realized that the best form of defense is attack, and that this burgeoning high-tech world offered tools of social control and soul engineering. That's the term that's used. If the Imperial Japanese Empire developed the term Kempeitai, thought police, the Japanese Gestapo, which inspired George Orwell to incorporate thought police into his dystopia in his novel titled 1984, the Communist Chinese have brought us the concept of soul engineering that Mao could only dream of. The single-party state now believes that by mining insights from all of this data, it will not only be able to crush dissent, but also discern what people want without having to give them either a vote or even a voice, ceaselessly adjusting the party's offer to satisfy its customers. Red China's tech giants boast deeper insights into the lives of their customers than Facebook or Google because they provide such a wide range of services. The biggest companies can solve all your problems, from paying for things, to ordering online, to forming opinions, to providing news. This means that companies can cross-match information that is normally kept separate in the West. They also have a much closer relationship with the authorities. Qin and Lin discovered that Alibaba has a dedicated team called Magic Shield that searches its e-commerce sites for prohibited items such as guns or bomb-making equipment, and then alerts the police. China Mobile Limited requires every SIM card to register their government ID and provides the authorities with unfettered access to SIM card location data. They know where you are, even if you're lost. The alliance between the private and the public sectors becomes more malign by the day. Companies are developing ever more powerful ways of gathering information through 5G networks and the IoT, the Internet of Things. CCP, the Communist Chinese Party officials, are thinking up ever more ambitious ways of abusing this information. Exempli gratiae. They are developing a new sort of digital phrenology, the reading of all the bumps upon your skull, by monitoring people's facial expressions for signs of anger and new forms of racial profiling by creating a world-leading DNA database. And China Incorporated is turning surveillance state capitalism into an export industry, selling surveillance systems to friendly dictators along the digital Silk Road, such as Uganda's dictator since 1986, Yoweri Museveni. What does all this mean for those of us lucky enough to live in the West? Is it a vision of what we are escaping because of our liberal society? Or is it a warning of the future that awaits us in just a few years' time? I'm afraid I myself incline to the more pessimistic perspective. The essence of the current incarnation of capitalism as surveillance capitalism, as Shoshana Zuboff has demonstrated in her book titled by that very name. High-tech companies profit by sucking up oceans of information from their customers and abusing it to compile behavioral portraits that they sell to advisors and advertisers. The more sophisticated these behavior portraits become, the more they will be abused to predict and control behavior. We have formal defenses against the misuse of information, partly because information companies are more specialized than their commu-Chinese equivalents, and partly because we have rules governing what companies can do with their data. But there is relentless pressure for the misuse of information, even as the quality and quantity of available information grows exponentially. The arc of the digital revolution bends towards tyranny. Western authorities are desperate to exploit the power of surveillance technology. American law enforcement authorities at the federal and local levels are abusing spy tech tools such as real-time facial recognition systems, automatic gunshot detection systems, and Stingray cell site simulators that can siphon data from mobile phones and intercept or even alter communications. The Department of Homeland Security is installing face scanning cameras in America's top 20 airports. Schools are installing cameras and sensors in an attempt to forestall school shootings. Facial recognition technology is being used on Uber drivers, unemployment claimants, and even, horror of horrors, wealthy casino patrons. To deal with the fragmented nature of the information landscape, the authorities can call on the services of data aggregators like Thomson Reuters Corporation, which offers to create detailed profiles of individual Americans using information gathered from credit agencies, social media sites, cell phone records, and oh so much more. And Palantir Technologies Incorporated, which specializes in searching and collating information from disparate databases, is pimped out by Peter Thiel, its CEO, to be abused by ICE, the Immigration's Customs Enforcement, to the point where they've managed to capture children coming across the border, separate them from their parents, and traffic them as sex slaves. For all their formal commitment to environmental, social, and governance and diversity, equity, and inclusion, information technology companies are nothing more than profit-maximizing machines. And in the age of surveillance capitalism, information is profit. Brand name companies such as Intel Corp and Cisco Systems Incorporated have helped to build Red China's information infrastructure. It would be naive to assume that they would be unwilling to provide a similar service for their own governments. Western startups have treated the communist Chinese empire as a laboratory in which they could test products that would have raised eyebrows back home. In 2018, at Security China, the country's largest security expo, Shai Gilboa, the CEO of Faceception Limited, an Israeli startup, hence his name Shai, S-H-A-I, Shai Gilboa, ran spectators through a demonstration using images of what he claimed were Muslim terror suspects and saying that his algorithm identified them with 95% accuracy. Every technological innovation puts more and more power into the hands of surveillance capitalists who prosper by solving our everyday problems. And every shock to the system, such as 9/11 and the coronavirus pandemic, increases society's taste for putting security above liberty. The problem with surveillance is not just that it produces obvious monstrosities such as concentration camps. It is that it addresses very real problems, from identifying terrorist threats to making it easier to pay for lattes, even as it puts untold power in the hands of our masters. This is why I recommended countering communist China via the democracy protection. My son was kind enough to transcribe the 3 solutions I presented to the problem of communist China. I'll use that as my running start for tonight's monologue into solutions to that problem, and then take us beyond. With the time we have remaining, P-Toy 19 says, yeah, he's just trolling. So he's busy talking to me about what some guy on Fox News says. Like, who the fuck cares? Or what are they gonna say? He says, oh, this guy is saying, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Any thoughts about this guy? What thoughts? I don't know, the son of a bitch. And he's just repeating your typical American propaganda. What do you expect from those folks? Like, they're going to say anything else. And, obviously you're trying to start a flame war. So go start it in your own backyard. Go burn your own trash can. Set your own trash on fire. At any rate, as I said before about the Communist Chinese Empire's ideological offensive, it's at the heart of its effort to reshape the global order. What they're selling you is an idea. To take over the world, all you need is an idea. It's called ideology. Communism, capitalism, fascism.
That's a very ignorant opinion that guy has. But this is the problem with a lot of Americans.
Thank you.
And the disinformation with the Second World War, and with this in general, with things that are hidden under. Kamikaze means divine wind.
Thank you.
I mean, even general history channels will tell you that. And the reason behind that, which I learned from you anyway, which is some of you just look on Wikipedia for God's sake. Well, the reason why they were doing that, well, first off, the Japanese were not going to surrender, but you see, it was a sacrifice for the emperor. It was always for the emperor. So and they wanted to create the water and typhoons, everything to destroy the ships like they did with Kublai Khan. Now, of course, the Mongolians did invade parts of the islands, like in the game Ghost of Tsushima, the Sony PlayStation game. But the thing is that it was like an honor to do that.
Yes.
You know, I'm sorry, I'm going on a rant about this, but I've studied this, for a long time about that subject, and and it wasn't just an isolated thing with the Japanese. The Germans did the same thing too during the Second World War, and especially in Berlin. So it's just the ignorance of people, and there's it's not necessarily left wing, right wing. It's just total and general ignorance. Of course, everything's just hidden, and I don't always mean to criticize you about that either, but I'm always open to listening to you about these things anyway.
Thank you.
You are a national treasure, and please don't forget to support Douglas Dietrich because it is almost the middle of the month, and rent is coming up. So please support Douglas Dietrich. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. You're very gracious. I appreciate that. And without overdwelling on it, you can see what I've said about the kamikaze most briefly with Christine Joanna Hart in our latest interview. It's the first video you'll come across when you hit the homepage of my YouTube channel. So if you're on my YouTube channel, you only need to take a look at my latest interview with Christine Joanna Hart. It's always short, just about 2 hours, which is short for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is very short for you. And you are so shadow banned that you should be coming up on the front page of YouTube. You really should be, and I mean that's a lot of different people too, of course, but especially you are a renegade historian, and this bullshit about everybody needs to be recognized after you die. Fuck that. You should be recognized when you're alive.
Thank you.
Like artists get all this recognition, all this stuff, and relatives when they're dead. What type of life is that?
Yes, I agree. No, yeah, go
on. But yeah, like you're saying about with that, TikTok and ByteDance, like they got CapCut, which is another extension version of TikTok. And it's a very, very. I just signed up for it using it. It's a very, very, very good app. But now what they're doing with TikTok, and that's what Facebook just can't integration of payment systems and keeping into the app. Because I see where I noticed. I collect Pokemon cards. I've been doing that the last couple of years, and I've noticed that they are selling things on there, and you can do like whatnots or whatever it is, which probably is definitely has Chinese money tied to it also. But they're trying to keep as much in there as possible now. It's interesting.
Wow. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's I appreciate your input.
But furthermore, with before I let you go back to your monologue, with TikTok is that they really do show a lot of truth. Like you can see all the protests that's happening in France. You're not seeing it on regular social media. So
yes,
but another thing too about giving out information like Threads, Facebook's Threads, the Twitter clone. It is really a backdoor for data harvesting. It's bad. It's ridiculous. They want all your information on there, all your permissions.
Thank you.
And if you, I haven't signed up for it. I'm not going to do it. And if you want to sign up for it, if you want to delete it, you have to delete your Instagram. So there's that too.
Wow.
So go ahead back to your monologue. Thank you for letting me talk.
No, that's important to know, and I thank you for sharing that with people.
Yeah, I'll send a Zero Hedge article about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's relevant. It's relevant. And so just checking around to see if there's any other incoming messages. And I do want people to understand that a crucial part of the democratic world's Red China strategy has got to involve securing democratic institutions against this authoritarian assault. If democracy promotion has a bad name, nobody likes armed missionaries. Democracy protection needs to become indispensable. So this ideological campaign doesn't need to entail instigating regime change in China on the mainland. It may eventually take hold in that country, but there's little prospect of it anytime soon. And active efforts to destabilize the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, could be counterproductive and dangerous. During the Third World Conflict, so misremembered as the Cold War, the American Empire never officially tried to overthrow the Soviet government, out of the concern that doing so might trigger a nuclear exchange. The same cautionary principle ought to apply today. Democracy protection, instead, is an essentially defensive strategy, although in some cases it will require tactics that are more assertive than those which the United States and our allies have been willing to employ to date. Now, eventually, we will be going to war with the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis, at least the core Sino-Slavic synaxis, and people need to prepare for that mobilization. That will, of course, have regime change in communist China on the mainland as a primary objective. It will have to, or there would be no point to the war. But for now, at its core, democracy protection requires what military planners call defending forward, safeguarding democratic systems by actively weakening an opponent's ability to damage them. So the United States must do whatever it can to shore up democracy at home and abroad. But the immediate priority must be to blast holes in the digital iron curtain that Beijing is drawing around large swaths of the globe. If the world is indeed at an inflection point in the struggle between democracy and autocracy, as both Biden and Xi know it to be, an America that remains on the defensive alone will never tip the balance. Getting America's democratic house in order, cleaning our own house, is a wonderful idea, but that's going to take years, if not decades, and would only lead to, well, indirect help in halting the spread of autocracy overseas. Forming a giant alliance of democracies is a worthy objective, but might deliver endless debate instead of any decisive action. In the year 2000, Bill Clinton's administration created the so-called Community of Democracies, which ultimately included 106 countries. After years of meetings, its sole accomplishment was a bland statement criticizing, well, basically condemning the 2021 military coup d'etat in Burma, Myanmar, if even it went so far as to criticize it. It was more of a criticization than a condemnation. It was a piece of shit. As worthless as the toilet paper Clinton wiped his ass on. Instead of building yet another sprawling organization or meekly patching holes in democratic defenses, the American empire needs to take the fight to the enemy and mobilize rough and ready gangs of allies to degrade and deter Red China's political warfare initiatives. The first step would be to hack digital authoritarian systems. One redeeming quality of digital police states is that they have myriad failure points. Any government computer or goon is a potential entry point for malware. Hackers can stealthily feed adversarial inputs into surveillance systems by changing a few pixels in certain images, inserting fake data points, entering malicious code into the patches that authoritarian technicians use to fix faulty systems. Hacks can allow banned news stories to go viral, trick surveillance systems into overlooking dissident activity, and misclassify regime loyalists as enemies of the state. Democratic governments don't even need to attack authoritarian states directly. Democracies can post spoofs online and let dissidents around the world weaponize them. And defenders of democracy need not disrupt every digital authoritarian regime. A few high-profile flubs be enough to dampen demand for Beijing's products. Think of this as ideological cost imposition. The time, energy, and money that Red China will have to devote to repairing its domestic surveillance state will be time, energy, and money that Beijing cannot spend manipulating democratic politics abroad. A second vital task is to slow the spread of this repression-enabling technology, to trip up the panopticon. In part, that will mean producing affordable alternatives to Commu-Chinese telecom and smart city products, so they don't import more city brains. These alternatives could include low Earth orbit, LEO, low Earth orbital satellites, LEOs such as the 3,000 plus small satellites that make up the Starlink network, to provide global broadband. More important, it'll also mean barring American and allied firms from transferring certain technologies, such as those for advanced speech and facial recognition, computer vision, and natural language processing, to authoritarian regimes, as well as barring foreign firms involved in authoritarian repression from raising capital in democracies' financial markets. During the so-called Cold War, Western governments maintained the COCOM, that's a coordinating committee, for multilateral export controls, to prevent advanced technology from being sold to the Soviets bloc. Something like the COCOM approach is fitting as regards Red China. Washington and our American allies have already crimped PRC access to advanced semiconductors, most notably so far by means of aggressive new regulations that the United States Commerce Department implemented in October of yesteryear. Similar embargoes will be needed to hobble Beijing's expanding surveillance state. This relates to a third imperative, frustrating the Communist Chinese Empire's efforts to expand the reach of its authoritarian internet. One way of doing this would be for the American Empire and our allies to preemptively split the global internet by creating a digital block in which data and products flow freely, while excluding Red China and other countries that refuse to respect freedom of expression or privacy rights. This may sound drastic, but it is absolutely necessary to combat the CCP, which currently enjoys the best of both worlds. It runs a closed network at home, stopping PRC citizens from reaching foreign websites and limiting the digital access of Western companies, while also selectively going online globally to steal intellectual property, meddle in democratic elections, spread propaganda, and hack critical infrastructure. This is a digital age version of the Soviet Union's infamous Brezhnev doctrine. What is mine, and what is yours is up for grabs. To counter this exploitation, national security expert Richard Allen Clark and senior research scientist Rob Naik proposed forming an Internet Freedom League, an initiative that is best seen less as a sprawling multilateral alliance than as a sort of digital customs union. Under this system, countries that adhere to the vision of a free and open internet would stay connected with one another, while countries opposed to that vision would face restricted access or be shut out. All web traffic from non-members would not be blocked, just traffic from companies and organizations that aid and abet digital authoritarianism or cybercrime. Of course, the PRC government is one of those bad actors, so it and the entities that do its bidding, whether government institutions or nominally private companies that are deeply tied to the Communist Chinese state, must be cut off. Fourth, greater cooperation among democracies, economic and otherwise, will shrink Red China's ability to scare us into silence by punishing one among us. Red China's recent campaign against Australia underlined this. In April of 2020, Canberra, the capital of Australia, called for an independent international inquiry into the origins of the COVID pandemic. An infuriated Beijing slapped steep tariffs on Australian coal, beef, wheat, wine, and other goods, while demanding that Australia's government stifle domestic voices unfriendly to the PRC, the People's Republic of China. To its credit, Canberra refused to cave, and it slowly found alternative markets, in part by launching a Fight Communism, Buy Australian Wine public relations campaign. The Biden administration informed PRC officials that bilateral tensions would not subside if the CCP was beating up on U.S. allies, and Washington promised to supply Australia with nuclear technology to power cutting-edge attack submarines. Australia's economy did suffer a blow, however, and, awkwardly, firms from other democracies grabbed some of the resulting market share. Denser economic ties among democracies and friendly non-democracies that fear communist Chinese coercion, such as Vietnam and Singapore, can cut the costs of future resistance. Even better would be if rich democracies agreed to inflict reciprocal pain on Beijing through counter-sanctions. The Communist Chinese Empire could still try to censor democratic speech in foreign countries, but only at the cost of its own economic growth. Red China would certainly bristle at these measures, but to some degree that is a good thing, because it provides opportunities to bait Beijing into strategic blunders. Recall what happened in March of 2021, when these United States, the European Union, the United Kingdom, and Canada sanctioned 4 communist Chinese officials for human rights abuses in Xinjiang. The sanctions were wrist slaps, but they triggered a self-defeating wolf warrior outburst. Beijing unleashed a diplomatic fusillade and sanctioned EU officials and think tanks. The EU responded by freezing the pending CHICOM EU Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. America and our allies can goad Red China in subtle ways that do not risk war, but do bring on blustery overreactions through which Beijing isolates itself. Bait and bleed strategies, however, require resilience. When Communist Chinese state media threatened, in March of 2020, to plunge America into a mighty sea of coronavirus by denying us pharmaceuticals, it underscored Beijing's capacity for ugly retaliation against democracies that refuse to toe its line. A fifth requirement of my strategy, then, will be rapidly developing free world production networks for critical resources that People's China currently dominates, including rare earth minerals and emergency medical supplies. The alternative to developing these networks proactively is to develop them reactively and at far greater cost during a crisis, as Europe has found with its forced transition away from Russian energy supplies due to the war in Ukraine. A sixth aspect of forward defense involves more actively fighting the information war. The Communist Chinese Empire's strategy involves relentlessly touting the supposed benefits of its own model, while fanning the flames of political discord in the democratic societies. Exposing fake civil society groups or media outfits that are tools of Communist Chinese influence is obviously vital. Equally important, however, is to be more aggressive in turning the tables on Beijing by spreading word of its rights abuses, mounting economic and social problems, rampant corruption, and predatory overseas lending practices, and other CCP crimes and shortcomings. The United States accumulated plenty of experience with such efforts during the Cold War, when institutions, such as the now-defunct U.S. Information Agency, told the truth about the Soviets bloc, while contesting communist lies about the free world. Today, similar messages may not resonate with kleptocratic foreign leaders who are bankrolled by Beijing, but such communications will help to make the global information environment less favorable to CCP propaganda. Seventh, the American empire and our allies must more effectively contest the institutional terrain, because those who rule the world's international bodies write the world's rules. turning international organizations into tools of domestic entrenchment and global influence for authoritarian regimes is a long-standing CCP policy. Or, I should more accurately say, their strategy. Beijing regularly buys votes from member states in these organizations, which then elect PRC-favored candidates to lead them. To halt Red China's march toward institutional dominance, the United States must learn to rally shifting coalitions coalitions of democratic countries at the least, behind candidates who will stand up for the free world's basic values. This happened in September of 2022, when Doreen Bogdan Martin, born the same year as myself, 1966, was elected Secretary General of the United Nations' International Telecommunication Union. Let me see what I can remember about her, other than the fact that she certainly was put into a position that is better for us all, that she's there. Don't remember too much about her history, but I'll look that up later. Finally, the American empire needs to help shield democracies that border authoritarian aggressors. Defending vulnerable nations matters not least because successful authoritarian coercion in one place can only encourage dangerous actions elsewhere. The key battleground today is Ukraine, with my own Taiwan a close second purely by proactive prosecution of hostilities being presently pending instead of operational. By bolstering my Taiwan with military protection and economic lifelines, Washington can preserve a potent ideological alternative to the CCP and fortify a free world coalition that can keep our world safe for democracy in the decades ahead. Today, the world is watching in disbelief as France tears itself apart in violent protests that challenge the French view on race. Thus has the facade of the grown-up European Union been irrevocably smashed. And with last Saturday marking the 156th anniversary of Canadian Confederation via colonialism, racism, genocide, and conflict, we can now reflect on what a Russian weekend that was the week before this week last, wherein France is on the verge of ethnic civil war. Now, Americo-conservatives, they hate the French because the French have a tendency to point out the hypocrisy of American political rhetoric. Why do American conservatives hate the French? Conservative animosity toward a country that has traditionally espoused the same values, namely democracy, political liberty, and equality, seems bizarre. It would be wise to understand France's history as an imperialist global power. We should be grateful for the insight that French military history could provide these United States. Indeed, some lessons could be learned. The French initially attempted military colonization of Vietnam. When France pulled out of Vietnam, it was the United States that became bogged down in a war that caused the loss of thousands of American lives and millions of Vietnamese, Cambodian, and Laotian lives. It could be that Amero-conservatives are angry that France figured out the futility of trying to suppress an entire nation at the barrel of a gun, while the United States still believed it possible. When President George W. Bush pressured France into the Iraq invasion, The French may have had the Algerian War of Independence in mind. The parallel between the two conflicts is obvious. In Algeria, France attempted to force French values on an Islamic nation in the so-called name of democracy. This proved difficult, and quelling a fierce Islamic-led insurgency proved impossible. 8 years of war and revolution cost nearly 20,000 French lives and more than 1 million Algerian deaths. And eventually, the French were forced out of Algeria. The chaos in Algeria led to a legacy of sectarian civil wars and one of the most despotic regimes in world history. American neoconservatives decided that invading a fiercely Islamic sectarian nation in the heart of the Middle East for reasons that were proven entirely false was a wise maneuver. I say that with every sense of irony. The French foresaw the costs of the invasion, while Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and neoconservatives didn't even have a plan for a post-war Iraq. It was a war that was never intended to end. I too would be annoyed if I shot myself in the foot and didn't realize it would hurt, and someone was telling me, "I told you not to do that." Of course, the French accent doesn't make it any easier for the conservatives to take. It could be the food, fashion, art, and maybe even France's love of soccer that annoys the conservatives. I doubt it, though. Conservatives aren't that deep. Maybe it's a socio-religious thing. The French are a bunch of cheese-eating atheists, after all. But this doesn't make sense. Sweden, United Germany, New Zealand, the Empire of Japan, etc., are all societies that espouse even more liberal and socialist attitudes than France. What really annoys the conservatives is the French have a tendency to point out the hypocrisy of American political rhetoric. The French have seen firsthand what superior American morality looks like. Now, I do want to turn to our friend Real Tech Geek here for a minute. Real Tech, are you available? Are you there? Let's hope he responds.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm outside though, but go ahead.
Oh, you sound very clear. Are you able to take the bandwidth for a few minutes, like maybe 5 to 7 minutes while I take a short break?
Possibly, but I need to get. I'm starting. Gotta get out of here soon. But
Okay. By that you mean like
I'm in Hackensack. I need to go back to Jersey City in a little while, get a car. So.
Yeah, but can you handle it for just a few minutes, or is that too much?
3 minutes is okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just for a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna go mute. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes, and you can start by reading what the guy said in the chat room. He said basically an apology if I took offense, and so I'll accept that, and I thank him for that. But he has to understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just I got to be very cautious because people are always trying to make new enemies for me I don't even need.
Yes.
So, yeah, let me go mute.
Yes,
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Exactly what I'm thinking, yes. I don't see any in the chat right now, though, about that.
Don't worry if you don't see it. It's the last thing entered into the chat room. If you don't see it, don't worry about it. Talk instead about hedge funds or something. I'll be back. Okay. I know you got this. Okay? I'll be back.
All right. So, the Facebook is hitting all-time high, which is now, of course, they changed the name to Meta. You know, like I said previously about Threads, and I did put an article link in the chat, and I did send it to Douglas that the European Union will not allow the Twitter clone threads made by Facebook to be in the EU because of well, it's basically data harvesting. And remember, it's never free. Twitter's not. I mean, Twitter has ads, but all these things have been free because your data is the one that's for up for grabs. And it's the same thing with Robinhood, which is a stockbroker, and a lot of millennials like myself started off using Robinhood. They've been around since 2018, and yeah, it's free, but your data, they use all your data. So basically, it won't launch in Europe threads. They have no plans because of privacy regulations, which is the company has already informed the Irish Data Protection Commission that has no plans to launch threads in Europe. And Meta has not officially commented on the alleged issues with EU law, as the EU privacy rules are likely to deterrent for threads in Europe. It's the Digital Markets Act. And the EU has been hitting Meta with 435 million worth of fines. And the Winklevoss twins, in many ways, it's true that they should have given him more money because they were the ones that did originally create Facebook, and Mark Zuckerberg stole it from him, from them, I mean. And they have their own exchange, which is called Gemini, which is a crypto exchange. And they were awarded about $100 million, and they were given that, and they invested that in Bitcoin. But anyway, yeah, it's you know, big tech is not your friend. And I mean, you saw what happened with Trump after January 6th. He was just mass canceled everywhere. So, and it's the same thing with Twitter. See, when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he's renamed the company X, because of course it's going to be integration with Neuralink, and also it's going to be well, I predict, of course, he's going to use Dogecoin to as a payment system on Twitter. So yeah, there's that. And of course, he's also suing. He's going to be suing Facebook for threads, which you can't blame him for that. So in many ways, the notion that Elon Musk overpaid for Twitter is no. People, and that's the problem with a lot of people in general. There's not a proper business sense.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. You're doing great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He underpaid for it. Thank you. So yes, I'm just talking to show really quick before I go. So he underpaid for it, and he is going to basically just improve everything with it. So I need to get going soon. Are you ready now?
No, that's fine. I'm ready to go.
I gotta call the car.
Thank you. Okay, well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
No, I just have been on the phone with you. I just need to get ready to go. So.
Got you. So just stay on the phone and do what you need to do. I'll take over. Thank you.
Okay.
So yeah, basically what our man Pitoy19 said was, I've been following DDD for a long time. That's why my comment about that guy from the show, I didn't like the way he expressed himself about the kamikaze. If I offended anybody, my apologies. I appreciate that, so apology accepted. It's like what that guy said isn't even worth responding to. That individual on Fox News, whoever he is, it's just an example of his neo-nationalist ignorance. He thinks he's being patriotic, and he's just another one of these people that is repeating indoctrination that's instilled in him by the U.S. military, which effectively runs America. Our so-called democracy is trapped under a military dictatorship in effect. All based on a lie of winning World War II. They can insult their enemy, quote unquote, all they want. But in the end, the truth will out that I've exposed. So in terms about talking about France, because it's important to understand what's led to these riots, the first thing we need to understand is that America and France are effectively, well, I'll get into it. America needs to be grateful to France. You wouldn't exist without them. President General Charles-André Joseph-Marie de Gaulle.
U.S. military also runs and controls the South Korea.
Thank you. They occupy South Korea. That's correct.
Yes.
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 South Korea.
Well, in fact, every military base is basically an extension of the U.S. military occupation.
Yeah. In a very real sense. Of course, they lease property from Japan and Germany. That, of course, that cannot be overemphasized. A lot of people don't understand that. They're under separate chains of command, the American and Japanese militaries, by Japanese law, just so people understand that. But going back to the occupation of Germany, that ended long time ago. We're talking about generations ago. So people who are still under the impression that somehow America occupies Germany, they're out of their fucking mind. But all kinds of people live in some warped fantasy world where they think they occupy Germany and Japan and are still getting their asses kicked by everybody else on Earth, running away from everyone in Vietnam, the Korean Peninsula, the Afghanistan, as I said, running scared shitless away from ragheads wearing flip-flops. You can't get any lower than that. America's military isn't worth a shit. If you had a security company that couldn't stop theft, you'd fire them. America hasn't won a goddamn war effectively in modern history. Didn't win World War I, it simply unleashed a mass virus. Didn't win World War II, and hasn't won any war ever since. These are the biggest losers on God's green earth. But they run your empire and tell you they've won everything. You might say, how can you have an empire when you've lost every war? That's simply because no one's bothered to fucking invade you. That's not what the Axis even intended in World War II. They wouldn't even want to dirty their jackboots on your soil. They were intent elsewhere, defeating the far greater threats of the Soviet Union and Communist China. The Japanese certainly won the war in mainland Asia, and of course this was how they were able to threaten the United States. The moment that they returned home, mainland China fell to the communists. That was in the 1950s. That was when they helped transfer the nationalist government to Taiwan. And the rest, as they say, is history. So, that brings us to why anyone like President General Charles-André Joseph-Marie de Gaulle would recognize Communist China on the mainland, when the Americans did not. His recognition of Communist China was immediately condemned by these United States, our State Department in particular. Most officially and formally, they lodged their protest. His policy of neutrality for Southeast Asia was condemned a few days later by President Lyndon Baines Johnson himself. American officialdom, like Greater British officialdom, disapproved of de Gaulle. He was often described, privately if not publicly, as a narrow, vainglorious egotist who was sabotaging the Western alliance. Well, far from being a saboteur, de Gaulle is the staunchest and most constructive of the Western leaders of his day. Indeed, he was the leading individual in the West, though the United States was, of course, the leading empire. His ascendancy derived from the power, the originality, the subtlety, and the prescience of his mind, also from his legendary and truly heroic record. Alone of the giants who stood against my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, he was still in a position of command until he resigned the year before he died, while the rest were in retirement or in their graves. Like all great men, he had his faults, but most of them were the defects of qualities. Thus his superb consistency and steadiness of purpose were accompanied by a certain inflexibility in matters of secondary importance, which may at times, was mistaken for pettiness. His sublime self-confidence could not exist without a touch of arrogance. His patriotism contained a few drops of the poison of chauvinism, and so on. Some of his faults, however, were a legacy from earlier stages in his career, especially from his experiences in World War II, when he was treated by Winston Churchill as an unruly vassal, by Franklin Delano Roosevelt as a maniac with no claim to represent France. If he later held an emotional bias against what he called the Anglo-Saxons, inclusive of both the Britons and Americans, was it altogether to be wondered at? He acquired his prejudices in a hard school. Besides, we must remember that the French as a nation feel, with justice, that they have made disproportionate sacrifices in the 20th century, into which I myself was born, a feeling that de Gaulle himself undoubtedly shared. He saw his country bleed white in the 1914 through 1918 First World War, maintaining, at vast cost, a full state of military preparedness between the wars, while others disarmed. Facing the deadly impact of my biosire Hitler's Blitzkrieg, more or less single-handed in 1940, he knew how much his country had suffered as a result of British ambiguity and American isolationism. In his eyes, the English-speaking nations won kudos for themselves and promoted their own interests at the expense of France, and then added insult to injury by excluding France from their consuls. But any faults that he may have had, any festering resentments, were as nothing compared with his enormous merits. Though he may not have been emotionally generous, he was intellectually magnanimous. His mind, which was deeply philosophic and steeped in history, provided a natural corrective to any excess of anti-British or anti-American feeling. Above all, he was a good ally in the Third World War, so misnomered as merely cold. He never had any illusions about communism, and never believed in negotiating with the communists under duress. He was as firm as a rock when Khrushchev staged his psychological offensive at the summer in 1960. The Summer Summit, in the decade of my birth. He never budged an inch on Berlin. He gave unhesitating support to President John Fitzgerald Kennedy during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. His decision to recognize Communist China was only another example of how clearly he grasped the realities of the third global conflict, misnamed the Cold War, from the position of the French Republic's self-interest. It was then becoming fashionable to regard Soviet's Russia almost as a potential ally against Red China, but de Gaulle had never been the slave of fashion. He would have taken a lot of convincing that there was ever then any fundamental change of outlook in the Kremlin, and in any case, he would not have fallen into the trap of allowing the Communist Chinese to develop their worldwide campaign along racial as well as ideological lines. If he could have seen any chance of destroying the communist regime in mainland China through diplomatic ostracism or economic blockade, he might have favored those courses. But his knowledge of the Chinese character left him in no doubt that the xenophobia, which is perhaps stronger in China than in any other country on earth, would ensure the regime's survival, whatever the sacrifices involved. Equally, he would have favored a war policy in Southeast Asia if the prospect of a conventional victory for the anti-communist forces were reasonably good. He was the last man to hold any brief for communist China. If Americans have forgotten Korea, he remembered Dien Bien Phu. But he reckoned that the Chi-Coms would agree to neutralization at a price. They wanted recognition, And, above all, they still need economic and technical aid, the Russians having withdrawn theirs at the time, and the Americans withdrawing theirs now. De Gaulle was a hard bargainer, and he had a shrewd eye for a bargain. His policy toward Red China was based on the rational calculation that a bargain could now be struck which would save the West, and especially, of course, these United States, a huge and wasteful expenditure of money, effort, and lives. De Gaulle made no secret of his resolve to end the American domination of NATO. In this, he had the tacit backing of most Europeans. There is no greater mistake than to suppose that he was an isolated figure or that France under his leadership held an isolated empire. On the contrary, his was the authentic voice of Europe, and if other allied governments spraketh with a different voice, it was because they were less candid than he was, or because they were less sensitive to public opinion. The Germans, for instance, still divided then, are still very naturally apprehensive, even now, that the Americans may decide to go home before a credible European deterrent has been evolved. Their foreign policy is, therefore, Janus-like, twa-faced, and could easily have been interpreted by shallow or wishful thinkers in London and Washington as hostile to de Gaulle. In fact, the Germans liked and admired the French President. He was saying what they dared not say themselves, and doing what they were not allowed to do. The idea of an Atlantic community appealed to most Europeans in a vague sort of way, but not as a substitute for the more immediately practical aim of European unification. If the Americans had shown any sign of being willing to transfer some of their own sovereignty to an Atlantic superstate, there might have been a corresponding willingness in Europe. But American national pride was then as now at its zenith, and Europeans were justified in suspecting that an Atlantic community, until the present conditions, was yet another facade for American hegemony. Neither de Gaulle nor anyone else who is not a communist or a fellow traveler wanted a neutral or mugwumpish Europe. But there has always been a general feeling that American protection cannot and ought not to be relied on indefinitely, and that the American monopoly of ultimate power within the alliance must be broken. The doctrine, piously proclaimed from Washington, that nuclear weapons ought to be confined to the American Empire and the Greater Soviet Union, failed to win the day. It never had much chance of being accepted because 1. Britain had already had nuclear weapons, 2. Red China was determined to have them, and 3. They have always appeared to make the nations which possess them more cautious and responsible rather than warlike, so that the main argument against proliferation falls to the ground. The Greater Soviet Union was an imperial power without admitting it. The United States is an imperial power without even knowing it. The Greater British Empire, in its later phase, evolved a system known as indirect rule. In fact, there was nothing new in this. It was, in essence, the Roman imperial system, as witness the relationship between the Jews and Pontius Pilatus. Between 1945 and our catastrophic invasion of Iraq, the United States had perfected the technique of indirect rule. In many countries, the American ambassador used to be as powerful as Lord Cromer used to be in Anglian Aegyptus, and it is hardly absurd to suggest that the American president was throughout that period more powerful outside his country than inside. De Gaulle was challenging a suzerainty which Americans are unable to recognize themselves, because they are so thoroughly anti-imperialist by indoctrination that they cannot call the power which they have welded in the free world by its proper name. The moment of truth had to come. To many Americans, de Gaulle seemed to embody all that is most objectionable and reactionary in Europe. He was held to be a man who hankered vainly after past glories, an inward-looking Frenchman, a militarist, a dictator. With far less excuse, many people in Great Britain shared those views. They still make a picture of the man which is grotesquely false. With the sole exception of Napoleon Bonaparte, de Gaulle was the most sweeping reformer in French history. As a character, he was, of course, very different, and the differences are all in his favor. But like Bonaparte, he was a ruthless modernizer, impatient with anything inefficient or out of date. At the same time, he was a traditionalist, ever conscious of the tridimensional quality of the nation which he led. In his own temperament, he united the trois basic traditions of France, that of the ancient regime and that of the Revolution. He was part Jesuit, part Jacobin. Herein lay his special strength. He was in a very real sense the most representative, as well as the most illustrious, of Frenchmen. Since he returned to power in 1958, he had granted independence to most of what was previously the French Empire, while his supremely facile achievement had been the apparent liquidation of the Algerian problem. The French community then compared very favorably with other post-colonial experiments. It had for a time a political and cultural solidarity which the British Commonwealth unfortunately still lacks. In their dealings with African and Asian peoples, the French have the big advantage that they are relatively free from racialism. They conceive of France as a culture rather than as a race, and they act as missionaries of their culture. De Gaulle had very close links with what was for a while the French community of nations, and he never forgot that it was a black Frenchman, Governor-General of French Equatorial Africa, Adolphe Sylvestre Félix Aboy, who first rallied to his standard in 1940, when metropolitan Frenchmen were condemning him to death. It is misleading to depict him as a soldier in politics. He was indeed a first-rate soldier and an outstanding military thinker. He also once wrote to the British statesman Clement Richard Attlee that politics was too serious a matter to be left to politicians. So, his own career was more political than military, beginning with an act of mutiny and culminating in his struggle to protect the French state from a military coup d'etat at the hands of other, less intelligent and enlightened mutineers. Paradoxically, he emphasized his civilian status even when he donned his military uniform, because it was still a uniform, well, the uniform of a brigadier general. In other words, his career as a soldier ended in 1940. As to his being a dictator, he was a man born to give orders, and he never believed in collective leadership. But he retained a democratic conscience and a reverence for the rule of law, which prevented him from becoming a despot. The Fifth Republic, which he created, is open to criticism on several counts. I'll bring some of them up later if possible. But it has given the French, who are a naturally anarchic people, a stability of governance which they did not enjoy under the Fourth Republic or during the last decades of the Third. It has also given them an unprecedented share in major policy decisions, and the power in future to choose their chief executive by direct election. It's curious to reflect that the French people were allowed to decide the issue in Algeria through a plebiscite, whereas the British people had no opportunity to vote explicitly on the granting of independence to Asian India. De Gaulle's primary opponent in the 1969 presidential election, Gaston Defferre, accepted that constitution and announced his intention to be a Gaullist of the left. This is surely a most striking compliment to the Gaullist system of government. Among Anglo-Saxon, meaning Anglo-American statesmen, there was jealousy of de Gaulle at the human level. He was a man of genius, while they were men of varying talents without the spark of inspiration. There was nothing synthetic about him. The man and the image were identical. His books were not ghost-written. His speeches were not prepared by invisible aids. His thoughts were not culled from other people's brains. In a nation which sets itself a high standard of education, he was a notably well-educated man. By preserving free institutions in France, by that alone, he has done an immeasurable service to the Western Alliance. If he could have established a new balance of power and responsibility within the alliance, his life's work would have been complete. As for the Anglo-Saxons, the British have benefited in the long run from being forced to recognize that they are part of the subcontinent of Europe, while they could not then have made the best of both worlds as they can now, whereas the Americans have lived to bless de Gaulle in his relieving them of heavy burdens amid the embarrassment of being empire builders in spite of themselves. The very Americans whose prison rape anti-culture propagates only crassitude and violence, the highest murder rate, guns or no guns, of any industrialized nation in the world. The Columbine high school shootings, the obesity epidemic, Abu Ghraib, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, McDonald's, the victimization and exploitation of the super victim, Britney Spears, dependency on unclean and unsustainable energy, suicide rates, conformism, etc., etc. Independence Day celebrations on the 4th of July were marred by gun violence over this holiday weekend. After several mass shootings took place across these United States, at least 9 people were injured in a shooting early Saturday morning on the 4th of July weekend in Washington, D.C., as the victims were celebrating America's Independence Day in our nation's own capital. In Philadelphia, a Monday shooting before the 4th left 5 people dead and 12 others wounded. On the same night, in Fort Worth, Texas, a shooting killed 3 people and critically injured 8 others. Separately, block parties recently turned deadly in Indianapolis and Baltimore, leaving investigators scouring the crime scenes for answers. According to a CNN analysis, data proves the 4th of July has accounted for the most mass shootings of any other day of the year in nearly a decade. Face it, we look pretty fucking scary. Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney labeled Senator John Forbes Kerry, the Democrat from Massachusetts, wimpy, while America's fellow swift boat veterans labeled him a traitor. Is the American public languishing in a bizarro world or what? Kerry was patrolling the Mekong Delta in Vietnam, getting shot at with high-powered rifles and mortars while Bush Jr. dodged the draft and failed to show up for his cakewalk guard duty. The Junior Bush was too busy getting DUIs and flunking out of school. The great French poet and singer Georges Charles Brassens once said, "Those who advocate dying for an idea should be the first to set an example." If these United States desires respect from the rest of the world, Trump and the conservatives would be wise to realize the hypocrisy of their own rhetoric and begin living up to the supposed moral values they preach. Because there would be no United States without France. When French diplomats signed the Treaty of Alliance in 1778, they, in essence, vouched for an experiment called the United States of America. At a cost of blood and money, the French made it their business to see us through, form a set of colonies to a free and independent nation. The centuries to follow have been increasingly acrimonious, but I myself am determined that both populations reevaluate the transatlantic relationship as one of familial love. But to find out how this contentious family ever camest together in the first, one has to look back to France's involvement in the American Revolution. The year before yesteryear, a French military officer told a gathering in Yorktown that in today's dangerous and unstable world, we must retain our staunch and long-lasting friendships. Without strong alliances, both France and these United States are in peril. His words were heard and privately repeated immediately after his presentation at the French Memorial on the 19th day in October of 2021, my birthday eve day, in which I myself turned 54 years of age. 'Twas a fitting place to alert those in attendance among the historical speeches and commemorative events about today's dangers, there being many ongoing threats in Asia, the Balkans, and the Middle East. The main focus of the 2 days of ceremonies at the 240th anniversary of Yorktown was the British surrender and America's independence. The United States desperately needed France as an ally in our fight for freedom. Without the French aid, independence would not have been won at that time. France supplied much-needed supplies and soldiers, and the French Navy neutralized the vaunted British Navy, paving the way to the Yorktown victory. Members of the American Friends of Lafayette and other groups gathered in the morning of October 19th, my birthday eve day, my 54th, at Surrender Field, to remember the 100 unidentified French soldiers who died at Yorktown and were buried there. A procession of vehicles then made its way to the French Memorial, where the French officer reminded all that our freedoms are not guaranteed and are constantly at risk. The main event then took place at the 95-foot-tall Yorktown Victory Monument. The inscriptions on the 4 sides of the base of the monument are, well, one dedicates the monument as a memorial of victory. A second presents a succinct narrative of the siege. A third commemorates the Treaty of Alliance with France. And the fourth tells of the resulting Treaty of Peace with England. On Monday of the week before, a statue of the French Marshal General Jean-Baptiste Donatien de Vemeur, Comte de Rochambeau, was unveiled at the Yorktown Riverwalk Landing. The statue joined 3 others depicting heroes of Yorktown and the American Revolution, the Marquis Lafayette, Washington, and the French Admiral François-Joseph Paul, Comte de Grasse. 3 Frenchmen in statue, and George Washington. We should all remember the lessons of our independence if we are to retain our freedom. The French are our spiritual forebears. Even in the 1770s, Paris was a very old city. To illustrate that point, the Notre Dame Cathedral was over 600 years old at the time. If you were a would-be revolutionary looking to start a nation from scratch, France was the model. And Paris wasn't just a city, it was capital of a civilization built to last. The founding fathers of these United States were heavily influenced by the French Enlightenment. When Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence that governments derive powers from the consent of the governed, he was drawing from the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. His book, The Social Contract, originally known as On the Social Contract, published in 1762. Charles-Louis de Secondant, Baron de la Brede, et de Montesquieu. Deeply influenced James Madison, author of the Constitution, and is one reason we have a separation of powers among three branches of government. Historically remembered by his nom de plume, his pseudonym Voltaire, the French Enlightenment writer François-Marie Arouet's writings on censorship, meanwhile, helped enshrine the freedom of the press. It's all about making it happen, because plainly stated, if the French Empire hadn't supported these United States during the American Revolution, there would not be a United States today. George Washington was a great general, but the Continental Army simply did not have the money, men, training, or seafaring vessels necessary to defeat the greater British Empire. At the war's outset, France secretly provided to the Americans trained officers, money, ammunition, and gunpowder. This contributed directly to the staggering victory of the Continentals over the British at the Battle of Saratoga in 1777. Upon news of the British defeat, Louis XVI of France decided to go all in. The Empire of France signed the aforementioned Treaty of Alliance and the Treaty of Amity and Commerce and started sending serious firepower to the colonies. War with the greater British Empire was on. It should be mentioned that France's goals were not entirely pure. 13 years earlier, they had been defeated by the British in the French and Indian War, and, as a result, suffered a staggering loss of territory in North America. Most notably, 'twas the massive debt accumulated by Great Britain because of that war what caused it to raise taxes on the colonies, which led to the American Revolution. Striking a blow to the hated British was too good of an opportunity for the French to pass up, and by supporting the Americans, they could essentially wage a much more devastating war in North America than before. France's initial primary contribution to the war took place on the seas with their naval forces. Not every effort was successful. The Battle of Rhode Island proved an inauspicious opening operation for the new Allies, and the Second Battle of Savannah wasn't much better. But the American Revolution was a global war, and elsewhere the French scored several key victories over the British, including naval battles in the West Indies and at the Battle of Grand Turk. The French joined the fight in full on American soil in 1780, at which point their highly disciplined army under the command of Lieutenant General Comte de Rochambeau set as their goal the total defeat of the British Imperials. The two decisive battles of the American Revolution were the Battle of Chesapeake and the Battle of Yorktown. The first was a strategic naval victory by the French Navy over the British, Comte de Grasse and Comte de Bougainville. The French admirals who led fleets of warships effectively prevented the British Navy from reinforcing forces at Yorktown, Meanwhile, Yorktown saw armies under the command of Washington, Rochambeau, and the French Major General Marquis de Lafayette decisively overpower British forces. The surrender of Lord Cornwallis effectively marked the end of the war, with the major powers opening peace talks. French blood secured American independence. In a very real way, the road toward America becoming a world superpower passed through the streets of Paris. Conversely, between the Atlantic and the Channel, for Britain's remainers, the EU has always been a bastion of grown-uppery, grown-up policies, grown-up attitudes, and grown-up attitude towards humane collective action. Writers make pilgrimages to Brussels, the capital of European Union. In Flanders, that's actually the non-French speaking half, the northern half of the artificial nation of Belgium. Berlin and Paris as well are paid homage to by pilgrims to report back in glowing terms on how the grown-ups do it, making unfavorable comparisons to horrible infantile Britannia with its poor impulse control and malfunctioning economy. Well, the last 14 nights, the last fortnight or 12 weeks have provided a potent reminder of how misplaced this veneration of the European Union's heavy hitters is. Before we even get to United Germany, let us begin with France, which is, once again, in the grips of an apocalyptic rioting spree. The streets are literally aflame following the police shooting of a 17-year-old boy. Although rioting, mass disruption, and thuggish violence occur with comparative regularity in France, the sinister mob of gilets jaunes, literally yellow vests, because protesters wear the fluorescent yellow high-visibility jackets that all motorists must carry by law in their cars, and recent protests against Emmanuel Macron's pension reforms provide just 2 examples. These appear to be the worst riots in 18 years. In France, this means public buildings burnt, thousands of arrests, fireworks galore, looting and arson attacks on schools, town halls, and police stations across the country. Imagine something on even a fraction of that scale occurring now in Great Britain. Well, precisely. You really fucking can't. In order to provide just some hint, as I've said, about the mass of what has happened the last time I checked, and this in no way really does justice to the damage that's been done. It's basically how many buildings have been burned, how many, well, all I can say is, fuck, I'll have to look it up. It's just a lot. You're left just shaking your head because, let me see if I take a look at some old articles that I'm trying to dig up now. It's just 5,000 vehicles burned, 1,000 buildings damaged or looted, 250 police stations or gendarmeries attacked, over 700 officers injured. Imagine that in Great Britain now. And as I said, you literally can't. In that sense, Britain's in a better space for once. And surprise, surprise, Macron, the Remainiac poster boy, appears once again to have precisely zero control over his country. He has been urged to declare a state of emergency, which he ultimately did, and he has called the violence unjustifiable. That's all very well, but the underlying tensions between French police and its ghettoized minorities show no signs of improving. Macron is presiding over a society coming dramatically unstuck. Yet, until a fortnight agone, reading the outpourings of die-hard Remainers, you'd have thought Europeans had never had it better. You could easily find rhapsodies about how, freed from Great Britain's toddler tantrums, the EU had been able to forge ahead and deepen its partnerships and develop greater geopolitical clout. One has to laugh. Greater geopolitical clout without Great Britain? Leaving aside America, it was Great Britain and Great Britain alone that gave Volodymyr Zelensky prompt and forceful assistance, all while Europe, seemingly held back by pathologically pacifist United Germany, made pointless gestures as Putin's bombs rained down on Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine. Now fearful Germany is preparing to block Ukraine's NATO membership bid. Well, they successfully did so with American aid at that. The United Germany insisted on delaying Ukraine's accession to NATO over fears the move could take the alliance to war with Russia. An alliance source said Berlin would use the annual NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania last week to urge others to focus on security assurances rather than membership proposals and help Ukraine defend itself in the absence of accession. Said source told the English-speaking press, Berlin is standoffish at the prospect of offering immediate membership. It wants a process and time to develop guarantees to essentially block membership. Berlin doesn't want to see Vladimir Putin potentially test Article 5, in which if one member nation of NATO is attacked, then all others must respond. I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach. I'm just left. This is why I don't ever want to visit Germany or Japan, or at least I can't imagine myself doing so. It's simply because they're not the people that I historically admire anymore. So under NATO's alliance's Article 5 clause, any member state attacked by an outside aggressor has the right to request military intervention from the rest of the allies. And so, appearing to echo United German concerns, Joe Biden himself said he wanted to avoid a situation where we're all in the war. We're in a war with Russia, adding that Ukraine was not ready for NATO membership and that it was going to take a while. His national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, said, "We are not seeking to start World War III. Ukraine will not be joining NATO coming out of this summit." Well, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, has been gradually ramping up his campaign for Ukraine to join NATO after Russia invaded yesteryear, seeking to drive an unequivocal wedge between his country and Moscow. The wartime leader has called for NATO's 31 other member states to take concrete steps toward Ukrainian membership so his country can quickly join the transatlantic alliance after the war. Whereas United Germany and these United States have privately warned the move could escalate the current conflict into an active war between NATO and Russia. Understand this much. For Ukraine to win, NATO has to join the fight. Commentators have sought for months to convince their Western audiences that defending Ukraine is worth risking war with Russia. And this is something that if you don't follow up with that war, well, in that sense, Russia already wins. I am disgusted and thoroughly so, with the Germans as they presently do not stand, but lay down before the enemy. By the way, Ptoy19 says, thank you, Douglas. Thank you. So we've got an hour and a half left. Let me see how much I can summarize. Mr. Putin has often claimed that NATO's expansion towards Russia's borders over the past 2 decades was a key factor in his decision to invade Ukraine. The Russian dictator has since threatened the use of nuclear weapons in this war, prompting fears of escalation in Western countries. The United States, the United Kingdom, and European Union states are currently drawing up a series of bilateral security offerings they hope will defend Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, in absence of accession to NATO itself. But Eastern leaders, like Estonia's Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas, argue Ukraine should be offered a roadmap to accession at the summit that took place on Tuesday and Wednesday of Yesterseptimania last week. NATO allies were still negotiating on what exactly would be offered to Ukraine at the summit, whereas the American empire pays between $2 and $4 billion a year to Israel between 2019 and 2028 to develop its military exponentially. As a nuclear-armed rogue state, no less, committed to effective genocide. No less. Emphasizing that a rational path should be laid out for Ukraine to meet qualifications for membership, including democratization and a whole range of other issues, Mr. Biden said he had spracketh to Mr. Zelensky at length about this, and the United States would, in the meantime, be ready to provide, in his words, security a la the security we provide for Israel. So I think we can work it out, but I think it's premature to call for a vote in now. So I think, actually he said I don't think, which is far more apropos, there is unanimity in NATO about whether or not to bring Ukraine into the NATO family now at this moment in the middle of a war. If the war is going on, then we're all in the war. We're in a war with Russia. That would be the case. Well, who fucking cares? We'd kick their ass. There's nothing they can do. They've got no fucking nukes. None that work. In a bid to hardball his Western partners, Mr. Zelensky threatened to skip the gathering unless he could deliver good news to his people after the meeting. Referencing a statement signed by NATO in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, in 2008, that said, "The door is open for Kiev," is not enough. That's what Mr. Zelensky told reporters on a trip to the Czech Republic, that, in his words, "We need some kind of signal, a clear one, that Ukraine will be in the alliance. Not that the door is open. This is not enough." NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has already ruled out any official invitation for Kiev at the summit, as expansion of the alliance requires the unanimous agreement of its 31 members. Diplomats and officials have described their most likely offer to Kiev as Bucharest Plus, in a sign it will build on their previous promise to admit Ukraine to the alliance, but not serve as an outright guarantee, whilst qualifying that the security guarantees on the table, however, will make up for that. These United States, United Germany, and France are understood to be working on a series of bilateral offers to concrete their support for Kiev into legally binding agreements. Concretize their support, I mean to say. It would cement the West's lethal aid, as well as its training package, and future developments, such as the donation of F-16 fighter jets. Individual national offers to Kiev would then be placed under an umbrella agreement, a memorandum of understanding, which is endorsed by NATO and the EU, sources saying it was the next best offer to Kiev, removing membership and Article 5 protection from the table for now. Indeed, as recent months show all too clearly, and contrary to the views of some, the Germans do not do it better at this point in history. They are in recession, while Great Britain is, at least technically, not. The far-right alternative for Deutschland is in ascendant. Thuringia just became as the first state in United Germany to hand the party victory in a district council election. The day after, a man wearing self-evident neo-Nazi clothing was filmed handing out leftover AfD balloons at a local kindergarten. Wow, if only the Brits could be more like them. In fact, unlike in Great Britain, far-right parties are on the rise all over the Eurobloc, which, also unlike Great Britain, has a terrifying track record where such parties are concerned. Marine Le Pen's National Rally, formerly the National Front, is in the French Parliament in force, and her vote share has only been climbing. In Spain, the populist far-right party Vox, Latin for voice, is growing its power base, and just took power in a regional coalition. In the Netherlands, where our friend, the nurses, Don, the homeopathic man. The ironically named Forum for Democracy has parliamentary representation. In Sweden, the imaginatively titled Sweden Democrats won a little over 20% of the vote in 2022, overtaking the moderates to become the second largest party. They now have a say in government policy. Across the Eurobloc, populists are resurgent. Many are disdainful of Brussels, the capital of European Union, its immigration policies, and its federalism. Even beyond their views, the EU is hardly the paradise of unity and collaboration Europhiles like to picture. The week before last, United Germany raised objections to the European Commission's idea of seizing frozen Russian central bank assets for reconstruction of Ukraine, the latest example in a lengthy catalogue of confusion about how to respond to Moscow's aggression and threat to Europe. Of course, I say, myself make Russia pay, and I'll outline how. Some point Sunday night. This confusion is partly why the bloc's geopolitical clout may well be a mirage. Unless by clout one means Macron sucking up to Xi Jinping, to whom he paid a warm visit in April, and where, no doubt to his pleasure, he found himself greeted like a rock star by mainland Chinese students. But I can't help but remember the semiconductor crises during COVID, when the subcontinental bloc's auto industry was derailed so severely by disruption to my Taiwan supply chain of the chips that United Germany's economics minister had to plead with his counterpart in my Taiwan to hasten delivery. But when it comes to the all-important rollout of semiconductor foundries in the West, my Taiwan has told the EU it will need to deepen ties if it wants continued Taiwanese investment in its production. The greater British Empire is hardly in the pinnacle of health, but the spectacle these weeks last of a burning, rioting, disordered France is a sobering reminder that the version of the EU clung to by the "they do it better" crowd is laughably wrong. If anyone can be said to do it better, and granted that's not saying much, It's Great Britain at this moment in history. Across the channel, Macron is losing control of France. Thousands of arrests, torched schools, community centers, city halls, sports complexes, and post offices. Looting ranging from little supermarkets to Apple stores. Gendarmes and special forces brought in to patrol the streets at night, in addition to the beleaguered police force. Rising anger among shopkeepers, clamoring for a curfew, or we'll take matters into our hands. And after 5 days' rioting across France at this point, more like 10. Or should I say 12, like the days before Christmas. Really, it's that much by now. A rising sentiment that the current situation is largely the result of almost a quarter century of craven governments neglecting essential law and order. To make some points here, an eruption of anger and violence across France over the past week at least has been triggered by the police killing of a teenager in the Paris banlieues, literally the suburbs in France. A banlieue is a suburb of a large city, or all its suburbs taken collectively. France has all kinds of suburbs, but the word for them, banlieues, has become pejorative, meaning slums dominated by immigrants. Exempli gratiae. 80% of the inhabitants of the Paris metropolitan area live outside the city of Paris, where, as with elsewhere throughout France, the immigrant and immigrant-descendant population is concentrated. As has happened periodically in the past, the egregious abuse of police power served as the spark that ignited pent-up anger among the country's minority communities over their social, economic, and political marginalization. The viral video of a 17-year-old Nahel Merzouk seemingly listening to the policeman who stopped him in the street, only to be shot point blank, shocked a majority of France, not just the residents of the country's ethnically diverse banlieues, such as the one he lived and died in. But after an initial sense that the outrage was justified, there is an increasing popular backlash against the protests due to the targets of the rioters' vengeance and violence, which include public services and official buildings, whose destruction will only further disadvantage these underserved communities. The 6,000-strong march reacting to it the following day, calling for justice, was equally seen as perfectly legitimate until it escalated disastrously in an all too familiar fashion. Rioting, incendiary accusations of state racism that they want to kill us, and then literally incendiary acts, arson, senseless vandalism and destruction, from bus stop shelters to rows of shops, kindergartens, social housing, and theft everywhere of private and public property, indiscriminate, from a six-pack of semi-skimmed milk to watches, jewelry, Nike shoes, baby buggies. When the riots broke out, a conference on the Russo-Ukrainian conflict billed the Tocqueville Conversations was in session. There, Eastern Europeans, Polaki or Polish peoples, Ukrainians, emigre Russians, together with Brits and French and Americans and Spaniards, watched in increasing disbelief such wanton destruction perpetrated in a country at peace. Slavomir Debski, the noted Polaki historian and geostrategist, mused aloud, "They're destroying the social compact, which is essential for democracy." They had all been discussing the cost to Europe of rebuilding post-war Ukraine. Now the French among them started worrying about the cost of rebuilding parts of Marseille, Lens, Bordeaux, and Paris itself. Nihilistic destruction has been tolerated in France for something like a quarter century. It started around the millennium, under the Chirac presidency. Increasingly, the tail end of demonstrations and marches, an old French tradition codified and regulated. You need to declare your traditional May Day march or political demo to Le Préfecture, complete with itinerary, timing, and so on, started being disrupted by looters known as casseurs, wreckers, because they broke shop windows as well as the stuff they could not steal. Police engaged less and less with them, mostly to avoid accusations of systematic brutality, or systemic brutality more precisely, as if the entire system itself is brutal. Until, exhausted, they hit back strongly, triggering a new cycle of catch-up brutality and repression. If this sounds like bad policing, it's because it is the flics. That's French slang for cops. They're badly paid and badly trained, are deeply demoralized by such inconsistent stop-and-go practices. By 2005, the cycle had gotten completely out of hand. The death of two young men, Zayed Benna and Bouna Traoré, who attempted to hide from police in a high-voltage electric transformer and died electrocuted, triggered week-long riots. By then, both narratives were entrenched, ready for use when American-inspired activists decided to recast France's complex attitudes to ethnicity and citizenship into simplistic American ones. President Emmanuel Macron is aware of the Black Lives Matter / George Floyd scenario. This is why he dithered, having waited 3 full days before sending out the gendarmerie. At the time of, when I began to review the footage of what was going down, he was still hesitant to impose a curfew or get the army to patrol the streets. At that time, I think, if I remember correctly, the chronology goes a bit fuzzy for me, think I was celebrating 4th of July weekend with my son and the Blood Boys. Meanwhile, the situation shows little sign of abating. Le Président had to cancel his state visit to Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, as originally scheduled for Canada Day Saturday at the beginning of this month. Control then rapidly slipped from Macron's hands and is still sliding out from his fingernails at this point. He's hanging on to it by the fingernails. Any efforts to address the root causes of the problem will be complicated by France's colorblind and universalist approach to citizenship, whereby race and ethnicity are not officially recognized. As a result, the concept of structural racism, which President Emmanuel Macron and many other public figures have already dismissed as an American import, will be of little use in addressing the issue of police violence against minorities, for which statistics don't even exist. So, what does it mean to be French? It's been more than 1,500 years since the first French kingdom was founded. More than 480 years since French became the state's official language. More than 200 years since the French Revolution. And more than 60 years since the establishment of the Fifth Republic by Charles de Gaulle, the founding father figure thereof. Yet, in answer to the question of how to define French identity remains a point of contention that helps to explain why, at this point, 12 weeks after a 17-year-old boy was shot to death by a French police officer, burnt out cars, Shattered glass windows and other signs of furor surround the makeshift memorial where the teen took some of his last breaths. Though the violence has been committed by a small number of protesters comparatively, anger and frustration has been palpable among many young people of color who live in France's multi-ethnic suburbs, who believe race was a factor in the death of Nahel, who was of Algerian descent. Activists have long claimed that police treat French people of color differently than their white peers, pointing to cases like that of Adama Traore, a black man who died of asphyxiation while handcuffed in 2016. According to a 2017 study by one independent human rights group, young men perceived as black and Arab are 20 times more likely to be stopped by police than their peers. The state, however, rebuts claims that racism in the police force is a problem, and a long-standing ideal that the state is colorblind and all citizens are French first has made it particularly difficult to convince government officials to broach the possibility that implicit biases may play a part in the treatment of France's ethnic minorities. The journalist and activist Rokhaya Diallo told the American press that, in his words, many young people in the suburbs, in the poorest neighborhoods, those whose parents in Paris are immigrants from Africa, the Caribbean, and also Asia, know they are the first target of police brutality. Many of them express concerns about racism, about police brutality. It's something that really comes to them at an early age. Hence, France is a colorblind republic on the verge of civil war. Official French philosophy is that all citizens are French first, and that the state must resolutely avoid differentiating between them, even to the point that civil servants must refrain from wearing religious symbols. That vigorous adherence to equality often prevents the government from doing anything that would appear to categorize French citizens based on race, including collecting statistics. Per Daniel Obono, a French lawmaker from the far-left France Unbowed Party, we have this mythology of the Republic, a colorblind Republic, an egalitarian society where you don't judge people based on their religion or skin color. But at the same time, there's a big gap between our ideals and the reality. Those idealistic virtues clash with the reality of race relations in France's post-colonial 21st century society, a melting pot of diverse communities, many of whose families trace their roots back to former French colonies. Racism itself is often treated as a foreign concept in France, so much so that the French language often doesn't have its own words to discuss race-related issues. French people often use Anglicisms, loanwords, to express or address issues of race, rather than the French equivalent. Exempli gratiae. Black people are referred to as black, rather than noir, the French word for black, that you see affiliated instead with cinema. Film noir, black film, meaning dark. Despite the aversion of the Francophone world to the rising usage of English in French culture, they do this because they feel it would be vulgar to reference it in French. And therefore, it would be like talking about shit. They would use an American word instead because they feel the American language and their culture is in the sewer anyway, or at least the gutter. Mimi Fatou Niang, the directoress for the Center of Black European Studies and the Atlantic at Carnegie Mellon University has explained that foreignness is often something that is seen as inherited by blood. To quote his she, we're talking people who have been in France for 100 years or half a century, but are still considered foreigners, strangers, foreign to France, even though they are French citizens. It's akin to someone being sick, having cancer, and asking his doctor to remove the word cancer from the dictionary. We have to accept that we're sick. We have to accept that this disease of racism is not exclusive to the United States. So in the same way that Americans learn geography from the wars their military wages, France becomes reacquainted with its banlieues every time violence erupts from them. It happened after the riots in 2005, as well as after the terror attacks of 2015. But each time, yet another plan to provide access and opportunity to the youth of the banlieues is announced, only to gather dust until the next uprising. But the bitterness of Second France isn't going to go away. The shooting death of 17-year-old Nahel that has sparked riots throughout France wasn't entirely unexpected. It brought the country back to the riots of 2005, ignited at the time by a somewhat similar incident in which 17-year-old Zayed Benna and 15-year-old Bouna Traoré, both from the Paris suburbs Clichy-sous-Bois, were electrocuted and died when entering into the premises of an electrical transformer to escape an anti-crime police squad. The 2005 incident sparked 21 days of clashes around the country, during which more than 10,000 vehicles burned, 300 public and private buildings were damaged, and some 4,000 people were arrested. Tensions were exacerbated when then Interior Minister Nicolas Sarkozy referred to the rioters as a gang of scum, a remark he had to take back again and again over the years. 12 days after the beginning of these riots, admitting failure to curb the violence, the government declared a state of emergency. And even then, it took 10 more days to bring an end to that crisis. Today, tensions in France keep increasing since Nahel's death in Nanterre. Mayors are warning against expanding urban warfare, especially since many of the rioters are as young as 13 or 14 years old. Rioters have been posting video clips of youth breaking into and looting luxury stores as well as small groceries, torching trash bins, and setting fire to police stations, municipal town halls, and traffic lights. Hundreds of bus stations have been vandalized. And we've got those dramatic scenes in front of a mayor's home. Because one incident especially angered ordinary French people during the weekend last, when 3 cars were torched by young hooded men in front of the home of the mayor of the town Les Desrosiers, south of Paris. The mayor was not at home, but his wife and 2 small children had to rapidly flee their home, fearing for their very lives. The mayor had spracketh out against the rioters since the crisis began and barricaded his municipality with iron fences and barbed wire. He is convinced the attack against his family home was personal. These 2 periods of violence, in 2005 and today, similarly triggered, both reflect years of frustration and hopelessness among the 2nd and 3rd generations of immigrants from sub-Saharan and North Africa. More than 10% of the French population are recent immigrants, and their children and grandchildren still find it difficult to integrate into French society. Several studies over the years have demonstrated that Mohammed would find it significantly more difficult to get a job than Baptiste. The French system is allegedly immune to discrimination. Entry to the best public schools and universities, even obtaining the best jobs within the public service, are all subject to competition, where grades determine one's academic and professional future. But this system failed to integrate African and North African immigrants. The cycle of poverty they are trapped in does not offer their children the necessary conditions in which to study and succeed. Racism towards Arabs and Africans is also on the rise. This cycle of poverty and exclusion makes those children search for another identity. Some find it in the mosque, others in the streets, with criminal gangs. Us against them. There's a 21-year-old Salim who lives in Sarcelles, north of Paris. The Jewish community which used to live there left because of feelings of insecurity. Working on and off since he finished school, Salim has little hope for the future, and so he told the Jerusalem Post, "My mother used to work nights as a cleaning woman in a hospital. With my brothers, we would hang out in the neighborhood after school. We never came home to study. Now I keep watching over my little brothers, making sure they don't join the groups rioting at night. It's not easy." So this situation, where extremists can take advantage of those feeling rejected, created neighborhoods into which police are afraid to enter. In search of identity, some youngsters adopt anti-Israeli and Judeophobic views. It's a dangerous cocktail. Some of these youngsters associate their own feelings of persecution and rejection with the Palestinian cause. Following an emergency meeting with his ministers, President Emmanuel Macron called the Friday into the weekend before last on parents to take responsibility for their children and keep them at home, arguing that the Republique's role is not to replace the parents. He also called for cooperation between the government and social media to erase violence-inciting content and to close down accounts of leaders of the current riots. Macron is hoping that targeting social media, combined with a massive police presence in sensitive locations, will snuff out the fire, at least for now. Still, he knows that even if the riots subside, the socio-economic rift is not about to disappear. Rising inflation and a burgeoning housing crisis are hitting the suburbs hard. Until the economic situation improves and more children in the suburbs get a better chance to succeed, the bitterness of this second France will only expand. So the next cycle of riots is already around the corner. Yet several French officials have so far rejected the idea that racism was at play in Nahel's death. An Élysée spokesperson on Friday into the weekend before last emphasized that this was an individual act that does not represent the police at large. In a statement read by the Élysée spokesperson as issued on Friday into the weekend before this last one, the French Foreign Ministry said that any accusation of systemic racism or discrimination by the police in France is totally unfounded. France and its police forces fight with determination against racism and all forms of discrimination. There can be no doubt about this commitment. This is not the revolt of neighborhoods. This is not about disenfranchised neighborhoods. These are the acts of a delinquent minority. Suburbs like Nanterre, where Nahel was shot, have historically been home to more immigrants and face higher unemployment rates than city centers. A quarter of the population of Nanterre, the Paris suburb where Nahel lived and ultimately died, was killed rather, was made up of immigrants as of 2018, the latest year's figures available that I could find. Unemployment there among those 15 to 24 years old in Nanterre was 23.1% as of 2020. To what extent the government will be able to stymie the unrest is unclear. Support for Macron and his ministers has plummeted since they pushed through extremely unpopular pension reforms that were divisive enough that the government felt it necessary to launch a 100-day plan to heal and unite the country. Nahel's mother has suggested that race did play a part in her son's death, though she has also said she does not blame the entire police force. Just, in her own words, the one who took my son's life. He saw an Arab face, a little kid, and wanted to take his life. This alludes to France's cycle of social unrest and politically polarized elections, having its roots in the Algerian conflict, France's unspoken and ultimately unfinished civil war. At the moment, it is summer, and France is a fairyland by sunlight. But everywhere they look, the French see only their own shadow. Where does it come from, this little flicker of gloom that follows the French even when their days are so long, their evenings so warm, the sky so empty and blue? For many years the shadow was a taboo that few of them would talk about, even though each could see its reach in their families, communities, and politics. The Russo-radicalized reactionary rightist Marine Le Pen is its heiress. The 64-year-old Jew who would be Franco-Führer, Eric Zemmour, is its orphan. At home in Paris one evening during the COVID spring of 2020, the reactionary columnist and television pundit Eric Zemmour got a cell phone call from the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. Frequent butt of Zemmour's on-air contempt was calling to commiserate. The whole of political Paris was talking about the incident whereby Zemmour had been accosted by a thug that afternoon while walking home from a fruit stand on the Rue des Martyrs. As an aside, you can't visit Paris without going to this street. The half-mile stretch of Rue des Martyrs is home to over 200 shops and restaurants, boucheries or butcher shops, produce stands, flower stores, cheese shops, boutiques, bakeries, pastry shops, and typically hidden behind illuminated tabac signs, brasseries, literally breweries, in France, Flanders, and the Francophone world, the world that speaks French. A brasserie is a type of informal French restaurant with a relaxed setting which serves single dishes and other meals. For decades, Zemmour has warned the public that France is being submerged by Muslim immigration and smothered by political correctness. In so doing, he has been acclaimed as a historian and author, and revered as a truth-teller. He has also been reviled in the press and hauled into court for inciting racial and religious hatred. Now he was being harassed in the street. That alarmed even Macron. According to Zemmour, Macron used the phone call to defend his own vision of multi-ethnic France. He highlighted his good relationship with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, who has been skeptical of mass immigration, to put it mildly. He acknowledged that France, rocked by terrorist attacks over the past half-decade, had problems with the Islamic radicals known as Salafis. Then the twain began to debate. Per Zemmour, I told him the Salafis were just the tip of the iceberg, that the key question was the number of Muslims, that we had to stop immigration. In the course of 45 minutes of passionate back and forth, Macron told Zemmour that a president who spracketh like that would drag the country into civil war. Zemmour cut him off. I told him that if we continue to follow his policies, we are headed for civil war in any case. Barely a year later, Zemmour was hinting that he himself would run to replace Macron in what was then the next presidential elections of 2022. From one perspective, Zemmour's political ambition is crazy stupid. He lacks experience, organization, and an obvious sense or source of funding. Most of the country's mainstream journalists despise him. The CSA, the Conseil supérieur de l'audiovisuel, France's national media regulator, recently forced him off the air by classifying him as a political actor rather than a journalist. But there is another perspective. Zemmour is gifted as a television presenter, although obviously not everyone's cup of tea. Certainly not my own. He has a somewhat broader appeal as a writer. His captivating histories, or his stories, shoot to the top of the bestseller lists. Any American should see certain parallels between Zemmour and Tucker Carlson. His latest book, that I myself am aware of, published in September of 2021, is an autobiographical reflection on the preceding 15 years of French politics called Le France n'a pas dit son dernier mot. France hasn't said its last word. I would call it the idiomatic title, conveyed the theme of a potential Zemmour candidacy. The country is down, but not out. Zemmour is not the only Frenchman who has lately been preoccupied with civil war. The best-selling philosopher Michel Onfray said a year ago, maybe 12 years ago by now, that France is already in the midst of one. And in the spring of the 2020th year in our Lord, 1,000 retired military officers, including 20 generals, published an open letter to Macron in the news weekly Valeurs Actuelles, Current Values, warning that anti-racism, Islamism, and disrespect for law enforcement were bringing about the collapse of public order. They wrote, "Soon the growing chaos might end in civil war, and the dead, for whom you will bear the responsibility, will number in the thousands." Until recently, many people have assumed that the upcoming national election, upcoming but yesteryear, now since past, would end like the one before. The 2017 campaign saw the collapse of France's trois establishment parties, the Socialists and the Républicains. The latter are a mildly conservative party descended from the supporters of contemporary France's founding father, resistance hero General Charles de Gaulle. Macron, golden boy of the Socialists, defected to lead a new party, the LREM, La République en Marche. The Republic on the move. Drawn from the elites of the old establishment parties. LREM is devoted to European Union, to the global economy, to high-tech and corporate multiculturalism, and to gender equality. Macron out-debated Marine Le Pen, who had inherited and renamed the FN, the Front National, the National Front, the populist and nationalist party founded by her father. Then Macron drubbed her in the polls by a 3-to-1 margin. In October of 2020, Zemmour passed Le Pen in the polls, drawing from her voters and adding a few disaffected Républicains. That turned the presidential race upside down. France's electoral system resembles those of my own golden state nation of California, the state that was once a nation of its own, an independent republic like Texas. Louisiana and Georgia. France's electoral system is like that of those three states: California, Louisiana, Georgia, a kind of open primary with the top vote-getters meeting in a runoff. So if Macron's main rival had turned out to be Zemmour, and not any of the dozen grey Gaullists, socialists, environmentalists, and Europeanists vying for the top spot, then his view of France as a country on the verge of civil war would have been proven to have been more widely shared than anyone thought even then. So, it's important to bring up this idiot's career in ultimate comparison to my own. Clarice Claudette joined us, dear lady. Goddess bless you, honey. I love you beyond expression. She says, at this point there should be one refugee zone where they can be provided for, and their home countries having to contribute to some form of monetary aid. She says, we are living in a world where the children only know the effects of perpetual war and drug trafficking, and all they know is escape and retaliation. Cultural identity and family support is being lost. So, thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate your input. So, Zemmour went from books to television. Zemmour was born in Montreal. The Montreal, or, the French actually pronounce it Montreuil, on the eastern edge of Paris, and grew up in nearby Drancy. He is the son of a Jewish ambulance driver who migrated from Algeria a decade before that country broke from France in a bloody war of independence. In little more than a generation, immigration has transformed the once archetypal working-class French neighborhoods Zemmour grew up in, from baguettes and berets to beards and burqas. It torments him. His own family was devout. His grandfather spracketh better Arabic than French, using a folkloric spelling that was a source of mirth to the children of the family. Zemmour rejects the idea that there is anything hypocritical about his anti-immigration views. Because Algeria was part of France until 1962, he insists the Zemmours were not immigrants. France had absorbed them as citizens through conquest, in the same way it had absorbed, say, Corsicans and Alsatians. The Zemmours strove, reasonably or unreasonably, to adopt the French ways. No one wore a yarmulke outside the house. They studied hard. Zemmour graduated from the Elite Institute of Political Studies, the Sciences Po, acquiring along the way an impressive erudition and literary refinement. He admired de Gaulle, president of the whole of his childhood, not just as a statesman and a leader of the anti-Nazi resistance, but also as a prose writer. But he did not support de Gaulle's partisan successors. Seeing no obstacle to assimilating Muslims into French life, he voted twice for the socialist François Mitterrand. His political conversion came during the nationwide uproar in 1989 over the demand of Muslim parents that their daughters be allowed to attend school in headscarves. The Algeria his family had fled now seemed to be pursuing them. The elegant book reviews and historical essays that Zemmour writes in Le Figaro are a model of popular intellectual history. Fascinated by the oft-neglected conservative side of the modern French intellectual tradition, from the nationalist historian Jacques Bainville to the monarchist radical Charles Maurras, or Maurras, he became France's greatest instructor in old-fashioned and sometimes disreputable patriotism. But he also turned out to have a knack for journalistic rough and tumble, and once the camera news, the cable news era began, for what he himself terms reactionary television, he has lately been the star of CNews, a conservative chain sometimes called the French Fox News. Zemmour lights up a TV screen, though he sometimes exaggerates, to say the least. There is no French equivalent of the First Amendment. That's the most important thing to remember, is he has to pay for what he says, at least to a degree. he goes overboard, gets carried away. His rise has coincided with that of militant political correctness on the other side of the political spectrum. The French variety resembles the American in its preoccupations with race and gender, and in its privileged role for activist lobbies, crusading judges, and high-powered public interest law firms. This is only natural since the French system has been imported from the United States, lock, stock, and barrel. But there is one important difference above all else. There is no French equivalent of the First Amendment. Over the past half century, France has made a number of opinions literally illegal to hold. And it can be hard to know for sure when you're expressing one. The 1972 Pleven Law narrowed freedom of opinion and authorized certain non-governmental lobbies to haul citizens before court for racism. A 1990 law bans Holocaust denial. It has been interpreted under European law to ban relativization and minimization of crimes against humanity. 12 more memorial laws were passed in 2001. One established the official government position that the killings of Armenians in Turkey a century ago constituted a genocide, shutting down subversive agitation by Islamo-propagandists, the like of Turkey-purchased Princeton University's British-American Dodge Professor Emeritus of Near Eastern Studies Bernard Lewis. Another declared the transatlantic slave trade a crime against humanity and authorized anti-racist groups to file civil suits against people who did not share that understanding. In 2005, charges were pressed against the historian of slavery, Olivier Grenouillou, for having minimized the crime of slavery by saying that slavery was not the same thing as genocide. The charges were dropped after an uproar among intellectuals, but the law, with its draconian remedies, remains on the books. And by the way, as an aside, to make it known, I myself stand by the concept that Olivier Grenouillou should have been fucking charged. In 2018, France's legislature passed the law against fake news. In 2020, it passed the notorious Avia law against hate. France's Constitutional Council later declared unconstitutional some of the law's wilder provisions, such as that any website accused by anti-racist activists of sowing hate without any mediation by a neutral judge would have to remove hateful content within an hour or face fines that could run over $1 million. But some of its provisions remain law. Zemmour has been convicted under such laws 3 times I'm aware of. Twice in 2011, the year of my mother's murder, he defended racial profiling in hiring and then in policing. To quote his T, "The majority of drug traffickers are blacks and Arabs. That's the way it is. It's just a fact." Then in 2016, he described Muslim immigration as an invasion and a jihad, and said that Muslims would have to make a choice between Islam and France. As in these United States, the direct power of such laws pales next to their indirect power. They work not just by punishing the alleged malefactor, but also by threatening his associates with legal harassment, social ostracism, boycotts, and steep financial costs. Employers, colleagues, licensing boards, and local governments are conscripted as agents of enforcement, dissimulating necessary measures of government censorship as evolving norms. In 2014, Zemmour was fired from the network iTele for remarks about Muslims made to the Italian daily Corriere della Sera, the Evening Courier. It was around then, too, that he fell afoul of other colleagues for a brief but controversial argument in his bestseller titled Le Suicide Français, The Suicide of France. His argument was this: during World War II, the collaborationist regime of Vichy France, poor though its record was in defending foreign Jews, had managed to save almost all French Jews from Nazi death camps, and in that sense had done better than its neighbors, specifically the Netherlands. Employees of Zemmour's publisher Albin Michel wrote an open letter protesting the shamefully revisionist book they had just published. Zemmour alleges that when the book's spectacular sales made possible the disbursement of an end-of-year bonus, no employee refused it. Although Zemmour is perhaps the most reliable writer of non-fiction blockbusters in all of France, Albin Michel declined to publish his most recent book. He has self-published it under the imprint Rubempré. The year before yesteryear, the CSA fined CNews 200,000 euros for a Zemmour outburst during a 2020 discussion about unaccompanied minors, who, under French as under American law, are given special consideration when they appear at a border post and apply for political asylum. Zemmour said, "They don't belong here. They're thieves, assassins, rapists. That's all they are. We ought to send them home, and they shouldn't come back." In mid-September, amid the talk of a presidential run, CSA anointed Zemmour a national political actor, though he had made no official announcement of any candidacy. It was the equivalent of an order to remove Zemmour from the airwaves, because it required CNews to give equal time to every other bore mulling a run, and there aren't enough hours in the day for that. So this brings us to the crux of the matter: demography and destiny. Checking on the time we have remaining, Clarice Claudette says, people from Louisiana love France. I cannot understand why these people have opened their hearts to them and they want to hurt them and destroy the country, with an tear emoji. She says religion and war are virus on humanity and against the true innate love of peoples. So let me heart her just to support her. Nice. Thank you, honey. And we have about half an hour left in which I will... I'll keep talking about this guy because, again, there is a parallel with my own career, though our politics are antithetical. Zemmour told an interviewer in the summer of 2020 that, to quote his tea, demographic laws are iron laws. In this belief, he is in line with those hard-headed mid-20th century French demographers such as Alfred Salvi and historians such as Pierre Chaunu, who warned that their country's reproductive resources were limited. Because French people did not have a lot of babies, France could not afford to welcome immigrants as open-heartedly as its more sentimental citizens might wish. That was the background to Charles de Gaulle's reluctant decision to abandon France's Algerian possession to independence. In March of 1959, he explained to an aide, "The Arabs are Arabs, the French French. Do you think the French body politic can absorb 10 million Muslims, who tomorrow will be 20 million, and the day after 40 million? De Gaulle joked that the likely outcome of maintaining the link to Algeria was that his village, Colombe of the Trois Churches, would be renamed Colombe of the Trois Mosques. But laborers arrived from North Africa all the same. Unsurprisingly, they underbid both the unionized industrial workers and the small shop owners who made up much of the French workforce. In December of 1978, under President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, France's Council of State permitted the immediate families of those already arrived to join them on the grounds that anyone who happens to be on French soil has a right to a satisfying family life. The migration now took on aspects of a colonization. In 2011, the year my latent saint hit Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was murdered, French President Nicolas Sarkozy picked up the torch of neoconservative democracy promotion, by then dropped even in the United States. Goaded and inspired by celebrity philosopher Bernard-Henri Lévy, he devised the NATO invasion of Libya to topple the government of aging strongman Muammar Gaddafi. The dictator and his sons were murdered, but no stable regime has ever replaced them. Libya has become the hub of a massive mafia-run exodus from sub-Saharan Africa that is already changing the face of French society. France's overseas departments, not colonies or possessions, but actual parts of France, have become migrant magnets too. The population of heavily Muslim Mayotte, pronounced Mayotte in the French, just off the African coast, has ballooned from 15,000 in 1950 to 280,000 today, about half of them immigrants from elsewhere in the region. Government demographers expect Mayotte Mayottes population to triple again to 760,000 by mid-century. France is more and more Muslim, especially in its cities. According to the sociologist Pierre Vermerin, in the past 10 years, the giving of Muslim names to newborns has tripled. Up to a fifth of the soldiers in the French armed forces are Muslim. Naturally, this upheaval impacts the lives of non-Muslims. In several books, the sociologist William Christophe, who, like Zemmour, grew up in Montreuil, has described the dislocation that inequality and globalization have wrought on the French-born working class. As France's urban economy shifted from manufacturing and farming to services and finance, workers were priced out of private housing by yuppies and bullied out of public housing by immigrants, who have turned many housing projects into Islamic strongholds. That process pushed the working class into France's exurbs, meaning urbs beyond the suburbs, and rural areas. They're all living literally in the country now. They're making ends meet, or not, can come down to the price of gasoline. In 2018 and 2019, the so-called Gilets jaunes, Yellow Vests protests, focused on high gas prices and metropolitan contempt, briefly threatened to chase Macron from office. There is a feeling of dispossession in peripheral France. Discontent is boiling over on any number of issues. Last summer, between 100,000 and 200,000 people marched in provincial cities every Saturday to protest Macron's COVID vaccine mandates. It was the summer before last, really. All the time melts together for me. As in these United States, teachers and other employees have been suspended or fired from jobs for posting misinformation and conspiracy theories about COVID online. A poll taken by Le Monde, The World, in late summer found that more than a third of French people, 37%, believe they are living in a health dictatorship. In this light, the civil war that Zemmour talks about might be understood as something like the polarization that has marked American politics since midway through the Obama administration. On one side, there are the winners of globalization, the super rich and protected minorities. That would mean Jews. On the other hand, are globalization's losers, the newly precarious middle and working classes, and of course all those disaffected Muslims. That is partly the way Zemmour understands it. In his newest book, he wrote, "We are living through a moment of the sort that we lived through often in our history, where the people no longer recognize themselves in the elites, the political parties, or the system." In December of 2016, a Trump cultist, an American woman, perfectly fluent in French, and flushed with her candidate's victory, came to visit Zemmour in his Paris office. She insisted that France needed the sort of dictator America had just chosen, someone who could wipe the slate clean. Zemmour began to lay out the ways in which the French system differed from the American, making it difficult for businessmen to intervene in politics. But she cut him off by saying, "We know the differences. We know all that." She was there to deliver a message specifically to Zemmour. "Le Trump français, c'est vous." You are the French Trump. The growing distance in France between rulers and ruled will ring an American bell. In his 1998 book titled Le coup d'état des juges, The Judge's Stroke of State, Zemmour warned that courts and bureaucracies had usurped powers that previously resided with voters, himself so lamenting that, to quote his T, "Since the 1970s, we have undergone a juridical revolution." It continues to deepen. France's last 12 conservative presidents, the late Jacques Chirac and Nicolas Sarkozy, were pursued through the courts for years for fundraising irregularities. In September, Macron's former health minister, Agnès Buzyn, was put on trial for la mise en danger de la vie d'autrui, which I myself presume must be French for happening to be Mistress of Health when COVID struck. Often politicians are given only suspended sentences, but that does not mean they are let off. It means that French judges and attorneys, whose political opinions are as class-bound as they are in any other country, hold a Damoclean sword over the political futures of elected officials. The European Union is a mystifying presence to most French citizens, the main engine of de-democratization of their country. In 2005, EU authorities proposed a constitution, in quotes, that would shift many national responsibilities away from Paris to the EU capital in Brussels. France scheduled a referendum to resolve this question. After a passionate and all-consuming national debate, voters resoundingly blocked the Constitution. 3 years later, Sarkozy quietly committed France by treaty to the very arrangements it had just rejected at the ballot box. Truly a traitor of the rankest category. Foundations, too, play a role by keeping major government projects so far from the voting public's reach that they scarcely seem like government projects at all. The 2017 socialist presidential candidate Benoît Hamon, whose once dominant party fell to single-digit poll results under his leadership, announced the year before last that he was leaving electoral politics to work with a well-endowed NGO, a non-governmental organization called Singa, a movement oriented toward welcoming refugees and migrants, and dedicated to the proposition that the more inclusive a society is, the better its economy works. Perhaps an objective that was overwhelmingly rejected when pursued openly through public elections can be insinuated into French life when pursued secretively through the influence of private capital. Many French solutions to the problems of immigration and Islam appear doomed to fail. A case in point is the belief that laïcité, secularism, the system of secularism imposed at the turn of the last century to topple the Catholic Church from its position of cultural and educational dominance, might work to tame Islam as well. To show that education is free, champions of laïcité defend civics classes for small children that subject the Prophet Muhammad to robust democratic debate. To show that women are free, they build public swimming facilities with mixed-sex showers, like the refurbished Butte au Calais pool in the 13th arrondissement, a subdivision of a French department for local government administration. An arrondissement is any of various administrative divisions of France, Belgium, even Haiti, certain other francophone French-speaking countries, as well as the Netherlands. They are barking up the wrong tree. The problem with Islam is not that it dominates the country's official institutions, but that the population of its adherents is growing by leaps and bounds. Last summer, the Causure, the Converser magazine, released a set of maps that the government consulting firm France Stratégie had been using. They showed a growth of immigrant populations in all French cities that was almost incredible. In vast stretches of Saint-Saint-Denis, the burial place of France's kings and queens, 70 to 80% of the children under 18 are born of immigrants from outside of Europe. The Socialist Interior Minister Jean-Pierre Chevènement once remarked with black humor, "There are 135 different nationalities in Saint-Denis, but one of them has pretty much died out." The same goes for Limoges and other provincial cities that would, until recently, have been considered sleepy. The map sent shockwaves through France when they were published, but what is most striking is that the outrage took the government consultants by surprise. They had been using the maps for 12 years to develop plans to fight residential segregation. It had apparently never occurred to them that, in the public's view, the main problem was not the distribution of the immigrant population, but the sheer size thereof. Faced with an increasingly anxious public, Macron has sought to strike a populist tone. His interior minister, Gérald Darmanin, and his education minister, Jean-Michel Blanquer, are both conservatives of a sort. In the wake of the George Floyd riots and demonstrations in these United States, Macron made a forthright announcement that France will tear down none of its statues. I guess he's saying they're all Confederates. Which is, I guess, a pretty radical statement on the other side of the Atlantic, but hey, that has done little to change the country's mood. Among the major Western countries that sought to develop an effective COVID vaccine, France alone has failed. France, the country of Louis Pasteur. In a wide-ranging poll conducted in the summer of 2022, Le Monde found that 3/4 of the citizenry believe France is in decline. The belief is held by overwhelming majorities of every age group and of every political party except one, Macron's LREM, La République En Marche. That in itself is a problem. The country appears to be ruled by the wildly atypical sliver of its population that believes everything is copacetic. By 68 to 32, members of LREM and top executives believe globalization is good for France. Members of all other parties and people at all other income levels disagree. Only 26% of French people trust the media. Only 16% trust politicians or political parties. One element in Le Monde's study was a departure from what French polls have tended to show over the last few decades. Suddenly, 79% of French people want a real leader to reestablish order, while 86% say authority is a concept unjustly maligned, and half want to reinstitute capital punishment. Odd that Macron has chosen this very moment to enlist the United Nations in writing a ban on the death penalty into international law. If Zemmour stands for anything, it is reconnecting the French public to big decisions over the future of France, particularly when it comes to immigration. The year before yesteryear, he wrote, "Our people must be able to make decisions on who is part of it and what its future will be. It must be able to decide whether to end family reunification for immigrants and birthright citizenry, and whether to limit the right to political asylum without an oligarchy of French and European judges standing in its way." That is the sound of a second shoe dropping. The question of who belongs is an indication that when Zemmour talks about civil war, he means something more than the Trump-era clash between insiders and outsiders. He is questioning, among other things, whether Islam and Christian-derived secularism can coexist on the same soil. At the end of the summer before last, the left-wing sovereigntist news magazine MARINA described a private meeting in which Zemmour reassured a group of businessmen that, if elected, he would not rock the economic boat. He would not try to take France out of the European Union or out of its common currency, the euro, ill-advised though he might consider both these things. He has other priorities. Zemmour reportedly told his listeners, "If I get into power, it will be to deal with one thing, the clash of civilizations." This is about going to extremes. Open mention of the clash of civilizations as a subject for government policy has until recently been confined to what in France is called the extreme right. As long as World War II cast its shadow over European political life, it was fairly easy and uncontroversial to say who the extreme right was. It was quarantined in an outrageous reactionary party called the National Front, founded in 1972 by Jean-Marie Le Pen, a classically educated and crudely eloquent attorney, war veteran, and businessman. Le Pen had been indignant over de Gaulle's abandonment of Algeria in the face of guerrilla war, and sympathetic to those colonial officers inclined to resist his policy of decolonization. As such, he and the movement he led could reasonably be described as imperialist, nationalist, and even, in sentiment at least, putschist. On top of that, Le Pen, without giving vent to any specifically Judeophobic characterizations or theories, delighted in baiting those who placed Judeophobia at the center of World War II, and of the repentance that obligatorily followed. He called the Holocaust a detail of the war. This attitude not only tainted him morally in the eyes of, liberal progressives, it seemed to tie him to the side of collaboration and defeat. And when migration from North Africa began in earnest, he did not euphemize or seek to pass off as a policy disagreement his revulsion at the prospect of sharing the country with an alien culture. The category of racism was not much used at the time, but in the absence of an alternative explanation, it seemed to describe him well. Le Pen was never close to power. Though he shocked the country in 2002 by making it to the second round of the presidential elections. He and his voters were excluded from politics by a tacit agreement of all other parties, an arrangement known as the cordon sanitaire. Now a clear-headed 95 years old, Jean-Marie Le Pen has stuck to his guns on immigration. In a late summer of 2021 interview in his backyard west of Paris, he said, "Birthright citizenship, family reunification, dual citizenship, and above all the right to asylum all need to be rethought from top to bottom. And I'll tell you something else. If I were in power, I would warn those who intend to come to our country without authorization that they will never have a right to anything. Never! No path to citizenship, no work, no lodging, no school for the children, no hospitals for the sick. We have nothing to give them. We cannot afford to indulge ourselves in a suicidal generosity." That is a worldview that retains a lot of the old FN, Front National sulfur. But beyond immigration questions, it has become harder to define who and what is extreme right. Other parties cynically took advantage of the cordon sanitaire to win through ostracism arguments they could not win through debate. Conversely, politicians who understand that there are at least 5 genders rightly flung the word extremist around to describe those who do not. Gay marriage was voted into law under the socialist government of François Hollande in 2013 and provoked unanticipated resistance from the long-dormant world of Catholic conservatives, drawing hundreds of thousands of young people into the streets of Paris for some of the biggest demonstrations since World War II, and creating bridges between the bourgeois and the National Front. On closer examination, it was open to question whether the FN was even a party of the right. It fought against globalization and viewed the spread of American high-tech corporations as a kind of imperialism. In the French South, the FN was, to be sure, on the right. It was a conservative rival to the Républicains. Nicolas Sarkozy, France's last conservative president, won many of Le Pen's votes there in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, was murdered. But in the north, where Le Pen's daughter Marine holds her seat in the National Assembly, the FN was more a party of the left, a successor to the communists. Northern FN voters wanted nothing to do with Sarkozy, and were stubbornly unwinnable for him. Marine Le Pen has led the party for almost a decade now, and has made a root and branch effort at what she calls its de-diabolization, an attempt to destigmatize the party in the public eye by de-devilizing it. She compliments politicians of the left, like the anti-globalist ex-socialist Arnaud Montebourg, whom she said her party would be proud to have as an economics minister. She often speaks in centrist boilerplate. The only real division is the one between those who believe in France and those who no longer do. Her condemnations of Judeophobia are frequent, unconditional, and apparently sincere. In 2015, she expelled her own father from the party for saying he still believed what he had said about the Holocaust being a detail. She rebaptized his party the RN, the Rassemblement National, the National Rally, a name that sounds so Gaullist that neither its members nor its detractors can yet pronounce it without a quizzical hesitation. An easygoing National Front is a bit like caffeine-free Red Bull. There may be a niche market somewhere for it, but there is not a raison d'être, any reason to be. France is not exactly crying out for a fifth moderate party. Marine's niece and Jean-Marie's granddaughter, Marion Maréchal, has views closer to Jean-Marie's, at least on the question of de-diabolization. Until recently a rising star in the party, she has stepped away from it to tend to a think tank she founded in Lyon. Jean-Marie Le Pen has an explanation of what is happening to the FN under his daughter's leadership and of why it is misguided. As he conceived it, the National Front was a way to express my liberté, not a machine for drumming up votes, which in any case was unnecessary. In September of 2021, he said, "The moment will come when people realize that the national option is the only chance left to protect our liberty, our security, our existence. And then, rather than our bending to politics, politics will have to bend to necessity. Opinion will evolve and radicalize with each new demonstration of authorities' incompetence. That, in effect, is the difference between my analyses and hers. I always thought that, given sufficient clarity on our part, the French people would understand that the moment would come to apply the principles we were defending, without any need to soften or update them to make them popular." In other words, Marine has abandoned her father's strategy at the very moment when it is bringing forth its fruits. And it may be the North African Jew, Zemmour, who gets to harvest them. That is certainly how Zemmour himself sees it. At a talk in Provence